Long Live Summons Chapter 221 to Chapter 262. She launched a sneak attack. This is a shameless sneak attack. The group of people on the other side became anxious. They never thought that Yu Bing was a combat expert who could even beat a bronze-ranked level 3 black bear off the stage. Linesmen, guards, chase this group of people out. Also, arrest this guy who violated the competition rules and martial arts ethics. The black-cloaked referee hated people who challenged his authority the most. Not only did this Golden Wolf Academy student launch a sneak attack while they were bowing, she even ordered the black bear to continue attacking after she was beaten off the stage. This was simply courting death. We're not satisfied, it's clearly her fault. She used a combat skill, she didn't summon a beast. A skinny guy on the other side quickly grabbed onto this point to protest. Yes, this is not a combat skill challenge, this is a comprehensive challenge, you must have a beast. She didn't, she broke the rules first. This competition is invalid. The group of people on the other side started to clamor. The black-clothed referee looked at them and saw that it was true, the girl on the other side did not summon a beast. Of course, this was not her fault. She had not even summoned a beast when she was ambushed. The black-clothed referee saw that the girl was obedient and strong, and secretly praised her in his heart. He was prepared to forgive Yu Bing and not pursue this matter anymore. Unexpectedly, Yu Bing slightly cupped her hands in greeting and calmly nodded with a smile. I have a beast, it's just that you can't see it. She raised her hand slightly, and a ball of green light slowly spread out from her body. Finally, it gradually formed a human shape. This was obviously Yu Bing's second guardian beast, the green light tree demoness. Yu Yang saw that the mysterious beauty had fused element-type beasts into her body like strengthening-type beasts. After the battle with Tu Qing, Yu Yang had also learned how to fuse element-type beasts with strengthening-type beasts. In order to let Yu Bing's green light tree demoness fuse better with her body, Yu Yang had specially taught her this special skill. In the end, not to mention normal people, even the black-clothed referee could not see it. When the black-clothed referee saw this, he felt ashamed in his heart. He thought that he had made an error in judgment, but he did not admit it on the surface. He still had a grave expression on his face as he angrily rebuked, "You are being unreasonable and questioning the authority of the referee. Arrest all of you and hand them over to the competition's disciplinary officers to deal with." A few silver-armored guards rushed over to capture them, and the two linesmen warned that anyone who resisted would be disqualified from the competition. The students of Golden Wolf Academy had no choice but to follow the silver-armored guards to the small black room outside for a period of time. Right now, they could only pray that the Academy's mentors would bring them out as soon as possible. Otherwise, they might even miss the competition later on. When Yikong, Fatty Hai, and the others saw these dejected fellows walking past, they all stuck out their middle fingers to show their disdain. The students of Golden Wolf Academy were inwardly furious, but the black-clothed referee was staring at them. If they dared to make a move, it wouldn't be as simple as being disqualified from the competition. They would really have to stay in a small black room for a period of time. Moreover, their names would be reported to the entire competition. At that time, they would definitely lose all their reputation. Skinny monkey, fat pig, just you wait. The leader Gucci Jean sneered with hatred. This enmity had been formed. Would I be afraid of you? If it was in the past, Fatty Hai might be a little timid. But now, he had experienced countless life and death battles. He had killed demons, giant beasts, and crazy mercenaries. He had also undergone 2 months of hellish training under the guidance of the eagle-eyed man. Most importantly, under the guidance of Yu Yang, he had focused on improving his body's hidden ability and nurturing his guardian beast, the iron rhinoceros. He was no longer the ignorant person he was in the past. It was impossible to repeat the incident where he was punched out of the arena in less than 10 seconds. Fatty Hai's combat power had greatly improved. After experiencing life and death situations, his confidence had naturally increased. He really did not put an opponent like Gucci Jean in his eyes. Although he did not say it out loud, Fatty Hai had the faint thought of challenging the 3 great killing stars to test his limits. If it was in the past, he wouldn't even dare to dream about it. The old cunning fox who was watching the battle from the sidelines was now very arrogant. Yu Bing really lived up to his expectations. She did not even use her beasts and only used her combat skills to instantly defeat her opponent. He thought maliciously, if this little girl summoned her 2 bronze-ranked level 500 years old Treant defenders, would her opponent be so scared that he would pee his pants? It was a pity that her opponent was too weak. She did not even need to summon her 100 years old Treant defenders, she could just use her combat skills to instantly kill her opponent. You guys seem to have a good seedling this year. Her surname is Yu, is she a child from the Yu clan? One of the teachers asked curiously. It's a pity that this child is only good at combat skills. If she had a strong beast, she would probably be able to enter the top 50. Another teacher purposely said. He wanted to test the old cunning fox's words. How could the old cunning fox not know what these fellows were thinking? His lips curled into a sneer, and he pretended to be humble as he ridiculed, how could our student have any good beasts? She only has 2 bronze-ranked level 5 Treants. Plant-type beasts are trash, they are far inferior to your student's bronze-ranked level 3 black bear. The few people who mocked the old cunning fox previously were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. They did not think that the old cunning fox would really find a genius who was good at plant-type beasts. They had really lost all their faith this time. The commotion quickly subsided, and the secondary elimination round continued. After 10 minutes, it was finally Yu Yang's turn to fight. Yu Yang was too lazy to fight. He put on his golden Gemini mask and immediately summoned his evil shadow to fight on his behalf. The evil shadow only had half of Yu Yang's strength. It could only exist for a short period of an hour, but it was more than enough to participate in the competition. Yu Yang was afraid that this evil shadow's eyes did not have any light of intelligence, and would be easily seen through. He simply put on a mask and a black cloth to cover his eyes. In any case, the evil shadow relied on its instincts to fight, so it did not need to use its eyes at all. Good heavens, when it appeared, no one could tell that it was an evil shadow. They all thought that this student named Tai Tan was blind. The old cunning fox was also dumbfounded. After looking at it for almost 10 seconds, he finally realized that it was only an evil shadow. However, it was extremely lifelike. On the surface, it looked like a real person, but its body did not have any flesh and blood, and it did not have any signs of life. Other than the little girl just now, don't you have any other elites? Why did you send a blind person to fight? The old cunning fox and the other teachers laughed out loud when they saw it. This time, it was the old cunning fox's turn to be speechless. Who was blind? Even a teacher couldn't tell that it was an evil shadow. With this level of skill, how could he dare to be a teacher? With this level of skill, wasn't he afraid that he would lead his students astray? When the other teachers saw that the old cunning fox was not making a sound, they thought that he was feeling guilty and laughed secretly. When it was Yu Yang's turn to fight, he changed to a white-clothed judge. Because of the previous incident with Yu Bing, he did not want to embarrass himself anymore, so he immediately checked the beasts of both parties. Yu Yang still did not use the Reaper Mantis. What a joke! If he used a gold-ranked beast in the secondary elimination round, it would be strange if his opponent did not cry from fright. He sent a quintet golden puppet mouse. The spectating students were all shocked by Yu Yang's actions. What could a little puppet mouse do? The old cunning fox's friends laughed so hard that they almost cried. They patted the old cunning fox's shoulders and said, "This student of yours is the best." Towards their short-sightedness, the old cunning fox sneered in his heart. Are you looking down on me? You won't even have the time to cry later. The white-clothed judge had just waved his hand to signal the start of the battle. Before the opponent's wind leopard could even rush over, the evil shadow had already grabbed the wind leopard's bloody mouth and forcefully ripped its mouth apart, all the way to its neck. This violent and bloody action had even stunned the white-clothed judge. A normal level 4 wind leopard was actually torn apart with his bare hands, when the evil shadow, whose hands were dripping with blood, walked step by step towards the dumbstruck contestant. That fellow was so scared that he started crying and ran off the stage in fear. This blind person is also a combat expert? Where did you find so many combat experts? A few of the other teachers were jealous. In the past, the Ivy Academy was the worst of the worst. Contestants would be kicked out of the stage in less than 10 seconds. This was a world record and also a joke that everyone loved to talk about. Who would have thought that this year, the Ivy Academy would have 2 abnormal students who were both very good at combat? One of them was a little girl who could use her legs to send a black bear flying, while the other was a blind person who could use his bare hands to tear apart a wind leopard. This Ivy Academy was too far away, right? Student Titan, this is wrong. Didn't I tell you not to be too violent? It's hard to pacify a child who is scared to tears. The old cunning fox's words were like a slap to the faces of his friends. Don't be too proud. We'll see in the elite competition. A few of the other teachers were very depressed. They flicked their sleeves and left. Alright, at that time, please ask your elite students to be merciful. We, the students of the Ivy Academy, are only interested in participating. We don't have the strength to fight with you for the championship. Everyone, take care. I'll go back and comfort the crying students. Remember to be merciful, ha ha ha. When the old cunning fox saw that the crying student was still frightened by the evil shadow's murderous aura, he laughed heartily. Luckily, Yu Yang and Yu Bing had rushed over. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to vent his anger. The evil shadow sent out by Yu Bing and Yu Yang had won another round. They had finally returned to the preliminary round of the elite competition. The old cunning fox ran to the private room and sat down calmly. He took the tea that City Mistress Fallen Flowers had brewed for him and looked at Yu Yang with crooked eyes. He clicked his tongue and said, "Brat, it's fine if you don't know. If I didn't know, I would have thought that you were here to pick up girls. How comfortable is this? You don't have to fight in the competition and you have a little beauty by your side. Isn't this life a little too leisurely? Where did you get this golden mask? It seems like it's still passable." Yu Yang gave him the middle finger. "I fought a bloody battle in the Gemini temple to get it. Don't even think about it. I'm telling you, old man, don't have any ideas on me. Otherwise, I'll report you to the principal." The old cunning fox laughed. "I'm not corrupt or bribed. Why would you report me?" Of course, Yu Yang had a way to deal with him. He moved closer and whispered, "Someone has a very beautiful picture album. The beauties in the album are all naked. I remember someone saying that there are pictures of the previous principals. I don't know if it's true. If I present it to the principal, I think she would be very happy to see a picture of herself eating fruit. I believe that she would have a new understanding of what kind of person the vice principal is." Pooh. When the old cunning fox heard this, he spat out his tea. He hurriedly smiled apologetically. "What picture album?" Student Titan must have misunderstood. "I know a restaurant that makes very good seafood. The taste is very good, and the price is not cheap either. I was just about to celebrate your and Bing Air's victory. Come, let's go drink a cup and forget everything that happened in the past. Of course, I've always been very forgetful." Yu Yang smiled and nodded. "If a certain generous vice principal rewarded my sister with a space crystal staff, I would definitely be even more forgetful." When the girls heard this, they were all speechless. It wasn't that they hadn't seen ruthless people before, but they had never seen such a ruthless person who exploited his own teacher. After a few days of the elite tournament, Yu Bing successfully passed. This was because the opponents she met were not strong. She did not even need to summon her 100-year Treant warrior to win. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the Li brothers also successfully entered the top 100 tournament. As for Yu Yang, he only needed to send out his evil shadow to win the tournament. Ivy Academy was in the limelight this year. The weakest academy in the previous years actually had 6 students enter the top 100. This kind of strength attracted many people's attention. Other than Shangjing Academy, Fragrance Academy, and Grey Wolf Academy, Ivy Academy had become the biggest dark horse this year, attracting many people's attention. Among them, Yu Yang, the blind Titan, was the one that all the students hated the most. Secretly, many students suspected that this Titan was a pervert because he was blind. That was why his attacks were so cruel. Of course, very few people could see that it was just a phantom beast. I look forward to fighting with Titan. The cold Shui Tanlang seemed to know that Titan was Yu Yang. Almost every time he drew lots, he would pray to fight with Yu Yang. Insignificant skill, not worth laughing at. Prince of Zijin, who had a high chance of winning the tournament, showed a look of disdain. Opponent? I am most willing to fight with Fragrance Academy's Holy Spear Lady or Prince of Tianluo in the finals. Being able to fight with Prince of Zijin is also not bad. You mean Dragon Ambassador Can Lan Yu from the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace? No, how could I forget him? I feel that he will be my rival in life. As for the three great killing stars? They are so famous, they must be quite strong. I am not familiar with them, I really want to fight with them in the tournament. Titan? Who is he? I have never heard of him before. The Floating Mist Sect's junior, elder, was called Bai Yunfei. Although he was extremely arrogant, his strength was unquestionable. Ever since he left the sect, he had defeated countless strong enemies in just 2 months. The most shocking thing was that he used one finger to block Tian Luo Kingdom's level 6, elder, Lai Zhang Tian's full power attack. Lai Zhang Tian's full power attack was terrifying. He had once killed a demon commander and heavily injured a demon general. Who would have thought that Bai Yunfei would actually be able to block it with just one finger? When the news of this battle spread, the warriors of the Soaring Dragon continent were in an uproar. The whole world was shocked. If not for the fact that Bai Yunfei was the junior headmaster of the Southern Mountain School, no one would have believed this to be true. But since he was the junior headmaster of one of the 4 schools, no one had any reason to doubt him. Bai Yunfei had only left the mountain for 2 months, but he had already been recognized as the most outstanding young warrior in the Soaring Dragon continent. It turned out that Xue Tanlang's title as the most outstanding young martial artist had already been transferred to Bai Yunfei. Yan Pejun, who was originally the most well-rounded and had the most potential, had also been suppressed by the Prince of Zijin, who had appeared out of nowhere. The Prince of Zijin had appeared a few days later than Bai Yunfei, but he had defeated twice as many rankers as Bai Yunfei. The Prince of Zijin could speak 8 different languages and write 6 different languages. His summoned beasts were elemental type, strengthening type, beast type and special type. It was said that he even had 5 gold-ranked beasts. The most terrifying thing was that the Prince of Zijin was also a genius in battle skills. He had previously created 2 battle skills, the deer-chasing divine arrow and the desert sandstorm. He had first used the deer-chasing divine arrow to kill Gong Wenku, who was known as the best archer among the Dixia Kingdom's horse bandits. Then, he had used the desert sandstorm to kill the leader of the wolf bandits, Bo Li Kwa. The reason why the Prince of Zijin was ranked below the junior headmaster, Bai Yunfei, was not because he was weaker, but because they felt that Bai Yunfei was more specialized. After all, Bai Yunfei was able to block Lai Zhang Tian's all-out attack with just one finger. That kind of strength was too terrifying. With the 2 of them participating in the 100-school elite tournament, although the 3 great killing stars were already famous, the hot favorites to win the championship had already shifted to Bai Yunfei and the Prince of Zijin. Everyone believed that the 3 great killing stars would not have any problems entering the finals. Between them, Bai Yunfei and the Prince of Zijin, who would become the champion, it was no longer a matter of strength, but rather a matter of luck. This was because even a super strong person like the junior headmaster, Bai Yunfei, might not be able to become the champion after encountering the 3 great killing stars all the way until he was completely exhausted. Everything would depend on the drawing of lots for the top 8. Bai Yunfei and the Prince of Zijin had a slightly higher chance of becoming the champion. Xue Tanlang was also a popular candidate, after all, he had the strength to become the champion 3 times in a row. As for Yu Tian, Yu Yan, Xue Qianren and the others, they did not have a high chance of becoming the champion. However, everyone believed that they would be the biggest obstacle for Bai Yunfei and the Prince of Zijin to become the champion. The abnormal blind Tai Tan from Ivy Academy, who was he? The audience did not know him at all. Could it be that he was stronger than the level 6, elder, Lai Zhang Tian? Even if he had Lai Zhang Tian's strength, so what? Bai Yunfei had blocked Lai Zhang Tian's all-out attack with just one finger. Many gossipy students then went to ask the Holy Spear Lady, who was wearing a silver mask and armor, who did she want to fight with the most? The Holy Spear Lady gave the audience a depressing answer, Tai Tan. Did you decide to teach that abnormal blind man a lesson because his attacks were too cruel? Someone asked, puzzled. You could say that. He looks like he deserves a beating. The Holy Spear Lady did not seem to agree with other people's opinion of Tai Tan, but she did not express her opinion. The junior, sect leader, said that he hoped to meet you in the finals. He seems to be very interested in you. He has publicly expressed his love to you more than once. May I know what your response is? Someone else wanted to create some scandals to attract everyone's attention and asked. Looks like I have to disappoint the junior sect leader. I don't have any feelings for him. The Holy Spear lady said bluntly, rejecting the junior sect leader's public declaration of love. The one who was most disappointed was the person who asked the question. The Holy Spear lady had destroyed everyone's fantasies with a single sentence. While everyone was disappointed, they ran to the Prince of Tianluo, who was recognized as the most handsome man in the world by all the girls. May I know who your most desired opponent is? Would it be the three great killing stars, the junior sect leader, Bai Yunfei, or the Prince of Zijin? Do you think that you will be able to become the champion of the individual competition? The junior sect leader and the Prince of Zijin have talked about your beauty more than once. Do you have any response to that? The jade-like Prince of Tianluo's appearance was indeed breathtaking. Even though he was a guy, he was still more handsome than a girl. That pair of crystal-clear eyes that could see the bottom of one's heart revealed a hint of sadness. Just by looking at him, one's heart would break. Even if it was the world's most arrogant girl or the world's most boorish man, they would not be able to resist his charm. His words were like a spring in a forest passing by a rock. Even if it was a man's voice, it was still like the sounds of nature. It was pleasing to the ears, causing people to be intoxicated by it. If one had to find a flaw in this Prince of Tianluo, it would be that he rarely smiled. Almost 1,000 beautiful girls spontaneously formed a support group. They sang and danced for him, hoping that the sadness in his eyes would lessen a little. Everyone did not understand why this Prince of Tianluo was so depressed, but no one dared to ask him. They were afraid that they would increase his pain. No girl in this world would be able to resist the Prince of Tianluo's smile. This sentence, no one would doubt it, including Yu Yang. This morning, when Yi Kong found a battle report, when Yu Yang saw the portrait of the Prince of Tianluo, he did not tear it into pieces or burn it like what Yi Kong and Fatty Hai thought. Instead, he kept it in his bosom as if it was a precious treasure. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai sighed inwardly. It's over. This brat Yu Yang could not resist the Prince of Tianluo's charm. It seemed like he had the tendency to flirt with girls. Are you really interested in chrysanthemums? Fatty Hai was curious. Didn't this brat Yu Yang only like beautiful girls? That depends on who it is. Yu Yang replied evilly. It can't be? You pervert. Fatty Hai and the others were so scared that they were sweating profusely. What kind of expression is that? Go away, this young master's sexual orientation is very normal. Yu Yang could not restrain his anger as he sent Fatty Hai flying with a kick. This time, Yi Kong and the others were relieved. They guessed that Yu Yang did not really like men, but when he saw the unparalleled handsome Prince of Tianluo, he could not bear to hurt him. It was the kind of admiration towards beautiful things, not love. The competition started very early today. They had to arrive before 7 a.m. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was still sleeping on her bed, but Princess Sisai had woken up. However, she was practicing her swordsmanship, preparing to break through to a new realm. They all felt that this brat Yu Yang would definitely win. It would be fine even if they did not go and support him. On the other hand, Yu Yu and Yu Bing had woken up early. They prepared early and ran over to help Yu Yang draw the lots. When Yu Yang, Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the Li clan brothers arrived at the competition grounds, they realized that Yu Yu and Yu Bing were panting as they ran back, as if there was an army chasing after them. They hurriedly comforted them. Don't worry, I woke up on time today. I'm not late. However, Yu Yu shook her head. She was still preparing to say something when Yu Bing interrupted. Brother, it's not good. Your opponent is Prince of Tianluo. I didn't think that I would draw him. Ah? When Fatty Hai and Yi Kong heard this, they were stunned. They knew that it was not good. Yu Yang might hold back. Why did he have to meet the Prince of Tianluo? Really? Looks like it's not bad. Yu Yang seemed to be pleasantly surprised. It's not bad at all. Right now, the girls who are supporting the Prince of Tianluo are chasing after you with weapons in their hands. They are preparing to kill you to prevent you from hurting the Prince of Tianluo. Those girls have already gone crazy. When Yu Bing said this, Fatty Hai and Yi Kong sweated profusely. They were completely done for this time. The Prince of Tianluo's Pink Rose support group had more than 1,000 people. Once those fanatical girls went crazy, their impact would be no less than 300,000 wild bulls. It can't be. Yu Yang was also stunned. From afar, it was as if 10,000 horses were galloping. Countless girls with weapons were rushing towards them. Some were riding on beasts, some were flying in the sky, some were holding mace, some were holding huge swords. In short, the dozen or so silver-armored guards who wanted to stop them were easily crushed by them. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai would rather fight against the demons of 1mo Abyss than fight against these fanatical girls. Even the most unsmilingly brothers were wiping their cold sweat. Seeing this, Yu Yang knew that it would be a tragedy if he didn't run. He hurriedly pulled Yu Bing and Yu Yu and turned to run. Before he left, he pointed at Fatty Hai. Catch him, he is the fat perverted titan from the Ivy Academy. Everyone go, take care of him and do justice for the heavens. You can't be, how can you be so disloyal? Fatty Hai let out a miserable shriek. What's loyalty? I have it. Now that the situation is not good, you are the boss. If you don't step forward bravely, what kind of boss are you? When Yu Yang saw that Fatty Hai had caught up to them, and that he wasn't slow at all, he was almost in front of her. Yu Yang kicked Fatty Hai to the ground, then pulled Yu Bing and Yu Bing along, quickly escaping from this place of trouble. When Fatty Hai struggled to get up, he realized that he was already surrounded by almost 1,000 fanatical girls. It was too late to escape now. He could only smile bitterly. Ladies, can you not slap my face? What answered him was the merciless trampling of hundreds of beautiful legs. When Yi Kong and the Li brothers saw this, they were so scared that they started to run away. If they continued to stay, they would also lose their lives. Li Ge asked Yi Kong, isn't it bad for us to run away like this? Then you want to stay? Yi Kong rolled his eyes unhappily. They were outnumbered, the most important thing to do was to preserve their strength. As for Fatty Hai, he was already dead. If they tried to save him, they would also die tragically. Li Ge shivered. Before he could reply, Li Chia interrupted, no, I think we should think of a way to bury Fatty Hai's corpse in the future. Wah wah, those crazy girls have split up. They are chasing us again. Run. Yu Yang brought Yu Bing and Yu Yu in a big circle before sneaking back to the arena. Countless Tianluo Prince's supporters surrounded the arena. There were both men and women. It seemed like they wanted to use their bodies to protect their beloved Tianluo Prince from being harmed by the perverted blind man. Tianluo Prince is the most handsome, Tianluo Prince is the best, long live Tianluo Prince. Of course we are Tianluo Prince's fans. The three of us siblings have decided to personally protect Tianluo Prince. Everyone, watch closely. If you see that perverted blind man, beat him to death. The shameless Yu Yang pretended to be Tianluo Prince's fan, shouting slogans as he squeezed into the crowd. Although he looked unfamiliar, he seemed to be a fanatical supporter as he shouted his slogans loudly. Furthermore, he had brought the two sisters with him. It seemed like he was not a bad person. The female fans of the Pink Rose group did not see through him. The female fans of Tianluo Prince's Pink Rose group were only paying attention to the perverted blind man coming in. They did not notice that Yu Yang was squeezing closer and closer. Yu Yang suddenly jumped up the arena. The red-cloaked referee who had been waiting helplessly hurriedly waved his hands. Student, it's fine if you shout your slogans from below. Don't go up the arena, go down quickly. The red-cloaked referee then rushed towards Tianluo Prince who was quietly waiting on the arena. Your Highness, it's already been 10 minutes. Please don't wait any longer. That perverted blind man will not come anymore. Isn't he here? Tianluo Prince pointed at Yu Yang. Ah? The red-cloaked referee was dumbfounded. He pointed at Yu Yang and asked in astonishment, he is that perverted blind man. Ah, no, he is Student Titan? Are you really Student Titan? Your eyes, you are not blind. Are you really Student Titan? Correct answer, it's a pity there's no prize. Yu Yang revealed a bright smile. Ah. The girls of the Pink Rose group were going crazy. This perverted blind man with bloody methods was not only not blind, he even shamelessly pretended to be a supporter of Tianluo Prince and sneaked onto the arena. Was there anyone more despicable than this shameless person in this world? The answer was no. When the girls saw the smile on Yu Yang's face, they became even angrier. Was this considered a mockery? If it wasn't for Tianluo Prince stopping them in time, the few hundred female fans would have rushed onto the arena and torn Yu Yang into pieces. When Tianluo Prince reached out his hand, they immediately stopped their commotion and quietened down. He looked at Yu Yang with his clear eyes and said with a voice as gentle as the night breeze, "You're late." "Sorry, there was a traffic jam." Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders. However, in the eyes of the female fans, this was simply asking for a beating. "I hope to fight with you, this is my wish." Tianluo Prince's words shocked everyone, including Yu Yu and Yu Bing. Did this Tianluo Prince know Yu Yang? Previously, Yu Yang had only sent out a masked evil shadow to fight. How did he know that this shadow was Yu Yang's shadow clone? Yu Yu wrinkled her eyebrows and started to ponder. Yu Bing didn't think too much about it. She knew that her brother was very strong, so she wasn't worried about him at all. After Tianluo Prince finished speaking, he nodded towards the red-clothed referee and said, "I admit defeat for this round, he will advance to the next round. Please step down, I need to use my full strength without being restricted by the rules." He turned around and nodded towards the rose-pink group's hardcore fans. He waved his hand, signaling them to quiet down. "Everyone, please step back 100 meters to avoid getting hurt. I don't want anyone to stop me from fighting with him. If everyone supports me, then let me fight with all my strength." Looking at Tianluo Prince's slightly sad eyes and his angelic plea, everyone's heart was about to break. Everyone held back their tears and stepped back. The red-clothed referee wanted to say something, but he knew that Tianluo Prince had already made up his mind. He sighed slightly and waved his hand to signal the two linesmen and the silver-armored nurse to leave. Yu Yang also looked towards Yu Yu and Yu Bing and nodded his head seriously. "You guys should also retreat to a safe place. No matter how intense the battle is later, don't come up." "Okay." Yu Bing had never seen her brother so serious before. She quickly pulled her sister away from the stage. When everyone had retreated 100 meters away, Yu Yang and Tianluo Prince summoned their grimoires at the same time. Yu Yang summoned a silver grimoire, while Prince Tianluo summoned a platinum grimoire. With the support of the two giant phantoms and the full power of his Yang ability after mastering the fire ability, this was the first time Yu Yang had used a power that was lower than that of an innate, but it was already very close to it. His aura was like that of a demon king descending upon the world. The shockwave caused the red-clothed referee, who was 50 meters away, to stagger. The red-clothed referee was so shocked that his face turned pale. As for the two assistant referees, they were even worse off. They staggered backwards from the shockwave. As for the dozen or so silver-armored guards, they had long since been sent flying by the hurricane-like aura. 100 meters away, the girls of Pink Rose were pale with fright. A small number of the flower protectors at the front had all fallen to the ground. Yu Yang, who was holding the Hui Jin magic blade, was as cold as a demon king. Purple flames were burning on the arm that was holding the blade. His other hand was using purple flames to condense a spinning wheel of fire similar to the world-exterminating wheel. In front of Yu Yang, Tianluo Prince's entire body was like a crystal doll. His entire body had become transparent. He closed his eyes and meditated in the light barrier. From time to time, he would summon a ball of colorful light from his mouth. The light would then be added to his body, and on his back, a pair of light wings that looked like crystal butterfly wings were formed. Those crystal wings were transparent and flawless. They did not seem to have any substance at all, but they were filled with energy. Every time they flapped their wings beautifully, they seemed to be able to cause the space around them to tremble. A small elf that was only the size of a thumb was summoned by Tianluo Prince. It flew to his forehead and disappeared into it. In an instant, a mysterious silver rune started to appear on the surface of Tianluo Prince's skin. It was similar to the dark golden rune that appeared on Yu Yang previously, but it was different. As Tianluo Prince slowly and beautifully opened his arms, the glorious halo on his body started to shine brightly. Countless crystals quickly condensed and covered the surface of his body, forming an incomparably beautiful crystal battle armor. What was even more strange was that the silver ancient runes on the surface of Tian Luo Prince's body would seep into the surface of the crystal battle armor, forming an even more complicated and mysterious rune circle. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one would have thought that the bloody titan would actually be so strong. The aura that he released was comparable to that of a level 7 overlord. Even more people couldn't imagine that Tian Luo Prince was also so strong. He actually had a platinum grimoire, crystal wings, and a crystal battle armor. He could even transform his beasts into armor. What kind of realm was this? It was said that only level 7 overlords could start to learn how to transform their beasts into armor. As for level 8 emperors, if they wanted to transform their beasts into armor, they would not be able to cover more than 30% of their bodies. Most people would not be able to transform their beasts into armor for their entire lives. At most, they could only transform their beasts into weapons, unless it was a beast that had special skills to transform into armor. Other beasts would not be able to transform into armor. Only beasts whose masters had mastered the legendary awakened power would be able to cooperate with their masters to transform into armor. Right now, other than his flawless white jade-like face, Tian Luo Prince's entire body was covered with a crystal battle armor. He even had a pair of incomparably beautiful crystal wings. People had never even heard of beasts that could transform into wings. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't dare to believe their eyes. Your Highness. The members of the Rose Pink group were all moved to tears. They liked him and supported him because he was handsome and could make people fall in love with him. It wasn't because he was strong. Because of this, everyone had always felt a tinge of regret. But now, the surprise that Tian Luo Prince had given them was too sudden. It turned out that he was 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than what they had imagined. Looking at the prince who was wearing a crystal battle armor and had crystal wings, how could they not cry tears of joy? My crystal battle armor is not perfect yet. It's a pity that I don't have the time to perfect it. Tian Luo Prince sighed regretfully. At the same time, he kept his platinum grimoire. Let's begin. I can't wait to fight with you. First slash, earth-splitting slash. Yu Yang also kept his silver grimoire and raised his Hui Jin magic blade, slashing towards Tian Luo Prince fiercely. Raging flames soared to the sky. From afar, people could see the purple flames forming a terrifying and huge flaming blade in the air. It slashed towards Tian Luo Prince's chest with an unstoppable force. At the moment when it slashed, the killing intent, fire ability, and blade aura formed a whirlpool-like explosion. The intensity of the light was comparable to that of a sun as it bloomed in Yu Yang's hands. The red-clothed referee's expression changed. Even though he had a beast to protect his body and was a level 6 elder, he was still pushed back a few steps by the unstoppable shockwave even though he was standing 70 meters away. He couldn't imagine how powerful the attack would be at the center of the battlefield where the blade aura slashed. That was definitely a destructive attack. The red-clothed referee could tell whose famous move was the first slash, earth-splitting slash. Yu Qiu. This move was created by the Yu clan's genius warrior, Yu Qiu. Since Yu Qiu had already passed away, the one who used it should be his descendant. Although the red-clothed referee didn't know who Yu Yang was, he felt that the power of his slash was not any weaker than Yu Qiu's. It even contained a kind of fire ability that could burn the heavens. Rumble, the huge slash was deafening. Everyone's head buzzed and they couldn't recover from it for a long time. However, the scene that unfolded on the battlefield shocked everyone. With just one hand, Tian Luo Prince had blocked Yu Yang's first slash, earth-splitting slash. Oh my god. The red-clothed referee felt that he had gone crazy. How was this possible? He didn't even need to dodge such a terrifying slash. He could block such a destructive attack with just one hand. This crystal battle armor's defense was too terrifying, wasn't it? He knew about beast armor transformation and he had seen powerful defense before, but he definitely didn't have this kind of defense, the crystal battle armor that His Highness had awakened. What kind of beast was it? The girls from the Rose Pink group all screamed excitedly. They were overjoyed that His Highness had blocked such a powerful attack so easily. Yu Yu and Yu Bing's expressions changed as they muttered, impossible, again, second slash, heaven and earth collapse. Yu Yang didn't use his Hui Jin magic blade. Instead, he threw the fire wheel that he had been condensing on his left hand towards Tian Luo Prince. At the same time, he used the second slash, heaven and earth collapse. The combination of the fire wheel and the sword light increased the power of the attack by a few times. This time, everyone could clearly see that Prince Tianluo had stretched out his hand and blocked the spinning wheel of fire from the blade light. Tianluo Prince had blocked the fire wheel. But at the same time, he was pushed back by the spinning power of the fire wheel until he slid all the way to the edge of the stage. The girls from the rose-pink group felt their hearts clench. He had blocked the fire wheel, but he had fallen out of the stage. According to the rules, he would lose. Hiss, the sword light and the fire wheel continued to spin crazily, but it gradually disappeared. Tianluo Prince's right leg had already been pushed out of the stage, but his left leg stopped at the edge of the stage. He lifted his feet and walked towards Yu Yang again. Because his palm was protected by the crystal, there wasn't even a scratch on his palm. The red-clothed referee felt his legs turn to jelly when he saw this. It was really unbelievable. The crystal armor had such a heaven-defying defense. Unless it was an innate ranker's attack, even a level 8 Emperor's full power attack wouldn't have any effect on it. The sword light and fire wheel just now was definitely an attack that could kill him instantly. However, the fire wheel that could kill him instantly didn't even hurt a single hair on the prince's body. Third slash, Lord of Rivers and Mountains. Yu Yang's hand slowly rotated, forming a yin-yang level 2 mysterious circle. He condensed the purple flames to its limit and turned it into a giant purple flame dragon. Then, he used thousands of sword lights as the scales of the giant dragon. His body turned into the head of the dragon, and with the power of the heavens and earth, he charged towards Tianluo Prince. Crystal Dream. The crystal wings on Tianluo Prince's back closed to protect him. At the same time, a rainbow-like crystal barrier expanded from his body. The purple flame dragon ferociously attacked the crystal barrier. The raging flames of the burning heavens covered the entire stage. No one could see the battle clearly. The blazing flames caused the red-clothed referee who was protecting the rose-pink group to be in a difficult position. As for the two linesmen, they were even more exhausted. They could only block part of the flames with difficulty. If it wasn't for Yu and Yu Bing leaping in front, summoning their grimoires and raising a barrier to block the purple flames, the spectators would have been severely injured. The consequences would have been unimaginable. When the raging flames of the burning heavens dissipated, Tianluo Prince was still safe and sound. He wasn't injured at all. On the contrary, Yu Yang was already panting heavily. His face showed the exhaustion of a fierce battle. The 3 heavy slashes that he unleashed with all his strength had consumed a large amount of his innate chi and stamina. He knew that he was facing an opponent with an extremely strong defense, but he never thought that the defense of the crystal battle armor would be this abnormal. I really want to fight with you at your peak, but it's a pity that I don't have the time. Tianluo Prince raised his palm. Although he was protected by the crystal, there was still a small hole in his palm. Fresh blood flowed out of the hole, forming a small trail of blood that slowly flowed down Tianluo Prince's arm and elbow. The fresh blood and the crystal arm complemented each other, looking extremely enchanting. This was the attack of the innate invisible sword chi that Yu Yang used with his dragon tongue. Only it could break through the crystal dream, penetrate through the crystal barrier and injure Tianluo Prince's palm at the same time. A faint smile suddenly appeared on Tianluo Prince's flawless white face. That smile was like the first clear day after the snow. It felt like a warm sunlight. It was light, but it was able to shine into the deepest part of one's heart and illuminate one's heart. Yu Yang had seen many beautiful women's smiles before. City Mistress Fallen Flowers' characteristic laugh, Princess Sisai's coquettish and angry laugh, Anand's joyful smile, all of them were beautiful and captivating smiles. But at this moment, all of them paled in comparison to this faint smile. Yu Yang was stunned. Do you still have the strength? Tianluo Prince asked gently with a warm smile on his face. His voice was like a gentle breeze blowing across a lake, causing ripples in one's heart. I can still use the 4th slash, heaven and earth reversal. Yu Yang nodded his head and explained with certainty, this slash will be 10 times more powerful than the 3rd slash. If you can still take it, then I can only fall to the ground and admit defeat. That's right, I still have the strength to take one last slash. Although it's not a battle with you at your peak, I have no regrets. Tian Luo Prince suddenly summoned his platinum grimoire and summoned many rainbow-like lights. They were like ribbons and sparkling stars that floated onto his body one after another. The crystal wound on Tian Luo Prince's hand quickly disappeared. More and more crystals condensed, gradually forming a huge and transparent crystal shield. The Prince of Tian Luo raised the crystal shield in front of him as a silver rune pattern appeared in his eyes. The silver runes on the crystal battle armor and the crystal shield on his body started to shine even brighter. Even the silver runes on the crystal wings on his back started to shine even brighter. With this kind of defense, Yu Yang felt that even the innate ranker Tu Qing would not be able to break this crystal shield with his full strength. Yu Yang didn't know if he could break this crystal shield with his Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel after he unsealed his innate power. He felt a tinge of regret in his heart. It was a pity that he couldn't unseal his innate power yet. Yu Yang couldn't use his Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel in front of everyone. Otherwise, everyone in the arena would not be able to survive, including his cousin Yu Yu and sister Yu Bing. This is the last slash. Yu Yang could barely use the fourth slash, Heaven and Earth Reversal, because he hadn't fully understood the meaning of the sword yet. However, this wasn't important. Yu Yang knew that the fourth slash wouldn't be able to break the crystal shield. The only thing that could make a difference was the innate invisible sword chi. The fourth slash was just a cover. The real attack would be the invincible innate invisible sword chi. Yes, this will be the last battle. In the eyes of the Tian Luo Prince, there was a tinge of sadness that couldn't be concealed by any power. This sadness was even more powerful than the innate invisible sword chi. The moment it appeared, it left a scar in Yu Yang's heart that couldn't be removed. The Tian Luo Prince's smile and frown were peerless and unparalleled. It was like a short-lived blooming cactus, and when he looked back, it was already a beautiful and poignant song. Yu Yang suddenly roared like a mad tiger. He jumped high into the air. The raging flames that were burning on his body followed Yu Yang's body and rushed towards the sky like a dragon. He reached a height of 10 meters and quickly reversed the flow. The purple flames and Yu Yang turned into a divine dragon that could destroy heaven and earth. It rushed towards the Tian Luo Prince who was holding up the crystal shield to devour it. Ah, idiot, stop. Luo Hua City Mistress and Princess Xianxia suddenly appeared. Both of them looked extremely anxious. Princess Xianxia had even released her greatest power, bringing along thousands of sword chi as she shot over like lightning, intending to stop the final battle between the two. The dragon god's head collided with the crystal shield, causing a bright light to shine as if a galaxy had exploded. No matter how strong the purple flames and the blade light were, they were unable to move the crystal shield at all. Only the innate invisible sword chi could be used. Under Yu Yang's mysterious brandishing of the innate sword chi, the ancient runes were instantly imprinted on the crystal shield. The ancient runes and the silver runes on the crystal shield formed a new runic circle. Tian Luo Prince, who was holding the crystal shield to defend against Yu Yang's full power attack, suddenly smiled. This smile was filled with gratification, as if he was a dying person who had completed his last wish. When the smile bloomed, the crystal shield silently disintegrated, turning into countless crystal fragments that fluttered in the air. Then, it turned back into a rainbow-colored energy light and returned to Tian Luo Prince's body. Yu Yang's finger was on Tian Luo Prince's forehead, but he held back his last attack, not wanting to kill this Tian Luo Prince. Princess Xianxia broke through the purple flame and blade radiance. She was even faster than lightning as she flew towards Yu Yang on her sword. She crossed paths with Yu Yang in midair as she waved her fists, changing from a straight punch to a sweep. She sent Yu Yang, who was pressing his finger on the Tian Luo Prince's forehead, flying away. City Mistress Fallen Flowers pulled Yu Bing and Yu Yu along with her. After the shockwave spread, the three girls rushed towards the arena at the same time. Tian Luo Prince covered his mouth with his hand, and blood appeared between his fingers. The blood dripped onto the crystal battle armor in front of his chest. It was a ghastly sight. Princess Sisai spun in midair and landed on the ground, wanting to hug Tian Luo Prince anxiously. Yu Yang had already teleported back. He reached out his hand and hugged Tian Luo Prince's swaying body before she could. He sighed, "Why did you do this? Although I don't like to fight, it is my wish to fight with you." Tian Luo Prince's bright eyes seemed to be smiling, but blood flowed from his lips. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and leave this place. All of you are just messing around. Princess Sisai quickly unfurled a silver teleportation scroll. The teleportation gate rose. Princess Xianxia turned around and brought Yu and Yu Bing, who had just jumped onto the stage, into the teleportation gate. City Lord Fallen Flowers also hurriedly followed and signaled Yu Yang to hurry up. When Yu Yang carried Prince Tian Luo into the teleportation gate, the old cunning fox suddenly descended from the sky. He raised a crystal staff high up in the air. Memory deprivation. A white light comparable to the sun illuminated the entire arena. All the girls of the rose-pink group fell to the ground, including the red-clothed referee, the assistant referee, and the silver-armored guards. When they woke up after a long time, they realized that the arena had been razed to the ground. The peerless Prince of Tian Luo stood in the center of the slightly sunken ground. Even the most attentive person would not be able to tell the difference between this Prince of Tian Luo and the Prince of Tian Luo that Yu Yang was carrying just now. The only difference between the two of them was that this Prince of Tian Luo did not have a trace of sadness in his eyes. This Prince of Tian Luo summoned his gold grimoire and a ball of light with a fairy's image inside. He threw the ball of light into the sky until it reached the top of the clouds. Following that, a rain of faint white light descended. It silently nourished every spectator who had a splitting headache, greatly alleviating their pain. Prince Tian Luo bowed to everyone gracefully. Thank you everyone for your support. It's a pity that I have to stop at the top 100 competition. If everyone doesn't mind, I would like to be a spectator with everyone. When there are no competitions, I suggest that everyone take a walk at the beach and enjoy the pleasant sea breeze. Before Prince Tian Luo could finish his sentence, the girls of the rose-pink group had already started cheering excitedly. This was something that had never happened before. In the past, the Prince of Tian Luo, who always looked sad, would never suggest to bring everyone out to play. Even when everyone invited him to various activities, he would tactfully decline. However, after stopping at the top 100 competition, it seemed that the pressure on him had completely disappeared. His mood became better and he even took the initiative to suggest taking a walk at the beach with everyone. How could everyone not be ecstatic? Except for one person, the red-clothed referee, who was the strongest. He faintly remembered that the prince used a platinum grimoire. How did it become a gold grimoire? Furthermore, this prince seemed a little. The red-clothed referee slapped the back of his head. He was thinking too much. Could it be that the prince was faking it? He must have been shaken by the shockwave from the explosion and his brain was in a mess. The old cunning fox stood beside the red-clothed referee and observed his eyes. Seeing that the red-clothed referee was no longer suspicious, he immediately smiled. Your Highness, thank you for letting us win. Student Titan from our Ivy Academy has won. You should quickly report it to the higher-ups. Oh right, this arena has been destroyed, we have to clean it up. Stop the rest of the competition and let people repair the arena first. Student Titan has won? My battle record. The red-clothed referee was confused. Why did he not have any recollection of the competition that he had watched before? It's over. If people knew that he had lost his memory of the competition after suffering a concussion, he would definitely be removed from his position as a referee. The old cunning fox grinned as he handed over a record. Isn't this? You dropped it on the ground. When the red-clothed referee saw that it was his handwriting, he was immediately overjoyed. Luckily, he had recorded down the entire process. After roughly scanning through the record, he realized that the fight between Student Titan and the prince was very exciting. Both of them had summoned a lion, a tiger, and a golden eagle. In the end, Student Titan was more skilled and used his family's ultimate skill, earth-splitting slash, to knock the prince out of the arena and win. This record made the red-clothed referee feel both confused and familiar at the same time. He could not remember any lion, tiger, or golden eagle at all. However, he still had some memory of the earth-splitting slash. Forget it, it's fine as long as I get the record back. The red-clothed referee signed his name on the record and added a winner symbol on top of Titan's name. When the old cunning fox saw this, he laughed. He laughed like an old cunning fox who had just stolen a chick. The Prince of Tian Luo, who was leading the crowd away, turned his head back unintentionally. He called for the girls from the Rose group to follow him while looking at the old cunning fox. After that, the two of them nodded at each other from afar and left. Yu Yang carried the Prince of Tianluo, whose crystal armor and crystal wings had gradually disappeared and returned to his original form. He followed Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers through the teleportation gate and entered a beautiful world filled with butterflies and flowers. A soft fragrance blew across the land. There was a faint sound of nature that could not be heard, but it sounded from the bottom of their hearts, as if it was being sung by thousands of flower fairies. Princess Sisai led the way in front while City Mistress Fallen Flowers signaled Yu Yang to follow them. Very soon, they arrived at a small manor. Before they even entered the door, a refreshing fragrance assaulted their noses, making them feel refreshed. Where is this? Yu Yang was curious. This place was filled with spiritual energy. It was a good place to train. Why was there no one living here? Idiot, this is the small garden to enter the heaven stairway. It is also the inner valley of the Valley of Butterflies and hundreds of flowers. There is another space that is similar to the dual space, but it is very big. It is estimated to be 1/10 of the size of the soaring dragon continent. More accurately, this is the entrance to the heaven stairway. Princess Sisai rushed to open the door and rushed in with familiarity. Yu Yang followed her in and gently placed the person in his arms on the bed. When Yu Bing saw this, she cried out in surprise, "How did the prince become my sister? How is she a prince?" Yu Yang knew who she was with one look at her eyes. In this world, other than her, there would not be a second person who would have this kind of eyes. You knew it wasn't her, yet you still fought with her? Princess Sisai was furious. Yes, I was the one who asked him to attack. I also wanted to fight with him. Living a few more days doesn't mean much to me. Verifying the runes is my biggest wish. My guess was not wrong. I have no more regrets. The Prince of Tianluo on the bed gradually turned into a beautiful lady with silky black hair and a pale face. Her appearance was 10 times more beautiful than when she was disguised as a man. She was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of cities and countries. She was so beautiful that it was almost suffocating. Her bright eyes had a kind of lovely radiance that could break a person's heart. Her swan-like jade neck, sparkling and translucent arms, and fingers were all stained with dark red blood. However, it did not affect her charm. Instead, it gave Yu Yang the feeling of a flower blooming and withering, flourishing at its peak, and falling petals in profusion. You have recovered from your illness, can't you slowly verify it? You guys are just messing around. Princess Sisai originally wanted to scold them, but she endured it and glared at Yu Yang hatefully. That's enough, Xianxia, calm down. City Mistress Fallen Flowers quickly comforted Princess Sisai. Yu Yang, go out for a while. I want to talk to them. She who was on the bed had a special smile in her eyes. She stretched out her white and soft hand and gestured to Yu Yang to stop talking. Her voice was like the fragrant breeze outside the garden, making it hard for people to reject her, just for a while. You go out first. If Wu Xia comes, ask her to wait outside too. Yu Yang nodded slightly. When he walked out of the living room, he realized that the mysterious beauty who loved to read was already standing outside quietly. The mysterious beauty seemed to be waiting for him, and also seemed to be waiting for the person inside to call out to her. The two of them looked at each other and did not speak for a long time. After a long time, the mysterious beauty finally spoke, I saw everything. It's not your fault. The only thing we need to do now is to think of a way to save her. Yu Yang thought for a while and asked softly, Nirvana's flame, I only know that method. Is that okay? The mysterious beauty did not answer, but she tacitly agreed with Yu Yang's method. What exactly is the relationship between the two of you? Yu Yang was confused about the relationship between the mysterious beauty, Princess Sisai, and Castellan Fallen Flowers. They definitely knew each other, and they should have known each other since they were young. They were not sisters, but they were like sisters. They might even be relatives. However, in reality, their identities were different. It made Yu Yang confused. Why do you care about this? You should care about yourself. The mysterious beauty glared at Yu Yang. The mysterious beauty's eyes were very similar to the person inside. However, the mysterious beauty was more energetic. She was quiet like a virgin, but agile like a rabbit. As for the person inside, her eyes were more elegant and quiet. When she was lonely, there was a deep sadness hidden in her eyes. Yu Yang actually wanted to ask about the mysterious beauty's identity. However, he was afraid that he would be disappointed if he asked. Virgo Temple, I might be able to help you a little. You should finish the 100 School Elite Tournament first. Because the 4 great clans were gradually becoming stronger, the 4 great sects felt that their influence was getting smaller. Hence, they used this 100 School Elite Tournament to create trouble. I won't participate in it. You should beat that junior, elder, and Prince of Zijin back. The mysterious beauty suddenly used the ant language to send a message to Yu Yang, can you help me? Just be a bad guy for once. What? Yu Yang sweated profusely when he heard this. So mysterious. Did this girl want him to rob the warrior's bank or assassinate the king? Don't play dumb. The mysterious beauty saw that this brat's face was filled with astonishment. She thought that he was trying to fool her. She immediately picked up her book angrily and prepared to beat him up. However, when she saw that Yu Yang really didn't understand, she suddenly stopped and warned him with a very soft voice, don't ever say that it was my idea. Just admit that you are a bad guy. The one who wanted to do bad things is you, understand? What are you talking about? Yu Yang realized that he couldn't understand her at all. I've seen idiots before, but I've never seen an idiot like you. The mysterious beauty was so angry that she was about to go berserk. You. Don't tell me that you want me to go. Yu Yang suddenly came to a realization. He was instantly dumbstruck by the mysterious beauty's strong idea. If I do that, wouldn't I become a sinner for all eternity? On the bed, sickly beauty allowed Yu Yang to enter. She kept looking at him without saying a word. Yu Yang felt a little guilty when she looked at him. He didn't feel guilty at first, but after the mysterious beauty's seduction that was comparable to the snake from the Garden of Eden, there was always a kind of evil thought that lingered in his heart for a long time. Furthermore, sickly beauty's eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, so he felt a little guilty. What did Xianxia tell you? Sickly beauty asked. I told you about Floating Mist Young sect leader and Prince of Zijin. Under normal circumstances, Yu Yang wouldn't tell the truth. If he did, it would mean that he was hiding an even more important secret. And? Sickly beauty looked at Yu Yang with an inexplicable smile. We talked about your problem. We were discussing how to cure you. Right now, Yu Yang was behaving like an obedient child. In fact, he was thinking about the mysterious beauty's words, I want you to be a bad guy for once. Yu Yang naturally knew what it meant to be a bad person. Sickly beauty blinked her big eyes and said something that made no sense, that won't work. It will only make things more complicated. Don't listen to her. Yu Yang didn't understand. What? Sickly beauty waved her hand lightly, have you learned how to use beast armor yet? Hearing that she had changed the topic, Yu Yang felt relieved and hurriedly shook his head, I've comprehended a little, but I'm afraid that I'll still need to fumble around for a long time before I can actually transform into armor. Furthermore, I don't know which beast is the best to transform into armor. Sickly beauty gave the best answer, the higher the potential and the higher the intelligence of the humanoid beast, the higher the fusion rate and the stronger the combat power, but the difficulty level is very high. Right now, you can try using lower-level beasts. Actually, your spirit awakening is very good, but you don't know how to use it. Maybe you need some guidance. After a few days, when I've recovered, you can come again. By the way, Xianxia and the rest said that you don't speak the truth, but I feel that you are actually very honest. It's just that you like to pretend to be a liar. It's not good for you to seal your heart like this, as it will affect your cultivation. Therefore, you will encounter a strong obstacle in the Virgo temple. If you can figure this out, the Virgo temple will actually be the easiest temple to pass. When Yu Yang heard this, he was stunned. Come back in a few days, I'm too tired now. Sickly beauty closed her eyes tiredly. Yu Yang gently pulled the quilt for her and tucked it in. When he was about to turn around and leave, sickly beauty did not open her eyes and suddenly asked, do you think Xianxia and I look alike? What? Yu Yang did not know why she would ask this. Was she trying to test him? There's nothing else, you can go now. Sickly beauty's eyes were still open, but there was a slight smile on her lips, as if she was secretly laughing. This made Yu Yang confused. What did she mean by asking this question without any rhyme or reason? She was still secretly laughing. It was really puzzling. When he walked out of the door, the mysterious beauty was waiting outside again. Without waiting for Yu Yang to speak, her eyes flashed the same kind of light as Sickly Beauty's eyes. She suggested in a very soft voice, "Let's go out for a walk?" Of course, Yu Yang was more than happy to do so. Princess Sisai and the rest did not add to the chaos. They all sat around in another room, not knowing what they were talking about. Seeing Yu Yang and the mysterious beauty going out, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Princess Sisai, and Yu all glanced at them, intentionally or unintentionally. After quietly accompanying the mysterious beauty for a long time, Yu Yang was prepared to ask her identity, because he was really too curious. However, the mysterious beauty turned her face slightly and asked, "You actually know who I am, right?" "No, I don't know." Yu Yang hurriedly pretended to be confused. "How do you explain that matter?" The mysterious beauty directly jumped to another question. "What matter?" Yu Yang's heart thumped. Here it comes, as expected, that matter still came. He had not investigated that matter clearly, so he could not answer her. "Forget it, we didn't know each other before this. Even if it was true, I won't blame you, let alone if it's fake." The mysterious beauty seemed to not want to investigate further. Yu Yang's heart was at ease. Luckily she did not pursue the matter. However, the mysterious beauty's next sentence almost made Yu Yang's heart fly out, because the mysterious beauty asked, "In your heart, do you like Sister Fallen Flowers or Xianxia more?" This question was a trap. It was not good to answer either one. Yu Yang could only pretend not to hear it. If it was possible, Yu Yang actually wanted to tell her that in his heart, he liked the mysterious her more. Yu Yang opened his mouth, but in the end, he stopped the words that rushed to his lips. Now was not the time yet. As a guy from another world, his identity was still a crisis. If Yu Qiu did not die, if the pitiful guy's mother came back, would he be able to hide it from the pitiful guy's biological parents? At that time, what would his relationship with the girls be like? Unless they liked him and not Yu Qiu's son, Yu Yang would not be able to give them a promise. This was also the reason why Yu Yang was more willing to accept Anan. Anan liked him. It was not because of his identity at all. The two of them did not know each other, became complete strangers, met each other by chance, and then gradually fell in love with each other. Although their feelings were not earth-shattering, Anan's heart was secretly in love with him. Even if he did not replace the pitiful guy, even if he did not have the identity of a descendant of the four great clans and Yu Qiu's son, she would still like him. Yu Yang absolutely believed in Anan. However, if one day his identity was exposed and he was no longer the pitiful guy, would Princess Sisai, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the mysterious beauty still treat him like this? Maybe they would, but Yu Yang did not have 100% confidence. After all, the amount of time he had spent with them was really too little. He had to spend more time and experience more with them before he could be at ease. "You are thinking too much. Actually, we are not like what you think." The mysterious beauty's voice gradually softened, faintly discernible. "We are all simple people. We do not participate in politics, nor do we crave for fame. Other than training, we have nothing else. We are all lonely like you. Maybe that's why we came together and felt that we have a common language. No matter if it is Fallen Flowers, Xianxia, or I, we are not good at expressing ourselves. In terms of emotions, we are all clumsy. Of course, you are also the same. We are wary of each other, afraid of hurting each other and also afraid of being hurt by each other. Let's not talk about this. The road ahead is still very long, let's walk slowly. Actually, I have my reasons." Yu Yang knew that the mysterious beauty was hinting that he was not proactive enough because he was a man. In fact, Yu Yang was very proactive. For example, when he was pursuing Anan, he spared no effort. However, the identities of Princess Sisai, Castellan Fallen Flowers and the mysterious beauty were too special. It might not be a problem for him to be with them now, but if they knew the truth in the future, the consequences would be unimaginable for Yu Yang. He could not say that he was a man from another world, and that he was just a man from another world who had replaced someone else's identity. If he said that, then everything would be over. After listening to him, the mysterious beauty turned her face and looked at Yu Yang with eyes as clear as spring water. Then, she slowly let out a soundless smile like a stream. Secret? Who doesn't? One day, you will understand that those things are not important. Let's go back, you have a match in the afternoon. Yu Yang kind of understood the mysterious beauty's intentions. She was hinting that no matter what secrets Yu Yang had, she did not care. However, did she really not care about the fact that he had transmigrated and replaced someone else's identity? Thinking of this, Yu Yang still did not have the confidence. He stared fixedly at the mysterious beauty's veiled face. Looking at the forgiving look in her eyes, his heart was filled with warmth. There were many beauties in the soaring dragon continent, but she was the best one he had ever met in his life. She had a tacit understanding with him. They did not need to say much to understand each other. She would share life and death with him. Ever since he saw her, he had a special feeling, as if they were destined to be a couple in their previous lives. However, the more it was like this, the more Yu Yang was afraid of losing her. He was even more afraid that she would leave him. Hence, he would rather keep the secret of transmigrating to his death than tell her about it. He would not let her know the truth. When the time was right, he would bring her, Xianxia, Fallen Flowers and the others, leave the soaring dragon continent and head towards Tongtian Tower. He would abandon his previous identity and live a new life. Of course, the prerequisite for doing that was that he must have strong abilities. You don't speak, but I know what you want to say. The mysterious beauty nodded and waved her hand at Yu Yang. I'm leaving first. You can say goodbye to Xianxia and the others. I will go back and think about how to help you pass through the Virgo temple. Can I call you Wu Xia? Yu Yang asked her before she walked into the teleportation gate. You have a big mouth, can I stop you? The mysterious beauty turned around and smiled. Her smile was like the sun dispelling the clouds and completely illuminating Yu Yang's heart. The knot in his heart was untied in an instant. He felt relaxed and full of confidence. Yes, he must have this girl who loved to read books. No matter what identity he had, he must not let her go. She belonged to him, she had already given him the chance to pursue her, why was he still hesitating? He should just love her to his heart's content. What identity? To hell with it all, he liked her, no matter what her identity was, no matter what the people around him thought of her. If he missed such a good girl like her, he would suffer the wrath of the heavens, he must not let her go. Since he liked her, he would dominate her. He would dominate her forever. Until the end of time, the knot in Yu Yang's heart was untied. He regained his relaxed smile and waved his hand at the mysterious beauty. Girl, just you wait. I will tell you one day. Looking at Yu Yang, who came back with a face full of smiles, Princess Sisai felt a little sour in her heart. She pulled Yu Yang to one side. What did you guys talk about? You want to know? Yu Yang stated his condition. If a certain tigress kisses me gently, I will consider if I should tell you. Dream on. Princess Sisai was so angry that her teeth itched. She really wanted to beat this brat up, but City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Yu and Yu Bing were all peeping at her. She couldn't do anything, so she could only warn him in a low voice. Brat, don't let me get the chance. Otherwise, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Yu Yang laughed when he heard that. Your Highness, other than being pushed down, I am not afraid of anything else. City Mistress Fallen Flowers saw that Princess Sisai was so angry that her face was red, but she couldn't do anything about it. She couldn't help but laugh. She laughed so hard that her shoulders shook and her petals trembled. Secretly, she gave Yu Yang a thumbs up. Princess Sisai and Yu stayed behind to take care of sickly beauty. At the same time, they comprehended the awakening of beast armor transformation. They didn't follow Yu Yang back to Champion Island. Luohua City's mistress was very generous. She had the reputation of personal guard captain going to compete in the tournament. Only by attending and supporting him would she not lose her city mistress demeanor. Thus, she naturally accompanied Yu Yang back. Along with them was Yu Bing, who had not realized that she was a third wheel. Yu Bing once again used her lucky hand and drew a good lot for herself. She was assigned to Group D, which had almost no strong opponents. However, Yu Yang's luck wasn't that good. Among the four groups A, B, C and D, he was assigned to Group B, which was known as the Group of Death. Among the 10 people in Group B, there was Shui Tanlang from the Shui clan, Floating Mist Sect's junior elder Bai Yunfei, Western Lion Pagoda's #1 disciple, Prince of Zijin, Dragon Ambassador Ken Lanyu from the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace, Xie Qianren from the Xie clan, Lai Ban from the Lai clan. When this Group of Death was drawn, all the contestants sucked in a breath of cold air. It turned out that the competition in Group B was even more difficult than the finals. However, the audience was wild with joy. The more experts fought, the more exciting it was to watch. Yu Yang drew another lot. His first opponent was Xie Qianren from the Xie clan, and his second opponent was the winner between Shui Tanlang and Lai Ban. City Mistress Fallen Flowers laughed out loud and patted his shoulder. I know what's going on. You must have touched Xianxia last time and haven't washed your hands yet, ha ha ha. After Group B had drawn lots, Yu Yang and his rival in love, Xie Qianren, were ranked 5th. Yu Bing was ranked 4th in Group D. Her opponent wasn't considered strong, so Yu Yang wasn't worried about her advancing. He was preparing to go with Fallen Flowers to see how the Floating Mist Sect's junior, sect leader, Bai Yunfei and Prince of Zijin were going to fight against each other. Unexpectedly, before he left the private room, he saw Yi Kong and Fatty Hai, who looked as if he had just lost his only son. Yu Yang asked curiously, "What's wrong with this boss? Didn't he say that he was going to challenge the junior, sect leader, and Prince of Zijin? He doesn't have the chance anymore." Yi Kong shrugged his shoulders, his stinky hand has already drawn Yan Pejun in the first round. It can't be? Yu Yang felt sad for Fatty Hai when he heard this. If his opponent wasn't Yan Pejun, Fatty Hai might be able to fight 2 more rounds. Facing one of the 3 great killing stars, Yan Pejun, no matter how hard Fatty Hai worked, he wouldn't be Yan Pejun's opponent. The Li brothers added, even if Fatty Hai doesn't go against Yan Pejun this round, he wouldn't be able to pass the next round, because the next round is against the Dragon Spear Girl. Yu Yang suddenly understood. No wonder Fatty Hai looked as if he had just lost his only son. It turned out that he couldn't be any more desperate to advance from his group. Fatty Hai looked as if his spine had been pulled out as he slumped weakly on his chair. He said weakly, "You guys don't know this, but I'm preparing to chase after a little girl. I even gave her a ticket to watch my match. If she saw that I was beaten to a pulp by Yan Pejun, she probably wouldn't even look at me from the corner of her eyes. It wasn't easy for me, your boss. It wasn't easy for a little girl to accept my ticket. Who would have thought that my fate would be so tragic? About this. If you use the hippo meteor punch that I taught you, maybe." Yu Yang wanted to say something but stopped. "Maybe I can defeat Yan Pejun?" Fatty Hai jumped up and asked in surprise. Maybe he would lose a little slower. As soon as Yu Yang said this, Fatty Hai's huge body fell to the ground with a loud rumble. He lay on the ground, completely unconscious. In order to comfort Fatty Hai's wounded heart, everyone decided to watch his match and support him. Of course, Fatty Hai felt that everyone was going to watch him make a fool of himself, so he strongly opposed it. With a wave of his hand, Yu Yang set off. Fatty Hai's resolute objection was ignored by everyone. This made him feel even more hurt, especially when he saw the little girl that he had given the ticket to and a group of other girls surrounding Yan Pejun, asking for his autograph. Their excited screams were like the climax, causing Fatty Hai to tear up even more. This battle hadn't even started, and they had already been utterly defeated. Of course, the reason why Yan Pejun was so popular was because Prince Tianluo had brought his Pink Rose group back to Tianluo Imperial City. Otherwise, Fatty Hai wouldn't be the only one crying, Yan Pejun would also be crying. Now that Prince Tianluo had left, the girls couldn't possibly follow him like the Pink Rose group, so they could only choose another handsome guy to support. Yan Pejun was one of the 3 great killing stars, so the girls would definitely scream excitedly when they saw him. "Everyone, let me go on stage first. I'll give everyone an autograph later." Yan Pejun waved his hands at the girls. "What's there to compete with a fat pig? Hurry up and roast him, I can't wait any longer." The little girl that Fatty Hai had given the ticket to winked at Yan Pejun and acted like a spoiled child. When Fatty Hai heard this, he fell to the ground and started foaming at the mouth, his legs twitching. City Mistress Fallen Flowers saw this and was a little worried. She asked Yu Yang to go and persuade Fatty Hai to accept it. Yu Yang waved his hands. Don't worry, he gets rejected once a day on average. This kind of blow is nothing to him. Let's not care about him and find a seat to watch the match. City Mistress Fallen Flowers asked curiously, does Fatty still want to compete? Yu Yang laughed and nodded. The more it is like this, the more he will be able to fight. Luohua City Mistress saw that Fatty Hai was indeed like a crazy gambler who had lost his family's fortune. His eyes were bloodshot as he rushed up the stage, rubbing his palms together, preparing to fight Yan Pejun to the death. He looked like a mad dog. Even if he couldn't defeat Yan Pejun, he would still bite off a piece of meat from his opponent. Yan Pejun walked onto the stage amidst the cheers of the girls. When he saw that his opponent was Fatty Hai, he confidently raised a finger. Against you, I only need one move. I'll finish you off in 10 seconds. Really? Fatty Hai didn't get angry but laughed instead. He summoned his bronze grimoire and raised his light shield. Yan Pejun was immediately embarrassed. He didn't think that Fatty Hai actually had a grimoire. In the past, Fatty Hai's summoning speed was extremely slow. Yan Pejun's younger brother had knocked Fatty Hai off the stage within 10 seconds. This was also the fastest record. Yan Pejun didn't think that Fatty Hai would improve so much in just 3 days. His summoning speed was actually very close to his own. However, Yan Pejun didn't even have a summoning grimoire. He only took out 2 crystals and summoned a flaming lion and a raging leopard. He didn't even use his true strength, because he felt that 2 bronze-ranked level 3 beasts were more than enough to deal with Fatty Hai. If it was in the past, the flaming lion and raging leopard would definitely be able to torture Fatty Hai to death and then torture him to death. Now, Yu Yang smiled slightly. If Fatty Hai used his full strength, then Yan Pejun would really be a little troublesome. Luohua City Mistress saw Fatty Hai summon a strengthening-type iron-skinned rhinoceros and a strengthening-type hippopotamus, strengthening them together. Fatty Hai's fat body suddenly became strong and his muscles bulged out. Even his bulging belly had bulged out. She asked Yu Yang in surprise, you taught him, double strengthening? Yu Yang shook his head, he still can't learn the true, double strengthening. This is at most a superposition of strengthening. If double strengthening can increase the power by 10 times, he can only increase the power by 2 times at most. He's still far from that. That's not bad. Normally, a warrior's superposition of 2 types of strengthening would have negative side effects. It's already very good that he could eliminate that side effect. City Mistress Fallen Flowers praised. Little girl, that's because I taught him well. Yu Yang reminded her to praise herself. On the stage, Fatty Hai's skin was like that of a rhinoceros. His muscles were filled with explosive power. At this moment, his body was even bigger, like a huge monster. His aura made him look like a bloodthirsty giant. Yan Pejun looked relaxed on the surface, but he was secretly on guard. As the referee waved his hand, the battle officially began. Fatty Hai kept his grimoire. Without waiting for the flaming lion and raging leopard to pounce on him, he leapt up high like a toad, smashing his body towards Yan Pejun. Yan Pejun's gaze turned cold. Countless flames shot up to the sky like a volcano eruption. Hippo Meteor Fist. Fatty Hai roared. His huge body moved along with his fist, smashing down heavily like a meteor. This is the Tortoise King Fist, right? Yan Pejun coldly laughed. Who could such a slow punch hit? He nimbly somersaulted and retreated. Amidst the raging flames, the raging leopard's speed was the fastest. It had already leapt up and pounced towards Fatty Hai, who was in midair. It fiercely bit towards Fatty Hai's throat. With its strong bite strength, it could easily bite off a wild bull's leg. Yan Pejun felt that as long as it wrapped itself around Fatty Hai, the battle would end. Moreover, there was still the flaming lion that had a stronger bite strength following closely behind. Fatty Hai suddenly stretched out his hand. That hand was shockingly fast and ingeniously pressed on the raging leopard's head. His body accelerated, and he really flew over 10 meters like a meteor. In an instant, he caught up to Yan Pejun, who was retreating. His fist that was filled with power smashed onto Yan Pejun's lower abdomen with an unstoppable force. It easily shattered Yan Pejun's protective ring of fire. His fist then moved upwards, straight towards Yan Pejun's heart. Boom, an explosion sounded. Yan Pejun's entire body was thrown backwards like a cannonball, flying out of the range of the stage. The flaming lion and raging leopard turned around and pounced towards him, but they were hit by Fatty High's wild bull fist, easily sending the lion and leopard flying into the air. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Even the judge on the stage was dumbstruck. Yan Pejun was actually defeated by an unknown fatty? How was this possible? Yan Pejun was one of the 3 great killing stars, a strong contender for the championship. How could he be defeated by a fatty? Yan Pejun waved his hand in midair, igniting a raging flame. His entire body floated in the air. Just as he was about to land on the ground, he once again rose into the air. Yan Pejun flew back to the stage. Before Fatty High rushed over, Yan Pejun had already summoned his silver grimoire. Some of the spectators who didn't understand this situation were still cheering for Yan Pejun's easy return to the stage. However, the sharp-eyed warriors understood that Yan Pejun had already lost his ability to fight. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to summon his grimoire to protect himself. Even though Yan Pejun tried his best to hide it and swallowed the blood that was surging up his throat, there was still a trace of blood that flowed down the corner of his mouth. It dripped onto the silver grimoire. When everyone saw this, they were indescribably shocked. Could it be that the fatty's punch could heavily injure Yan Pejun? Yu Yang, who was in the private room, laughed. This tactic was meticulously designed by Yu Yang. At first, it wasn't targeted at Yan Pejun, but Fatty High changed it slightly and used it on Yan Pejun. Because Yan Pejun underestimated Fatty High, he fell into Fatty High's trap and suffered a great loss. It was a pity that Fatty High couldn't use double strengthening right now, otherwise Yan Pejun's injuries would be even more serious. This fatty is quite cunning, but this tactic can only be used once. It won't work next time. That's right, why is there something wrong with the wild ox fist that hit the lion and leopard? The wild ox fist doesn't seem to need to turn around, right? Moreover, the power isn't that strong. Didn't you modify it yourself? City Mistress Fallen Flowers' eyesight was very accurate. With one look, she could tell that Fatty High's move to repel the leopard and lion looked ordinary on the surface, but it was actually very powerful. With Fatty High's intelligence, he probably wouldn't be able to modify such a move. Hence, she was 90% sure that it was Yu Yang who modified it. That move is called rhinoceros gazing at the moon. Fatty High's right fist has the strength of a rhinoceros, and his left fist has the strength of a hippopotamus. The effect is SOSO. If he could combine the strength of a rhinoceros and hippopotamus, I believe that the power would increase by at least 10 times. If the raging leopard and the flaming lion were hit by the double strengthening, they would definitely be killed instantly. Yu Yang was very happy that Fatty High's combat skills were not bad. However, he had only trained for a short period of time, so he wasn't able to reach the standards in his heart. After recovering for a full 2 minutes, Yan Pejun finally recovered completely. He first summoned his guardian beast, the Flaming Lion King, and then summoned a flame monster and a fire-spitting snake, one on his left and one on his right. Then, he stared coldly at Fatty High and snorted, "I didn't think that Student High's patience would not be inferior to Third Young Master Yu's." Even Yan Pejun was almost defeated. I will remember this lesson of underestimating my enemy for the rest of my life. Next, I hope that Brother High will give me some pointers. The raging leopard and flaming lion that had been injured by Fatty High earlier also limped back to their master's side, and growled at Fatty High. Just when everyone thought that Fatty High would be killed by the furious Yan Pejun, Fatty High suddenly jumped off the stage and landed on the ground with a paw sound. He then used Yan Pejun's confident hand gesture, "I admit defeat. Student Pejun, take your time to perform." Yan Pejun was so angry that his face became distorted. The little girls who were watching the fight started to jeer, scolding Fatty High for being vulgar, despicable, and shameless. However, Fatty High immediately gave them a middle finger as an answer. This Fatty used to be very timid, right? How would he dare to be like this? It must be you, the boss, who has led him astray. City Mistress Fallen Flowers couldn't stop laughing when she saw this. She laughed so hard that her body almost collapsed onto Yu Yang's shoulder. Yu Yang hurriedly protected her, lightly hugging her slender waist. He took advantage of her as he corrected her, "He is the boss, if we count according to weight." Fatty Hai originally wanted to fight to the death with Yan Pajun. However, after punching Yan Pajun and dispelling most of his anger, he clearly felt that there was no point in fighting to the death with Yan Pajun now, because there was still the team competition later on. He knew that Yu Yang would definitely fight to the death with Bai Yunfei and Prince of Zijin. Moreover, he still had to challenge the Virgo Temple. It was uncertain if he and Princess Sisai would be able to participate in the team competition. Hence, he still had to fight with Yi Kong and the others in the 100 Schools Elite Tournament. Because of this, the Li brothers gave up on participating in the individual competition. They wanted to preserve their strength for the team competition. When Fatty Hai thought of this, he stopped while he was ahead and gave up on fighting to the death with Yan Pajun. If everyone fought to the death, would it still be right for a little girl like Yu Bing to handle the most difficult and cruel team competition? Although he was despised by everyone, Fatty Hai was still full of smiles as he returned to Yi Kong and the Li brothers in a good mood. The first thing he did was to brag, "How was it? Wasn't my hippo meteor punch powerful? I even started to worship myself. Haha, one of the 3 great killing stars, Yan Pajun, was sent flying by my punch. Awesome, really awesome. If Yu Yang didn't teach you, you wouldn't even be a piece of trash." Yi Kong looked at Fatty Hai in disdain. He thought to himself, why don't you take a look at how useless you were in the past? Let's go. As the boss, I've won a great battle. Of course I'll treat everyone to a meal. Where's that brat Yu Yang? Fatty Hai decided to be merciful and treat everyone to a meal. He's currently flirting with City Mistress Fallen Flowers. The two of them are having a wonderful time. It's not that I didn't warn you, but if you disturb them now, you'll just be courting death. Yi Kong felt that forget about Yu Yang, even if he was flirting with Fatty Hai, he would definitely kill him if Fatty Hai came to disturb them. Then forget it. He has a beauty in his hands and a heart full of warmth. He probably won't remember to eat. Fatty Hai shuddered and quickly changed his words. As he was talking, he suddenly saw Yu Bing running over with a red face. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai thought that she was being teased by someone and asked angrily, "What's going on? Which idiot dares to touch you?" Yu Bing hurriedly waved her hands. "No, I just defeated my opponent and went to report the good news to my brother, but I didn't expect him and Sister Fallen Flowers to be." When Yu Bing said this, Fatty Hai drooled and asked nosily, "What are they doing? Were they kissing?" Under my guidance, Yu Yang's skill in picking up girls has improved by leaps and bounds. I didn't expect him to settle City Lord Fallen Flowers so quickly. Before he could finish his smugness, a teacup smashed on his head. When Fatty Hai raised his head, he saw the blushing City Mistress Fallen Flowers glaring at him angrily. He quickly begged for mercy, "Grand Aunt, I can hit you, but can you not hit my face?" Aurora Light. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was prepared to use Aurora Light to kill Fatty Hai instantly. "I'm going to faint." Fatty Hai was so scared that he almost fainted. "We are brothers. Fatty, if you have any last words, I will try my best to help you." Yi Kong still wanted to add insult to injury. "We can't see anything." The Li brothers also decided to stand by and watch. "Sister Fallen Flowers, don't." Only the kind-hearted Yu Bing pleaded for mercy for Fatty Hai. Of course, there was also the evil Yu Yang. Yu Yang took out a silver dagger and passed it to City Lord Fallen Flowers, using Aurora Light to kill him would be too comfortable. "I think if you use the dagger to stab him to death, or cut off his flesh piece by piece and let the blood flow out, then smear some honey on his bones and attract 2 nests of ants to slowly gnaw at him, it would be a perfect death." "Oh my God." Fatty Hai, who was pretending to be dead, jumped up in fright and ran away. He was 10 times faster than when he used Hippo Meteor Punch on the stage. Yan Pajun looked at Yu Yang and his lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something. However, he couldn't say it in the end. On the other side, Shui Tanlang walked over and nodded towards Yu Yang. "In the first round of the group round-robin tournament, Bai Yunfei and Prince of Zijin will meet each other. I heard that Bai Yunfei has decided to give up so that he can save his strength to deal with you, me, and Sung Lan. If you don't mind, I will also give up on my battle with you. However, you will be fighting Bai Yunfei next. What do you think?" Of course, Yu Yang agreed. Fighting with Shui Tanlang was not his goal. His real goal was to defeat Bai Yunfei and Prince of Zijin. Yu Bing felt that it was a little too early to talk about this. After all, Yu Yang and Shui Qianren had not fought in the first round of the top 20 elimination matches yet. "Brother, let's go to the arena and wait." Yu Bing was afraid that her brother would be late again. She insisted on dragging Yu Yang to the arena to wait. In the end, she realized that Prince of Zijin, who was ranked first, was still performing. When he heard the cheers from the crowd, he smashed the stage proudly and razed the arena to the ground. Yu Yang was bored and yawned as he retreated in defeat. If this continued, he would not be able to enter the top 20 elimination matches in Group B even tomorrow. Too coquettish, disgusting. Although Fatty Hai did not like Prince of Zijin, who was arrogantly teasing his opponent, he couldn't deny that Prince of Zijin was very strong. He had the right to be arrogant. "You haven't seen Bai Yunfei before. Otherwise, you would know what is the most disgusting thing in the world." A man who was standing beside Fatty Hai snorted. "Brother, one look at you and I can tell that you are a righteous person. As a righteous friend, let me introduce myself first. I am Hai Defu, but everyone calls me Master Hai. I am their boss. How should I address you?" When Fatty Hai heard this, he immediately felt a strong sense of familiarity with that person. It was as if they had known each other for a long time. They shook hands and hugged each other as they conversed passionately. When Yu Yang and the others saw this scene, goosebumps appeared on their bodies. They quickly retreated back to the Warriors' Hotel to rest. Otherwise, they would vomit if they continued to watch. After a while, Fatty Hai returned proudly. Although he was looked down upon by everyone, he was not angry. He even brought back a piece of news to Yu Yang. According to that brat, Bai Yunfei had given Shui Qianren a level 7 mammoth and a bronze-ranked level 6 saber-toothed tiger. "Hee, my news came just in time." "Really?" City Mistress Fallen Flowers was a little suspicious. Even if it was the Floating Mist Sex Junior, Elder, he wouldn't be able to distribute bronze-ranked level 6 beasts on the streets, right? Is Shui Qianren an idiot? Could it be that Xia Tao and Xia Tu didn't tell him that Yu Yang was an innate? What's the use of giving him a bronze-ranked level 6 saber-toothed tiger? The giant crab and lion of the 12 zodiac temples were all gold-ranked level 6 king beasts. Yu Yang wouldn't even need to do it himself to kill them. Isn't he just seeking death? Does he really think that he can stop Yu Yang from advancing to the next round? He must have eaten something stupid. Yi Kong was furious when he heard this. If he knew that Shui Qianren didn't know what was good for him, he would have advised Yu Yang to massacre the entire Xia clan at the Yu clan village. He wouldn't have to look at these ungrateful trash anymore. City Mistress Fallen Flowers frowned slightly and shook her head. "That's not right. Shui Qianren is very smart. He must have known that he wouldn't be able to defeat Yu Yang. That's why he accepted Bai Yunfei's gift and pretended that he wanted to fight to the death with Yu Yang. Think about it, if Shui Qianren had revealed Yu Yang's true identity and the fact that he was an innate, would Bai Yunfei still fight with Yu Yang? He would definitely withdraw from the competition. Furthermore, he wouldn't want to be gifted with 2 strong beasts. The fact that Shui Qianren could accept the beasts proved that he didn't tell Bai Yunfei about Yu Yang being an innate. He even pretended to fight to the death with Yu Yang to show his loyalty, using this to confuse Bai Yunfei and make him underestimate Yu Yang. He's very cunning. If I'm not wrong, he wants Yu Yang to start a war with the Floating Mist sect. As for Bai Yunfei, he's just a chess piece that he conveniently uses. After City Mistress Fallen Flowers said this, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others all took a deep breath. From this, it could be seen that this Shui Qianren was really cunning. Without strength, no matter how good his schemes are, it's useless. An ant can scheme against a tiger, but it can't scheme against it. Yu Yang waved his hands, indicating that everyone didn't need to be nervous. Shui Qianren is nothing. The 1,000 Goblin sect leader saw me kill his 2 subordinates, Tu Qing and Kuang Zhan, with his own eyes. He didn't even bat an eyelid. That's scary. After Yu Yang said this, even City Mistress Fallen Flowers shuddered. The 1,000 Goblin sect leader was indeed a terrifying threat. Compared to the 1,000 Goblin sect leader, Shui Qianren was like a tiny ant. With just a breath from the 1,000 Goblin sect leader, the whole Xia clan would be destroyed, let alone Shui Qianren. Luckily, he was restricted by the innate alliance agreement and couldn't attack anyone in the soaring dragon continent. He also didn't dare to attack Yu Yang recklessly. Otherwise, everyone would be in danger. Of course, even if he couldn't attack personally, it didn't mean that he wouldn't do something behind the scenes. For example, during this 100 Schools Elite tournament, he might take the opportunity to cause trouble. If he was secretly supporting someone, it would be a headache. The Thousand Goblins sect was just below the demonic palace. They were too powerful. Just sending a random person would be enough to deal with them. Furthermore, if the Thousand Goblins sect came, the demonic palace wouldn't want to be left out. Currently, no one could see any signs of it because their people were all hidden, hiding behind the dazzling radiance of the three great sects. On the surface, people could only see Bai Yunfei and Prince of Zijin's prestige. Who would know that the demonic palace and the Thousand Goblins sect were actually not any weaker than the four great sects? Because there was no competition tomorrow, everyone was preparing to find a place to have a feast. The mysterious beauty suddenly came over. Yi Kong, you guys stay here. If we still can't come back by tomorrow night, go and find Grandma Wu Ting to come to the 12 zodiac temples. Bing Air, we are going to the Virgo temple this time. You are the most important one, so you must participate. Furthermore, you must be strong. I will tell you what to do later. Sister Fallen Flowers, you should come too. I have already passed level 5. City Mistress Fallen Flowers also wanted to help, but she and Princess Sisai couldn't enter the temple. If we still can't come out by tomorrow, you and Xianxia can use your soul to call for us from outside. This is also her last insistence. Let's not talk anymore, let's go. When the mysterious beauty talked about sickly beauty, a hint of sadness flashed through her eyes. However, she quickly recovered. Yu Yang also felt that it was extremely important to pass the inner demon gate in the Virgo temple. He had to pass this gate. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to advance any further in the innate realm after reaching a certain level. After rushing to the 12 zodiac temples in the star domain, Yu Yang not only saw sickly beauty, but also a man who was dressed as a thief. He couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that Anan was also one of the key people to help him pass the inner demon gate? When Anan saw Yu Yang, she raised her head and looked at him. Her eyes were filled with joy. However, immediately, shyness surged from the bottom of her heart, causing her to lower her head shyly. She didn't look like the usual tomboy Anan at all. Bing Air, Anan, the two of you are the most important. You must pass the Virgo temple. Otherwise, Yu Yang won't be able to pass it because he is worried about the two of you. Come here, I'll tell you the solution that I've thought of. Initially, we didn't have to rush, but something might happen tomorrow. We must pass the Virgo temple today. Otherwise, Yu Yang's inner demon gate will be even more obstructive in the future. The mysterious beauty didn't tell Yu Yang what would happen tomorrow, but Yu Yang knew that it definitely had something to do with him. He didn't know what would happen tomorrow, so what would it be? The mysterious beauty glanced at Yu Yang. There was a touch of gentleness in her eyes, but she didn't say anything to comfort Yu Yang. However, this silent support was enough to explain her attitude towards him. She would always support him. Yu Yang understood, and his confidence was boosted. He nodded at her. The mysterious beauty started to explain the solution that she thought of to the ladies. Bing Air, Anan, when you entered the Virgo temple, you were already faking your death. You have to remember this. Everything that you have encountered is just a dream. It's not real. I don't know what the demons in your hearts are, but you have to defeat them in order to walk out of the Virgo temple. If you can't pass it, then it will be very difficult for Yu Yang to pass it as well. Both of you will pass it by staying still, while Yu Yang and I will pass it by moving. Yu Yang, your mission is to move forward. Don't care what is in front of you, and don't care what people say to you. It's all fake. You don't have to care about it. Just move forward bravely and reach the back hall of the Virgo temple based on your senses and complete the pass. As for me, I will stay behind to take care of Yu Bing and Anan. Understood. Yu Bing and Anan answered in unison. If they didn't need to fight with their minds clear, they were very confident. Come here. Sickly beauty waved at Yu Yang. She gently cut her fair finger and used her blood to write a string of ancient runes on Yu Yang's left arm. Then, she summoned colorful light balls and let them enter the left arm that was stained with blood. Slowly, the crystal armor that appeared on her body gradually covered Yu Yang's arm, turning into a unique crystal arm. Sickly Beauty smiled at Yu Yang. No matter how the demons in your heart affect you, don't forget who you are. When you see the crystal arm, remember who you are. Yu Yang's heart warmed up as he embraced her passionately. Xianxia hugged her from behind. Even Yu Yang and Sickly Beauty hugged her tightly. Don't lose yourself. Remember, we are waiting for you outside. City Lord Fallen Flowers didn't care about the women around her. She held Yu Yang's cheeks and kissed his lips lightly. She did not speak, but the tenderness in her eyes was enough to melt his heart. The girls pretended not to see anything. Although they also wanted to give him some special encouragement, they didn't have the courage of City Lord Fallen Flowers. They could only envy him in their hearts. As Yu Yang used body fusion to put Yu Bing and Anan into a state of suspended animation, the mysterious beauty carried Anan, and Yu Yang carried Yu Bing on his back. Once again, they entered the Virgo temple for the challenge. Looking at the back of the four people disappearing into the teleportation gate, Luohua City Mistress's tears could not help but slowly fall. Breaking the demons in the Virgo temple was the most difficult stage. It was even scarier than the Gemini temple's phantom clone. Not to mention ordinary warriors, even innate rankers couldn't break the demons in their hearts. Warriors who did not pass through the heart's demon would be stuck at a standstill. This did not affect normal warriors at all, because they could not even touch that realm. However, to Yu Yang, it was the biggest obstacle on his path of cultivation. He had to get rid of the demons in his heart in order to be reborn from the outside to the inside, from the inside to the outside, and become the most outstanding warrior. Yu Yang had to get rid of the demons in his heart in order to get rid of all the flaws, break the mortal heart, cut off worldly feelings, and truly climb to the peak of the innate rancor. It's still too early to challenge the Virgo temple. However, no matter how difficult it is, Yu Yang and Wu Xia will succeed. Sickly Beauty's eyes were filled with warmth again. It's a pity that Sister Fallen Flowers and I can't help much. Princess Sisai sighed regretfully. Xianxia, if you want to help him, you still have a lifetime's chance. Why do you care about this small Virgo temple? In the future, there might be more difficult challenges waiting for you. It won't be too late for you to step up then. Sickly Beauty stretched out her soft hands and gently stroked Princess Sisai's head. Her voice was as gentle as the night breeze. Sister Wu Hen, you will definitely get better. Let Yu Yang try using his Nirvana flame. We can be together forever, just like how we lived happily in the 100 Flowers Valley. Isn't that good? Why do we have to separate after we grew up? Fallen Flowers' tears fell like pearls from a broken necklace. It's all my fault. I was too competitive and studied the ancient runes. It affected my body. I should be like Xianxia and Wu Xia and improve steadily. Fallen Flowers, I also miss the past. You and Xianxia ran happily in the garden and chased each other. Wu Xia liked to read very much at a young age. She would always sit under the shade of a tree and read quietly. I'm a little older than all of you. I'm more willing to learn from the adults and take care of Anan in swaddling clothes. I'd hug her fragrant and soft little body and walk while kissing her. Valley Master and Night Empress watched us from under the eaves. More than 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The Anan who only knew how to drink milk and cry has already grown up. When I see her, it's as if I've returned to my childhood. Fallen Flowers, if God gives me another chance to choose, I definitely won't miss such a beautiful and colorful life. In the depths of the Sickly Beauty's eyes, there was a trace of sadness. However, as a warm smile blossomed on her face, the sadness disappeared without a trace. In the Virgo temple, the mysterious beauty and Yu Yang looked at each other and hugged each other to encourage each other. At this time, what appeared in front of them was no longer the warm little house in White Stone City, but the little garden in the 100 Flowers Valley. The mysterious beauty nodded and said, "Close your eyes and go according to your feelings. I'll take good care of them. Yu Yang, once you leave the teleportation area, no matter what you hear or see, it won't be true. I'll only be here." When Yu Yang covered his eyes and set off, the mysterious beauty summoned her grimoire and raised a shield to protect Yu Bing and Anan. Just as the mysterious beauty summoned her grimoire, a few blurry silhouettes suddenly appeared in front of her. When the silhouettes got closer, the mysterious beauty realized that they were actually Princess Xianxia, Luohua city mistress, and the sickly beauty. The mysterious beauty's expression didn't change at all. She said calmly, "I actually have so many demons in my heart." "Alright, what do you want to say to me?" "Wu Xia, I've never denied that you're the smartest one among us." Princess Qianqian, who was transformed from the heart demon, stepped forward and raised her fist. "But I want to say that you can't monopolize him alone, because I love him more than you do." "Is that so? So I have selfish thoughts of having him all to myself? Or have I always been jealous of Qianqian?" The mysterious beauty smiled and asked City Mistress Fallen Flowers, "What do you want to say to me?" City Mistress Fallen Flowers also laughed out loud, "Wu Xia, you can pretend to be calm and act like you don't care, but don't lie to yourself, okay? Do you think you're really strong?" "No, Wu Xia, I know you. Actually, you're the most emotionally fragile one among us. Because of this, you always hide and read books quietly. You're running away, hiding and trying to protect yourself. It's useless, it's completely useless. So I'm the most fragile one?" The mysterious beauty nodded slowly and asked, "Do I have any other weaknesses?" "No, Wu Xia, I wish you the best. Dali Master and Night Empress said that you're the one with the most potential among us. I wasn't convinced, so I started to study the ancient runes. Although I've far surpassed you in these years, I'm not happy at all, and I paid the price with my life. If I can, I want to go back to that little garden and watch you quietly reading books under the tree. As for me, I'll carry Anan, who's still a baby, and walk past Fallen Flowers and Qianqian happily chasing each other. I'll sit beside you and proudly tell you that I know how to take care of children. You see, when I carry Anan, she never cries." Sickly Beauty slowly walked in front of the mysterious beauty, as if she wanted to reach out and touch the mysterious beauty's face. The mysterious beauty sat still, as if she didn't hear what Sickly Beauty said. Sickly Beauty took out a small and exquisite dagger. With trembling hands, she slowly pierced the dagger into her heart. Then, she weakly fell in front of the mysterious beauty. Suppressing the pain, her bright eyes revealed a gratified smile. "Wu Xia, I used to compete with you every day. No matter what, I wanted to win against you. Now, I know that I'm wrong. I won't compete with you for him anymore. I wish you the best. I like the dagger that you gave me as a birthday present. Now, I'm using it to end my life." "That's great, I don't have long to live anyway. If there's a next life, I still want to be your sister, and I definitely won't compete with you anymore." The mysterious beauty's body trembled slightly when she saw that. However, her expression quickly returned to normal. "Please allow me to correct something. You're my cousin, not my sister. Before I entered the Virgo temple, I purposely hypnotized myself that you're my sister. Indeed, my guess was right. The inner demon in the Virgo temple will expand infinitely according to the weakness of the challenger. I admit that I'm a little jealous of Qianqian, because she's always been my rival in life. I've also neglected Fallen Flowers, because Fallen Flowers has loved flowers and plants since she was young, so there's no conflict between us. As for cousin Wuhan, she's my role model. It's indeed heartbreaking that you're using this to attack me. However, if you think that you can make me fall for you just because of this, then you're making a big mistake. That's right, the person you're most concerned about is me." A man's voice rang out behind the mysterious beauty. "No, the person I'm concerned about isn't you. You're just a shadow that replicates someone else's appearance. You're my biggest inner demon. What do you want to say to me?" 3 meters behind the mysterious beauty, outside the barrier, stood the transformed inner demon, Yu Yang. "As long as I say it, you'll cry in despair." The transformed inner demon, Yu Yang, sneered. "Say it." The mysterious beauty raised her eyebrows and replied indifferently. "You don't need me to say it. Actually, you've long suspected that the Yu Yang you know, that man, is a fake." The inner demon, Yu Yang, said coldly. "Do you think I'll believe the words of an inner demon that's transformed from the Virgo temple?" The mysterious beauty laughed. "I don't know if you'll still be so calm after seeing the evidence. Do you want to see how the man you love is deceiving you? Come, look, you'll see his evil and ugly side very soon." The transformed inner demon, Yu Yang, waved his hand, and the little garden in front of him disappeared like fragments. What appeared in front of the mysterious beauty was a cozy little house in White Stone City. Two Yu Yangs were facing each other in the garden, while Fourth Mother was hugging the little girl and crying at the side. So, this is what he's worried about? He's really a fool who's looking for trouble. The mysterious beauty laughed unexpectedly when she saw it. In front of the mysterious beauty, two Yu Yangs were arguing. However, her gaze was only focused on the one with the crystal arm. Her eyes were filled with tenderness. In front of Yu Yang, other than the three inner demons, there was no existence of the mysterious beauty, Yu Bing and Anan. The inner demon transformed Yu Yang and appeared in front of Yu Yang. Fourth Mother was hugging little Xianxia and crying. Yu Yang knew that everything was fake and was formed by his inner demon, but he still couldn't control his emotions. He really wanted to comfort Fourth Mother, who was heartbroken. He really wanted to tell her that he didn't want to lie to her and that it was just a misunderstanding. Just kill me. Kill me, and you can truly replace my identity. Yu Yang, the inner demon, sneered continuously. Get lost. You are just a shadow. Do you think you can stop me from passing through the Virgo temple just like that? Yu Yang was furious. He really wanted to kill the other party. However, Yu Yang endured it in the end. Because the person in front of him was just a shadow. If he admitted the other party's existence, he wouldn't be able to break through the inner demon. I don't deny that I am a shadow. But what are you? You're an imposter, a liar, a fake of me. Do you think you can hide it from everyone by not saying it out loud? Impossible. There are always some inherent skills in this world that can see through your existence. In your heart, you can't deny this fact. You are not me. You will never be me. Inner demon Yu Yang said firmly. Sanner, how can you lie to me? Fourth Mother cried her heart out. Annoying bastard, return brother Yu Yang to me. Little Xianxia cried as she pounced on Yu Yang and hit him. Yu Yang's hands trembled. He gently caressed little Xianxia's soft hair and suppressed his excitement. He said in a low voice, Xianxia, I am your brother Yu Yang. Do you still remember catching butterflies and riding wildebeest in the courtyard? Do you still remember the brown sugar glutinous rice cake that brother Yu Yang bought for you? I didn't lie to you, I really am your Xianxia. Suddenly, he saw Xianxia throw the brown sugar glutinous rice cake on the ground and stomp on it forcefully while crying, I don't want it, I hate brown sugar glutinous rice cake, I hate you. Fourth Mother covered her face and cried, Sanner, go, don't ever come back. Yu Yang slowly turned around and took a deep breath. Fourth Mother, Xianxia, both of you are just illusions, illusions of my heart demon. I won't mind if you don't say it yourself. I am Yu Yang, I am your San Heir and Xianxia, this is indisputable. If you need a San Heir, I am him. I will bring the Yu clan to prosperity and prosperity. If you also need a brother Xiaosan, I am him. I will protect you from being bullied by bad people. I will bring you glory and hope. You must believe me, I am your family. The heart demon Yu Yang threw himself in front of Yu Yang and grabbed his collar with both hands, roaring like thunder, you are a fake, a liar. What you said should be done by me. You impersonated my identity, stole my family, and even stole my fiancé. Do you think no one in the world knows about this? One day, people will know the truth. In the end, you will be left with nothing. You are just an impersonator. You still have the face to call yourself Sanner? Pfft. Disappear, I don't want to care about a shadow's bullshit T scram. Yu Yang shook his hands and sent the heart demon Yu Yang flying 10 meters away. The heart demon Yu Yang fell to the ground and vomited blood. Fourth Mother and little Xianxia rushed over to save the heart demon Yu Yang and scolded Yu Yang angrily at the same time. Yu Yang shook his head, no matter what you say or do, I will not be moved. You are all shadows. Suddenly, the mysterious beauty appeared in front of Yu Yang. Her jade-like face was as cold as ice. She stared at him angrily and sneered, I am not a shadow. I have seen the truth. My suggestion to go through the Virgo temple with you was right. You are indeed an impersonator. Yu Yang's body trembled slightly. In the end, he revealed a smile, you are also a shadow. Wu Xia is not like you. Maybe, my heart demon illusion is connected to Wuxia. Everything that you illusions do and say is purposely shown to her. Then, you show her reaction to me. Guardian of the Virgo Temple, you are very powerful. Maybe you do not have any real power, but you can easily make people go crazy or make people kill each other. But I want to say, Guardian of the Virgo Temple, you will be disappointed. We can pass through this Virgo Temple. We will definitely pass through this Virgo Temple successfully. When Yu Yang finished speaking, the mysterious beauty in front of him, the crying fourth mother and little Shuang-er, as well as the heart demon Yu Yang, all disappeared in an instant. Everything returned to darkness. In front of the mysterious beauty, the image of Yu Yang disappeared. Standing in front of her was only the heart demon Yu Yang. The heart demon Yu Yang looked at the mysterious beauty in astonishment. You have seen the truth. Aren't you going to say something? There is no truth. You are just an illusion. I will not believe your words. Moreover, even if this is the truth, what does it matter? The man I like is him. I have gone through life and death with him. We have great teamwork in battle, one attacking and one defending. We are a match made in heaven. What I like is not his identity, but the fact that he is different from the rest. Love is not a product of fame and fortune. It is an indescribable, wonderful feeling from the bottom of my heart. Don't say that you are just an illusion, I will not believe it. Even if another Yu clan's third young master came to me and told me that he is my fiancé, I will still tell him that the man I like is an idiot who clenched his teeth and fought a bloody battle with me on the brink of death. He is the good son who was bathed in blood and pulled a horse carriage to the Yu clan castle for fourth mother. He is the good brother who, despite being an innate rancor, let his sister ride on his neck like a wildebeest and brought her to buy brown sugar glutinous rice cakes. He is the good man who saw his lover faking her death and wanted to cut open her chest with a dagger to massage her heart to revive her. I don't care who he is, I don't care what his identity is, I just like him. Liking a person doesn't need a reason, and I don't need to be suspicious. You are just a negative illusion, you will never have his kind side. You will never understand what kind of person he is, and you will never understand my heart. The mysterious beauty slowly closed her eyes. You can disappear now, because no matter what you say, you will never be able to sway my heart. One day, you will regret it, especially when you realize that the one he likes the most is not you. The inner demon Yu Yang sneered. I won't regret it. If the one he likes the most is not me, it means that I am not outstanding enough. I still have to work hard. The mysterious beauty replied without batting an eyelid, if the one he likes the most is not me, then I will work hard to do better, until he likes me the most. The inner demon Yu Yang suddenly shattered into millions of pieces and disappeared. Everything returned to darkness. Inan felt someone patting her cheeks lightly. She opened her eyes and saw that it was the mysterious beauty. She shouted happily, Sister Wuxia, did you and Yu Yang successfully defeat the inner demon? Can we pass through the Virgo Temple now? What about Yu Bing? Yu Bing can go, but you have to stay. The reason is that I will not allow a love rival to stay by my side. Only I am his fiancé. The mysterious beauty pointed her finger at Inan's forehead. Inan felt her vision go black, and she fainted again. But this time, she was not completely unconscious. She could still hear. She could hear the mysterious beauty carrying Yu Bing's footsteps as they walked further and further away. Tears flowed out uncontrollably. Inan was grieving. Suddenly, hot raindrops fell on her face drop by drop. 2 of the drops fell on her lips and seeped in. There was a bitter taste, causing Inan's heart to tremble. These were tears. She did not wake up from the fake death. That was just the inner demon's illusion. What happened just now was fake. Sister Wuxia didn't carry Yu Bing away. One of them was even crying, wake up, I want to wake up immediately. Inan was anxious. But she could not wake herself up no matter how hard she tried. Just as she was feeling anxious, she heard a weak cry, brother, don't leave me, don't. This was Yu Bing's cry. Yu Bing was still here. Everything just now was fake. With this thought in mind, the darkness in front of Inan shattered. Everything disappeared in front of her. Finally, she woke up with an awe and opened her eyes. She realized that she was lying in Sister Wuxia's arms. Other than herself, Yu Yang, Yu Bing, and Sister Wu Xia were all in a deep sleep. Everyone was leaning on each other. Yu Bing was crying in Yu Yang's arms. Her tears dripped down and dripped on her face. She seemed to be under the control of the inner demon and could not escape. As for Yu Yang and Sister Wu Xia, wounds would appear on their bodies from time to time. It seemed that they were being attacked by the inner demon. Everyone, wake up quickly. We are all dreaming. Everything is fake. Wake up quickly. Inan slapped Yu Yang and Yu Bing's faces. But it was useless. The three of them did not respond at all. I didn't expect your inner demon to be so small. However, it's useless no matter what you do. Those three people will never be able to escape from the inner demon world. A faintly discernible and indistinct voice resounded in the dark space. When Inan heard it, she was shocked at first, but when she understood, she smiled. Is that so? Inan immediately summoned her grimoire and summoned a beautiful hallucination butterfly. The hallucination butterfly was an evolved form of the bewilderment butterfly. Its control of mental power was stronger. Although it could not control humans, it could interfere with their thoughts. Just as Inan controlled the hallucination butterfly to interfere with Yu Yang's inner demon dreamland to wake him up, a strong mental power forcefully imprisoned Inan's thoughts. Her head was swollen and her heart was in a mess. However, she was unable to control her thoughts. In the heart demon world, the mysterious beauty had already woken up. She was carrying Inan on her back, and Yu Yang, who was carrying Yu Bing on his back, was running towards the front. Behind them, the gold-ranked level 6 heart demon Yu Yang was chasing. She wanted to fight back, but found that she could not attack the enemy at all. She could only run for her life. After forcefully resisting the inner demon, Yu Yang's first slash, earth-splitting slash, the mysterious beauty suddenly put Inan down and muttered to herself, "So I didn't really wake up. I've always been dreaming, what?" The inner demon, Yu Yang's Huijin magic blade slashed at the mysterious beauty's head, but strangely stopped. "If I thought that you didn't exist, I wouldn't be injured at all. It's just that I was sure that your attack was effective, so my body was injured. Inan or Yu Bing must have woken up. Your control is declining, and I can feel real pain." The mysterious beauty raised her hand and pulled up her sleeves. Looking at the small bleeding wound on her arm, she smiled. "You will never know what the use of the wound I made before I entered the Virgo temple was. It was a spiritual suggestion. My cousin and I suspected that what Yu Yang saw before was just a dream. Because with his strength, a gold-ranked level 6 guardian beast wouldn't be able to injure him so badly. Only the power in his heart could cause that kind of injury. Furthermore, you're not the only beast in this world that can kill people with its mind. In the Valley of Butterflies and 100 Flowers, there are at least 10 types of beasts that can kill people with their mind. Disappear, hateful inner demon world, this dream is really boring." As soon as the mysterious beauty said this, the inner demon, Yu Yang, and the darkness shattered. She opened her eyes and found that Inan was struggling to hold on. The invisible spiritual force almost destroyed Inan completely. "The game can end now, guardian of the Virgo temple." The mysterious beauty leaped into the air and summoned her grimoire. She condensed a storm with one hand covered in frost and the other in lightning. She struck the darkness in front of her fiercely. The darkness in front of her was like a crystal wall as a crack appeared on it. The spiritual force had disappeared by more than half. Inan was overjoyed. Just as she was about to fly forward to help, a crystal arm suddenly stretched out from behind and hugged her lightly. "Inan, you did well. Let me do the rest." It was Yu Yang who had just woken up. He flew towards the dark crystal wall like a meteor. His crystal arm struck the dark crystal wall with the force of a thunderbolt. The heaven and earth shook. The crack on the dark crystal wall became bigger, but it still stood firm and blocked the way. "Brother, I knew it. Brother would not leave Bing air behind." Yu Bing was the fourth to wake up. She crawled up in surprise and pounced towards Yu Yang, who had bounced back. The blood that Yu Yang and the mysterious beauty had spilled on the ground was accidentally touched and stepped on by Yu Bing when she got up. The blood was scattered and mixed together. The moment Yu Bing jumped towards Yu Yang, a colorful light appeared. There was a pure flame similar to Nirvana's flame. It was as white as light and burned fiercely. Following Yu Bing's movement, the flame splashed onto Yu Yang, Inan, and the mysterious beauty's body. Among them, Yu Yang and the mysterious beauty's body burned the most fiercely. The strange fire shocked the three girls. They rushed towards Yu Yang and hugged him tightly. Even if they were to die, they hoped that they could die together with Yu Yang in the end. However, the flame did not burn them at all. Instead, it continuously purified their bodies. In this pure and gentle flame, the four of them felt like they were reborn. Their clothes were all destroyed and turned into smoke. The wounds on Yu Yang and the mysterious beauty's body also disappeared quickly. Then, countless mysterious runes appeared on Yu Yang's body. Slowly, the pure white flame expanded. In the end, it extended to the three girls' arms, shoulders, back and breasts. The blood that splashed on the dark crystal wall from the mysterious beauty and Yu Yang's wounds also started to burn. The dark crystal wall that was full of cracks disappeared like smoke in the pure flame. Tens of meters away, there was only a crystal mirror decorated with gold and gemstones. 100 meters behind the crystal mirror was the huge back hall wall. In front of the giant statue of the war god, there was a statue of a merciful goddess with her hands held together, holding 2 points of light. Those 2 small specks of light were as sparkling and translucent as Yu Bing's tears just now. The Virgo temple, which was recognized as the most difficult to pass, was finally broken through with the combined efforts of Yu Yang and the three girls. Even though she had changed into Yu Bing's clothes, Inan was still embarrassed. She did not dare to raise her head to look at him. Especially when she thought of the embarrassing scene just now, she wanted to find a hole to hide in. All along, she had appeared in front of him as Inan's brother. She had even pretended to be her brother and put the necklace on his neck. She had promised to marry him on behalf of her younger sister. But now, her identity as a girl was exposed in front of Yu Yang. She really did not know how to face him. Yu Bing's face was also red. She was the younger sister. Burning her clothes in front of her brother, of course she was embarrassed. What made her most uneasy was that this strange fire seemed to be caused by her. As for what happened, she also did not understand. Yu Yang took the opportunity when Inan and Yu Bing hid at the side to change their clothes. He rushed to the mysterious beauty who was covered in frost and condensed to battle armor. Just now, what was the demon in your heart? Did you see the same demon in your heart as me? What did he say to you? He said some nonsense. The mysterious beauty's eyes showed a hint of gentleness. She said softly, that might be a little secret, but I don't care. If you are worried, I can tell you. That is a secret that only you and I know. In the future, there will never be a third person who will know. You don't have to worry about this secret anymore. Treat fourth mother and sister well. Did you suspect it a long time ago? Yu Yang was happy and asked again. Everyone has secrets. If your secret is something that I cannot share, I will not be curious about it. Even if I know it, I will bury it deep in my heart. The mysterious beauty's clear eyes bloomed with her unique smile. Student Yu Yang, there might not be many people who are worthy of your trust, but you can try to trust me. Thank you, Wu Xia. Yu Yang felt that a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. The danger that had been pressing on his heart since the first day of his transmigration was gone. His whole body was extremely relaxed. His state of mind had changed unknowingly. Faintly, there was an opportunity to break through to a higher realm. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to see the reward for clearing the Virgo temple, Yu Yang would have tried to break through the 5th level of the innate invisible sword chi. Once the demon in his heart was gone, the original crisis was eliminated. Yu Yang felt as if he had obtained a new life. He now had the confidence to climb to the peak of the innate realm. When he no longer had any worries in his life, he would be able to concentrate 100% on training. How hard would it be to climb to the peak of the innate realm? The mysterious beauty's smile was like a clear spring, nourishing Yu Yang's heart. Although you're a stupid bad guy, I feel that you're actually still okay. Yu Yang was overjoyed. Really? I'm free tomorrow. Let's go boating on the lake, okay? No, boating might suit Xianxia, but that's not my hobby. The mysterious beauty refused. Then I'll accompany you to read under the 10,000-year ancient oak tree. Yu Yang reacted quickly. Just reading? The mysterious beauty asked cautiously. I promise, I'll only read, I won't mess around. When Yu Yang heard that there was a chance, he immediately pretended to be an obedient child. He patted his chest and promised, hoping that the beauty would agree. No. The mysterious beauty still refused. Why not? Yu Yang showed his sincerity. Girl, give me a chance. It's rare for me to pretend to be an obedient child. Then I'll think about it. The mysterious beauty's eyes were smiling gently. When Yu Yang heard this, he was so excited that he jumped 3 feet in excitement. In this world, with a girl like her, what more could he ask for? Inan and Yu Bing quietly returned. After changing into Yu Bing's clothes, Inan, who was obviously a little tight and short, hid behind Yu Bing's back like a cat, afraid that Yu Yang would see her. Yu Yang was afraid that she would be too embarrassed, so he didn't look at her. He stretched out his hand and caressed Yu Bing's soft hair. Bing let's go. Let's go and take a look at the rewards for clearing this round. As he said this, he patted Anan's head lightly, hinting for her to follow. Although she knew that he had discovered her, after being comforted by him, the embarrassment in Anan's heart was greatly reduced. With a blushing face, she hid behind him and quietly followed them. On the surface, the gold and diamond crystal mirror looked like a precious mirror. However, under Yu Yang's level 4, divine vision, he discovered that it was actually a beast. A special type beast. When Yu Yang and the 3 girls walked closer, the image of the merciful goddess messenger appeared on the surface of the crystal mirror. That faintly discernible and indistinct voice sounded again. Young lads, pure ladies, congratulations. You are the first team from the 12 zodiac temples to pass through the Virgo temple. You all trust each other. The whole team came here, but everyone defeated their inner demons. The difficulty is much greater than defeating your inner demons alone. As the guardian of the Virgo temple, out of joy and blessings to all of you, I am willing to give all of you a little special reward. The crystal mirror shone brightly. The pure white light illuminated the entire space, making people unable to open their eyes. At the moment when the light was at its brightest, 4 sparkling and translucent white lights floated into the space between Yu Yang, Yu Bing, Inan, and the mysterious beauty's eyebrows. At the same time, in the 4 people's minds, a kind of information bloomed like a flower. A skill called Heart Mirror appeared, as if it was an inherent skill. Then, the surface of the crystal mirror started to crack and shatter. A beam of white light was projected onto Anan's body. Another beam of white light floated into the sky and formed the image of the merciful goddess messenger. She smiled at Anan and said, "This young lady is most compatible with me. I will give you the spirit mirror. My mission is complete. Goodbye." The merciful goddess messenger turned into a beam of white light and shot into the sky at an extremely fast speed. In the end, she disappeared without a trace, as if she had never appeared in the first place. Only the crystal shards on the ground, which served as the proof of passing the trial, became a historical record and scattered all over the ground. Yu Yang kept the crystal shards. He realized that these shards seemed to have a great use. The runes engraved on them were completely unfamiliar to him. If he could duplicate them, he might be able to make another crystal mirror with inner demons. If he used this kind of weapon against his enemies, they would definitely die a horrible death. When Yu Yang was cleaning up the crystal shards, Anan couldn't wait to summon her grimoire. Flipping it open, she discovered that a new beast had appeared on the originally blank page. Spirit Mirror, Special Type Beast. Gold Ranked Level 1. Illusory Spiritual Body. No Consciousness. Special Skills, Mirror Transformation, Spirit Absorption, Spirit Mirror Fusion. The mysterious beauty and Yu Bing went over to take a look. They were both happy for Anan. A gold-ranked level 1 beast was not what made people the happiest. The main thing was that the merciful goddess messenger had pointed out a path of cultivation for Anan. That was to walk on the path of spiritual power cultivation. With this spirit mirror that was the most compatible with Anan, her future would be limitless. Especially if she could reach the level of creating an inner demon world. Warriors who had not passed the inner demon barrier would probably die a tragic death in front of Anan. Just like the saying left behind by the ancient peak warriors, what is the best beast? A beast that is most suitable for oneself is the best beast. In the past, Anan didn't know what was the most suitable for herself. Now, not only did she know, she even had a spirit mirror that was the most suitable for her future cultivation. Congratulations, Sister Anan. Yu Bing congratulated Anan immediately. She could finally call Anan's sister openly, without worrying that Yu Yang would hear her calling her by mistake. Hence, she called her sister especially cheerfully and loudly. "Thank you, Bing Er." Anan said thank you, but her eyes were peeking at Yu Yang's reaction under her long eyelashes. Seeing Yu Yang looking at her with a smile on his face, she quickly lowered her head, afraid that he would make fun of her. Hearing his congratulations, Anan felt embarrassed and a trace of sweetness in her heart. With the spirit mirror, it seemed that she would be able to help him in the future. Even if it was just a little, it was much better than being a burden. The mysterious beauty saw Anan looking at her nervously and smiled. "This spirit mirror is not bad. Student Yu Yang has never given you any gifts. Let him give you a war beast that can merge with the spirit mirror. When the spirit mirror has spiritual consciousness, I believe it won't be too far from creating an inner demon world." Anan's voice was softer than a mosquito. "No need." She said no, but in her heart, she really wanted Yu Yang to give her a war beast that could merge with the spirit mirror. It didn't matter when he gave it, as long as he gave it to her personally. Yu Yang didn't say anything. He just reached out and touched Anan's head as an answer. Of course, Anan understood Yu Yang's silent answer. Her heart was bashful and happy at the same time. She wanted to act more ladylike on the surface, but her lips couldn't help but smile. In front of the Mercy God statue, there were two small sparkling and translucent lights in her hands. They looked like pearls and tears. Yu Yang looked at them with his level 4, divine vision, and exclaimed, "These are the goddess's tears. The legendary goddess's tears that can bring the dead back to life, are actually these two little things. The most difficult challenge, the reward is naturally the richest reward." The mysterious beauty was the most excited. With these goddess's tears, her cousin might be saved. The goddess's tears were unknown, but they came from the highest level of Tong Tian Tower. 10,000 years ago, the goddess's tears were recorded in the medicine encyclopedia as the most important ingredient for the holy healing medicine rebirth pill. The first person in human history to consume the rebirth pill was Princess Xianxia, who was equally famous as the Starlight Princess. People also called her the Sleeping Princess. It was said that she was poisoned to death and placed in a crystal coffin for 100 years. After consuming the rebirth pill, she slowly woke up as if she had just woken up from a deep sleep. Her appearance and complexion were no different from before she was poisoned to death 100 years ago. Her complexion was glowing, and the poison in her body had been completely dispersed. Furthermore, after consuming the rebirth pill, the sleeping princess would remain youthful for 200 years. If it wasn't for evil warriors assassinating the sleeping princess while stealing the rebirth pill's recipe, she would probably still be the soaring dragon continent's #1 beauty even if she lived for another 200 years. The most important ingredient for the rebirth pill was the goddess's tears. Without the goddess's tears, even if the rebirth pill could be successfully refined, it wouldn't be much different from a normal healing pill. It was said that even if the goddess's tears wasn't used to refine the pill, just by consuming the goddess's tears, a girl would be able to remain youthful for 100 years. Among the best medicines and treasures in the medicine room, the goddess's tears were ranked in the top 5. The only thing that could be compared to it was the god's blood, which was said to be able to increase a man's cultivation by 100 years. It was unexpected that such a rare treasure would appear as a reward in the Virgo temple. Furthermore, it wasn't just one, but two goddesses' tears, as expected of the most difficult Virgo temple. Its rewards for clearing the trial were even better than the rewards from the other Gemini temple. Furthermore, these two goddesses' tears were even more popular among the girls. Most importantly, whether Yu Yang could save sickly beauty depended on it. If he could use it to refine the rebirth pill, there would be hope for sickly beauty. Yu Yang and the three girls continued to advance towards Liber Palace. Different from the previous palaces, Liber Palace was restricted by the ancient code. Even Yu Yang, who had night vision and level 4, divine vision, couldn't see anything with his eyes. Under the situation where they couldn't see their enemies, it was extremely difficult for Yu Yang and the three girls to pass through the Liber Palace. Fortunately, Shaowenli, the barbarian cow shadow and the little thorny flower demoness worked together and successfully passed through the Liber Palace. Yu Yang obtained the treasure golden scales. Barbarian cow shadow Aman and little thorny flower demoness obtained the wisdom reward. After Xiao Wenli's dual icicle blades had successfully shattered the golden sword Evil Cutter in the hands of the Libra Temple's guardian, she had absorbed the power of the golden sword Evil Cutter. Her dual icicle blades had leveled up from dark gold ranked, which was equivalent to platinum rank, to diamond rank. The demon abyss usually referred to platinum ranked as dark gold ranked. It was slightly different from the soaring dragon continent, but the essence was the same. Scorpio Palace. The 8th palace, Scorpio Palace, was a desert. Countless bronze-ranked and silver-ranked scorpions were hidden in the sand. The Scorpio Palace was also buried deep under the sand. Yu Yang couldn't kill the guardian of the Scorpio Palace, the golden scorpion, but he managed to injure it heavily and obtained the gold-ranked treasure Scorpio gloves. Yu Bing's reward in this stage was the biggest. Her intense poison, inherent skill had leveled up, and she had even obtained a skill called sealing throat at sight of blood. If beasts below gold ranked were to be hit by this skill, they would be incurable. If a human warrior below level 6, Elder, were to be hit by this skill, they would also die instantly. Fortunately, it was the kind-hearted Yu Bing who had this skill. If it was someone else who had obtained such a terrifying skill, they would probably cause a bloodbath in the soaring dragon continent. After resting for 2 hours, Yu Yang led the 3 girls into the Sagittarius Palace. The 9th palace, the Sagittarius Palace, was a forest valley. Countless people lived there. Arrows, javelins, battle axes, the crazy attacks of the people never stopped after Yu Yang and the others entered. After almost 100 battles and ambushes, Yu Bing and Anan, who had no choice but to summon their grimoires to fight, had leveled up one after another. Anan had leveled up to level 5, Master, while Yu Bing had leveled up to level 4, Hero. Only Yu Yang was still the same. He was still a warrior. When Yu Yang brought the 3 ladies to the Sagittarius Palace, there was a golden centaur that was as huge as a house waiting for them. In order to allow Yu Yang to go further, the mysterious beauty stepped forward and fought against the golden centaur king. With Yu Yang's help, the 3 women managed to defeat their enemies after a tough battle. The golden centaur king turned into a huge stone statue after being heavily injured. Its soul turned into a golden light and flew into the sky. Originally, Yu Yang thought that he could get the golden bow from the golden centaur king after the battle, but who knew that it would also turn into stone. In the end, only 4 small and exquisite golden horseshoes were left behind. As the main fighter, the mysterious beauty decided to gift these 4 golden horseshoes with the blessing of luck to Anan. Finally, after Anan's silver Pegasus received the blessing of luck from the golden horseshoes and the reward of intelligence from clearing the trial, the silver Pegasus evolved from its original silver-ranked to gold-ranked. It could be said that although the mysterious beauty had fought with all her might, however, the lucky Anan became the one who gained the most from clearing the Sagittarius Palace. We have stayed in there for too long. Xianxia and Fallen Flowers will definitely be worried. My combat power has been severely depleted. Yu Yang, you should continue forward. I will go out and greet Xianxia and Fallen Flowers so that they won't have to wait for us. The exhausted mysterious beauty decided to go out and bring a message to Xianxia and the others. If that's the case, I will also follow Sister Wu Xia. I have also reached my limit. Anan actually hoped to fight alongside Yu Yang. However, she was already exhausted from the battle in the Sagittarius Palace. If she stayed, she would only become a burden to Yu Yang. Yu Yang could only protect Yu Bing. If she were to join him, it would definitely be strenuous. Thus, Anan decided to leave. The 12 zodiac palaces were filled with insane challenges. None of the palaces were easy to clear. The Virgo Palace was the most difficult, but she was not the main fighter. Thus, she passed it unknowingly. She didn't even need to participate in the Libra Palace. However, once she reached the Scorpio Palace and the Sagittarius Palace, Anan realized that these were really places of torture. If it wasn't for her and Yu Yang, she would have already decided to quit. The rewards for clearing the 12 zodiac palaces were very generous. However, she was not strong enough to continue the challenge. It was already amazing that she could last until now. Yu Bing was a little reluctant. She actually still had strength left. However, since the mysterious beauty and Anan were about to leave, she also said softly, I will go out too. Yu Yang felt that the little girl still had strength left. He persuaded, being heir, you can go out after the next round. If you are tired, I can carry you." The mysterious beauty and Anan also persuaded Yubing to stay. They felt that Yubing's potential was limitless and she had a lot of room for improvement. She should stay and train with Yu Yang. "It's okay. If I stay, I won't be able to help brother a lot. Instead, I will only distract brother. Furthermore, I have already improved a lot. I still haven't fully comprehended it." Yu Bing's true thoughts were that she had obtained a lot of rewards. If she stayed, she would definitely divide the rewards that her brother got for clearing the round. If all the rewards were given to her brother, then her brother's strength would definitely improve greatly. Yu Bing felt that it was more important to increase her brother's strength. She had already obtained a lot of rewards, so she should be satisfied. Under her insistence, Yu Yang did not force her to stay. Anyway, he had already completed the 12 Zodiac Palaces challenge. In the second floor of Tong Tian Tower, there was still the Sky, Earth and Human Shrines challenge. After the 3 Shrines challenge, there was still the World Tree mission in the 3rd floor of Tong Tian Tower. As for the 4th, 5th and 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, there were even more difficulties waiting for them. There was no need to worry about not having a chance to train. Seeing that Anan and Yubing had already made up their minds, the mysterious beauty no longer objected. She whispered a few words to Yu Yang, reminding him to be careful. If he couldn't defeat the enemies, it was fine if he came out first. He could challenge them again when he had the time in the future. Anyway, the most difficult Gemini Temple and Virgo Temple had already been cleared. Anan also wanted to speak to Yu Yang alone. However, she was a little shy and couldn't bring herself to do so. Her bright eyes peeked at Yu Yang from under her long eyelashes. Without making a sound, she pulled Yu Bing's hand and chased after the mysterious beauty with a blush on her face. After sending off the 3 girls, Yu Yang went to the Capricorn Temple alone. The Capricorn Temple was a huge river. Countless amphibious fishmen, frogmen, lizardmen and water monsters pounced on them to attack. Xiao Wenli didn't even need to do anything in this battle. Just the stone element Medusa and the storm mermaid were enough to turn these fishmen and water monsters into corpses. What surprised Yu Yang the most was that the stone element Medusa even summoned a golden tiger shark to chase all the fishmen and water monsters onto the shore. With a pincer attack from both underwater and on the ground, the fishmen and water monsters were completely defeated and countless of them died. In the huge temple by the river, the guardian of the Capricorn Temple could transform. It could freely change between a fishman and a golden goat. Furthermore, it knew a terrifying demonic summoning technique. It could use a special summoning technique to turn its opponent into a helpless sheep. The golden tiger shark was very arrogant at first. However, when it was hit by the goat shadow ball summoned by the guardian of the Capricorn Temple, it immediately turned into a little sheep. It almost drowned even though it was the king of the water. The guardian of the Capricorn Temple angered little Wenli. She personally led the stone element Medusa, storm mermaid and thunder naga to chase after the guardian of the Capricorn Temple underwater and severely injured it. The guardian escaped back to the shore. Just as it turned into a golden goat, it was attacked by the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger and silver-ranked eye destroyer dagger from the Bloody Queen who had been lying in wait for a long time. If Yu Yang could make a move, it would have died even if it had 2 lives. However, Yu Yang was restricted by the rules and couldn't make a move. The guardian that had turned into a golden goat was almost killed by the Bloody Queen, but it managed to escape in the end. Maybe it had already acknowledged that Yu Yang had passed the trial. Therefore, when the guardian that had turned into a golden goat was about to dive down and deal a fatal blow, it turned into a golden light and disappeared, leaving only a pile of golden goat wool on the ground. Is golden goat wool also a gold-ranked treasure? Yu Yang was shocked. Under his level 4, Divine Vision, observation, he realized that these extremely soft golden goat wool were really sweating profusely. Maybe it was because she had almost killed the guardian of the Capricorn Temple with her last dagger, but the Bloody Queen actually received the Capricorn Temple Guardian's sheep transformation, demonic summoning skill as a reward. Of course, this was a newly rewarded skill and was only level 1. It couldn't be compared to the original Capricorn Temple Guardian's sheep transformation, demonic summoning skill. Currently, the Bloody Queen's sheep transformation skill could only be used on beasts that were below gold ranked and not higher than level 6, although it was a little useless. Yu Yang felt that this skill was not bad and had a lot of potential. When he leveled up in the future, he could use it to disturb his enemies. Just think about it, if the enemy managed to summon a powerful beast with great difficulty, then the Bloody Queen would turn it into a sheep that had no combat power. Wouldn't the enemy cry to death? Taking advantage of the victory in the Capricorn Temple, Yu Yang killed his way into the 11th temple, the Aquarius Temple. The Aquarius Temple's outer beasts and guardian were not considered strong. According to the ranking of the 12 temples, they were only average. However, this guardian summoned beast almost exhausted Yu Yang to death. The Aquarius Temple's first summoned beast was a divine envoy's shadow who was holding a golden bottle. Every time Little Winley, a man, Little Thorny Flower Demoness and the others painstakingly injured the Aquarius Temple guardian, the divine envoy's shadow would use the power of the bottle to completely heal its master. Furthermore, it could even double its master's energy. This gave Yu Yang the feeling that he had met a high HP and a priest in a game. It was enough to make him depressed to death. However, no attack could hit the divine envoy's shadow. This made him even more frustrated. The final victory came from the blood pupil's double kill that Yu Yang had never seen before. Only now did he understand how abnormal this blood pupil's double kill was. The barbarian cow shadow a man had activated Doom's Eyes, and then activated blood pupil's double kill. Although the Aquarius Temple guardian did not die immediately, its soul was heavily injured and it fell to the ground. The ancient code allowed the guardian's death. Blood pupil's double kill had instantly killed the divine envoy's shadow who could not attack at all. Yu Yang caught the golden bottle that fell from the sky. His mouth was so wide that a fist could be stuffed inside. He had never thought that blood pupil's double kill would be able to instantly kill people like this. He had always thought that blood pupil's double kill only required 2 stares from the bull's eyes. He never thought that the divine envoy's shadow, who did not stare, would also be instantly killed by blood pupil's double kill, because its master was heavily injured. Although this super abnormal skill required a lot of luck to appear, once it appeared, the enemy would not just cry to death, they would just wait for death. Imagine, if a man stared a beast to death and activated blood pupil's double kill, after Doom's Eyes, then its master would be in big trouble. Of course, a man had not tried whether instant kill could also kill its master twice. Yu Yang was only guessing at the moment. If it was possible, then this skill could be ranked at the top of the list of abnormal skills. What was abnormal? This was abnormal. Other than obtaining the reward for clearing the stage, Yu Yang also obtained a man and the Little Thorny Flower Demoness intelligence. He also obtained the golden bottle. Inside the bottle, there was half a bottle of God's Dew that could recover one's vitality and injuries with just 1 drop. Originally, the Aquarius Temple Guardian would only die when the God's Dew was used up. However, when blood pupil's double kill was used, the God's Dew that was not used up became Yu Yang's spoils of war. What was an explosion of luck? This was an explosion of luck, a huge explosion. Yu Yang really wanted to take down the Pisces temple in one go and complete the mission of clearing the 12 zodiac temples. Because for 10,000 years, no one had completed it. No one knew what would happen after clearing the 12 zodiac temples. Yu Yang speculated based on the rewards of each temple. Because the difficulty of clearing the 12 zodiac temples was extremely high, there would definitely be a surprise reward after clearing it. But starting from the Virgo temple, he had cleared 6 temples consecutively. After defeating the guardian of the Aquarius temple, Yu Yang still had his physical strength, but his mind was extremely tired. Plus, he was worried about Fallen Flowers, Xianxia and the others, so he decided to go out and take a look. After he had a good rest, he would finish clearing the Pisces temple. Most importantly, after obtaining the goddess tier and God's Dew, Yu Yang couldn't wait to share his joy with the girls. With the goddess tier and God's Dew, sickly beauty could be saved. Coming out of the teleportation door, Yu Yang realized that the 5 girls, Fallen Flowers, Xianxia, Yu Yu, Inan and Yu Bing were still there. The mysterious beauty and sickly beauty were nowhere to be seen. Princess Sisai saw Yu Yang coming out and was the first to welcome him. She didn't ask Yu Yang about the process of the battle and gestured, "Quick, let's leave this place." What happened? Yu Yang was puzzled. Could it be that what Wu Xia said was true? She said that something terrible might happen on the second day. If he knew about it, his inner demon would be triggered and he wouldn't be able to clear the Virgo temple. Now that a day had passed, it meant that the thing that Wu Xia said might have happened today. Princess Sisai didn't answer. She pulled Yu Yang and left. After returning to the Wen Min, Yu Yu and Yu Bing's eyes were red. They looked at Yu Yang as if they wanted to say something, but they didn't say anything. This made Yu Yang even more puzzled. Could it be that something had happened to Fourth Mother? That was not possible. If something had happened to Fourth Mother, Yu Bing would definitely cry her eyes out. Furthermore, Jun Wu Yu and the old cunning fox had also promised that they would send Fourth Mother to an absolutely safe place to live. She would definitely not be found by the enemy. If something didn't happen to Fourth Mother, then what exactly happened? Yu Yang looked at City Lord Fallen Flowers, hoping that she could give him an explanation. City Mistress Fallen Flowers did not hide anything. She walked over and sat beside Yu Yang. Someone wrote a letter to Jun Wu Yu and old Marshal Yu, revealing that the substitute clan master Yu Shan is a puppet possessed by a demon. It can't be, right? Yu Yang was stunned. Although his first uncle Yu Shan was very sinister, his body and aura did not resemble a demon at all. If he wasn't familiar with it and couldn't sense it, then could it be that Elder Yu Hai didn't even know what had happened to his son? Also, how could a wife who slept with Yu Shan not know about the changes in her husband's body? People like Yu Tian, Yu Ting, and Yu Yu, as a son and daughter, how could they not be able to tell that their father had been possessed by a demon? Yu Shan served Xia and often entered the imperial palace. If he was possessed by a demon, could it be that the heavenly imperial guardians of Xia, those innate rankers, couldn't tell that Yu Shan was a demon? Yu Yang thought for a while, but he didn't really believe such a laughable conjecture. If one said that Yu Shan was an incomparably sinister hypocrite, Yu Yang would believe it. If one said that Yu Shan was the murderer of the tragic guy's father, Yu Qiu, Yu Yang would also believe it. However, if one said that he was possessed by a demon, Yu Yang felt that unless all the warriors in the Soaring Dragon continent were blind, they wouldn't be able to tell. Yu Yang didn't believe this kind of exposure at all. He felt that the person who exposed him must have a headache. Yu Yang would raise both his hands in approval to ruin Yu Shan's reputation. No matter who it was, he wouldn't oppose it. However, this kind of method made him speechless. This would only make people sympathize with Yu Shan even more. When Jun Wu Yu and Elder Yu Hai heard about this, they would instead comfort Yu Shan. Yu Shan's position as the substitute clan master would probably not be taken down in a short period of time. Yu Yang asked curiously, who was so bored to write this kind of letter? Yu Yu's lips trembled a little. It was Third Uncle. Third Uncle came back yesterday. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue. When Yu Yang heard this, he couldn't help but shiver. God, it was actually the tragic guy's father, Yu Qiu, who had come back. Whether Yu Shan was a demon or not, Yu Yang wasn't interested in knowing the truth. However, he started to worry for himself. He was an imposter. If Yu Qiu found out that he wasn't his son, then he would be done for. When did he come back? Yu Yang realized that he was stuttering a little. Don't be so agitated. Princess Sisai sat on the other side of Yu Yang and held on to Yu Yang's big hand. We can't confirm whether he is the real one or not at the moment. After all, your father had already died in battle for 15 years. Now that you have just helped the Yu clan rise, he has come back. More importantly, everyone suspected that the mysterious expert who taught you combat skills was your father. The person who came back now, he is an imposter. Old Marshal, you had once shown him a slightly altered portrait that looked more like your father. In the end, he nodded his head and praised that you looked very similar to him. This means that he actually mistook you as his son. Of course, just a portrait can't prove anything, but it's enough to make people suspicious. Right now, we hope that you won't panic. If he is the real one, then that would be for the best. If he is a fake Yu Qiu, then we will definitely investigate this matter to the end. You mean that you want me to go and identify him? When Yu Yang heard this, he cried bitterly in his heart. The mysterious expert who taught him combat skills was the heavenly sword goddess, not Yu Qiu. It would be fine if he, a guy from another world, met a fake Yu Qiu, but if he met the real Yu Qiu, then he would be screwed. No, on the contrary, we hope that you don't meet him for the time being, in case he becomes familiar with you. If it was your father who taught you combat skills, then there is no reason for him not to know what you are good at. Right now, we don't have any evidence, we need to find more evidence before we can prove that he is a fake. Princess Sisai hinted to Yu Yang to calm down. I know that you really want to see your father, but he doesn't usually come back. Furthermore, the moment he came back, he revealed that big brother Yushan was possessed by a demon. This matter is really fishy. My father and old Marshal Yu are a little suspicious that this fake Yu Yang is the one who was possessed by a demon. In other words, after your father died in battle, there might be a demon king or goblin king who used some kind of secret technique to infuse a soul into your father's body, allowing him to return to the Yu clan in the end. Right now, the elders are suspecting that this fake Yu Yang's target is you. Can't we expose him? Yu Yang was anxious. What he hoped the most was to prove that Yu Qiu was a fake. That way, he would be safe. If Yu Qiu was real, not only that hypocrite Yushan would be out of luck, he, the guy from another world, would also have nowhere to hide. Yu Yu's eyes were red, tears were about to fall. I heard that that person looks exactly like third uncle. His appearance, voice, beasts, and combat skills are all exactly the same. Furthermore, he could even talk about the various battles he went through in the past. I hope that third uncle can come back, but I also hope that what he said is not the truth. Although my father loves power, he would never be a demon. My heart is very confused about this matter. Yu Bing also had the same thoughts. She was even a little worried that the fake third uncle would kill her brother. Yu Yang was a little restless. Then does that mean that he is the real one? Xianxia waved her hand in objection. No, I think it's the opposite. He took the initiative to talk about his past in order to gain everyone's trust. What does this mean? He wanted to prove himself. If he was the real one, why would he need to prove himself? Furthermore, if Yushan was a fake clan master, why would he be in a hurry to expose him? Why didn't he wait to gather more evidence before pointing out that big brother is a fake? There are a few other suspicious points. He said that he was captured and lived in the demon abyss for 15 years. Later on, he gained the trust of a demon abyss countess, which was why he had the chance to leave the raging fire prison and escape back to the soaring dragon continent. Your father's character is upright, he wouldn't kneel down to some countess in exchange for his life. This is the first point. The person who taught you combat skills since you were young is more likely to be your father. If he had been imprisoned in the demon abyss for more than 10 years, how could he have taught you combat skills? This is the second point. Furthermore, he didn't mention your mother's whereabouts and was in a hurry to see you the moment he came back. This is the most suspicious part. What do you guys want me to do? Confront him face to face? Yu Yang felt that he was still in a bit of danger. Even if he could prove that that fellow was a fake, she might even expose the fact that he was a guy from another world. The mysterious beauty knew his secret. At the very least, she knew what his inner demon was. Where did she go now? She seemed to know about this matter yesterday and even asked him to quickly pass through the Virgo temple. This meant that she was still on his side. She seemed to be willing to keep his secret. This Wuxia, what was she thinking in her heart? Yu Yang felt that if the mysterious beauty was here, he would really have to ask her. Otherwise, her heart would be in a mess, and she would feel uneasy and upset. City Mistress Fallen Flowers pressed on Yu Yang's arm lightly. We have discussed this before. We think that you better not go back to see him. If he is real, it doesn't matter if you meet him later, he won't blame you. If he is a fake, it's the right thing for you not to go back. Otherwise, the enemy will take advantage of you. Anyway, wait for the elders to investigate in secret. When the truth is out, we can go back together. All right. Yu Yang was overjoyed in his heart. Of course, on the surface, he agreed reluctantly. When Princess Qianqian and Luo Hua City Mistress saw that Yu Yang had agreed not to return to the Yu clan, they heaved a huge sigh of relief in their hearts. They were afraid that Yu Yang's stubbornness would flare up and he wouldn't listen to their advice. If he insisted on rushing back to investigate the truth, then everyone would be at a disadvantage. Now was not the time to fall out with the impostor. Furthermore, they didn't have any evidence. As for the fact that Yu Yang was the impostor, they really didn't think about it. Only the mysterious beauty seemed to have suspected Yu Yang's identity. However, she didn't investigate further. She even chose to support Yu Yang unconditionally during the inner demon test in the Virgo temple, helping him to overcome his inner demon and pass the test. If the mysterious beauty didn't say anything, then in the whole soaring dragon continent, only she and Yu Yang knew about this little secret. Even the mysterious beauty wasn't sure of Yu Yang's real identity. It was just that the inner demon had magnified the suspicion in her heart. To be able to pass the Virgo temple successfully, the mysterious beauty had already cast aside Yu Yang's identity. She chose to trust and support him 100%, and no longer paid attention to this problem. Let's pretend that we don't know anything and go to the 100 Schools Elite Tournament now. After that, we'll collect medicine to refine the rebirth pill. After we're cured, we'll go explore the gods' ruins. Princess Sisai looked at Yu Yang. This was the first time she looked at him with a pleading gaze. She didn't want anything to happen to Yu Yang. If that was the imposter, then the enemy would definitely be targeting Yu Yang. He had just become an innate not long ago. If the demon abyss ranker didn't make a move before Yu Yang grew stronger, then there wouldn't be a chance in the future. Now, as long as they could drag this period of time, Yu Yang would become stronger. Even if the enemy had a sinister trick, it wouldn't be easy for them to succeed. In short, Yu Yang needed time, because the enemy was eyeing him covetously. Yu passed a letter to Yu Yang. It was written by Jun Wu Yu and Elder Yu Hai. There were only a few sentences, but Yu Yang could see their love for him. Sanner, don't worry about your family. Many things in the world are like mysteries. It's hard to distinguish right from wrong, but the truth will be revealed one day. Take care of yourself. No matter what happens in your family, don't believe it easily. The most important thing is to take care of yourself. Since Jun Wu Yu and Elder Yu Hai had already said that they wouldn't let Yu Yang return home to meet the Yu Qiu who had returned from the demon abyss, Yu Yang was more than happy to listen to them. No matter who was the demon between Yu Shan and Yu Qiu, Yu Yang didn't want to care. Yu Yang thought about this matter without considering his own identity. He really felt that it was suspicious. Let's go. We can't care about these things anymore. Let's focus on the tournament. Princess Sisai wasn't interested in the tournament at first. Now that she wanted Yu Yang to participate in the 100 Schools Elite Tournament, he didn't have time to think about his father's matter. After returning to the Champion Island, Fatty Hai and Yi Kong were overjoyed when they saw Yu Yang. Quick, you'll be late if you don't come back soon. You can lose to anyone but Xue Qianren. Yu Yang only remembered that he still had a knockout match to fight. When Yu Yang arrived at the arena, Xue Qianren who was waiting there immediately forfeited. The reason was that he was severely injured by Dragon Ambassador Ken Lanyu, a disciple of the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace. He was still waiting in the arena, hoping that Yu Yang would not be able to participate in the competition and would be absent so that he could advance to the next round. Now that Yu Yang had arrived, Xue Qianren decided to forfeit after exchanging glances with Floating Mist Sect's junior sect leader Bai Yunfei. It was only now that Yu Yang finally saw the pitiful guy's former love rival Xue Qianren and his new rival Bai Yunfei. Xue Qianren did not look like his father Xue Tao, but he looked like his uncle Xue Tuesday. Although he had Xue Tu's shrewdness, he did not have Xue Tu's experience and steadiness. Between his brows, there was a hint of hostility, as if he had a lot of resentment towards Yu Yang. Below the arena, Bai Yunfei was the focus of attention. Although he was not the one fighting in the arena, people could not help but look at him, treating him as the center of attention. Bai Yunfei stood in the crowd like a bright moon among the stars, emitting a radiance that no one could ignore. His every move, every smile, and every word was very attention-grabbing. In terms of appearance, Bai Yunfei also had a handsome appearance that countless men were jealous of. He was tall and slender, dressed in snow-white clothes, a silver belt around his waist and a purple jade belt. His noble temperament made even the princes of the world feel ashamed of their inferiority. What caught everyone's attention was a golden dragon that had shrunk its body using a secret technique. This was a noble dragon that was supposed to be flying proudly in the sky, the king of the dragon race. However, it was lying at his feet in an extremely docile manner, quietly waiting for his command. One of Bai Yunfei's summoned beasts was a gold-ranked level 7 golden dragon king. This was an existence that made people despair. Most warriors would not be able to obtain a gold-ranked beast in their entire lives, let alone a gold-ranked level 7 golden dragon king. He is demonstrating his strength to you. City Mistress Fallen Flowers laughed. Why don't you show him your golden king beast too? Forget it. It's fine if I'm trying so hard to woo a little girl, but the other party is a guy. Why should I compete with a stinky guy? Yu Yang shrugged. The referee signaled for Yu Yang to go up the stage. Although Xie Qianren had already forfeited, he still had to fulfill his duty and register Yu Yang's information, such as the beasts he used. When he saw Yu Yang summon a quintet seeking golden mice, he was instantly dumbfounded. This kind of puppet mouse had no combat power, and this brat had the nerve to summon it? Could it be that he had to report to the higher-ups that this brat had defeated Xie Qianren with a puppet mouse? Wouldn't this make people suspect that it was fake? This blue-clothed referee really wanted Yu Yang to summon a stronger beast. If he didn't summon a gold-ranked beast, then a silver-ranked or bronze-ranked beast would be good too. If he summoned a whole mouse puppet, everyone would easily suspect him of cheating, and he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Seeing that Yu Yang was preparing to leave, the referee hurriedly asked, "Fellow student Yu Yang, can you summon an even stronger beast?" Puppet mice are not combat-type beasts. Yu Yang summoned another normal-ranked level 1 spitting thorny flower. The referee almost vomited blood. Puppet mouse, spitting thorny flower. Could it be that this brat was the legendary fanatic of trashy beasts, a madman whose goal was to collect trashy beasts all his life? The audience below the stage roared with laughter. They had seen many strange beasts, but they had never seen a contestant who could summon trashy beasts like a puppet mouse or a spitting thorny flower in the 100 Schools Elite Tournament. Especially when compared to the junior sect leader by Yunfei's noble gold dragon king, it seemed even more pathetic and insignificant. Don't you have any other combat-type beasts? The blue-clothed referee used his last bit of patience and asked. I do, but in comparison, the thorny flower is already considered not bad. Moreover, I'm a level 2, brave man, summoning 2 beasts a day is already my limit. Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he couldn't help even if he wanted to. When he said that, the audience below the stage roared with laughter. The blue-clothed referee was speechless. Level 2, brave man, he wondered how this brat managed to enter the top 20 Miss Round Robin tournament. Could it be that he was just lucky and people gave up all the way, allowing him to bring a bunch of trashy beasts to enter the group stage? Looking at the record, he realized that this brat had actually eliminated the Tianluo prince. He immediately felt a little relieved. So this brat was a warrior who majored in combat skills. No wonder he could enter the group stage with trashy beasts. Bai Yunfei, who was below the stage, laughed. He didn't think that the Yu clan's third young master, who Xie Qianren feared so much, only had 2 trashy beasts. This Yu clan's third young master was known as Trash in the past, but he had defeated many experts and even beat up 2 disciples of the Floating Mist sect. If he was just a brute who majored in combat skills, how could Xie Qianren be so afraid of him? Bai Yunfei felt that this Yu clan's third young master was showing weakness to numb him. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So he is the Yu clan's third young master? Not bad. He thought to himself, you know how to hide your strength and don't show your strongest trump card. When have I ever shown my strongest trump card? I've shown my golden dragon king beast. Isn't this a strategy to suppress and divert attention? On the other side, in a private room with a small window opened, a shadow flashed past. Bai Yunfei knew that it was the Prince of Zijin. Although the Prince of Zijin looked arrogant on the surface, this fellow was definitely a shrewd opponent. If he had to choose his strongest opponent, Bai Yunfei felt that his strongest opponent would most probably be this Prince of Zijin, followed by the Yu clan's third young master and the Dragon Spear Girl. The second group elimination round had already ended, but the audience did not leave the arena. This was because there were still other types of competitions after this, including the team competition that everyone loved to watch. Different from the hot-blooded individual competitions, the team competition was the most exciting and the most intense competition. It was also the hardest to predict the outcome of the competition. The strength of the team was very important. Sometimes, no matter how strong an individual was, he would still be mercilessly eliminated. There were 2 ways to compete in the team competition. The 2 teams would discuss and decide. If they could not come to an agreement, the referee would toss a gold coin to decide. The first way was the unlimited battle. Both teams would send out 5 people each. Each team would send out 1 person for each round. If they had enough strength, one person could fight against 5 people and obtain victory. In the unlimited battle, both teams could change their players at any time. However, once the first team had won 5 battles, it would mean that they had won. In the unlimited battle, both teams could change their players at any time. However, once the first team had won 5 battles, it would mean that they had won. The other way was the unlimited battle. Both teams would send out 5 players each, but they would strictly follow the order of the battle. Vanguard would fight against Vanguard, General would fight against General, Marshal would fight against Marshal. Only when the second General and the 4th Deputy Marshal went on stage would they be able to replace their players. This kind of unlimited battle was even more intense and cruel. 3 out of 5 battles. Even if one of the players was extremely strong, if his teammates were trash, he would be defeated 3 times in a row. It would be a complete tragedy. Normally, teams with extremely strong players would choose the unlimited battle. On the other hand, teams with average strength and good strategies would choose the unlimited battle. Compared to the first, the audience would prefer the second way. This was because the second way was even more intense and cruel. For example, if Bai Yunfei participated in the team battle, if his teammates were trash and he chose the second way, he would be very tragic. This kind of unlimited battle could better reflect the strength and strategies of the team. This was because the starting lineup would not be leaked before the battle. If Bai Yunfei's team allowed the opponent to guess Bai Yunfei's position, the opponent would send out the weakest player to be responsible for giving up. The remaining players would be able to defeat the opponent. Of course, it would be a dream to hope that Bai Yunfei's teammates were trash. Bai Yunfei's teammates were 3 disciples of the Floating Mist sect. They were extremely strong. One of them was Xue Qianren, and the other was a mysterious person who had not fought yet. However, people believed that this super substitute strength was only below Bai Yunfei's. Other than Dragon Ambassador Can Lanyu, who had severely injured the weakest Xue Qianren from the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace, the other 3 members of the team had been completely defeated. Bai Yunfei did not even need to fight to obtain a huge victory. It was now Yu Yang's team's turn to compete. Previously, it had always been Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the Li clan brothers competing. Today, Fatty Hai's smelly hands had drawn another big prize. Yan Pejun, Yu Tian, Yu Yan, Lai Ban, Feng Qisha and the other strong enemies formed the Shangjing Academy team against the Ivy Academy team formed by Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Li Chia, Li Ge, and Yu Bing. It was really a narrow road for enemies. If it wasn't for Yu Yang's super substitute, they would have been completely oppressed. If Yu Bing did not fight with Yan Pejun or Feng Qisha, she would probably not have a tragic ending. Even if they fought, it would be hard to say who would win, but they would definitely not lose miserably. However, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were tragic. No matter who they met, they would not be able to win. I'm not going to compete anymore. I just came out from the 12 zodiac temples. I'm so tired that I haven't recovered yet. You guys fight well. If you lose, I'll tell the eagle-eyed guy and ask him to take care of you. Yu Yang was very ruthless. Not only did he not want to compete, he even hit them when they were down. Don't worry, I will definitely work hard. Other than Yu Bing, who maintained her fighting spirit, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the other spirits were like frozen eggplants. Farewell, beauties of the soaring dragon continent. Fatty Hai was the vanguard of the team. According to the second restriction rule that the referee had tossed a gold coin, his opponent would be his old enemy, Yan Pejun. Fatty Hai knew that he was done for, completely done for. Forget about the fact that Yu Yang would not compete, even if he could, he would not be able to replace him. Bai Yunfei and Prince of Zijin did not leave. Instead, they quietly observed the strength of Yu Yang's team. Especially Bai Yunfei, he kept glancing at Princess Sisai. When he saw that she was sitting beside Yu Yang, there seemed to be a strange glint in her eyes. It seemed to be a kind of killing intent, but also a kind of greed. Princess Sisai did not bat an eyelid, completely ignoring Bai Yunfei's existence. On the other hand, City Mistress Fallen Flowers hated that kind of gaze. She quickly pulled the curtain on one side of the room, covering her side. Fatty Hai walked up the stage, trembling with fear. Yan Pejun was already waiting for him. We meet again, Student Hai. Your hippo meteor punch is unforgettable. I hope that you will not forfeit again today. Let's have a good fight. Yan Pejun was smiling on the surface, but in his heart, he really wanted to roast Fatty Hai into a roasted pig. He had never suffered such a loss before. Furthermore, with Bai Yunfei and Prince of Zijin's strength, he had been dispirited for the past 2 days. People were talking about him behind his back, but he could not lift his head. I'm barefoot, why would I be afraid of you wearing shoes? I'm just a trash, so it's not shameful for me to lose. Student Pejun, you are a noble and delicate person. If I hurt you, don't cry. Unexpectedly, Fatty Hai did not forfeit. Instead, he chose to fight a blood battle. This blood battle was a type of battle without rules. It was divided into 3 rounds, upper, middle and lower. Each round lasted for 3 minutes, with 1 minute to rest and arrange tactics in between. Unless one was on the verge of death and lost consciousness, the contestant could not forfeit. When Yan Pejun saw that Fatty Hai had chosen a blood battle that no one would normally choose, his expression changed slightly. However, a mocking smile immediately appeared on his face. In his heart, he thought that Fatty Hai was courting death. However, on the surface, he humbly praised him. Student Hai is really bold. Regarding your choice of blood battle, I, Pejun, admire you very much. I will fight with you with all my might. Not only did he not forfeit, he even wanted to fight a blood battle. Yi Kong and the others were shocked by Fatty Hai's strong imagination. They were dumbstruck, wondering if Fatty Hai had eaten the wrong pig medicine. Yu Yang and Princess Sisai had started to make a bet. The outcome seemed to be related to running around naked. Other than Yu Yang, no one would be optimistic about Fatty Hai's chances. Everyone thought that Fatty Hai would die a horrible death. Although Yan Pejun had lost the prestige of the 3 great killing stars under the influence of Bai Yunfei and Prince of Zijin, he was still one of the 3 great killing stars. Normal people wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Before this, no one knew who Fatty Hai was. It was only when he successfully ambushed Yan Pejun with his hippo meteor fist that people realized that there was such a wretched fatty in the world. As for Fatty Hai's record of being knocked out of the arena in the shortest time, it was also discussed enthusiastically. Some people even wanted to write a book about it after the 100 Schools Elite competition. Fatty Hai's shameful record of being defeated in less than 10 seconds was unavoidable. He would probably be ranked in the top 10 of the list. This time, Yan Pejun didn't have the intention to kill Fatty Hai instantly. He planned to kill him in front of everyone and turn him into a roasted pig. Begin. The blue-clothed referee ordered. Fatty Hai didn't even have time to summon his grimoire. Before Yan Pejun pounced on him, raging flames exploded from the top of his head. Fatty Hai didn't have the ability to instantly summon his grimoire. Summoning grimoires had always been his weakness. Although it had improved a lot after some special training, it was still slower than Yan Pejun's lightning-fast speed. Fatty Hai's whole body was on fire, but it wasn't fatal. Yan Pejun wasn't in a hurry to kill him instantly. With the support of the Iron Rhinoceros and Little Hippopotamus, although Fatty Hai was howling in pain, he wasn't beaten up by Yan Pejun without any power to retaliate. Hippo Meteor Fist was charging up again. Yan Pejun punched and kicked Fatty Hai's face, the top of his head, the back of his head, and even his back. The raging flames roasted Fatty Hai's skin with his fists. When Fatty Hai used his Hippo Meteor Fist, Yan Pejun, who was already prepared, retreated like a falling leaf, completely dodging the powerful fist. Flame Crane Dance in the Sky. Yan Pejun summoned a flame crane and used it on his body. His arms were like the wings of a crane as they spread out gracefully. The raging flames burned the sky. The moment Fatty Hai's Hippo Meteor Fist missed, the flames engulfed Fatty Hai's body. Oh my god! Fatty Hai cried out as he was burned. Even though he rolled 18 times, he couldn't extinguish the raging flames on his body. When the spectators saw him overestimating himself and fighting with Yan Pejun, they all laughed loudly. Within a minute, Fatty Hai had been burned by Yan Pejun's raging flames at least 10 times. 8 of them were hit by Yan Pejun's raging flames, and he had only managed to dodge 2 of them. Fatty Hai had retaliated with Hippo Meteor Punch 3 times, but none of them hit Fatty Hai. If he didn't summon his grimoire and raise his shield, he would have become a roasted pig. When the blue-clothed referee saw Fatty Hai raising his shield, he immediately ordered the assistant referee to stop the timer. He also warned Fatty Hai not to stay in the shield for too long, and not to be passive in the match. With great difficulty, Fatty Hai extinguished the fire on his body. When he came out, he was already beyond recognition. His face was similar to that of a coal miner, and his clothes were even more tattered. In the first round, within 3 minutes, Fatty Hai had fallen 20 times to the ground. His face had been beaten until it looked like a pig's head. His head, chest, back, and hands were all burnt black. His skin and flesh were burnt, and there was even the smell of burnt meat in the air. If Yi Kong didn't drag him down, Fatty Hai wouldn't be able to walk down the stage. "Are you crazy? Why didn't you give up?" Yi Kong really wanted to give Fatty Hai 2 tight slaps. He knew that Fatty Hai wanted to become stronger, and had been training very hard. However, with just 2 months of training, wanting to defeat Yan Pejun was just a dream. Yan Pejun was hit by Hippo Meteor Fist because he was careless. It wasn't Fatty Hai's true strength. Nonsense. I'm the boss. How could I give up? Although Fatty Hai was beaten to a pig's head, he was still stubborn. You condensed 2 healing water balls. Otherwise, with just the little bit of healing power from the healing crystal, it would be impossible for him to recover. With the healing water balls, Fatty Hai was like a coal miner. However, he was not lacking in water. He still had his life. In the second round, Yan Pejun beat him up even more miserably. Just as the battle was about to end, Yan Pejun intersected his fingers with Fatty Hai's in order to humiliate him even more. He then used his flames to burn Fatty Hai's hands, causing the skin and flesh of Fatty Hai's hands to split open. The bones of Fatty Hai's fingers were all broken as he struggled, but Yan Pejun still didn't let go. The blue-clothed referee rushed forward and shouted, "It's time, let go immediately." Only then did Yan Pejun release Fatty Hai complacently. He pretended to be refined and courteous as he cupped his fists towards Fatty Hai. Of course, the disdain in his eyes could be seen even by a blind person. "What? You still want to fight?" Yi Kong felt that if Fatty Hai wasn't crazy, then he was. "I still have a trump card. If I don't hit him once, I won't stop. I'm your boss, so I have to act like a boss. Even if I can't win, I have to fight with all my might. Otherwise, how will you little brothers look at me? I'm the boss." Fatty Hai panted and coughed up blood. 2 of his ribs had been broken by Yan Pejun. "It's because you're the boss that you can't die. If you die, we won't have anyone to take the blame," Yi Kong said. Yu, who was in charge of healing, almost fainted. City Mistress Fallen Flowers also couldn't bear to watch. She pulled Yu Yang and said, "Say a few words and make him admit defeat. Don't fight like this even if you're looking for trouble." Yu Yang stretched half of his body out from the private room and made a thumbs-up gesture. Fatty Hai kept looking at the private room. When he saw Yu Yang's gesture with his eyes that were so swollen that he couldn't even open them, his broken mouth suddenly revealed a strange smile. His whole body suddenly had a kind of radiance like the last light of the setting sun, making Yu Bing, and Anan, the 3 girls, worried. They thought that this fatty wouldn't die just like that, right? Princess Sisai looked at Yu Yang with a complicated expression. "Do you still think that he will win against Yan Pejun?" Yu Yang smiled. "If he loses, I'll strip naked in front of you." City Mistress Fallen Flowers jeered. "That's good. If Xianxia loses, she'll also run naked in front of you." "Haha, I'm starting to look forward to Fatty's miracles." Princess Sisai's face turned red, but she didn't believe that Fatty Hai could turn defeat into victory under such a disadvantageous situation. She lightly spat at Yu Yang and shook her head. "Impossible, Fatty will definitely lose. He didn't ask you to run naked, just forget about what happened last time." "That won't do, that's a different matter." City Mistress Fallen Flowers defended Yu Yang and strongly opposed. "You didn't fulfill your promise when you lost last time. If you lose, you'll strip naked together, I'll be the judge." Before she finished speaking, Princess Sisai pounced on her and forcefully pressed her down. She started to tear off City Mistress Fallen Flowers' clothes. "Even if I want to strip naked, I'll first peel you into a little white sheep. If your highness doesn't have enough manpower, I can sign up. Moreover, this kind of work is free." Yu Yang looked at the 2 girls who were fooling around and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Pervert. The two girls snorted at the same time and pounced on Yu Yang at the same time. They pressed him down and started to tear off his clothes. Gosh, a pervert meets a female pervert. Two heroines, can't you be a little gentler? This is actually my first time having a threesome. Yu Yang decided not to resist. Wasn't it just a threesome? Let's have a threesome even more ferocious. Seeing this pervert's calm expression, the two girls gritted their teeth in hatred. They couldn't help but open their little white teeth and bite him. Then, without waiting for Yu Yang's reaction, they jumped up and sat on the windowsill like a lady. No matter how thick-skinned Yu Yang was, he wouldn't dare to take revenge by stripping their clothes in front of everyone's eyes. It was even more impossible for him to open his mouth and bite them back. Although the two girls' trick had succeeded, Yu Yang wasn't at a disadvantage. He squeezed himself between them and sat down. On the surface, he looked at the competition below with a serious expression, but underneath, his hands were caressing the two girls' waists. One hugging two beauties. Towards Yu Yang's lustful and greedy behavior, Princess Sisai's reaction was to slap away the wolf's claw. City Mistress Fallen Flowers didn't. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and her small hands hurriedly caught his bad hand, pressing it gently on her slender waist. As long as he obediently didn't move, she would tacitly let him hug her. Princess Sisai saw this and silently said something to City Mistress Fallen Flowers. City Mistress Fallen Flowers also silently replied. Yu Yang didn't understand. Why did the two girls know how to read lips? When he looked at Princess Sisai with an inquiring gaze, he found that her face was a little gloomy, as if she was puffing up her cheeks. He couldn't help but stretch out his hand, wanting to caress her little face to comfort her. However, Princess Sisai was shocked by his actions. Letting him touch her face in front of everyone's eyes? She hurriedly stretched out her hand and caught his big hand. Yu Yang wanted to break free, but she was afraid that Yu Yang would act recklessly, so she resolutely refused to let him go. She firmly held on to Yu Yang's hand with both of her hands, preventing him from moving. City Mistress Fallen Flower saw this scene and laughed out loud. Her other small hand continuously waved her pink fist, lightly hitting Yu Yang's chest. She was overjoyed, but Princess Sisai's expression was even more gloomy. She still didn't dare to let go of Yu Yang. In the end, when she saw Fatty Hai enter the arena, she didn't care about the fight anymore and focused on the next match. She was sure that the gesture that Yu Yang made just now was not to praise Fatty Hai's courage, but some kind of tactical instruction. It might be a counterattack tactic. Fatty Hai would definitely counterattack next. It all depended on whether the tactical plan that Yu Yang made for him would work or not. Yan Pejun pounced over with raging flames and punched Fatty Hai's nose heavily. The super heavy punch broke Fatty Hai's nose, and the raging flames poured into his mouth and nose. Fatty Hai's eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground with a loud bang. Princess Sisai was dumbfounded. Was this the tactic that Yu Yang made for Fatty Hai? Was he pretending to be dead after falling to the ground in one move? Or did Fatty Hai not have enough physical strength to support himself? She looked at Yu Yang and found that the big bad guy still had a smile on his face. He looked like a little fox that had stolen a chick to eat. She immediately felt relieved. It seemed that there was still hope. Fatty Hai fell to the ground in one hit. Maybe it was a tactic to confuse the enemy. As expected, Yan Pejun laughed complacently when he saw that Fatty Hai couldn't even withstand a single blow. He wasn't in a hurry to throw Fatty Hai off the arena. Instead, he humiliated him with his hands. Yan Pejun stepped on Fatty Hai's head and signaled to the referee, "He is already on the verge of death. If you don't announce that I have obtained an overwhelming victory, then I will kick him off the arena." Just when the blue-clothed referee was about to announce Fatty Hai's defeat, a distorted voice suddenly came from the bottom of Yan Pejun's feet. "Who said that I am on the verge of death? I am only sleeping. I can even sleep with 7 girls tonight, why would I be on the verge of death?" Fatty Hai grabbed Yan Pejun's right leg with both of his hands and lifted him up inch by inch. His pig-like face that was covered in blood revealed a strange smile. "Student Pejun, you hit me so hard. Now, I'll return it to you 10 times more, dream on." Yan Pejun didn't think that Fatty Hai would still be so stubborn even though he was already half dead. His heart was filled with rage as flames erupted from his feet. Amidst the raging flames, Fatty Hai lifted Yan Pejun up and smashed him heavily on the arena. Yan Pejun felt a slight pain in his body. He bounced up and summoned his flaming lion to support him. The aura of a lion king exploded as raging flames soared to the sky, spreading throughout the entire arena. The audience below the arena felt the heat wave pressing down on them. Even the blue-clothed referee was forced to the edge of the arena by the flames, almost falling off the arena. However, Fatty Hai slowly walked towards Yan Pejun amidst the raging flames. His swollen and blood-stained ugly face looked a little sinister. It's useless. My beast is of the water attribute, do you understand? You want to burn me, Master Hai, to death with just a little fire? Fatty Hai stretched out his hand. Under everyone's shocked gaze, he easily caught Yan Pejun's heavy fist. With a loud roar, he lifted Yan Pejun up and smashed him heavily on the arena for the second time. His flying body was like a boulder smashing a crab to death, smashing heavily on the arena. Rumble, the entire arena was deeply moved. For the first time, Yan Pejun's face revealed a pained expression. Princess Sisai saw this and grabbed Yu Yang's arm in surprise. You must have taught him that. What secret technique did you teach Fatty? Normal attacks are useless against Yan Pejun, but it's effective now. What secret technique is that? Yu Yang pretended to be mysterious and smiled without replying. Princess Sisai saw that this brat was smiling too proudly. She was furious and wanted to pinch his face. However, when she raised her hand, she felt that it was too intimate and quickly retracted her hand. In the arena, Fatty Hai was fighting with Yan Pejun previously. He had been beaten up by Yan Pejun. Now, it was different. He was starting to fight back. Originally, Yan Pejun had used his element-type flame crane. When the heavy punches landed on him, he could easily dodge them. Even if they hit, they would be completely neutralized by the flame spirit. However, at this moment, Fatty Hai's punches were all 100% accurate. Yan Pejun's element-type flame crane's defense had completely lost its effectiveness. Under such a heavy setback, Yan Pejun could only use the flaming Lion King's body to fight against Fatty Hai. This Fatty's beast and Yan Pejun's beast are incompatible. Furthermore, he has a special secret technique that allows him to infuse water attribute energy into Yan Pejun's body. Bai Yunfei's eyes flashed as if he had seen through Fatty Hai's fighting ability. You mean, Yan Pejun will lose? Xie Qianren asked in surprise. No. Even if this Fatty's beast is incompatible with Yan Pejun's, his strength and beast are still far from Yan Pejun's. He is just struggling on his deathbed. The only bright spot is the secret technique that infuses energy into Yan Pejun's body. If I am not wrong, this secret technique was taught to him by the Yu clan's third young master. In the Yu clan, I heard that there is a battle technique that has been lost for thousands of years. It is called hitting the cow across the mountain. I suspect that this secret technique is the hitting the cow across the mountain. When Bai Yunfei mentioned the hitting the cow across the mountain, his eyes shone even brighter. The hitting the cow across the mountain that has been lost for thousands of years? Xie Qianren's gaze swept towards Yu Yang in the opposite box. Seeing Yu Yang's expression that seemed like a smile yet not a smile, his heart could not help but tremble. Now, he understood a little why Miss Xue was not willing to accept his marriage proposal even though she was rejected by the Yu clan's third young master. The difference was too huge. The Yu clan's third young master was an innate and had even regained the hitting the cow across the mountain that had been lost for thousands of years. Even Dragon Ambassador Qianlan Yu could not defeat him. In comparison, it was like the difference between clouds and mud. No wonder Miss Xue of the Xue family looked down on him. However, the stronger this Yu clan's third young master was, the better it would be. The Floating Mist Sect's junior sect leader Bai Yunfei was arrogant and thought highly of himself. If he was defeated by the Yu clan's third young master, he would definitely not accept it and would most likely do his best to take revenge. It would be best if the arrogant Bai Yunfei was killed by the abnormal Yu Yang. At that time, the experts of the Floating Mist Sect would come out in full force and attack the Yu clan castle. The more chaotic the battle between the Floating Mist Sect and the Yu clan was, the more advantageous it would be for the Xie clan. No matter if it was Bai Yunfei or Yu Yang, it would be a good thing for the Xie clan if either of them died. It would be best if Bai Yunfei fought hard and perished together with Yu Yang. Although Xie Qianren looked calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. Every time Fatty Hai punched Yan Pejun, he would receive at least 10 punches from Yan Pejun, maybe even more. But he fought to the death without retreating. Time passed by minute. When there was only 1 minute left in the third round, Yu Yang stretched his hand out of the window and crossed his hands. At this time, Yan Pejun's back was facing Yu Yang as he fiercely attacked Fatty Hai. He did not see the hand gesture that Yu Yang made in the private room. However, Fatty Hai, who had been paying attention to Yu Yang's hand gesture with the corner of his eyes, saw Yu Yang's hand gesture and his expression changed. He became confident and resolute. He made the same hand gesture as Yu Yang, crossing his hands in front of his chest. Below the stage, Yu Tian and Yu Yan had also noticed Yu Yang's hand gesture. Seeing that the situation was not good, they quickly reminded Yan Pejun, "Pejun, be careful of his counterattack." The two's warning was exactly what Yan Pejun was worried about. He felt that Fatty Hai had no reason to fight a bloody battle with him, unless Yu Yang had some kind of secret technique that could bring him back to life. In the first 2 rounds, Fatty Hai was completely beaten like a pig's head, but Yan Pejun did not let his guard down. In the third round, Fatty Hai, who had been beaten badly by him, still wanted to fight again. Fatty Hai had even used his hidden force to break his chi shield. This made Yan Pejun even more suspicious. As he retracted his fist and retreated, Yan Pejun used 1/10 of a second to look at Yu Yang, who was in the private room. He realized that Yu Yang was making the same hand gesture as Fatty Hai, and his heart tightened. Not good, Yu Yang had really taught Fatty Hai some kind of secret technique. Hippo Meteor Punch. Fatty Hai used his useless Hippo Meteor Punch again. This time, no one laughed at his slow punching speed. Previously, when he used Hippo Meteor Punch, Yan Pejun could beat him half to death without waiting for him to make a move. Now that Yan Pejun had retreated, Fatty Hai's Hippo Meteor Punch's full power was unleashed. It went from extremely slow to extremely fast. Faster than lightning. When Fatty Hai leapt up high and smashed down towards Yan Pejun, his fist bombarded down like a meteor. Even Feng Qisha's expression turned cold. This kind of fist speed was already very close to the fastest slash of his 7 killing sword slash. Bai Yunfei frowned. Xie Qianren saw this and realized that this was the first time this junior, elder, had frowned. Xue Qianren was slightly happy. When I meet that abnormal Yu Yang, it would not be enough to just frown. I will have to suffer a lot more in the future. If you know that he is an innate, you can just wait to cry. Danger! Yu Tian and Yu Yan cried out in fear. If they were to be hit by this kind of meteor-like fist, it would be dangerous. Yan Pejun twisted his waist and turned around. His whole body was covered in flames as he soared into the sky. In 1/1000th of a second, he narrowly dodged the fist. His body and Fatty Hai's fist brushed past each other. Yan Pejun secretly thought that it was a close shave. He felt a pain on his face and stretched out his hand to wipe it. He realized that his face had been scratched by Fatty Hai's fist and was bleeding. Fortunately, this fist did not hit him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fatty Hai's fist missed. He couldn't stop in time and smashed heavily onto the stage. Amidst the loud rumbling sound, the power of Fatty Hai's fist smashed a corner of the stage into smithereens. Broken stones flew everywhere, and mud and dust flew everywhere. Yan Pejun fell back to the ground, his body drenched in cold sweat. If he hadn't retreated a few steps back just now and had been hit by Fatty Hai's fist, even if he wasn't heavily injured, Fatty Hai would have punched him out of the stage. Many people felt pity for Fatty Hai, who had been accumulating power for a long time. However, for Fatty Hai to be able to fight with Yan Pejun to such an extent, it had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Especially when he forced Yan Pejun into such a sorry state, it made the people who had mocked him feel even more ashamed. Fatty Hai lay motionless in the dust, as if he had already fainted. Even so, many people in the audience still stood up and applauded Fatty Hai. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with thunderous applause. There were only 30 seconds left. The blue-clothed referee looked at the time and felt that the match was about to end. Suddenly, Feng Qisha, who was below the stage, shouted, "Move back." Yan Pejun was startled when he heard this. As he jumped back, he stared at Fatty Hai's direction vigilantly. He saw a monster that was 5 meters tall jump out from the dust. It had a huge head, a pair of tree-like legs and huge arms made of steel. Its sharp fangs protruded from its mouth, making it look sinister and terrifying. Its jet-black claws were like long daggers, and its blood-red eyes flashed with a terrifying killing intent. It leapt high into the air, and its sharp claws heavily struck the place where Yanpejun was standing. The hard stone floor of the stage was crushed like tofu under its claws. What was this? Was it a summoned beast or a creature from the demon abyss? Yanpejun's eyes twitched when he saw this. If Feng Qisha hadn't warned him, he would have been heavily injured by that claw just now. Behind Yu Tian and Yu Yan realized that the monster had disappeared when it was charging towards them. There was a black shadow that tore through the air and quickly shot towards Yanpejun's back. They both rushed to the side of the stage and shouted. How could Yanpejun not know that the enemy was sneak attacking him from behind? He only hated that he wasn't fast enough. He didn't care about his image anymore as he pounced forward. The sharp claws tore through the air and swept across Yanpejun's back, which was protected by flames. The flames were extinguished, and Yanpejun's back was easily cut open by the wind created by the sharp claws. Blood splattered everywhere, and a few bloody wounds appeared in front of everyone's eyes. If they were slightly slower, Yanpejun's waist would have been cut in half by those sharp claws. Prince of Zijin, who had been peeking at the fight from a small gap in his private room, suddenly opened the window and peeked out. His eyes were filled with disbelief. On the other hand, Yu Tian and Yu Yan, who were below the stage, felt a strong gust of wind blowing towards them. They raised their arms to block the attack. They realized that the wind created by the sharp claws had actually cut their arms, causing them to bleed. They felt their scalps go numb. What an abnormal monster. Could it be that this was Fatty Hai, or was it his secret beast? What secret technique did Yu Yang use to turn Fatty Hai into a monster? Bai Yunfei, Feng Qi Sha and Prince of Zijin all stared at Yu Yang's private room. In the private room, Yu Yang ignored everyone and crossed his arms again. At the same time, his voice sounded like thunder. Look over here, cross your arms in front of your chest, meteor strike. That extremely ugly monster originally wanted to chase after Yanpejun, but when it heard Yu Yang's voice, its entire body trembled. The red light in its eyes dimmed, as if it had regained some of its rationality. It also started to imitate Yu Yang's actions, but it was still roaring continuously, as if it still couldn't control its body completely. Yanpejun didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he was hit by a monster with terrifying claws and strength using hippopotamus meteor strike. Feng Qisha, Yu Tian and Yu Yan all clenched their fists anxiously. Bai Yunfei and Prince of Zijin's eyes shone with a strange light as they looked at Yu Yang and that monster from time to time, trying to observe the connection between them. After about 5 seconds, that ugly monster finally gathered its maximum strength. It crossed its arms and started to move forward, its sharp claws gradually increased in speed, bringing along its entire body. With an explosive force, it turned into a meteor as it furiously shot towards Yanpejun. Its pair of sharp claws shone brightly as it turned into a terrifying meteor. Yanpejun's face became distorted as he saw the light of death approaching him. At this moment, his heart was as cold as ice. Without thinking, Yanpejun immediately summoned his grimoire. His protective shield rose. The terrifying meteor struck the protective shield, causing waves of ripples to form. The shockwave spread out, causing the entire audience to be stunned. Roar, 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 roar. The ugly monster seemed to have an endless amount of strength as it crazily attacked Yanpejun's protective shield. Although Yanpejun was safe and sound, he was sweating profusely. His heart had already been intimidated by the monster in front of him. Stop, the battle has already ended, stop immediately. The blue-clothed referee and the 2 assistant referees summoned their beasts with the strongest defense and joined hands to pull back the ugly monster. However, that ugly monster's killing intent was aroused. Its eyes shone brightly as it easily sent the 3 referees flying. It couldn't be controlled at all. Yi Kong and the Li brothers hurriedly went up the stage, but even after using all of their strength, they were still unable to stop the ugly monster's attack. With a sweep of the ugly monster's huge arms, Yi Kong and the others all fell to the ground. That ugly monster raised its sharp claws high up, preparing to attack Yi Kong and the others. Yu Bing hurriedly flew up the stage and opened her arms wide, blocking the ugly monster's front. Don't hurt people, quickly changed back. You can't lose control and go crazy like this. However, the ugly monster seemed to have lost its mind as it slashed its claws towards Yu Bing's head. Fatty, are you crazy? When Yi Kong and the Li brothers saw this, they were so scared that their hearts almost exploded. They hurriedly jumped up to stop it, but no matter how fast they were, they couldn't catch up to the ugly monster's claws. Stop. Below the stage, Yu Yu and Anan were so scared that their faces turned pale as they screamed at the same time. However, Yu Bing didn't dodge. She looked at the ugly monster, her eyes filled with trust. This was her friend, she trusted him. She trusted that he wouldn't hurt her. Roar, roar, roar. The ugly monster's claws stopped when it reached the top of Yu Bing's head. It roared in pain, turned around and raised its claws again, preparing to pounce on the audience below the stage. Yu Yang flew out from the private room and easily grabbed the ugly monster's neck. He pulled its huge body off the ground and threw it into the air. He then grabbed the ugly monster's lower limbs and smashed them heavily on the ground. As he beat it up, he scolded, "Idiot, dilly-dallying and wasting time. You can't even grasp a few seconds and you still dare to lose control. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let you come out to embarrass yourself. I've never seen an idiot like you, you can't even differentiate between your own people. What's the point of living? I'll just stomp you to death." Under Yu Yang's beating, the ugly monster gradually recovered. Its body shrunk and its claws disappeared. It returned to Fatty Hi's appearance. Yi Kong and the Li brothers also rushed over angrily, kicking it violently. They didn't show any mercy. They kicked Fatty Hi until he screamed in pain. "Your contestant has broken the rules." The blue-clothed referee came over to warn them. Yu Yang waved his hand, "We admit defeat for this match. Yi Kong, drag this damn fatty back and bury him alive. He actually dared to make a move on Bing Air. He must be tired of living." The whole arena was silent. Everyone was shocked by the strength of Yu Yang, the masked thief. They all knew that there was an extremely strong player in the Ivy League team who had defeated the Tianluo Prince. His name was Tai Tan, and people called him the Abnormal Blind. Everyone knew that he was very bloodthirsty and that his strength was abnormal, but they never thought that this Titan giant would be abnormal to such an extent. The ugly monster that had almost defeated Yan Pejun was not even able to withstand a single blow from him, and was beaten to the ground in a single move. This was what ordinary martial artists saw. What Bai Yunfei, Prince of Zijin, Feng Qisha and the others saw was far more than this. They could see the real techniques and secret moves. Only Bai Yunfei and the others knew that Yu Yang's attack had actually awakened Fatty Hai from his hideous state. In other words, Yu Yang's ferocious beating was just a facade. Fatty Hai couldn't turn himself back into a normal person in a short period of time. He still needed Yu Yang's help to wake him up. Yu Yang flew down from the arena, not just to stop Fatty Hai from attacking the audience, but to help him recover from his monster state. Although Fatty Hai had lost today due to the rules. But on the battlefield, without the time limit, would Yan Pejun still be able to defeat Fatty Hai in his monster state? Even if it was Yan Pejun himself, he wouldn't dare to easily deny this answer. The most important point was that Fatty Hai still had a lot of potential to be unearthed. In the eyes of Bai Yunfei, Prince of Zijin and Feng Qisha, they all felt that Fatty Hai was still hiding his true strength. Maybe it was because of the Yu clan's third young master's advice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have emphasized that Fatty Hai had to use Meteor Strike when he turned into a monster. Fatty Hai's monster body was a little strange, but Bai Yunfei and the others understood that the Yu clan's third young master who knew how to control and develop his monster state was truly terrifying. In comparison, Fatty Hai was just a weapon controlled by the Yu clan's third young master. He didn't participate in the battle, but he was the one who truly controlled the battle. This was how terrifying the Yu clan's third young master was. If Fatty Hai hadn't lost control and attacked a few seconds earlier, the one who would have fallen would be Yan Pejun. If Yan Pejun lost, it would be more accurate to say that he had lost to the Yu clan's third young master who could control Fatty Hai without going up to the battlefield. Without going up to the battlefield, the Yu clan's third young master had already defeated Yan Pejun. This was the hidden strength of the Yu clan's third young master. Bai Yunfei, Prince of Zijin, Feng Qisha and the others looked at Yu Yang with a strange look in their eyes. Yan Pejun's forehead was full of sweat. Even when he returned to Feng Qisha's side, his heartbeat still hadn't returned to normal. "Qisha, are you going up for the next battle? Be careful, Yu Bing, that little girl is different now. You should learn from my lesson and stop holding back your strength in front of Bai Yunfei. Our biggest enemy is actually that abnormal third young master." Actually, Yan Pejun still had one last trump card that he hadn't used. However, he had to admit that even if he used his last trump card, he would only be able to fight evenly with the ugly monster that Fatty Hai had turned into. Previously, because he was worried about Bai Yunfei and Prince of Zijin spying, he had insisted on not using it. In the end, he had almost killed the ugly monster that Fatty Hai had turned into. Fatty Hai's last attack just now was unstoppable. If he hadn't summoned his grimoire in time and raised his shield, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Pejun, our opponent is still Bai Yunfei, the Yu clan's third young master. Looks like we won't be able to catch up." Feng Qisha knew that Yu Yang was an innate. He looked at Yu Yang and shook his head. He then looked at Yu Bing and saw that this little girl was full of fighting spirit. She seemed to be extremely confident. His heart couldn't help but shiver. Fatty Hai, this trash, could even fight against Yan Pejun under Yu Yang's guidance. What realm would his little sister, Yu Bing, reach? He knew that no matter how much this abnormal Yu clan's third young master rebelled, no matter how disrespectful he was towards his elders, there was no doubt that he loved his little sister dearly. During the new year, in order to let his foster mother and two sisters return to the Yu clan castle, this Yu clan's third young master fought his way to the Yu clan castle, bathed in blood. He pulled the horse carriage and brought his foster mother and sisters back to the Yu clan castle. Although the big clans didn't support this act of filial piety on the surface, they secretly used this as an example. They often told their descendants to follow Yu Yang's example and prioritize filial piety in everything they do. Feng Qisha believed that Yu Yang would definitely put in all his effort to nurture his little sister. Hence, he felt that Yu Bing's battle power would definitely not be below Fatty Hai's. However, Yu Bing, who was extremely talented in plant type, what realm would Yu Yang reach? Feng Qisha believed that he would know the answer very soon. The three special-type beast repairers spent a few minutes to repair the broken stage. Although there were still some cracks, at least it wasn't as damaged as before. As the green-clothed referee walked onto the stage, Feng Qisha and Yu Bing bowed to each other. If it was before, no one would believe that Yu Bing would be able to defeat Feng Qisha. However, now that Fatty Hai had fought against one of the three great killing stars, Yan Pejun. Although he had lost due to the rules, in the hearts of the spectators, he was the winner. Fatty Hai's counterattack had caused their blood to boil. Now that the Evergreen Vine team had another girl, everyone naturally hoped that she would have an exciting battle with Feng Qisha. When they saw Yu Bing choosing to fight 3 rounds like Fatty Hai, the spectators couldn't help but cheer for her. Clap 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 clap, the applause sounded out enthusiastically. Some people with good eyesight noticed that even Xue Tanlang, who had been sitting on his chair as cold as ice, was also clapping his hands. It was unknown whether he was supporting Feng Qisha, who was also one of the 3 great killing stars, or the brave challenger, Yu Bing. Bing air, spin. Yu Yang stood below the stage and guided his sister as he made a beautiful gesture of spinning with both of his arms. Feng Qisha cried bitterly in his heart when he saw this. His combat skills and his strengthening type beast Sky Demon battle armor were very well integrated. In addition to the gold-ranked treasure Demon Devouring Sword in his hands, his combat power had increased greatly. However, how could he not know his own weakness? His 7 slashes combat skills mainly consisted of slash, stab, flick, hack and cut. The only thing missing was spin. The 7 slashes combat skills originally had a spin technique, but because it had been lost for a long time, the 2 most important moves, spin and defend, were missing. In other words, if one were to say that the 7 slashes combat skills had a weakness, it would be that it did not have spin. The elders of the Feng clan and even the academy's combat masters had pointed out that if Feng Qisha could comprehend spin, his combat power would have a huge breakthrough. Feng Qisha had also been studying it for the past few years, but he had not improved much. He had not completely comprehended spin. Now, when he heard Yu Yang say spin, he knew that his opponent had seen through his weakness. Begin. The green-clothed referee announced the start of the competition. Feng Qisha did not rush forward to suppress his opponent like he usually did. Instead, he cautiously retreated, summoned his grimoire and raised his protective shield. When the barrier was raised, he heard a bang. When he turned his head to look, he discovered that Yu Bing had unknowingly appeared on top of him. She spun her leg and kicked his barrier. Feng Qisha's heart trembled. So fast. If he did not have his grimoire, this kick would have been a sneak attack on the back of his head. Yu Bing's kick missed. Originally, Feng Qisha had the chance to counterattack. But he gave up. The example of Yan Pejun underestimating his opponent was right in front of him. The three great killing stars could not become a laughingstock in the end. He summoned his Sky Demon battle armor, which had the armor transformation skill. Smoke armor and demon-piercing bone armor appeared to protect his body. He then took out his demon-devouring sword and activated his demonic energy. When Yu Bing summoned her 200-years-old Treant defenders, he continued to summon two black balls. One was used on his demon-devouring sword, while the other was used on his body. The demon-devouring sword's demonic flames started to burn, and Feng Qisha's body started to emit a dense demonic energy, as if a demon had descended. When Feng Qisha recalled his grimoire, a terrifying aura exploded from his body. Even the referee who was closest to him was pushed back 2 steps by the aura, and only managed to stand up with great difficulty. Bai Yunfei and Prince of Zijin looked at each other. Although they remained calm, they were still certain of the three great killing stars' abilities. No matter if it was Yan Pejun who was previously defeated, or Feng Qisha now, or even Xue Tanlang who was as cold as ice, they all had genuine abilities. They were not people who had an undeserved reputation. On the other side, Yu Bing summoned her 200-years-old Treant defenders. 2 balls of green light condensed in her left and right hands, strengthening the Trent's body. Immediately, the green leaves of the 100-years-old Treant defenders sprouted, and a green light surrounded their bodies. Feng Qisha felt that if he were to chop down trees, he might not be able to chop down the 2 strengthened 100-years-old Treant defenders even if he worked himself to death. However, without a shield, it would be much easier to knock out Yu Bing. The only thing that made Feng Qisha a little uneasy was that Yu Bing should have learned a combat skill. Moreover, it was a type of combat skill that targeted his weakness, the whirling style. Even though he knew that he was a strong enemy, it was still a little difficult for Feng Qisha to swing his sword at an obedient little girl. With a strong gust of wind, he took advantage of the situation and rushed forward, punching heavily towards Yu Bing's lower abdomen. As long as his punch hit, his opponent would definitely faint. He decided not to use his demon-devouring sword for the time being, and use his fists first. Chi. Seeing this, Yu Bing did not retreat, but instead advanced. She courageously rushed towards Feng Qisha, and under everyone's frightened gazes, she met Feng Qisha's thunderous punch head-on. Forget about the spectators, even Feng Qisha was shocked. He was afraid that he would heavily injure Yu Bing, so much so that he had slightly weakened the force of his punch. Who would have known that the moment Yu Bing's fist hit her, she would mysteriously rotate her body, dodging the thunderous punch in an incomparably beautiful manner. Then, she rotated her body and sent a knee strike towards Feng Qisha's face as he passed by. This time, Feng Qisha was really shocked. If he had not held back and used all his strength, he might have already been hit. Luckily, in the blink of an eye, he hurriedly raised his demon-devouring sword and blocked Yu Bing's rotating knee strike. He did not have the time to turn his head, and could only see from the corner of his eyes that Yu Bing's knee strike had stopped. Her white and tender hands simultaneously pressed on the back of the sword, and an ingenious force burst forth, causing the demon-devouring sword to feel as if it was about to fly out of his hands. Feng Qisha gripped his demon-devouring sword tightly, releasing a large amount of demonic energy, intending to shake off Yu Bing. Everyone in the audience could clearly see that Yu Bing seemed to be in slow motion. She slowly and beautifully rotated in the opposite direction, moving her body downwards and sweeping her left leg downwards. Her body was small and exquisite, and her legs were long and slender, yet she managed to cause the tall and steady Feng Qisha to stagger. Yu Bing pressed both of her hands on the stage, her body rotated like the wind, and her left leg kicked upwards. Feng Qisha tilted his head back, narrowly dodging Yu Bing's sudden kick. His movements looked very elegant, but he was actually sweating profusely from fright. That was close, his reflexes were fast and he managed to dodge that ingenious kick. Otherwise, he would have definitely fallen to the ground. He raised his right leg, preparing to counterattack and kick Yubing away. However, he was surprised to find that his right leg had unknowingly been entangled by tree vines. Behind him, the 100-year-old Treant defender's huge arm heavily smashed towards him. Ha! As Feng Qisha cut the tree vines, he flew up into the air. After making sure that there were no enemies on the ground, he calmly somersaulted down and prepared for his second round of attack. Watch your feet! Yan Pejun suddenly shouted. Only then did Feng Qisha realize that under his feet, there were densely packed tree thorns waiting for him. With a point of his demon-devouring sword, Feng Qisha once again leapt up into the air. This time, he did not care about the fact that Yubing was a little girl anymore. He completely treated her as a strong enemy. Demonic energy exploded out from his body as he held his sword in midair and slashed towards her. Yubing slightly retreated. In front of her, a 100-year-old Treant defender raised its huge arm to block the attack. At the same time that the demon-devouring sword deeply cut into the tree's shoulder, the green light on the Treant defender's body burst forth. It actually wrapped around the demon-devouring sword that was as sharp as mud and grew together with the tree. Feng Qisha was stunned. He tried to pull his sword out twice, but he was unable to do so. The other 100-year-old Treant defender's tree arm had already fiercely whipped his body. Because the distance between them was quite close, the whipping only hit the tip of the tree branch. Furthermore, the power of the whipping was not strong, so it was unable to cause any damage to Feng Qisha, who was wearing the demonic battle armor. It must be known that among the three great killing stars, Feng Qisha's body was definitely the one with the best defense. However, with this whipping, Feng Qisha was in big trouble. Countless tree vines coiled around his body, and the 4 tree arms of the 2 Treants crazily swept and whipped him. Feng Qisha was continuously hit hard. Although he had the Sky Demon battle armor to protect him, he was still hit so hard that he became dizzy and saw stars. Just as he used the demon-devouring sword to cut off the tree vines on his body, a slender leg passed through the gap between the tree arms. Like a white horse galloping through a gap, it landed on his forehead, right between his eyebrows. After being hit, Feng Qisha's vision darkened. His head felt like it was going to split open and his neck bones were almost broken. Retreat, retreat quickly. In the 2 seconds that Feng Qisha borrowed the momentum to retreat, he felt that Yubing had at least kicked his face more than 10 times. Furthermore, what was even more terrifying was that each of her kicks was getting heavier and heavier. According to the theory of battle skills, this was impossible to do. It was fine if she could chase after him more than 10 times. However, the speed of her kicks was getting faster and faster, and the distance between the two of them was getting further and further. How could her kicks be getting heavier and heavier? Although Feng Qisha was continuously hit, his mind was still clear. In the midst of his pain, he also thought of a problem. This technique that could make one hit heavier and heavier, could it be the whirlwind battle skill that he had been unable to understand? As the saying goes, the expert knows the ropes, while the layman just enjoys the show. Normal people wouldn't be able to understand what kind of battle technique Yubing was using. But they could see it very clearly. They could see that Yubing was spinning non-stop. Every time she landed a kick, she would mysteriously spin backwards, adding the rebound force of her attack to the next kick. With this kind of miraculous spinning kick, she slowly stacked up the force of her attack. Every time she spun, the force of her attack would increase. The normal warriors were having a good time watching this, because Feng Qisha was also being beaten back. Bai Yunfei, Prince of Zijin and a few others who could understand the battle technique frowned as they watched. In their eyes, Yubing's usage of this battle technique wasn't considered good. It was a little rough and simple. It was obvious that she hadn't truly mastered this kind of profound battle technique. She could only imitate its appearance but not its essence. With regards to this, they weren't surprised. Because according to their investigation, Yubing wasn't proficient in battle techniques in the past. She was proficient in plant-type skills. Now that she could use this battle technique to beat Feng Qisha back, it was already shocking enough. However, Bai Yunfei and the others thought of another problem. Yubing wasn't able to master the essence of this battle technique, But what about the Yu clan's third young master who taught her battle technique and was also known as a genius in battle techniques? If he had completely mastered this battle technique that could continuously stack up the force of her attack, what kind of effect would there be when he used it? Imagine that the person attacking wasn't Yu Bing, but her brother, Yu Yang. Would Feng Qisha be able to withstand it? Bai Yunfei, Prince of Zijin, Yan Pejun, Dragon Ambassador Ken Lan Yu and the others all looked at Yu Yang, who was standing below the stage with complicated expressions. This was the Yu clan's third young master, who was called the abnormal blind by the people who didn't know the truth. Whoever looked down on his existence would probably suffer the consequences. Shui Tan. Lang, who was like a block of ice, didn't look at Yu Yang. Instead, he looked at Bai Yunfei and the others' expressions. He didn't speak. His lips seemed to be filled with ridicule. He knew Yu Yang's strength better than anyone else. Looking at Bai Yunfei and the others' expressions, he knew that they didn't understand Yu Yang at all. In the arena, Yu Bing kicked Feng Qisha 17 times in a row, sending him flying to the side of the stage and almost sending him flying. If it was someone else, that Feng Qisha might have already been kicked out of the arena. However, Yu Bing was very kind. This was a competition, not a fight to the death. Furthermore, the Feng clan and the Yu clan had always been on good terms. Hence, she stopped her 18th kick that contained the most power. She flipped over and landed in the middle of the arena. She even asked Feng Qisha, who was covering his face and gasping in pain, "Are you all right?" She was still worried that she had broken his face with her kick. Feng Qisha was both angry and amused. If it was anyone else who did this, he would have been angered long ago. However, it just so happened that this was a kind-hearted little girl. Although his defense was strong, it was still excruciating. Unable to vent his anger, Feng Qisha, who was extremely depressed, covered his face. After rubbing his hands together for a while, he tried his best to suppress his anger and replied, "I'm fine. However, if you only have this little bit of strength, you won't be able to defeat me." Golden fierce teeth. Feng Qisha decided to reveal his final trump card and stopped hiding his strength. Otherwise, he would definitely lose this battle. Amidst the golden light, Yu Yang summoned a gold-ranked level 4 strengthening type beast and used it on his body. In an instant, spikes appeared all over his body, and his pitch-black armor was covered with a layer of gold. Along with the black magic armor, it reflected a dark golden color that was extremely textured. "Is that a gold-ranked armored beast?" Bai Yunfei frowned as he watched. This Feng Qisha was actually able to perfectly fuse two types of armored beasts into one? No, it said that it's a young gold-ranked beast brought back from the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower by a ranker from the Feng clan. Its defense is extremely strong. It hasn't been long since Feng Qisha obtained this young gold-ranked beast, so he hasn't trained it yet. Currently, it shouldn't be able to use 100% of its power. Xie Qianren told Bai Yunfei everything about Feng Qisha. However, he also concealed the strongest point of Feng Qisha's gold-ranked beast. Feng Qisha's gold-ranked beast had the special skill conversion. It could convert an enemy's attack into its master's attack. Although it couldn't achieve a 100% conversion rate, there was a limit to the conversion rate. However, this kind of conversion ability was simply a great killing weapon for evenly matched martial artists. Xie Qianren had obtained this important secret information from Yan Pejun before. This was because when Yan Pejun fought with Feng Qisha, he was almost defeated by Feng Qisha's gold-ranked beast's conversion skill. Xie Qianren knew Feng Qisha's secret, but he would definitely not tell this extremely valuable information to Bai Yunfei. On the stage, Feng Qisha had not only summoned a gold-ranked beast, he had also summoned a bronze-ranked level 5 giant mammoth. The giant mammoth was summoned to deal with Yu Bing and the two treants. It might not be a match for the two treants, but because of its gigantic body and tyrannical strength, the two treants couldn't do anything to it in a short period of time. Only when the treants were distracted would Feng Qisha be able to use his full strength to defeat Yu Bing. Landslide. Feng Qisha leapt high into the air. His demon-devouring sword emitted thousands of strange sword auras, but only one of them was real. It was hidden among the sword images as it slashed towards Yu Bing's head. Everyone was shocked. Those who were familiar with Feng Qisha all knew how terrifying his landslide was. In an instant, everyone cried out in shock. However, what made everyone's eyeballs drop to the ground was that the person who was sent flying after the slash was actually Feng Qixia. Yu Bing easily flipped herself out of the countless sword images, completely unharmed. On the other hand, Feng Qixia, who had initiated the attack, covered his face and breathed in pain. Bai Yunfei and Prince of Zijin were both stunned. They had seen that Yu Bing had used a kind of daring reaction that they didn't even dare to use. When the demon-devouring sword was about to slash down on her head, she spun around and dodged it perfectly. At the same time, she kicked Feng Qixia's chin lightly. Feng Qixia, who was flying towards Yu Bing, looked as if he was giving his chin to Yu Bing for a flying kick. If it wasn't for the fact that Feng Qixia's defense was really strong, if it was someone else, they would have already fainted on the ground. Direct close combat attacks are useless against this little girl. Bai Yunfei immediately made a judgment. His eyes flashed with a strange light, but it's not impossible to defeat her. As long as we can grasp that point, victory will be very simple. What? Shui Qianren was stunned. If Feng Qixia was Yan Pejun instead, Yan Pejun might have already won. Don't you understand? Bai Yunfei smiled. His smile was filled with arrogance and superiority. Shui Qianren's eyes were filled with hatred. However, he quickly lowered his head and shook his head humbly. Qianren is slow-witted. I still don't understand. Please enlighten me, junior sect leader. On the stage, Feng Qixia unleashed an even stronger force and used the second slash of the 7 slashes, earth-splitting. The result was the same as before. Yu Bing easily dodged his kick and counterattacked with a high speed. This time, Feng Qixia was especially careful. He didn't get kicked by Yu Bing. He reached out his hand to block Yu Bing's flying kick in time. However, his original intention of grabbing onto her leg had failed. Impossible, 7th sister can't be this strong. Yu Tian and Yu Yan couldn't believe that Yu Bing could fight Feng Qixia to a draw. Actually, this should be 3rd young master's doing. Yan Pejun paid more attention to Yu Yang. He realized that every time Yu Bing received Feng Qixia's powerful attack, his expression would always be extremely focused. This was completely different from being nervous. He was as focused as if he was participating in a battle. Yan Pejun had a feeling that this abnormal 3rd young master might have some kind of secret technique that could control Yu Bing, who was on the stage, to help her fight back against Feng Qixia. Otherwise, with Feng Qixia's landslide and ground crack, even he wouldn't dare to take the risk. Of course, they thought that Yu Yang was only transmitting his voice to Yu Bing, giving Yu Bing pointers on how to fight. However, they didn't expect that when Yu Yang and Yu Bing were in the Gemini Temple, they had obtained the Gemini inherent skill, allowing them to perform telepathic dialogue and eye exchange. They had even obtained the heart mirror ability in the Virgo Temple. As long as Yu Bing relaxed her body and fused her mind with Yu Yang's, she wouldn't need Yu Yang to go on the stage to be controlled by him. The only thing lacking was that Yu Yang still couldn't use his mind to control Yu Bing's body to use body fusion. Otherwise, Feng Qixia would be even more tragic. Yu Yang usually didn't control Yu Bing. He was only monitoring Feng Qixia's powerful attacks. For example, for fatal attacks like landslide and earth-splitting, Yu Yang would help Yu Bing's body to counterattack. In normal battles, Yu Yang didn't control her at all. He didn't even give her any pointers. It could be considered as training for her. In the end, Feng Qixia's earth-splitting slash was a feint. It had a great momentum, but it didn't have any real power. Yu Yang was shocked. If Feng Qixia had grabbed Yu Bing's calf just now, the battle would have ended. He didn't think that Feng Qixia would also play tricks. This is bad. Feng Qixia should have found out Bing Er's weakness. Princess Sisai, who was sitting in the private room, frowned and said to City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Sister Fallen Flowers, why don't you persuade that big pervert to admit defeat and bring Sister Bing Er back? Sister Bing Er is still not Feng Qixia's opponent. If they continue to fight, she will only suffer a heavy blow. This is not good for her growth. Bing Er is just like her brother. Let's just watch quietly. With Yu Yang supporting her from below the stage, her life won't be in danger. City Mistress Fallen Flowers shook her head. The Yu clanspeople are so stubborn. Princess Sisai sighed. On the stage, Feng Qisha kept his demon-devouring sword and suddenly tried to persuade Yu Bing, "You have improved very quickly, but you are still not my opponent. Just give up." Yu Bing turned her head and looked at her brother. She then turned back and stubbornly shook her head at Feng Qisha. Yu Yang's lips moved slightly, but he didn't persuade Yu Bing to give up. His sister's battle was also to prove her hard work. Maybe she would lose miserably later on, but was it what she wanted to persevere on? Not only did Yu Yang not persuade her, he even hinted to Yu Yu and Yi Kong not to persuade Yu Bing. He wanted everyone to continue watching the battle quietly. Feng Qisha unsheathed his sword and the demon-devouring sword flashed with thousands of sword lights. In an instant, it was as if there were stars in the night sky, shining brightly. This was not his famous 7 slashes, it was a mercenary's battle technique Starlight Sky. It was a beautiful but unrealistic battle technique. Mercenaries usually used it to perform, but its actual power was extremely limited. Its only advantage was that it could perform multiple attacks at once, causing the sword lights to shine like stars. This kind of beautiful but unrealistic battle technique was disdained by real warriors, because this kind of battle technique could not kill people at all. In a battle of life and death, using this kind of battle technique was equivalent to seeking death. Of course, the difference was that this kind of beautiful but unrealistic battle technique, in Feng Qisha's hands, was not weak at all. Although it was far from being comparable to the 7 slashes, it was at least 100 times more powerful than a normal mercenary's. The beautiful but unrealistic Starlight Sky flashed and then disappeared. Yu Bing fell to the ground with a thud. Everyone was surprised to see that this kind of beautiful but unrealistic battle technique had actually knocked her down. Blood slowly seeped out from the spot where Yu Bing had fallen. "I understand now. Her attack power and reaction time are both top-notch, but her body is limited and her defense is insufficient." Xie Qianran had a sudden realization. Not only that, it's very easy to defeat her. You don't need to use any heavy attacks. As long as you concentrate your attacks on her, even if the power is very weak, you will still be able to injure her. Under the restrictions of the arena, Feng Qisha has a sharp weapon in his hand and she is defenseless, so she will definitely be hit. Just now, Feng Qisha had already seen through this point. He was able to injure her by using a very ordinary battle technique. On the contrary, his most practical 7 slashes was ineffective against her. Her brother must have only taught her how to deal with strong opponents, but not how to deal with the weak. That's why she has no ability to break through mercenary battle techniques. Bai Yunfei smiled slightly. This little girl is not afraid of one-on-one battle techniques, but it is difficult for her to deal with group attacks. This is her weakness. If the person on the arena wasn't Feng Qisha, but Yan Pejun who can control flames, she would be defeated even faster. Your contestant has already fainted. Do you want to give up? The referee was in a difficult position. If she was on the brink of death, Yu Bing was still far from being on the brink of death, so he couldn't directly announce that she had lost. However, she had indeed fainted and was bleeding from the sword. According to the rules, the contestant below the arena should give up on her behalf. Otherwise, Feng Qisha would kick her out of the arena. No, she will stand up. Yu Yang held down Fatty Hai who was about to give up and waved his hands with a determined look in his eyes. The referee was speechless when he heard this. Since they had already fought to this extent, did they still want to continue fighting? When he turned his head, he saw that Yu Bing, who was covered in blood, was stubbornly trying to get up. Her arms, shoulders, ribs, and thighs that had been stabbed by the sword were all bleeding. Fresh blood had dyed her black clothes. Some of it even flowed down her fingers and dripped onto the arena floor. Although her whole body was trembling from the pain, Yu Bing's eyes were still resolute. Yu Yang made a gesture, and Yu Bing ran towards her own treant. She jumped onto the treant's shoulder, and under the treant's protection, she regained her fighting spirit and prepared to attack. After seeing through Yu Bing's weakness, Feng Qisha didn't hold back anymore. The demonic qi in his body exploded. The black flames on his demon-devouring sword increased by 100 times. In the end, he sacrificed his attack power and switched to an area of effect attack. His sword flashed like 1,000 blades and his demonic flames exploded. The entire arena was engulfed in a sea of black flames. The shockwave caused by Feng Qisha's sword was a few times weaker than usual. However, Yu Bing's body was still unable to withstand such an area of effect attack. When Feng Qisha swung his sword for the 10th time, she, who was not hit by the sword and had the protection of the treant, fell down for the 2nd time. She was struggling. However, because she had lost too much blood, her limbs were weak. She tried to get up a few times, but she couldn't do it. Feng Qisha's lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to persuade her to give up. However, when he saw Yu Bing struggling to get up, his face was filled with determination. He kept his sword and waited for her to get up. Bing this is enough. Let's give up. Yu Yang said with heartache. He knew that Yu Bing had a kind heart. She didn't use her intense poison and sealing throat on Feng Qisha, otherwise, Feng Qisha would have already fallen. It could be said that she was still not proficient in fighting against Feng Qisha, who was an expert in fighting. To be able to fight to this extent was already very impressive. It had far exceeded his expectations. No, brother. I promised brother that I will definitely work hard. I can still fight. Yu Bing hated herself for not working hard enough. When she heard her brother telling her to give up, she had the urge to cry. However, she was stubborn. She clenched her teeth and did not let a single tear fall. She forced herself to stand up. Her black clothes were already soaked with blood. Her whole body was trembling in pain. However, she still stood up and made an attacking gesture. Feng Qisha wanted to swing his sword a few times, but he hesitated and gave up. In the end, he let go of his sword. Yu Bing, you won't be able to take my last attack. Just give up. No, I want to defeat you. I want to live up to your expectations. I definitely won't let brother down. Yu Bing's pale face was abnormally resolute. Her body started to sway, and her knees and body also started to weaken. In her eyes, there was a hint of absent-mindedness, as if she was about to faint. However, her hands were still moving according to her consciousness, preparing to attack. A few strange runes appeared on her shoulder where her clothes were torn apart. Gradually, dark golden ancient runes appeared on her arms. An extremely incomplete rune that looked like the world exterminating wheel slowly condensed in her hands. When this world exterminating wheel, runic circle appeared, Bai Yunfei, Prince of Zijin and Yan Pejun were all dumbstruck. Although they didn't know what this world exterminating wheel, runic circle was, as strong warriors, their instincts told them that this terrifying thing had an unparalleled destructive power. Death upon touching it, Feng Qisha was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. When he faced this rune wheel, he had a kind of fear that he would be easily destroyed by the opponent. If the opponent really threw this terrifying rune wheel out, not only would he be instantly killed, the audience behind him would also be turned into ashes. Yu Bing's eyes had already become vacant. She was on the verge of fainting. Only a trace of fighting consciousness was left, her body slowly fell to the ground. The world exterminating wheel that she had condensed in her hands was not thrown out in the end. That was because Yu Yang kept comforting her in her mind. When Yu Yang saw this incomplete world exterminating wheel, he was also shocked. He quickly comforted her in her mind, letting Yu Bing relax. The world exterminating wheel was not something that Yu Bing could control right now. It was a terrifying double-edged sword. It could destroy the enemy and also destroy the user. Yu Yang jumped onto the stage and hugged Yu Bing's limp body. He said to the judge who was sweating profusely in fear, "We forfeit." "Brother, I'm sorry." Yu Bing mumbled and fell into Yu Yang's embrace. She fainted. Her pale face due to excessive blood loss was especially pitiful. Only when she fainted did tears uncontrollably fall from the corner of her eyes. Yu Yang hugged his sister and gently reached out his hand to wipe away her tears. He said gently, "Bing, don't cry. You did very well. Brother knows that you worked hard. That's enough. Winning or losing is not important at all." The destructive runic circle collapsed and turned into countless runes, silently entering Yu Bing's back. Bai Yunfei and the others were almost scared to death. The audience members did not understand what had happened and were still whispering to each other, "What's going on? What's that? This Yu Bing is not a competition type of fighter. She should be more proficient in real battles." Bai Yunfei frowned and sighed. If it wasn't a competition and it was another opponent with the same strength as Feng Qisha, the result would be completely different. The Yu clan's third young master taught his sister Yu Bing some killing techniques, but those are not suitable for a competition. Are you saying that Yu Bing is a bigger threat in a real battle? Xie Qianren's heart skipped a beat. Other than that powerful runic will just now, this Yu Bing should still have another ultimate skill that can kill people in a second. Firstly, she insisted that she could defeat Feng Qisha in the end. This means that she did not use her full strength and still has an ultimate skill. Secondly, she chose to use the runic wheel when she lost control. This means that other than the runic wheel, she at least has another ultimate skill that can kill people in a second. It's just that that ultimate skill is deeply engraved in her heart. Even if she was about to faint, she would not use it on Feng Qisha. This Yu Bing is a fighter who fights to the death. The rules of the competition have a huge impact on her. If it was an opponent with the same strength as Feng Qisha, she might not even need to use the runic wheel to heavily injure her opponent. However, her kind nature is the main reason why her combat power is weakened. If she does not overcome this, she will never be able to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Bai Yunfei said the last sentence very softly. Although they were quite far away from the competition grounds, and unless they shouted loudly, they wouldn't be able to hear each other's voices. However, he seemed to be afraid that Yu Yang's people would hear the flaws that he had seen, so he purposely lowered his voice, making it sound like he was speaking like an ant. Xie Qianren could not help but praise this arrogant floating mist sect's junior sect leader. Although Bai Yunfei was arrogant, his eyes were really sharp. Xie Qianren did not want to refute what Bai Yunfei said. At the same time, Xue Qianren did not tell Bai Yunfei the real truth. If one were to look back to 1 year ago, then people would find out that Yu Bing's fighting power was not even 1/10 of Feng Qisha's. She might even be weaker than him. However, in just 1 year, she had improved to the point where she could compete with Feng Qisha, one of the 3 great killing stars. If she continued to improve at this speed, who could say that Yu Bing would not be able to reach the pinnacle of martial arts? Apart from her own outstanding talent, she also had an abnormal brother who had already reached the innate realm. Under the guidance of Yu Yang, who was at the Xiantian stage, how could Bai Yunfei possibly imagine her growth and future? Yu Bing, don't die. Fatty Hai cried with tears and snot all over his face. She's fine, it's just that her body is a little exhausted. You guys continue to fight. Winning or losing isn't important. Since you guys are here, don't leave any regrets. Yu Yang realized that the broken world exterminating wheel in Yu Bing's body had miraculously fused with her body. Other than consuming a large amount of her body's energy, it did not affect her too much. It was completely different from the rumors that said that it was extremely dangerous to control the world exterminating wheel. When he saw that Yu Bing was fine, he immediately felt relieved. After giving a few words of encouragement to Yi Kong and Fatty Hai, he hurriedly brought Yu Bing back to the private room. Along the way, he continuously channeled his innate qi into her body, nourishing and recovering her exhausted body. Yu Yu and Anan did not have the heart to care about the competition anymore. They hurriedly caught up with them. Along the way, the spectators and students who passed by them all stood up and applauded for Yu Bing. Although Yu Bing had lost the battle, she had fought against Feng Qisha and forced him into such a sorry state. This had already won everyone's approval. In this world, how many people could challenge the 3 great killing stars? Furthermore, she was just a teenage girl. 3-on-3 battle. When Yi Kong saw the back view of Yu Yang carrying the unconscious Yu Bing back to the private room, an unsuppressible anger burned in his chest. He proposed a 3-on-3 battle to Yu Tian, Yu Yan, and Lai Ban. Just what I wanted. Yu Tian, Yu Yan, and Lai Ban looked at each other. After exchanging their opinions with Yan Pejun and Feng Qisha, they agreed to Yi Kong's challenge. Originally, they did not need to agree to Yi Kong's challenge. As long as they defeated Yi Kong once, they would be able to eliminate their opponents. However, the proud and arrogant Yu Tian didn't want Yan Pejun and Feng Qisha to monopolize the beauty. Of course, the most important point was that Yu Bing, who was a member of the Yu clan, had almost defeated Feng Qisha. As the eldest son of the Yu clan, Yu Tian definitely couldn't stand other people talking about Yu Yang and Yu Bing. Yu Yang was an abnormal cultivator. No matter how hard he tried, he would never be able to catch up to him. However, Yu Bing, Yu Tian and Yu Yan definitely did not wish for a little girl to surpass them and firmly suppress them. During the new year, most of their beasts had been killed by Yu Yang. Their strength had been greatly reduced. They would not be able to fight against the three great killing stars, Bai Yunfei or Prince of Zijin, but they were still very confident against the unknown Yi Kong and the Li brothers. 6 people went up the stage at the same time. The 3 people on the left were the previously unknown Yi Kong, Li Jia and Li Gu. On the right were the famous eldest son of the Yu clan, Yu Tian, the Yu clan's genius in controlling fire, Yu Yan, and the Lai clan's most outstanding disciple, Lai Ban. Yu Tian and the other 2 could be ranked in the top 10 of Xianxia Academy, including the 3 great killing stars. Their strength was widely known. Most people thought that Yu Tian and the other 2 were the geniuses who were just behind the 3 great killing stars. A white-clothed referee and 6 assistant referees were the judges. They did not enter the arena, but before they announced the start of the match, they warned the contestants on both sides that they were not allowed to retaliate, especially not to kill. Even a blind person could see that Yi Kong and the others were fighting with anger. Both sides were a little out of control. If they did not suppress their anger and fight, it would easily turn into a battle for revenge. The old cunning fox and the Xianxia Academy's teachers had also arrived. They looked calm on the surface, but they were secretly on guard, preparing to save their opponents at any time. Although the Ivy Academy and Xianxia Academy were competitors, they were not mortal enemies. Furthermore, the 2 academies were in Dexia, so they were like brothers. No matter who injured the other, it would be a loss to Dexia. Yu Tian, Yu Yan, and Lai Ban did not dare to be careless. After all, they had Fatty Hai and Yu Bing as their examples. Yu Yang was an innate. If he were to lightly train his teammates, it would be enough to give them a headache. Yu Tian and Yu Yan's beasts had almost all died during the New Year's Clan Elite Tournament. Their strength had decreased, so they were even more vigilant. Yu Tian and the others summoned the Golden Tiger, Flaming Lion, Wind Leopard, and Battle Eagle one by one. The crowd applauded and cheered. In their hearts, the awe-inspiring Flaming Lion, Flaming Tiger, Wind Leopard, and Battle Eagle were the symbols of strength. Other than these, Yu Tian and Yu Yan had also summoned their puppet beasts. Yu Tian's was a silver-ranked level 4 Silver Tiger, while Yu Yan's were 2 silver-ranked level 3 Battle Axe Centaur. Isn't the Yu clan one of the 4 great clans? Why is there no one else other than the Yu clan's 3rd young master and that little girl? Bai Yunfei mocked disdainfully, what a pitiful worm. They don't even have a single gold-ranked beast. How could they be called the top 10 young warriors? They are really frogs at the bottom of a well. His words made Xianxia roll his eyes. He thought to himself that if Yu Yang wasn't the junior elder of the Southern Floating Mist sect and had a bronze-ranked beast, he would be acting like an idiot, not to mention silver-ranked and gold-ranked beasts. Yu Yang had a gold dragon king beast, but he didn't rely on his own strength. What was there to be arrogant about? Of course, Shui Qianren didn't refute him. He didn't want to tell this arrogant junior sect leader that not only in the 4 great clans, but also in normal clans, the clan wouldn't gift their strongest beast to the younger generation. Instead, they would let the younger generation capture and train them themselves. Although this way, the growth would be slower, but the foundation would be very solid. At the same time, it could also train the younger generation to endure hardships, allowing them to grow better. For people like Bai Yunfei, who had a gold-ranked level 5 gold dragon king beast as a gift when he contracted a grimoire, compared to the traditional training methods of the real big clans, it could only be considered as a nouveau riche. Although Shui Qianren hated Yu Yang, he admired this abnormal 3rd young master's growth process. The Yu clan's 3rd young master didn't receive any help from the Yu clan, yet he could also become an innate. He was even more successful than Yu Tian and Yu Yan, who were heavily trained by the Yu clan. What did this mean? Success had a lot to do with a person's cultivation. It wasn't as simple as contracting a strong beast. Having a strong beast to contract was a good thing, but it didn't mean everything. Bai Yunfei had a gold dragon king beast because of his identity. Not everyone could have a lucky background, and not everyone could become the junior sect leader of the Floating Mist sect. Bai Yunfei having a gold dragon king beast was something to be envied, but he shouldn't laugh at others. At the very least, he might not be more hardworking than others. Shui Qianren lowered his head as a sinister smile appeared in his eyes. You can be arrogant now, but not long later, you will be bullied by that abnormal Yu Yang until you cry in pain. Wah wah. The audience suddenly burst into an uproar. Bai Yunfei and Xue Qianren looked towards the source of the commotion. They realized that the two silent twin brothers had summoned their gold-ranked beasts at the same time. Although it was only 2 gold-ranked ant soldiers, it was enough to make the audience gasp in shock. These two people actually had gold-ranked beasts. Even Yu Tian and Yu Yan, who were part of the top 10 experts, didn't have gold-ranked beasts. Yet, these two unknown guys actually had gold-ranked beasts. Could it be that they were also some secret experts of some sect? Yi Kong also began to summon. Bronze-ranked level 5 King Kong Demon Ape did not bring too much of a shock to everyone due to the appearance of a gold-ranked beast. However, when the Herculean Rhinoceros Beetle appeared, even Bai Yunfei and Prince of Zijin could not help but shake their heads. The Herculean Rhinoceros Beetle was a purely defensive beast. Once it reached a high level, even a giant dragon wouldn't be able to bite it. Fortunately, this Herculean Rhinoceros Beetle was not a high-level one. It was only an ordinary level 5 Herculean Rhinoceros Beetle. However, its body was already as big as a small mountain, and it took up nearly a third of the arena. Not to mention the Fire Lion, Golden Tiger, Wind Leopard, and Warhawk, Bai Yunfei felt that even his Golden Dragon King Beast wouldn't be able to heavily injure this Herculean Rhinoceros Beetle. If this Herculean Rhinoceros Beetle could advance from a normal rank to a bronze rank or level 6, then Yu Tian and the others wouldn't even need to fight anymore. The King Kong Demon Ape and the Herculean Rhinoceros Beetle? Wasn't this the fiercest attack and the strongest defense? Furthermore, the two of them had gold-ranked ant soldier beasts and were extremely well coordinated with each other. This battle, Yan Pejun and Feng Qisha, who were below the stage, wiped the sweat off Yu Tian's forehead. As expected, none of Yu Clan's third young master's teammates were normal. They were all abnormal. Xue Tanlang did not make a single sound. His entire body was like a block of ice. His gaze was not fixed on the arena, but on Bai Yunfei, Prince of Zijin, Dragon Ambassador Ken Lanyu and the others' faces. He had been taking the opportunity to observe the reactions of his future enemies. His cold eyes finally landed on one person, and that was Yu Yang. Perhaps, in Xue Tanlang's heart, only Yu Yang was the strongest opponent in his life. Yu Yang was the target that he desired to fight against. Before fighting against him, Xue Tanlang looked at Bai Yunfei and the others. Perhaps these people were the best stepping stones. Was that Yu Clan's third young master thinking the same? Yi Kong, the Li brothers, Yu Tian, Yu Yan and Lai Ban's 3-on-3 battle wasn't long, but it was extremely intense. No, to be more accurate, it should be described as tragic. Yu Tian and the others obtained the final victory, but it was an extremely difficult victory. In the end, Yu Tian and Yu Yan were heavily injured and vomited blood, falling to the ground, unable to get up. Only Lai Ban, who was covered in blood, was still standing in the middle of the stage. On Ivy Academy's side, the Li brothers were burnt black. Even with the help of the old cunning fox and the linesman, they were still unconscious. Yi Kong was conscious. He had thousands of wounds all over his body, blood flowing out continuously. He, who had forcefully knocked Yu Tian and Yu Yan out of the stage, originally still had the strength to fight against Lai Ban. Unfortunately, Yu Tian's silver tiger knocked him out of the stage at the last moment. The Ivy Academy's 3-on-3 battle wasn't because they couldn't win, it was because of the competition rules. Shangjing Academy won, but they had paid a huge price for this battle. The Fire Lion, Golden Tiger and Wind Leopard had all died in battle, the War Eagle had been heavily injured, and the two silver-ranked puppet centaur had been crushed into pieces by the Herculean Rhinoceros Beetle. Yu Tian and Yu Yan, who were previously the 10 great heroes of the younger generation, were beaten by Yi Kong until they vomited blood, losing a lot of their prestige. Although their counterattacks weren't weak, Yi Kong withstood them with astonishing endurance. In the end, Yu Tian and Yu Yan were both knocked out of the stage. In this battle, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai had entered the preliminary list of the 10 great heroes in everyone's hearts. Perhaps their strength was still slightly lacking, but they were already strong challengers for the 10 great heroes. Even the Li brothers, who were unknown but full of sacrificial spirit, could be ranked in the top 30. If it wasn't for the brothers' selfless sacrifice and tacit cooperation, Yi Kong wouldn't have been able to defeat Yu Tian and Yu Yan. These two brothers were willing to be the supporting characters, blocking almost 80% of the damage for Yi Kong, almost winning this battle. Clap 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 clap, all the spectators stood up and gave the defeated Ivy League team a round of applause. The Ivy Academy, who had always been trash in people's hearts, had this year's contestants filled with courage. First, there was Fatty Hai and Yu Bing, then there was Yi Kong and the Li brothers. This team's tenacity left a deep impression in people's hearts. One had to know that they were challenging the champions of the previous tournament. With Feng Qisha, Yan Pejun, Yu Tian, Yu Yan, Lai Ban and the others in the Shangjing Academy team, even with the appearance of Bai Yunfei and Prince of Zijin, they were still the hot favorites to win the team competition. Who would have thought that they would be forced into such a sorry state by the inconspicuous Ivy Academy team? It could be said that the Ivy Academy team had the ability to become the champions. However, their luck was not good enough. They had lost all 3 matches due to the rules of the competition. Other than having super strong abilities, the Shangjing Academy team's rich competition experience had also played a huge role. When Yi Kong knocked Yu Tian off the stage, if Yu Tian had not used his silver tiger at the last moment to shatter the corner of the stage and knock Yi Kong off the stage when he lost his balance, it would have been hard to say who would have won this 3-on-3 battle. Although Lai Ban could still stand on the stage with difficulty, everyone felt that if Yi Kong did not lose his footing at the last moment, Lai Ban would not have won. Lai Ban did not have Yi Kong's desperate fighting spirit. Yu Tian and Yu Yan also did not have the Li brothers' sacrificial spirit. Their average abilities were slightly higher than Yi Kong and the Li brothers, but they had been beaten miserably by Yi Kong and the Li brothers who were fighting as one. Yi Kong and the Li brothers had also created a classic 3-on-3 battle tactic, and that was the Trinity. 2 companions who were rich in sacrificial spirit, with the strongest one as the arrowhead, would work together to kill one person from the opponent's side. At the same time, they would completely block all of the opponent's attacks, preserving the strongest companion's battle strength until the end. This kind of sacrifice for the sake of supporting characters was not something that everyone could do. However, as long as the Li brothers did it, the team would be able to display 100% or even more of their battle strength. What an interesting battle. Bai Yunfei's lips curled into a smile as he said, "Originally, I was not too interested in the team competition. But now, I have changed my mind. Let me defeat the Shangjing Academy team. I must win this championship. Then, I will wait for the Ivy Academy to challenge me next year." Shangjing Academy? Don't think that the Ivy Academy is the only strong enemy in this world. The eyes of the Grey Wolf Academy's representative, Prince of Zijin, flashed as he snorted lightly. The old cunning fox hurriedly brought Yi Kong and the others to be healed. Yu Yang looked at the old cunning fox in the eye. He realized that this old man who cared about his face was so happy that he almost couldn't find the north. He couldn't help but sweat profusely. It was no wonder. Usually, when the old cunning fox led the team, he would always return empty-handed. This year, the performances of Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the Li brothers had helped him gain a lot of face. The old cunning fox finally had the chance to vent his anger and raise his eyebrows. Of course he would be proud. On the second day, the small team round-robin tournament started. Xue Tanlang and Yu Yang's match was forfeited. After Xue Tanlang forfeited, his second opponent was Prince of Zijin. As for Yu Yang's second opponent in the group stage, it was the Floating Mist Sex Junior, Elder, Bai Yunfei. Although it was only the small team round-robin tournament, the death match in Group B had become the most important part of the competition. In order to let more spectators see this intense competition, the Champion Islands organizers had brought out the biggest arena, the Champion Arena, which was only used for the finals. The Champion Arena was built by a ring-shaped rock mountain. At the bottom of the valley was the battle arena. More than 50,000 spectators could have seats. Even more spectators could sit on higher rocks. Although they didn't have seats and were far away from the battle arena, it was still a joyous thing to be able to watch the competition from afar. The most delightful thing was that the spectators who didn't have seats could watch the competition for free. This rule suited the mercenaries very well. Of course, watching the competition for free also meant that they came willingly. The organizers couldn't guarantee their safety. If the mercenaries fell and got injured by the contestants' beasts, the organizers wouldn't be responsible for them. They could only blame themselves for being unlucky. I hope that all the spectators will pay attention to their safety. In the death match in Group B, Yu Yang was fighting against Bai Yunfei. All 7 judges were present. 4 of them were guarding the 4 corners of the arena. Not only were they observing the competition, they were also responsible for the spectators' safety, in case of any accidents. Of the remaining 3 judges, 1 was the chief judge and the other 2 were the gold-ranked judges. It could be said that other than the finals, this was the first time that 7 judges were sent to be impartial in the round-robin tournament. Hundreds of silver-armored guards were scattered at the edge of the arena, protecting the spectators' safety. The kings, concubines, princes, and princesses of various countries had also arrived. Although the emperors of Xia, Tianluo, and Zijin Kingdom did not come, they had sent their representatives. When Yu Yang and Bai Yunfei went up to the arena, the entire championship arena was filled with spectators. The number of spectators must have exceeded 100,000. This was also a record. There had never been so many spectators watching the 100 Schools Elite Tournament. Including the previous finals, the number of spectators had never exceeded 70,000. This terrifying record of at least 100,000 spectators was an unprecedented existence. I choose to fight without rules. Yu Yang made his request. Bai Yunfei, who was standing opposite him, completely agreed. A fight without rules meant that there was no time limit, no timeout, no rest, no summoning of any kind of beasts, and no using of battle skills. In short, other than not killing the opponent, the contestants could use any method to attack the opponent before the opponent admitted defeat. You have 3 minutes to prepare. You can choose to leave the arena and prepare, or stay in the arena. After 3 minutes, I will announce the start of the battle. You can only start the battle. The chief judge went up to the arena and gestured for the 2 contestants to greet each other and then prepare themselves. Bai Yunfei greets you. Floating Mist Sect's junior sect leader Bai Yunfei cupped his fists in greeting politely, but his expression was arrogant. You're welcome. We'll rely on our own abilities later. Yu Yang cupped his fists casually and jumped down from the arena to greet the old fox and the others. In order to support Yu Yang, the old fox, the eagle-eyed Xia Wei Lai and the students from the death class had all come. Even the withering Thousand Bones General Feng Kuang, the Xia imperial tutor and the White Stone City master who had always followed Jun Wu came to support him. Fight well. You must beat that arrogant fellow until his teeth fall all over the ground. Princess Sisai rarely encouraged Yu Yang. On the other hand, the usually generous Castellan Fallen Flower sat far away, as if she did not know Yu Yang. The reason was that her father, the Eastern Sky King, had come and kept calling Yu Yang son-in-law. This made her extremely embarrassed, so she decided to stay far away. Inan was more or less the same. Her aunt had come. Inan obediently pulled Yu Bing along to accompany her aunt to watch the battle. The Prince of Tianluo had brought the fanatical female fans of the Pink Rose group to support him. Only then did Yu Yang know that there was a Prince of Tianluo in this world. Moreover, he was the cousin of Fallen Flowers. The most shocking thing was that this outrageously handsome Prince of Tianluo was actually the son of the Western Sky King. Yu Yang could not understand. The Western Sky King looked even more like a barbarian than the Eastern Sky King. How did he give birth to such a beautiful son? Just like how the Eastern Sky King gave birth to Castellan Fallen Flowers was a mystery, this made Yu Yang very puzzled. The Emperor of Tianluo, Huasu Ri, only had a daughter and no son. This Prince of Tianluo would probably be the future successor to the throne. When the Prince of Tianluo saw Yu Yang, he smiled, causing the female fans of the Pink Rose group to scream. He was different from the Prince of Tianluo that sickly beauty had disguised herself as. The real Prince of Tianluo loved to smile, and there was no sadness in his eyes. He seemed to be a rather cheerful little prince. What made Yu Yang the happiest was that at a corner of the mountain where no one would notice, Wu Xia, who loved to read, and sickly beauty were sitting side by side. Although their faces were covered with a light veil, and they were wearing a loose robe and a big coat, sitting far away on a rock in the corner, completely not attracting the attention of others, Yu Yang still recognized them at first glance. His beloved girl, of course he would not recognize the wrong person. Noticing that Yu Yang was looking at her, sickly beauty waved her hand slightly to signal him to come over. The mysterious beauty Wu Xia, on the other hand, did not move at all, quietly reading her book, as if she did not notice Yu Yang at all. The only regret in Yu Yang's heart was that because of the enemy's spying, fourth mother and a little girl could not come. Otherwise, it would have been even more perfect. Contestants, there is only 1 minute left. Please come to the stage and prepare for the match. The chief referee was mainly calling out to Yu Yang, because Bai Yunfei had always been on the stage. He summoned the gold-ranked level 7 Gold Dragon King Beast, causing the spectators who supported him to cheer. In the hearts of the ordinary spectators, Tai Tan, who had the title of Abnormal Blind, could not fight against Bai Yunfei. Just that gold-ranked level 7 Gold Dragon King Beast was enough to torture him to death. They came here mainly to watch Bai Yunfei torture his opponents. This was because Bai Yunfei would toy with his opponents to his heart's content in every single round of the promotion round. Especially after torturing his opponents would even thank him for his guidance. That kind of style was what the spectators loved to see the most. This abnormal blind man, would he end up like the previous contestants, kneeling in front of Bai Yunfei and crying bitterly in the end? Yu Yang walked onto the stage, took out the golden mask that he had obtained from the Gemini temple, and lightly put it on. An evil demonic aura exploded from his body. When the spectators saw his half-crying, half-smiling mask and felt the demonic aura from his body, they could not help but shiver. This abnormal blind man was indeed not an ordinary person. It would not be easy to see him kneeling down and crying bitterly. There is only 50 seconds left. Student Tai Tan, you can summon your beasts first. I will start the countdown in 10 seconds. You guys can make your final preparations now. The head referee reminded Yu Yang. He did not want to see the ending of Bai Yunfei's Gold Dragon King Beast beating Yu Yang off the stage in one move. He hoped that the battle between these two youngsters would be as exciting as possible. What beast should I summon? Yu Yang seemed to be a little troubled. Ha ha ha. Many spectators started to laugh. Indeed, no matter what beast he summoned, it would not be a match for the gold-ranked level 7 Gold Dragon King Beast. What was even funnier was that this Tai Tan only had a thorny flower and a puppet mouse previously. Although he was an expert in battle skills, in terms of summoning beasts, this abnormal blind man was a huge tragedy. Idiot, this is not a place for you to come. One of Bai Yunfei's juniors could not help but stand up and shout loudly, mocking Yu Yang for reporting the wrong event. If Yu Yang had reported for the individual battle skills competition, he might have been able to get a good ranking. However, the individual battle skills competition was a combination of beasts and battle skills. It would be a joke if he, who was only an expert in battle skills, wanted to fight against Bai Yunfei, who was equally strong in both beasts and battle skills. In the individual battle skills competition, it was impossible to not summon beasts. Yu Yang had really summoned 5 puppet mice. The spectators almost died of laughter. Many of them laughed until they were out of breath. With just 5 puppet mice, he wanted to defeat the Gold Dragon King Beast. This was probably the biggest joke in the history of the 100 Schools Elite Tournament. Student Tai Tan, are you sure you don't want to summon your thorny flower? The thorny flower is a strong beast. Bai Yunfei tried his best to maintain a humble tone. This way, the hidden mockery in his voice was even stronger. When the spectators heard this, they laughed until tears flowed down their cheeks. Using puppet mice and thorny flower to fight against the Gold Dragon King Beast? Alright, this was not a joke. This was the Group B round-robin tournament. There's no need for that. I don't need to summon my thorny flower to fight against a fire-breathing lizard. Without batting an eyelid, Yu Yang summoned the gold-ranked level 3 Reaper Mantis that had just grown up. Although it was still far from becoming a mature Reaper Mantis, it could still fight. Eh? The spectators were startled. This abnormal blind man also had a gold-ranked beast? Reaper Mantis? That's right. Bai Yunfei was also slightly startled, but he quickly recovered. Although the gold-ranked level 3 Reaper Mantis was the bane of the dragon race, its level was too low. His Gold Dragon King Beast was already gold-ranked level 7. Any one of its claws was not something that the Reaper Mantis could defend against. Bai Yunfei's eyes flashed slightly as he summoned another beast, a gold-ranked level 5 Killer Bee. The Killer Bee's poisonous stinger was the fatal weapon of all insect-type beasts. Although the gold-ranked Killer Bee was not the Reaper Mantis' natural enemy, it was not afraid of the Reaper Mantis because of its high flying speed and poisonous stinger. Bai Yunfei's intention was to completely attack Yu Yang. He meant that he did not even need to use the Gold Dragon King beast to completely suppress Yu Yang's beasts. It was as if he wanted to compete with him, the Floating Mist Sex Junior, Elder, in terms of beasts. That was a beggar competing with a rich man. Killer bee? So arrogant? This is really scary. Yu Yang waved his hands towards the audience. Looks like I have to ask for help. Two mysterious people wearing cloaks jumped onto the stage from below the stage. The head referee hurriedly stopped them. Wait a minute, this is not a 3-on-3 battle, you guys cannot join the battle. The battle is temporarily suspended, you guys go down immediately, otherwise student Tai Tan will be defeated because he violated the rules. All of you go down, immediately. The spectators roared with laughter. They did not even understand the rules of the competition, yet they dared to compete. Suddenly, one of the mysterious people opened her cloak, revealing a demonically beautiful woman's face. Her cherry lips parted slightly as she opened her mouth to speak. There was an indescribable wonder in her voice. Her pronunciation was not very accurate, but it was extremely pleasing to the ears. Didn't you say that Master's beasts can participate in the competition? The head referee was confused. Of course beasts can participate in the competition, but you guys are all humans. He suddenly came to his senses and cried out in surprise, you guys are all beasts? That demonically beautiful woman tore her cloak apart and spread her platinum wings. She soared into the sky and landed gracefully. She held the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger in her left hand and the silver-ranked eye-destroyer dagger in her right hand. She knelt down in front of Yu Yang and spoke with a beautiful and respectful voice, I am the bloody queen that Master has contracted with. My human name is Red. When she said this, the entire audience became silent. A humanoid beast that could speak, what kind of beast was this? White. Platinum-ranked humanoid beast? The Floating Mist Sex Junior sect leader Bai Yunfei felt as if he was hit in the back of his head. Platinum-ranked beasts and gold-ranked beasts were two completely different things. Normal warriors might not know, but as the Floating Mist Sex Junior sect leader, how could he not know that only when a beast stepped into platinum-ranked would it truly be reborn and have the chance to evolve into a holy beast? Although normal, bronze, silver and gold-ranked beasts could also evolve into holy beasts, it would take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Furthermore, not all beasts could evolve into holy beasts. Even if there was a chance that they could evolve into holy beasts by chance, that lucky beast would need a long period of time to cultivate and evolve, only then would it be able to evolve extremely slowly. That kind of long time was not something that a human warrior's life could wait for. In comparison, platinum-ranked beasts' evolution time was 100 times shorter than normal beasts. It was also 10 times shorter than bronze-ranked, silver-ranked, and gold-ranked beasts. Platinum-ranked beasts usually only needed a few decades, at most 100 years to evolve into a humanoid. Then, they would continue to learn different kinds of knowledge, increase their intelligence, and evolve into a holy beast. Gold-ranked beasts would need hundreds of years, at least 200 to 300 years. Hence, by the time a gold-ranked beast evolved into a holy beast, its master would already be old and exhausted. There would be no possibility for them to improve anymore. This is a humanoid platinum-ranked intelligent beast. The chief referee was also shocked. In the previous 100-school elite tournament, students who owned gold-ranked beasts were not the only ones. In the past, there were even abnormal students who owned them. However, as a veteran referee, he had never seen any students who owned a platinum-ranked beast. Not to mention the two basic requirements of a holy beast, humanoid and intelligence. Even if the bloody queen in front of him was not a holy beast, she would not be far from becoming one. At first, the chief referee thought that Bai Yunfei, who had a gold-ranked level 7 gold dragon king beast, was already an extremely powerful existence. He did not expect that he was nothing compared to Titan who had a platinum-ranked bloody queen. Gold dragon king beast, that was a holy beast, a platinum-ranked holy beast. The chief referee was shocked. He looked at the other mysterious beast whose face was still hidden in a cloak. This beast was also humanoid. Could it be that Titan had two holy beasts? The 100,000 spectators in the championship arena were silent for a long time before someone finally reacted. They cried out in surprise. As more and more people joined in, the cries of surprise were like waves, engulfing the entire champions arena. Everyone stood up with their eyes wide open, staring fixedly at the bloody queen. Countless people wanted to find a flaw to prove that she wasn't a beast, but a human. However, even the most suspicious people were disappointed. Because they could see that on that devilishly beautiful face, on the platinum-ranked bloody Queen Red's forehead, there was a small beast contract symbol. That symbol was unique to beasts. It was impossible for a human to have that symbol appear on their forehead. It was impossible for a human to contract a human. Kill. Bai Yunfei's heart was filled with despair and jealousy. That feeling was like a beggar who had been starving for 3 days to the point where his stomach was rumbling and his eyes were dark from hunger, seeing a rich family eating and drinking lavishly. What emerged in his heart was not envy, but pure hatred. A destructive jealousy occupied his heart. He couldn't bear this kind of despair of falling from the clouds to hell. Bai Yunfei felt that the whole audience would laugh at him in the next second, because his actions just now were like a complacent clown looking at the sky from the bottom of a well to the opponent. If he wanted to get rid of this hateful feeling, he could only destroy it. He had to kill his opponent forever. Only then could he truly become the #1 hero in the soaring dragon continent. Following the order, the Golden Dragon King spread its wings and soared into the sky. It used its strongest dive and dragon breath to destroy its opponent, as well as the bloody queen who was like a dagger that made his heart bleed. Why didn't such a beautiful and intelligent beast belong to him? Since she didn't belong to him, then she should just die. The golden killer bee flew towards the bloody Queen Red like lightning, its poisonous stinger about to sting in 1/1000th of a second. As long as it stung her once, this beautiful beast would become a stiff corpse. Die, only eternal death is the most beautiful. Looking at Red's beautiful face, Bai Yunfei clenched his fists in hatred. If this beauty belonged to him, he would cherish it for the rest of his life. But she didn't belong to him, so she could only die. This feeling reminded Bai Yunfei of when he was young, when his father brought him to the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace. At that time, he saw a perfect crystal vase. When he thought that the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace wouldn't give him such a precious treasure, all he had to do was to quietly push the vase and make it shatter on the ground. This was what he had to do. Bai Yunfei clenched his teeth, his eyes slightly bloodshot. Hatred flashed in the depths of his bloodshot eyes. Ayayaya! An extremely sharp scream that shook everyone's soul burst out from the bloody Queen Red's mouth. It was like a ripple, spreading out as if it was real. Everyone felt their vision darken. Those who were far away felt their eardrums ringing. Those who were close to the stage felt as if the back of their heads had been ruthlessly hammered. This kind of terrifying scream was impossible to defend against, it directly caused their souls to tremble. In 1/1000th of a second after the gold killer bee extended its venomous stinger, Red disappeared. She appeared on top of the Gold Dragon King Beast's head. The Gold Dragon King Beast's dragon race and king's aura were completely ineffective against her. Red was also a king, and she was even platinum ranked. If the Gold Dragon King Beast wasn't gold ranked level 7, Red could totally suppress it. Draconic aura was a terrifying existence to normal beasts, but to a highly intelligent bloody Queen Red, it was just a giant lizard that could spit fire. It wasn't a terrifying enemy, but a target to be hunted. The gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger in Red's hands was the butcher's knife prepared for it. Under Red's super high speed, the banshee scream exploded from the front of the gold killer bee to the top of the Gold Dragon King Beast's head in less than 1/1000th of a second. When the Gold Dragon King Beast turned its head and wanted to spit out Red, but it was stunned by the banshee's scream, the dragon-slaying dagger slashed across the Gold Dragon King Beast's eyelid. The Gold Dragon King Beast that was invulnerable to swords and spears couldn't withstand the sharpness of the dragon-slaying dagger, and a long bloody wound appeared on its eyelid. The Gold Dragon King Beast reacted instinctively and spun its body frantically, dodging the enemy's fatal attack. At the same time, it used its huge dragon wings to attack the enemy's slender body. The dragon's wings were extremely powerful, and those who were hit by it couldn't be saved. Even if it couldn't hit its target, it could still create a hurricane and blow the enemy away. The platinum-ranked wings on Red's back closed and flew upwards. The gold dragon's lightning-fast wing attack was like a crawling snail in comparison, incomparably slow. The bloody Queen Red soared into the sky and dodged the wing attack. She then turned her body in the air and chased after the gold dragon that was flying towards its master. Crossing the daggers in her hands, the dragon's scales that were as hard as a shield shattered, leaving two deep and shallow cross-shaped wounds on the dragon's neck. The dragon's blood splattered in the air. On the stage, the gold killer bee's slender waist suddenly split apart. Its upper body separated from its abdomen. Its entire abdomen flew forward along with the stinging movement, while its upper body flapped its wings and danced in the air. The gold dragon king beast in the sky flew back to its master's side with a strong gust of wind. The bloody queen red also landed behind Yu Yang, as light as a feather. Her almost devilishly beautiful face had a look of respect that would make people jealous. She, who was so powerful and intelligent, should have been receiving her master's worship and love. Who would have thought that she would even kneel down on one knee in front of Yu Yang to show her respect? This really made people want to vomit blood. The gold killer bee's thorny abdomen couldn't sting any of its targets, so it fell in front of the second tall mysterious person. The second mysterious humanoid beast that was still hiding in the cloak suddenly stretched out a leg that looked like a human's leg, but the part below the knee that looked like a cow's hoof, and stomped the golden killer bee's abdomen into a bloody pulp. Boom! The power of that stomp actually shook the whole stage. An invisible shockwave spread out. Even the spectators who were 100 meters away felt dizzy and nauseous. The gold killer bee that had lost its abdomen shrieked and completely lost control. It madly pounced towards the tall mysterious humanoid beast. Before it could even open its mouth to bite, suddenly, the whole audience could clearly see that the mysterious humanoid beast inside the cloak spat out a purplish gold flame from its nose and mouth. The eyes that were hidden in the cloak suddenly shone 1,000 times brighter than before. Even those who were standing behind the mysterious humanoid beast felt uncomfortable from being stared at, as if their hearts had been ruthlessly pierced by that gaze. The warriors who could see the shining light couldn't help but shiver. The shadow of death appeared in that instant. Fortunately, the target of this stare was only the gold killer bee that had lost control. It was completely silent. Everyone could see it clearly. In a split second, the golden killer bee lost its life. Its wings, which had been flapping rapidly, stopped. With only half of its body remaining, the golden killer bee fell to the floor of the arena. Bai Yunfei didn't even have time to recall it before it lost its life. Oh my god, this is Doom's Eyes, the barbarian bulls, Doom's Eyes. The warriors who were familiar with the beast's skills couldn't help but groan in their hearts. Doom's Eyes, once activated, was an unsolvable existence. One stare and it would die. Of course, normally, only weak beasts could activate Doom's Eyes. For gold-ranked beasts, even if they activated Doom's Eyes, they might not necessarily die. They might only suffer a heavy soul injury, but not annihilation. Right now, what level was this humanoid barbarian bull actually at? It could actually kill a gold-ranked level 5 killer bee in an instant? This is impossible. Bai Yunfei, who was originally radiant, was now deathly pale. He couldn't believe the reality in front of him. The gold dragon king beast had returned empty-handed, and the killer bee had even been killed in an instant. How could this be possible? Bai Yunfei roared no. Before Yu Yang and the bloody queen could take any further action, he had already summoned his gold grimoire and summoned his strongest beasts. He intended to use the human wave tactic to fight against the enemies. Silver-ranked level 7 golden python, silver-ranked level 7 thunder eagle, silver-ranked level 6 purple-eyed lightning leopard, bronze-ranked level 8 petrifying lizard. In the end, Bai Yunfei had even summoned a gold-ranked level 6 strengthening-type guardian beast, the black-tailed white Jiao dragon. He fused it with his body and turned it into a Jiao dragon armor, increasing his battle power. You want to compete in numbers? Yu Yang's voice was emotionless. No one could tell if he was mocking or ignoring him. However, after Yu Yang waved his hand, a snake-haired Medusa with blazing flames suddenly appeared from the cloak of the mysterious humanoid beast. Holding a golden bow in her hand, she beautifully swam to the back of Yu Yang and bowed down respectfully like the bloody Queen Red, paying her respects to her master. The audience was in an uproar. Could it be that there was more than one mysterious humanoid beast in the cloak? Very quickly, the audience all fell to the ground. This was because they saw another beautiful golden-haired mermaid, who was so perfect that it made people sigh with admiration, holding a strange-looking conch horn in her hand as she swam out from the cloak. How many beasts were actually hidden in this cloak? When the third Thunder Naga came out from the cloak, the audience almost vomited blood. How was this a competition? This was clearly bullying. Kill. Yu Yang pointed his finger and imitated Bai Yunfei's gesture of giving the order to attack just now. The Bloody Queen Red was the fastest. When Yu Yang said the word kill, she had already appeared on top of the Thunder Eagle's head. The soul-shaking banshee scream exploded once again. Amidst the dizziness, the audience saw the snake-haired Medusa draw her golden bow and shoot 2 arrows. The arrows were like shooting stars that nailed the eyes of the petrified lizard. The petrified lizard, which was good at petrifying its enemies, actually started to turn into stone from its eyes. The violet lightning leopard was extremely fast. It rushed over in an instant and pounced towards the golden-haired mermaid. The golden-haired mermaid smiled indifferently. She gently raised her jade-white hands and released 2 tornadoes, sweeping the violet lightning leopard and the golden python up into the sky at the same time. 2 streaks of lightning flashed in the sky. One accurately struck the golden python's body, while the other exploded on the lightning leopard's head. On Yu Yang's body, the audience saw a figure that looked exactly like him. It rushed out from his body and rushed towards Bai Yunfei with a storm of purple flames. Bai Yunfei was frightened by the terrifying scene in front of him and did not dare to take it head-on. He dodged to the side and used the Golden Dragon King Beast to defend. The golden-haired mermaid blew her horn and the storm that engulfed the entire arena exploded. The dark clouds in the sky rolled like the sea and heavy rain poured down. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The entire arena turned into a swamp in less than 30 seconds. The water was overflowing and the waves were high. Several tornadoes were like giant dragons sucking in water. Within the tornadoes, the forked lightning seemed like it was going to tear the soul apart. It was tyrannical and unrestrained, causing the entire arena to lose its color. Everyone was terrified and looked at the scene in front of them with their mouths agape. They were all scared to the point that they didn't know what to do. About a minute later, the dark clouds dispersed and the lightning disappeared. The tornado slowly stopped. The charred lightning leopard and golden python that were in the sky fell onto the flooded arena with a loud bang, causing waves to splash. The Thunder Eagle spread its wings and floated on the arena, moving up and down with the waves. It was unknown whether it was dead or alive. As for the petrified lizard that was vaguely visible in the water, it had long since turned into a lizard-shaped stone statue. Other than his strongest beast, the Golden Dragon King Beast and the black-tailed white Jiao Dragon, Bai Yunfei's other beasts were all slaughtered on the spot. He stood blankly on the arena, his face ghastly pale like a corpse. In front of him, Yu Yang was still standing in the waist-deep water, motionless. The evil shadow that looked like him was still fighting the Golden Dragon King Beast. When everyone looked again, they discovered that the Medusa, mermaid, and Naga had all disappeared, as if they had never appeared before. Even the tall and mysterious beast had disappeared without a trace. Many warriors with sharp reactions immediately realized that this could be the Yu Clan Third Young Master's only weakness, which was that his beast's duration was extremely short. Other people's beasts could fight for at least an hour, but this Yu Clan Third Young Master's beast could only fight for a minute. Of course, just fighting for a minute was enough to shock the world. The corpses of his enemies on the arena silently announced this Yu Clan Third Young Master's abnormal strength. Within a minute, Bai Yunfei's golden flower python had become roasted snake meat, the lightning leopard had a layer of its skin peeled off by the wind blades, the petrified lizard had been turned into stone, and the thunder eagle had been instantly killed by the Bloody Queen's dragon-slaying dagger. When the Bloody Queen Red landed lightly behind Yu Yang, there was only knee-deep water left on the arena. The evil shadow and the Golden Dragon King Beast separated, its energy depleted, and disappeared silently. The Golden Dragon King Beast landed beside Bai Yunfei, its huge body swaying a little, trying to stand up with difficulty. In the end, it fell to the ground with a loud crash, struggling for a long time before it could spread its wings and stand up. Its body was lacerated, and many scales had fallen off. Its entire body and wings were riddled with wounds. It was a tragic sight to behold. Drop by drop, dragon blood dripped onto the surface of the water, dyeing a small and strange red ribbon on the rapidly receding water. Although it had persevered until the end and won the battle against the evil shadow had severely injured it before it disappeared. The evil shadow was only a shadow, it was not injured or dead. The Golden Dragon King Beast had already been defeated. Because it was a beast, every injury it received was equivalent to being one step closer to death. Just now, the platinum-ranked Bloody Queen Red did not attack. If Red and the evil shadow had joined hands, the Golden Dragon King Beast would have been completely defeated. Although the audience did not understand why Red did not attack, they could see the result. The already heavily injured Golden Dragon King Beast, against Red, against the platinum-ranked Bloody Queen with the dragon-slaying dagger, how much battle power would it have left? Perhaps, it would be a dead end. Seeing everything in front of him, Bai Yunfei suddenly knelt down on the water, his hands powerlessly supporting himself on the rapidly receding water. His whole body trembled. The large number of beasts dying was already a heavy blow. His underestimation of the enemy and his clown-like arrogance made him feel even more ashamed. If this Yu clan's third young master was replaced by someone else, he, who still had the Golden Dragon King Beast and black-tailed White Jiao Dragon, would definitely fight until the end. But now, he knelt down powerlessly, unable to fight anymore. The last bit of fighting spirit in his heart had long disappeared in fear of the scene in front of him. For the first time in his life, the shadow of death appeared in Bai Yunfei's heart. He was afraid of death, so afraid that he did not dare to face the terrifying Yu clan's third young master again. That abnormal person was not someone he could defeat. Bai Yunfei only wanted to escape as soon as possible and end the battle as soon as possible. I lost, I admit defeat. If someone had told Bai Yunfei 3 minutes ago that he would kneel down and admit defeat in 3 minutes, he would definitely think that that person was a lunatic. If it was anyone else in this world, they would not have thought that someone as arrogant as Bai Yunfei would actually kneel down and beg for mercy. But this was the truth. Yu Yang's face was hidden behind the Gemini mask, so his expression could not be seen, but his voice was very arrogant, so arrogant that it deserved a beating. Floating Mist Sect's junior sect leader, self-proclaimed #1 hero in the world, so arrogant. You who thinks that your intelligence is as high as 250, what did you say? Louder, this trash's ears have some problems, I can't hear what you said. Junior sect leader with a gold-ranked level 7 Golden Dragon King Beast, what do you want to say? Louder. When the crowd heard this, they all felt ashamed for Bai Yunfei. Many people thought that Bai Yunfei would get angry and fight to the death with Yu Yang crazily. Who would have thought that their eyes would pop out of their sockets when Bai Yunfei immersed his forehead and face into the water with incomparable pain? After forcing himself to stay awake, he said in a loud voice, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. You've won this battle. This reply made all the drenched spectators want to bang their heads against the wall and die. What Floating Mist Sect's junior sect leader, he was simply a coward. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. He still had a gold-ranked level 7 Golden Dragon King Beast and a gold-ranked level 6 black-tailed White Jiao Dragon. How could he admit defeat without even fighting? Although the abnormal blind Tai Tan was very abnormal, all of his summoned beasts had disappeared, leaving only the Bloody Queen. Bai Yunfei still had a chance. Even if he would lose in the end, it would be an honorable defeat. Now, he was kneeling down and begging for mercy before the battle was even halfway through. Loudly admitting defeat, kneeling down and begging for mercy, what did this mean? Bai Yunfei had been bullied by this abnormal Tai Tan. Everyone had originally sympathized with him, but now that they saw him kneeling down and begging for mercy, they looked down on him. It didn't matter if he lost, just like how Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and Yu Bing had all lost. However, no one felt that they were weak at all. It was normal that their skills were not as good as others. They were still young, so they could continue to work hard and learn from their mistakes in the future. However, kneeling down and begging for mercy in the middle of a battle because the situation was disadvantageous to them was something that everyone despised the most. Was this Floating Mist Sect's junior sect leader Bai Yunfei still a man, if he didn't even dare to fight with a gold-ranked level 7 Golden Dragon King Beast and black-tailed White Jiao Dragon? Then he might as well bang his head against a wall and die. Seeing Bai Yunfei's actions, the entire crowd went into an uproar. Countless young men and women who used to worship Bai Yunfei were incomparably furious. They imitated Yi Kong and Fatty Hai's gesture and stuck out their middle fingers, giving Bai Yunfei the greatest disdain they had ever shown in their lives. It turned out that this arrogant and condescending Bai Yunfei was just a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When everyone thought about how they had worshipped this junior sect leader previously, they felt like vomiting. If they didn't fight, they wouldn't know, but once they fought, they would become trash. Junior sect leader, stand up. We would rather die than submit and fight with this pervert. Shui Qianren jumped into the water of the arena and shouted. He did this on purpose. The more he did this, the more humiliated Bai Yunfei would be and the harder it would be for him to step down. Stand up, let's fight with him. Almost all of the Floating Mist sect's disciples hoped that Bai Yunfei would stand up and fight with Yu Yang until the end. Otherwise, how would the Floating Mist sect's face be left if he admitted defeat like this? Only one mysterious disciple did not say a word. His gaze seemed to be supporting Bai Yunfei to admit defeat immediately. This might be the right thing to do. Rankers who had reached the level of Feng Qisha and Yan Pejun were able to see much more and think much deeper than normal warriors. Feng Qisha and Yan Pejun knew that if there was even a 1% chance of winning this battle, Bai Yunfei would not kneel down and beg for mercy from Yu Yang. He was definitely at his wit's end, he definitely couldn't fight anymore, otherwise, why would a proud person like Bai Yunfei kneel down to his enemy if he was not really in despair? Moreover, kneeling down and begging for mercy in front of 100,000 people, what kind of courage did that require? If it was Feng Qisha and Yan Pejun, they would rather die than kneel down. They were especially unwilling to kneel down and beg for mercy from an opponent like Yu Yang. This was because the heart of a perverted madman like the Yu clan's third young master was not made of tofu. He would definitely humiliate his opponent. Kneeling down to him was equivalent to looking for trouble. Feng Qisha and Yan Pejun noticed that on Bai Yunfei's right ankle, there was a thin and long golden ribbon that extended all the way to Yu Yang's right ankle. They did not see when Yu Yang tied this golden ribbon to Bai Yunfei's right leg, but they could immediately understand that it was definitely because of this golden ribbon that Bai Yunfei would kneel down and beg for mercy. It was definitely because of this. Although they did not know what use this golden ribbon had, it was definitely because of its appearance that the arrogant Floating Mist sect's junior sect leader Bai Yunfei had no choice but to kneel down in front of everyone. Dragon Ambassador Can Lan Yu and Prince of Zijin frowned. Of course, they had also noticed the existence of this golden ribbon. What was the use of this tiny golden ribbon? It actually made Bai Yunfei willingly be humiliated by the Yu clan's third young master. Could it be that this ribbon was a divine equipment? Only Princess Sisai, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the other girls knew that this golden ribbon was a treasure that Yu Yang had obtained after clearing the Pisces temple the previous night, the Pisces ribbon. Once it was tied, both parties would not be able to leave freely. No matter how they tried to escape, they would not be able to escape from the Pisces ribbon. Unless the enemy's strength far surpassed the owner of the Pisces ribbon and defeated the owner, that would be the only way to escape. What was even more terrifying was that Yu Yang could use his inherent skill through the Pisces ribbon. Just now, little Wenli, who was hiding in the barbarian cow shadow a man's cloak, took advantage of the storm to return to Yu Yang's body. Bai Yunfei tried to summon her several times, but was destroyed by Yu Yang's binding. In a situation where he could not escape and could not summon his grimoire to protect himself, even if Bai Yunfei was an idiot, he knew that Yu Yang was going to abuse him in front of everyone. Bai Yunfei thought. Rather than letting Yu Yang torture and humiliate him in front of 100,000 people, he would rather admit defeat like a hoodlum. Bai Yunfei knew that what Yu Yang wanted the most was for him to start a fight out of anger. At that time, the gold dragon king beast would be killed on the spot, and the black-tailed white Jiao dragon would disappear. As for himself, he would be tortured to death. Maybe in the end, he would still have to kneel and beg for mercy. At that time, he would suffer even more humiliation. Although he was arrogant, Bai Yunfei was definitely not an idiot. Of course, he would choose to admit defeat. As long as the gold dragon king beast was still alive, he still had hope. Although he could not compare to the abnormal Yu clan third young master, he still had a huge advantage over Feng Qisha, Yan Pejun and Prince of Zijin. If the gold dragon king beast was killed by the Yu clan third young master, he would fall out of the top 10 from his current position of second place. Neo, that was not his choice. It was the result of being pulled by the Yu clan third young master after his body was bound. However, did he still have a chance to resist now? If he didn't kneel down, the Yu clan's third young master would definitely cripple him in front of everyone with the killing intent in his eyes. Student Titan, student Bai Yunfei has already admitted defeat. What do you think? The head referee, who was dripping wet from head to toe, rushed to the side of the arena to act as a mediator. He hinted to Yu Yang that he should let go of Bai Yunfei after he had humiliated Bai Yunfei enough. He told Yu Yang not to go too far and not to kill anyone. Otherwise, the Floating Mist sect would hold a grudge and blame it on the Yu clan. What? Was Young Sect Master kneeling down and begging for mercy? I haven't even fought yet, why did he admit defeat? Even if this Young Sect Master wants me to win, he can't do this. Wouldn't others suspect me of cheating? Chief Referee, I'm telling you, I'm not very familiar with Young Sect Master. If he insisted on kneeling down and begging for mercy, he insisted on admitting defeat, that's his own will, it's none of my business. Yu Yang feigned an innocent look on his face. His arrogance was enough to make the head referee want to beat him up. He had originally thought that Bai Yunfei was arrogant enough, but who would have thought that this kid would be 100 times more arrogant than Bai Yunfei? Make him kowtow, otherwise we won't accept his surrender. Kill him. Kill his gold dragon king beast and make him cry to death. Fatty Hai jumped out as if he wished for the whole world to be in chaos. That's right, make him kowtow and admit defeat. Yi Kong was so excited that his blood was boiling. Kowtow. More than half of the audience also started to jeer. In any case, the one they supported was the hero. As for the loser, they couldn't help but want to go up and kick him a few times. What bullshit Floating Mist sect's Young Sect Master, he was usually so arrogant because of his sect and family background. If he wasn't the Floating Mist sect's Young Sect Master, he wouldn't even be a fart. Those mercenaries who came to watch the show all stood up and cheered. What they wanted to see was a good show. They wanted to cheer for whoever was the winner. Furthermore, they hated Bai Yunfei and Prince of Zijin, who were outstanding disciples from famous families, the most. They were extremely jealous of them. Now that they saw them being humiliated, it was simply too satisfying. Of course, they started to jeer even more. Other than giving Yu Yang thunderous applause and cheers, they also jeered and gestured with their middle fingers, shouting kowtow, 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 kowtow. Yu Yang suddenly signaled for everyone to quiet down. He opened his mouth and offended everyone who jeered and supported him. You are all idiots. He is the dignified Floating Mist sect's Young Sect Master. It's already very rare for him to kneel down and beg for mercy, but you still want him to kowtow? Are you all retarded? Is kowtowing and begging for mercy something that a Young Sect Master would do? You all must be dreaming. His first sentence made the mercenaries choke. However, when they heard that this brat was saying something sarcastic, they immediately applauded and whistled at Yu Yang. This was probably the first time in the history of the 100 Schools Elite Tournament that the audience still applauded when someone scolded them as idiots. When Bai Yunfei heard this, he almost banged his head on the stage to death. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood, but he held it in with all his might. If he turned hostile and started a fight with Yu Yang now, he would fall into his trap. Moreover, he was afraid that it would not be as simple as verbal humiliation. That abnormal Yu clan's third young master might even trample him under his feet. At that time, he would be humiliated even more, and he would probably never be able to raise his head again for the rest of his life. Young Sect Master, I accept your kneeling and begging for mercy. No, I accept your surrender. Get up, you are a dignified Young Sect Master. Aren't you trying to shorten my lifespan by kneeling in front of me? I can't take it, quickly get up. Yu Yang still pretended to be a good person. He put away the golden ribbon and supported Bai Yunfei up with his hand, putting on a "I didn't actually ask you to kneel" look of a modest gentleman. Pfft. Bai Yunfei could not bear the humiliation and vomited a mouthful of blood. As expected of the Young Sect Master. Even when you vomited blood, you still did it in an unrestrained manner. I admire you. Yu Yang cupped his hands in salute. His refined and courteous manner was very annoying. The Floating Mist sect's disciples quickly went up the stage and helped Bai Yunfei, who had vomited blood and fainted, down the stage. If their gazes could kill people like barbarian bulls, they would have killed Yu Yang in an instant. Yu Yang stood on the stage coldly and didn't go down. He waited for the Floating Mist sect's disciples to bring the embarrassed Bai Yunfei away. Suddenly, he turned to look at the Prince of Zijin and said amiably, Prince of Zijin, I heard that you are very close with the Young Sect Master. I wonder if you have the same hobby of kneeling and begging for mercy as the Young Sect Master? If you do, then quickly let everyone enjoy it. Although my next opponent is you, the Prince of Zijin, I can't wait to see your majestic appearance when you kneel on the ground. The whole audience looked at the Prince of Zijin, they wanted to see how he would choose. Should he fight? Or should he kneel down and admit defeat like Bai Yunfei? If the Prince of Zijin didn't care about his face, he could reject. There were many reasons. For example, it wasn't the real match yet. He could also forfeit and admit defeat. However, if he did that, he wouldn't be much stronger than Bai Yunfei. At least Bai Yunfei would still have to fight in the arena. Although he lost because of his inferior skills, he still managed to preserve his gold dragon king beast by kneeling down and begging for mercy. If the Prince of Zijin didn't dare to accept the challenge, he might immediately be called a coward. After being provoked by Tai Tan, the Prince of Zijin didn't even dare to let out a fart. Would he still be able to raise his head high in the future? The contestants and their classmates who were defeated by the Prince of Zijin earlier all let out ear-piercing shouts. Coward, 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 kowtowing worm and other ear-piercing names resounded through the sky. Everyone readied their middle fingers. They were prepared to give the Prince of Zijin, who was as arrogant as Bai Yunfei, the moment he opened his mouth to give up. Would the Western Lion Pagoda's prized disciple be the same as the Floating Mist Sect's junior elder, who was outwardly strong but inwardly weak? Would he be even weaker than Bai Yunfei? Before this, the Prince of Tianluo had fought with Tai Tan. Their fight was so intense that the arena was destroyed. The Prince of Tianluo was defeated by a single move. Although he was defeated, it was still a glorious defeat. Now, it was the Prince of Zijin's turn to choose. He could choose to fight against Tai Tan like the Prince of Tianluo, or he could learn from Bai Yunfei and kneel down and admit defeat. I heard that Brother Tai Tan's combat skills are unparalleled. Chu Fenglei is willing to fight against Brother Tai Tan on the same stage. The Prince of Zijin pondered for a long time before finally proposing to compete with Yu Yang in terms of combat skills. If they were to compete with summoned beasts, he was afraid that Yu Yang would summon those medusas, mermaids, and nagas whose real levels he couldn't see through. Furthermore, there was also that mysterious and terrifying beast that could kill a gold killer bee with just a stare. His beasts wouldn't be able to fight against them. The only hope was to compete in combat skills. Although the Yu clan's third young master was famous for his combat skills, the Prince of Zijin still had the confidence to fight against him. Even if he lost, he wouldn't be as pitiful as Bai Yunfei. How could Yu Yang not know what this guy was planning? However, it was fine as long as the Prince of Zijin agreed to fight. When the Prince of Zijin stepped onto the stage, wouldn't he be beaten to death? Fatty Hai and Yi Kong were ecstatic as they hugged each other. They knew that Yu Yang's most terrifying skill was his combat skills. In comparison, although those beasts were powerful, they were still far from his combat skills. The Prince of Zijin was definitely looking for death. This guy's tragic fate had already been decided from this moment onwards. The Prince of Zijin's ending would definitely be even more tragic than Bai Yunfei's. The rankers in the audience seats, like Feng Xiaoyun, Xue Wendao and Yan Qianzhong, were all whispering to each other. In their hearts, the Prince of Zijin had already taken one step into his coffin. They were very clear about Yu Yang's abnormal combat skills. If the Prince of Zijin were to compete with an innate ranker in terms of combat skills, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Just now, Yu Yang had summoned a few strong beasts, the platinum-ranked Bloody Queen, Medusa, Mermaid, Naga, and the mysterious beast. They weren't surprised, because Yu Yang was an innate. It would be weird if he didn't have platinum-ranked beasts. They weren't surprised that Bai Yunfei had knelt down. However, they were surprised that the Prince of Zijin still insisted on challenging Bai Yunfei even after he had knelt down and begged for mercy. The few of them frowned slightly. They thought that this Prince of Zijin was too impulsive and treasured his face too much. He wasn't someone who could achieve great things. In Feng Xiaoyun, Xue Wendao and the others' hearts, Bai Yunfei, the junior sect leader who had knelt down to preserve his strength, was much stronger than the Prince of Zijin. It wasn't something that every youngster could do. Although Bai Yunfei wasn't an abnormal opponent like the Yu clan's third young master, he was still an outstanding junior. In comparison, this Prince of Zijin was overestimating himself. Could it be that he thought that he could defeat the Yu clan's third young master whose combat skills were even better than his father Yu Qiu's? The old cunning fox, Feng Kuang, Xianxia and the other Xia rankers nodded their heads excitedly. Yu Yang was an innate, so they weren't worried that he would lose. However, when they saw that Yu Yang had such a platinum-ranked beast, they felt that Yu Yang's original way of developing his combat skills had finally changed. Right now, his combat skills and beasts were on par. They believed that not long after, his strength would rise to a whole new level. Rankers like the Eastern Sky King and the rest of the Tianluo rankers also reacted very strongly. Especially the Eastern Sky King, who was like Zhang Fei. He rushed towards the Western Sky King, old General Ma and the others, waving his fists and shouting happily, "Did you see that? My son-in-law, that's my son-in-law. I had said that it wasn't wrong to give birth to a daughter. Now, it has proven that I was right, right? My darling, my little fallen flowers, only this kind of man could barely match up to her. Haha, it's good to give birth to a daughter. It's good to give birth to a daughter. A daughter is like a caring little cotton-padded jacket." His voice was extremely loud. When City Mistress Fallen Flowers heard it, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. It was because of this kind of father that she had to hide in the 4th floor of Tong Tian Tower to plant flowers. Shameless. The audience suddenly jeered. However, they weren't jeering at the Eastern Sky King. They were jeering at the Prince of Zijin. It turned out that before the Prince of Zijin went up the stage, he had summoned 2 gold-ranked level 6 strengthening-type beasts to strengthen his body. He had also summoned a silver-ranked level 7 Thunder Beast armor and transformed it into a Thunder Battle armor. In the end, he had also taken out a gold-ranked artifact, Moon-Devouring Scimitar. He had agreed to compete in combat skills with Yu Yang, but he had summoned his beasts to strengthen himself first. Although they couldn't say anything about him according to the rules, this way of doing things had caused the audience to be extremely dissatisfied. Countless middle fingers were pointed out densely. Even if the Prince of Zijin had won, not many people would have a good impression of him. After all, people still worshipped those who were indomitable and indomitable. They didn't like those schemers who were good at playing dirty tricks. "Student Titan, do you need to prepare? You have 3 minutes to prepare." The head referee couldn't stand it anymore. If everyone had agreed to compete in combat skills and also agreed to summon their beasts to strengthen themselves on the stage, it would have been fine. However, the Prince of Zijin didn't do that. He had summoned his beasts to strengthen himself before going up the stage to compete with Titan, who didn't have any beasts to strengthen himself. This was a little unfair. There's no need for that. A trash like me is used to being bullied by others. I hope that the Prince of Zijin won't bully me too much. Otherwise, I might cry. Yu Yang waved his hand and chased the Bloody Queen Red and the Reaper Mantis off the stage. "You guys go down first. If Dragon Ambassador Can Lan Yu and Xue Tan Lang still want to give me some pointers, you guys can come up and help me." "Wah wah, good, good." The audience erupted. Although this Titan wasn't blind, he was indeed abnormal. He actually wanted to defeat all the strong opponents in one day. It was a pity that the Dragon Spear Lady, Yan Pejun and Feng Qisha weren't in Group B, otherwise, he would probably continue to fight until he became the champion in the Group B elimination round. Dragon Ambassador Can Lan Yu's expression changed slightly. However, when he looked at Xue Tan Lang, he realized that this Ice Cube guy's expression didn't change at all. There was no fear in his eyes at all. His heart calmed down a lot. Facing such a strong opponent, it would be a pity if he didn't fight at least once. So what if he lost? The Prince of Zijin didn't show any change in his expression, but he was extremely unhappy in his heart. The fight hadn't even started and you already think that you will win, who will win and who will lose, it's hard to say until the last moment. The Prince of Zijin suppressed his anger and jumped onto the stage. Prince of Zijin's explosive aura swept across the entire arena like a gale. Although he did not know the extremely difficult strengthening technique, double strengthening, the strengthening of 2 gold-ranked strengthening-type beasts, the Gold Wolf King, was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2 compared to the strengthening of 2 normal beasts. 2 Gold Wolf Kings with the same level and attributes would not affect each other. Instead, they would strengthen each other. Prince of Zijin's strength was not doubled, but quadrupled, or even more. It could be said that in terms of strengthening, his techniques were even stronger than Yi Kong and Fatty Hai, who had improved greatly under Yu Yang's guidance. What caught Yi Kong and Fatty Hai's attention the most was that this Prince of Zijin could transform a different Thunder Beast armor into a battle armor at the same time, without affecting the original strengthening at all. Prince of Zijin had indeed put in a lot of effort into researching strengthening type beasts. Of course, the warriors of Zijin already had a strong foundation. They were most proficient in strengthening type beasts. There was a saying in the Soaring Dragon continent, strengthening is in Zijin, elemental is in Tianluo. This was referring to the special beasts of the two countries. Strengthening beasts were what the warriors of Zijin were most proficient in, while elemental beasts were what the warriors of Tianluo were most proficient in. As for Xianxia, because many generations of emperors were like Jun Wuyu, the warriors of the country had gradually lost their specialties. Fortunately, there were still the 4 great clans to support them. Otherwise, Xianxia would have fallen out of the ranks of the 3 great kingdoms. Just from the combat strength of the commoners, the Great Xia Kingdom was the weakest. At the same time, it was also the country with the most bandits. It's really not bad. Feng Qisha praised when he saw the strengthening effect of Prince of Zijin's beast. It's a pity that training purely in strengthening type beasts is far from enough. Yan Pejun admitted that he couldn't compare to Prince of Zijin at the moment. Both Yan Pejun and Prince of Zijin were proud disciples of the Western Lion Pagoda, but Yan Pejun was an outer disciple of the Thunder sect. He was completely different from Prince of Zijin, who was an inner disciple of the blood prison that the sect master had personally accepted. However, Yan Pejun finally saw Prince of Zijin's weakness. It was a one-way development. It was not advisable to only develop one type of beast. It might be good in the early stages, but in the later stages, it would be easy to reach a bottleneck. Furthermore, Prince of Zijin did not focus on developing his guardian beast. This was his biggest mistake. Maybe Prince of Zijin's guardian beast was not a battle-type beast, or maybe it was not the best, but he did not focus on developing his guardian beast. This was equivalent to giving up his greatest advantage. Shui Tanlang only took a glance and turned his head away. If the Prince of Zijin focused on raising his guardian beasts like Princess Qianxian or Luohua City Mistress, then it would be worth paying more attention to. Right now, if Prince of Zijin's beasts were killed, his strength would plummet to the ground. If Prince of Zijin beasts were to be killed, then his would shine. Maybe Prince of Zijin's guardian beast is a special kind of beast. I keep feeling that something's not right. The old cunning fox slowly frowned. You said, Yang would lose? How is that possible? Eastern Sky King would never believe that Yu Yang would lose to Prince of Zijin. I'm not saying that Yu Yang would lose, but Prince of Zijin is not like Bai Yunfei who can endure until the end. He will definitely take revenge. Even today, the Western Lion Pagoda is extremely protective. Since Yu Yang beat up Prince of Zijin, it's hard to guarantee that the experts from the Zijin Kingdom and the Western Lion Pagoda won't come looking for trouble. The old cunning fox thought a lot. Elder Nan Gong had already acknowledged Yu Yang and even personally invited him to join the innate alliance. Even if the Western Lion Pagoda sent an innate ranker here, would they dare to touch little Yu Yang? Feng Kuang asked. General Feng Kuang, you don't know. Jizun, Night Empress, Elder Nan Gong and many other innate rankers are rushing to the 10th floor. They might not be able to return for a few months. It can be said that a lot of people are getting restless right now. If it wasn't like that, would there be so many strange things happening recently? These few days, my revelation, inherent skill has also given me a feeling that something troublesome will happen soon. State Grandmaster's words made everyone stunned. Then, they suddenly realized something. So it turned out that Jizun, Night Empress, Elder Nan Gong and other innate rankers had left the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower and went to the 10th floor. No wonder the Soaring Dragon continent was so turbulent. State Grandmaster made a shushing gesture, indicating that this secret must not be leaked out. On the stage, Prince of Zijin let out a howl. 2 gold wolf king silhouettes that were a few meters tall appeared above his head, floating in midair. Hui Tai Lang, who had been lying on the side of the stage and sleeping out of boredom, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He was extremely dissatisfied with the gold wolf king's majestic display in front of him. Because Yu Yang wanted Hui Tai Lang to stay behind to confuse his enemies, he didn't bring him out for the entire 100 school elite tournament. At first, he planned to let him participate in the team tournament as a member. However, when the fake Yu Qiu returned, Yu Yang decided to let him leave the tournament and hide his strength. Yu Yang would rather see Fatty Hai and Yi Kong lose the team tournament than to reveal his true strength. Hui Tai Lang's strength would decide many things. The first reason was Yu Qiu's identity. If Yu Qiu was an imposter and was a conspiracy created by the demonic palace, then the people of the demonic palace would know about Hui Tai Lang's strength. This was because Hui Tai Lang had once killed the elder Lai Lai in a one-on-one battle. Afterwards, he even killed the giant Xing Meng. Ding Zong from the demonic palace should know about his strength. At the very least, Phoenix Fairy Beauty should know about his strength. If the fake Yu Qiu was not the doing of the demonic palace, but the Thousand Goblins sect, then they wouldn't know Hui Tai Lang's true strength. With regards to Hui Tai Lang, the fake Yu Qiu would definitely let his guard down when he appeared to be bronze-ranked level 3. Especially when Yu Yang summoned the Bloody Queen Red and other strong beasts on the stage, they would think that Yu Yang didn't contract Hui Tai Lang because his strength was too low. From this point, if the fake Yu Qiu didn't pay attention to Hui Tai Lang, then it was very likely that he was the doing of the Thousand Goblins sect and not the demonic palace. Even if Yu Yang didn't return to the Yu clan castle, he could ask Princess Sisai and Yu Yu to bring Hui Tai Lang to meet the fake Yu Qiu. With Princess Sisai's super sharp, 6 records, inherent skill, he believed that she would be able to find some flaws. If the fake Yu Qiu was sent by the demon abyss, Hui Tai Lang would be very familiar with Hui Tai Lang's demonic qi since most of his body was absorbing demon King Ha Xian's demonic qi. Even if he didn't know who Hui Tai Lang was, he would still be cautious and even interested. Similarly, if the fake Yu Qiu came from the demon abyss, Hui Tai Lang would definitely be able to sense it. If the fake Yu Qiu had demonic qi similar to demon King Ha Xian's, then he must be an imposter from the demon abyss. Yu Yang guessed that it was most likely. Running away wasn't the best solution. Yu Yang calmly thought about it and decided to find a good opportunity to expose the fake Yu Qiu's true face. No matter what, the secret that he was a guy from another world couldn't be leaked out. He had to keep it a secret forever. Otherwise, if Fourth Mother knew about it, her heart would definitely be broken. The real Yu Qiu would definitely not suspect his own son. Only the fake Yu Qiu would eliminate his son and anyone who could discover his fake identity. Awoo! Hui Tai Lang's body exploded with a terrifying hellfire. Its demonic qi exploded and the black flames burned fiercely. It opened its bloody mouth and roared at Prince of Zijin. In the past, Hui Tai Lang was incomparably cowardly. However, it had experienced countless life and death battles with Yu Yang. Its will to fight had already been tempered to be as firm as iron. Because it could learn from its master's words and actions, its combat power and intelligence grew day by day. Of course, its pride as a king had also gradually sprouted. Other than its master, Yu Yang's scolding, which made it feel comfortable and happy, other warriors or beasts couldn't easily provoke it. Otherwise, it would definitely teach them a lesson. For beasts like the Gold Dragon King that weren't from the same tribe, it was fine if it showed off its power. As long as it didn't provoke it, Hui Tai Lang couldn't be bothered with it. However, the 2 Gold Wolf Kings on Prince of Zijin's body actually dared to show off in front of it. They even emitted the aura of a tortoise that its master had mentioned. This really made Hui Tai Lang furious. Scram further away, it's none of your business. Yu Yang waved his hand, telling Hui Tai Lang to move further away. It wasn't his turn to show off his power yet. Woof woof. Seeing that its master was about to get angry, Hui Tai Lang quickly pretended to be obedient and ran to the spectator stands, obediently lying down at Yu Bing's feet. It now had enough intelligence to understand its master's temperament. It knew that its master doted on his sister the most. If it ran over to protect his little master, he would definitely not be angry anymore. Normal warriors wouldn't pay attention to Hui Tai Lang's actions. However, in the eyes of those who were observant, it was shocking. There were many intelligent beasts in this world, but there weren't many beasts that were as intelligent as Hui Tai Lang. People like Feng Qisha and Yan Pejun who knew about Hui Tai Lang were still alright. However, among the disciples of the Floating Mist sect and the Western Lion Pagoda, their eyes were filled with jealousy and greed. An uncontracted spiritual beast, this was a temptation that was hard to resist. Brother Titan, my great desert storm, has a total of 8 skills, please enlighten me. When the Prince of Zijin saw that Yu Yang didn't summon any beasts and was only using his own strength to fight against him, he was delighted. He felt that this Yu clan's third young master was really too arrogant. With the support of 2 gold wolf kings, the thunder battle armor and the golden moon devouring blade, his combat power had increased by more than 10 times. Even if he were to fight against Bai Yunfei, who had the gold dragon king beast and many other beasts, he believed that he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Right now, the Yu clan's third young master didn't summon any beasts. Did he really think that he could defeat him with just his combat skills? Yu Yang didn't reply. He only took out his Huijin magic blade and activated it with his innate qi. Purple flames and black smoke rose up. Under his control of fire ability, the purple flames formed a huge whirlpool behind him. When the Prince of Zijin saw this, his heart trembled. If he allowed his opponent to unleash his full strength, it wouldn't be good. At that moment, he couldn't care less about the established rules anymore. He immediately waved his golden scimitar and activated the first move of his Desert Gale technique, rising wind and surging clouds, slashing towards Yu Yang. As soon as the blade slashed down, the sky seemed to darken. It was as if there were dark clouds rolling and covering the entire arena. The wind howled like a roar. The 100,000 spectators felt as if they were in the middle of a desert. A sandstorm blew and the sky darkened. Although the spectators despised the Prince of Zijin's sneak attack, they couldn't help but be shocked by the power of his combat skills. The Western Lion Pagoda disciples and the Grey Wolf Academy students secretly cheered. They all knew that the Prince of Zijin's Desert Gale 8 techniques was a combo that never stopped. Once it was unleashed, the 8 techniques would not stop. If the enemy was at a disadvantage from the start, they would be forced to retreat step by step. They wouldn't even have the strength to retaliate under the Prince of Zijin's continuous attacks. Even the strongest person in the country, the Marquis of Zijin, had praised his nephew's self-created Desert Gale technique as one of the best combat skills in the world. He pointed out that his nephew's only weakness was that he didn't have any element-type beasts like flying sand and gale to support him. Otherwise, he would be able to unleash 200% of his strength. The golden crescent moon turned into a sandstorm, covering the sky and covering the earth. It pounced straight towards Yu Yang. Facing the Desert Gale technique, which made the 100,000 spectators' expressions change, Yu Yang didn't use the Huijin magic blade in his hand to block it. Instead, he stretched out his left hand and used his index finger to block it. This action was similar to how Bai Yunfei had used a finger to block Lai Zhongtian's full-strength attack. When the spectators saw this, they were all stunned. Could it be that this student Tai Tan also wanted to be like Bai Yunfei, blocking the enemy with a finger? The floating mist sex junior, elder, Bai Yunfei had once used a single finger to block the level 6, elder, Lai Zhongtian's full power attack. Although people didn't know if he used his beasts or his inherent skill, everyone knew one thing, and that was that it couldn't be replicated. If it was Bai Yunfei, he might not be able to do it again. This was because even a level 8 emperor wouldn't dare to use a single finger to block the full power attack of a level 6 elder. It was precisely because he had blocked the attack with a single finger that Bai Yunfei had gained a lot of reputation. It had also allowed him to become the strongest young hero in the Soaring Dragon continent. It was only until he was defeated by Yu Yang that he fell to second place. Even so, people still didn't think that Bai Yunfei, who had the Gold Dragon King Beast, was weaker than the 3 great killing stars. He was just far from that abnormal Tai Tan. Right now, student Tai Tan also wanted to use a single finger to block the Prince of Zijin's Desert Storm first move. Was this really possible? Others didn't know, but the floating mist sect's disciples knew that it was definitely impossible. Bai Yunfei did not rely on the Gold Dragon King Beast or other beasts to block Lai Zhongtian's full power attack. He also didn't rely on his inherent skill. He relied on treasures. The floating mist sect's disciples were sure that this damned Yu clan's third young master who had changed his name to Tai Tan didn't have Bai Yunfei's life-saving golden dragon pearl. That was a treasure that the floating mist sect's previous sect leader, who was also Bai Yunfei's grandfather, had given to his grandson. With this golden dragon pearl, Bai Yunfei could easily block a fatal attack that was 10 times weaker than his own. Of course, it couldn't be effective forever. The golden dragon pearl could only be used 3 times. After 3 times, it would shatter and turn into fine powder. The power of Lai Zhongtian's fatal attack was too terrifying. Even though Bai Xiaoyun had the gold dragon king beast, he didn't dare to block it head-on. He chose to use the golden dragon pearl to protect himself. In the end, in the eyes of the spectators, it became a peerless move of blocking the enemy with a single finger. Of course, the disciples of the Floating Mist School knew about this, but they didn't want to tell anyone about it. Instead, they wanted to help Bai Yunfei spread the news in secret. Now, this Yu clan's third young master who had mercilessly defeated their young sect leader actually had the guts to block the attack with a single finger. The Floating Mist sect's disciples were both angry and happy at the same time. They were angry because this brat was too arrogant. He actually used his finger to block the attack without the protection of the golden dragon pearl. They were happy because they could soon see this brat's bad luck. Although this brat wasn't defeated by their young sect leader, he was still defeated. It was good to teach him a lesson. When their junior sect leader recovered and defeated the Prince of Zijin in the round-robin tournament, it might not be impossible for them to recover from their previous loss. Not only the disciples of the Floating Mist sect, but the disciples of the Western Lion Pagoda and the Grey Wolf Academy were also excited. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others clenched their fists tightly. They had enough confidence in Yu Yang. Of course, it was inevitable that they would be nervous. City Mistress Fallen Flowers bit her lips tightly. She was very angry in her heart. If this brat Yu Yang was in front of her, she would definitely use her fists to beat him up. He actually dared to be so daring. What if he got hurt? Princess Sisai sighed as if she had a headache. This brat is hopeless. I thought he was very low-key, but who would have known that he was a big spender? Seeing this, the Prince of Zijin was ecstatic. Even in his dreams, he couldn't hope that Yu Yang would underestimate him. Using a single finger to block the attack was equivalent to seeking his own death. At that moment, he didn't reduce the strength in his hands. Instead, he increased it with all his might, wholeheartedly trying to kill Yu Yang with his scimitar. Even if he couldn't kill him with one slash, he would at least injure him severely. This was a heaven-sent opportunity that he couldn't miss. If the Prince of Zijin had known that Yu Yang knew how to block the attack with a single finger, he would have used the strongest move of the Desert Storm 8 Scimitar, Whirlwind Scattered Clouds, or Total Darkness. A rumbling sound. The deafening sound was deafening. Yu Yang, who was using a single finger to block the attack, was sent flying a few steps back. The purple flames on his body splashed all around him. However, the tragedy that everyone thought would happen after his finger was cut off didn't happen. Yu Yang was only sent flying. The Prince of Zijin felt that it was a pity. The first move, Rising Wind Cloud Surge, was just a test, so he wasn't able to unleash its full power. The opponent managed to condense an odd-shaped fire shield in time, blocking the blade. Now, when he saw that Yu Yang was forced to retreat by his single move, and that he was just a step away from heavily injuring his opponent, the golden scimitar continued to attack. The second move, the third move, the fourth move, the golden scimitar was accompanied by the howling wind in the desert. Together with the scorching hot sand, it attacked Yu Yang like a prehistoric monster, one wave stronger than the other. Most of the audience couldn't see the changes in the situation clearly. They could only vaguely see the arrogant student titan being forced to retreat step by step by the Prince of Zijin. That brave Prince of Zijin attacked continuously, as if the student titan who had lost his momentum couldn't retaliate at all. He won. The Western Lion Pagoda disciples and the Grey Wolf Academy students cheered for the Prince of Zijin. Oh no! The enemy's combo attack is endless. The Ivy Academy students were extremely anxious. They were all hidden elites, geniuses who could hold their own in a certain area. Of course they knew the terrifying power of a combo attack. The Prince of Zijin might have been pleased with himself too early. People like Feng Qisha and Yan Pejun were able to see the situation more clearly. He has already lost after missing his first move. Now he's greedy and rash, using 7 moves in a row in order to win. This Prince of Zijin really thinks that fellow is made of mud. Bai Yunfei, who was secretly watching the match through a small crack in the window of the private box, although his face was pale, his eyes were still filled with ridicule. After being defeated by Yu Yang, he hated the Shu clan's third young master very much. However, he couldn't help but admire his opponent's abnormal strength. Junior, sect leader, it's not that the Prince of Zijin doesn't want to stop. It's just that he can't stop. The mysterious man who had been following Bai Yunfei spoke slowly. Is that so? If that's the case, then the first move he used to defend against the enemy was actually a trap. Bai Yunfei's lips trembled slightly. On the stage, the Prince of Zijin had already raised his battle power to its peak. He slashed out the eighth move, Furious Hell Hurricane. The golden scimitar was like a golden lightning bolt. It slashed through the space between the two of them. It slashed through the space and directly slashed through Yu Yang's neck, returning to the scabbard on the Prince of Zijin's waist. The scimitar trembled for a long time in the scabbard, letting out a buzzing sound. In the past, when the Prince of Zijin's eighth move was used up and the scabbard returned to the scabbard, the enemy's head would fall off his neck with a paw sound and land at the Prince of Zijin's feet. Most of the time, the enemy would die with a grievance or a look of disbelief. Under the gazes of the 100,000 spectators, Yu Yang's body swayed slightly. This was the sign of him falling to the ground. The Western Lion Pagoda's disciples and the Grey Wolf Academy students couldn't help but cheer. So what if his strength was abnormal? Under the Desert Sandstorm S8 moves, he still fell to the ground and died on the spot. Even the Prince of Zijin, who was a little tired after using all his strength, was preparing to raise his hand to greet the 100,000 spectators. At the same time, he was thinking about how to explain himself. Just as he was about to smile proudly, Yu Yang suddenly raised his left hand. There was a small cut on his index finger. Blood seeped out, but it didn't drip out. Yu Yang blew on his wound, feeling sorry for him. He then sighed, I underestimated the enemy too much. Originally, I wouldn't have cut my finger. When he said this, the Prince of Zijin's eyes widened even more than a cow's. He was fine, his neck had been slashed by the scimitar, how could he be fine? Such a fast speed. If I didn't have the inherent skill, I wouldn't have been able to see it clearly. The Huaxia Empire's Grandmaster laughed, this brat has improved a lot compared to the time when he was fighting Tu Qing. Now that he can use his innate strength without the seal, he is already very close to the innate realm. He's really an extraordinary brat. I estimate that I spent more than 200 years to reach his level, but he only spent 20 years. It's a pity that His Majesty couldn't come to watch the battle. Otherwise, he would definitely be very happy. He condensed a fire shield on his finger. At first, it wasn't very useful. The Prince of Zijin's first attack broke it, but every subsequent fire shield was better than the previous one. Furthermore, it was condensed faster and faster. Haha, I feel that if we give this brat a little more time, he might even be able to research the lost divine flaming shield. The old cunning fox stroked his goatee proudly. Can humans also use the divine flaming shield that only beasts have? Feng Kuang asked in surprise. They can, but they must first learn how to control fire. Moreover, they must be able to control it completely. The Huaxia Empire's Grandmaster gave a definite answer. Looks like it's not easy for me to reach this realm. The eagle-eyed Xia Huilai had a headache. It was already very difficult to control fire, let alone controlling it completely. What kind of realm would one need to reach? Aren't you talking nonsense? Even I, the heavenly king who is proficient in both metal and fire, couldn't do it. If you, brat, could do it, would there still be justice in this world? Do you think that everyone can control fire? Dream on. Do you think that you can control fire just by playing with a little fire? Forget it, I won't tell you. I don't want you to feel inferior. However, our son-in-law is really a genius. Little fallen flowers marrying him is really the right choice. Haha, I like a son-in-law who can control fire. This fire shield is really to my liking. The Eastern Sky King's father-in-law was like his mother-in-law. The more he looked at his son-in-law, the more he liked him. On the stage, the Prince of Zijin clenched his teeth and continued to pounce towards Yu Yang. He was so angry that he was like a hungry, bloodthirsty wolf. This was because Yu Yang had stretched out his slightly injured index finger and shook it twice at him. His attitude was not only disdain, but also complete disregard. This made the Prince of Zijin feel even more humiliated than mocking Yu Yang. Could it be that his Desert Storm 8 style could only cut this brat's index finger? If this was spread out, he wouldn't be any better than Bai Yunfei. When the Prince of Zijin raised his hand and released his aura, he secretly swallowed a pill, the Bloodthirst pill. This kind of pill could increase a person's battle power in a short period of time. It could increase a person's battle power by at least 2 times, and at most 10 times. It depended on the person's physique and potential. In order to win, the Prince of Zijin was willing to pay any price. Although the effect of the Bloodthirst pill would wear off and he would collapse on the ground, the 10 minutes of effect was enough to end the battle. If he didn't kill this hateful Yu clan third young master, he would never be able to stand out in the future. He must die. The Prince of Zijin hated this Yu clan third young master to the core. The whole audience didn't see the Prince of Zijin swallow the pill. They only saw him releasing an even stronger aura in an instant. They thought that the Prince of Zijin had hidden his true strength before this. They were all frightened, thinking that this Prince of Zijin was indeed not simple. Even until now, he still had a trump card. After that, when everyone was ready to watch a good show, they were suddenly stunned. Compared to the appearance of Yu Yang's Bloody Queen Red, this was even more shocking and unbelievable. This was because everyone saw that the abnormally strong Tai Tan had actually condensed a whirlpool-like fire shield with just one finger, blocking the Prince of Zijin's scimitar, Berserk Slash. This was definitely the real deal, blocking with just one finger. There were no fancy tricks, it was all based on strength. The Prince of Zijin's sword slashed across the stage, splitting the stone floor like a knife cutting through tofu. However, such a sharp sword slash was completely useless against the whirlpool-like fire shield. The power of the attack was like a clay ox entering the sea. What made the Prince of Zijin even more afraid was that Yu Yang slowly raised the Huijin magic blade in his hand and used Hurricane Surge. It was exactly the same as the Prince of Zijin's previous move. It was even more exquisite, accurately slashing at the Prince of Zijin's chest. The Prince of Zijin staggered backwards. When he looked at Yu Yang in disbelief, he discovered that his opponent had already used the second and third moves in a chain. It was like a torrential river, continuous and unstoppable. The Prince of Zijin had used the Desert Storm 8 scimitar skills on the Prince of Zijin. Of course, Yu Yang had purposely reduced the power of his attacks. All the attacks that landed on the Prince of Zijin's body were only able to injure him and not kill him. In a few seconds, the Prince of Zijin had become a bloody man riddled with scars. All the attacks that he had been hit with were the battle skills that he had created and was the proudest of in his life, Desert Storm 8 scimitar skills. No, that's impossible. The Prince of Zijin didn't want to believe that there was such a terrifying enemy in this world. Not only that, the enemy had only used it once. The Desert Storm 8 scimitar skills that he had painstakingly created under the guidance of a famous teacher for many years had been stolen by his opponent in just a minute. His opponent had even made it more exquisite than his own. Comparing the two of them, the Prince of Zijin, the creator of the Desert Storm 8 scimitar skills, was more than twice as good as the Desert Storm 8 scimitar skills. Your Highness battle skills are worthy of praise. No matter if it's the tricky angles or the chain of attacks, or the distribution of force and skill changes, they are all very reasonable. I have learned the beheading steel blade technique before and realized that Your Highness Desert Storm 8 scimitar skills is more than twice as good as the beheading steel blade technique. When Yu Yang suddenly opened his mouth to praise him, everyone was stunned at first, but then they started laughing. So this brat was actually being sarcastic. Using the Desert Storm 8 scimitar skills to compete with the beheading steel blade technique, the Prince of Zijin was really unlucky. Every warrior in the world knew that the beheading steel blade technique was one of the 3 worst battle skills in the world. How bad was the beheading steel blade technique? It was so bad that even the mercenaries didn't want to learn it. Now that he said that the Prince of Zijin's Desert Storm 8 scimitar skills was more than twice as good as the beheading steel blade technique, what he meant was that it was infinitely bad. When the Prince of Zijin heard this, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood. If Bai Yunfei's internal injuries were caused by anger, the Prince of Zijin's internal injuries were caused by Yu Yang's attacks, causing him to spit out blood due to anger. On the surface, Yu Yang's Desert Storm 8 scimitar skills were exactly the same as the Prince of Zijin's. However, when he slashed at the Prince of Zijin's body, he realized that there were some differences. Every slash of the Yu clan's third young master's blade had a whirling force. Although the wounds weren't too serious, the muscles under his skin had been cut open by the whirling force of the blade. His injuries were extremely serious, and the pain was unbearable. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the Spring Thunder battle armor to protect his body and the Bloodthirst pill to temporarily stimulate his life force, the Prince of Zijin felt that he might have already fallen in front of his opponent. Eat 2 more Bloodthirst pills. I don't mind. I also guarantee that I won't report you to the head referee for using the Bloodthirst pill against the rules. When Yu Yang said this, the entire crowd went into an uproar again. Almost everyone knew about the Bloodthirst pill. This kind of thing, other than when it was used to duel with one's life, it was absolutely forbidden in normal competitions. Who would have thought that this Prince of Zijin actually dared to use it in front of everyone's eyes? The Bloodthirst pill was a type of forbidden medicine. It could stimulate a person's potential in a short period of time and increase their battle power. However, it could also make people lose control easily. Some warriors with weak mental strength would even turn into bloodthirsty beasts and kill without caring about anything else. If it was a life-and-death battle, it would be fine if they used the Bloodthirst pill to kill their enemies and obtain victory. However, this was the 100 School Elite Tournament. Using the Bloodthirst pill was forbidden. Once they lost control, they would kill their opponents. This kind of warrior who would do anything to win, disregard other people's lives, and despise the rules of the tournament would be despised by everyone. The most basic goal of a tournament was not to kill, but to give more people a chance to train and have a platform to improve together. Hence, a tournament needed a fair starting point. Everyone would try their best to maintain the same fighting condition and compete in a fair manner. Then, they would rely on their fighting spirit, strategies, beast skills, and so on to defeat their opponents. The purpose of a tournament was to train oneself through battles. Through battles, one could learn from other people's strengths and become stronger. Then, one would be able to stand out from thousands of outstanding peers and obtain the final glory. This was the purpose of the 100 School Elite Tournament. Using the green poison pill to poison one's opponent or using the Bloodthirst pill to increase one's strength was strictly forbidden. Once it was discovered, one would be immediately kicked out of the tournament and would not be allowed to participate in the tournament for 3 years. Just now, Prince of Zijin had already gone against the spirit of the tournament by summoning his beast and going up the stage. Everyone looked down on him. Now, he had even secretly used the Bloodthirst pill. This was the biggest insult to the word elite. Using the Bloodthirst pill to increase his own strength in front of everyone's eyes, using such a method to attack his opponent, using such a shameless method to steal victory. This was a resounding slap to the face of the 100 School Elite Tournament. Prince of Zijin, please stop the tournament. I want to check your blood. The head referee was furious. The Bloodthirst pill was a type of forbidden medicine. It was extremely expensive and normal warriors would not have the chance to use it. However, it was not strange for Prince of Zijin to have such a forbidden medicine. According to rumors, the origin of the Bloodthirst pill was actually from the Green Summit sect of Zijin Kingdom. There were countless evil experts in the Green Summit sect. The current sect leader, Duanmu Longqing, was not only the heavenly imperial guardian of Zijin Kingdom, he was also a great alchemist. Although there was no proof that the Bloodthirst pill was created by Duanmu Longqing, it was a fact that Duanmu Longqing had created the Ash Wolf powder for the Zijin Kingdom. It was precisely because the Zijin Kingdom had the Ash Wolf powder that the Zijin Kingdom's soldiers were also the craziest. They were addicted to battle, just like a pack of hungry wolves. I refused to be examined. Prince of Zijin didn't expect that Yu Yang would be able to tell that he had taken the Bloodthirst pill. Of course, he couldn't let the head referee come up to check. Otherwise, not only him, but the Grey Wolf Academy, Zijin Kingdom and Western Lion Pagoda that he represented would also lose a lot of face. The Bloodthirst pill could not be seen on the surface, but an abnormal reaction could be detected in the blood. Especially for the members of the 100 Schools Elite Tournament, they had special type beasts. As long as they sniffed or licked their blood, they would be able to detect it. Don't be in such a hurry to deny it. Actually, even if you eat the Bloodthirst pill like rice, I wouldn't care. Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders confidently. I'll kill you. Prince Zijin was infuriated. Everything about him had been exposed by this Yu clan's third young master. What awaited him next was not only a crushing defeat, but also a complete loss of reputation and a humiliation that he would never be able to erase. Taking a forbidden pill was a humiliation that was even harder to erase than kneeling down in front of Bai Yunfei. Right now, he could only kill this enemy of his and shut him up forever. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Prince of Zijin didn't realize that under the provocation of his opponent's words, he had gradually lost control of himself and started to turn into a bloodthirsty beast that chased after killing. Prince of Zijin's eyes were bloodshot. He waved his golden scimitar and slashed it towards Yu Yang crazily. Yu Yang raised his hand. A flaming tornado started to swirl under Prince of Zijin's feet. He couldn't resist it and was blown into the air. Just as Prince of Zijin was about to struggle free, the flaming tornado suddenly disappeared. Yu Yang stomped on the ground, causing another pillar of fire to explode on the stage, shooting up into the sky. The pillar of fire shot Prince of Zijin more than 10 meters high up in the sky before dispersing in all directions. Everyone in the audience felt a wave of scorching hot air blowing towards them, making it hard for them to breathe. In the sky, Prince of Zijin seemed to have been stunned by the pillar of fire that Yu Yang had controlled. His body seemed to have lost consciousness as he fell to the ground. The Grey Wolf Academy students and Western Lion Pagoda's disciples all shouted loudly. Some of them even used their golden pheasant to wake the fainted Prince of Zijin up. This move was indeed effective. When the golden pheasant crowed, Prince of Zijin's tightly shut eyes immediately opened. He somersaulted in the air and summoned his grimoire from 10 meters high. He summoned a strengthening-type black-winged flying dragon and fused it with his body. A pair of gigantic dragon wings sprouted from his back, and sharp dragon claws grew out of his 10 fingers. He landed easily on the stage. The audience booed unceasingly, one after another. Originally, they had agreed to use only battle skills in the competition, but now they were using summoning grimoires. Student Titan didn't even summon a single beast. He only used combat skills to fight. Prince of Zijin not only summoned a gold wolf king, he even used a bloodthirst pill and summoned a black-winged flying dragon on the stage. Wasn't this too shameless? Could it be that, in order to win, he could ignore everything else? Feng Qisha and Yan Pejun laughed. They understood that this Prince of Zijin was the one who had truly failed. If Yu Yang wanted to defeat Prince of Zijin, he wouldn't even need to use a finger to defend himself or imitate his opponent's combat skills. Those were all methods to anger Prince of Zijin and make him lose control of himself. Bai Yunfei, Prince of Zijin and Dragon Ambassador Ken Lanyu represented the 4 great sects to participate in the 100-school elite tournament. Their purpose was to defeat the younger generation of the 4 great clans and the elites of the various schools to increase their prestige and influence on the Soaring Dragon continent. In almost every match, as long as their opponents didn't give up, Bai Yunfei and Prince of Zijin would beat their opponents to the point of despair. The warriors of the Soaring Dragon continent worshipped the victors. The people of the Soaring Dragon continent had also started to lean towards them. In comparison, the 3 great killing stars were overshadowed. If Bai Yunfei or Prince of Zijin defeated the 3 great killing stars in the finals, the prestige of the 4 great clans would fall to the bottom of the valley, while the prestige of the 4 great sects would rise to a whole new level. Yu Yang defeated Bai Yunfei first and then Prince of Zijin. His purpose wasn't just to deal with these 2 arrogant fellows. More importantly, it was to attack the sects that they represented. Prince of Zijin was more competitive than Bai Yunfei. He didn't have Bai Yunfei's patience at all. Furthermore, because he had never been defeated before, he was overconfident and underestimated Yu Yang's true strength. He thought that he could fight against Yu Yang with just a few tricks. In the end, Prince of Zijin couldn't win the competition. He was even forced by Yu Yang to use forbidden medicine and summoning grimoire, pushing himself to the edge of losing his reputation. He can't be saved anymore. Bai Yunfei, who was secretly watching the competition from the private room, shook his head lightly. With the Western Lion Pagoda's protection, I'm afraid there will be a good show later on. The mysterious person who followed Bai Yunfei slowly added, it might be even more exciting later on. They dare to play tricks in front of 100,000 spectators? How many strong warriors are sitting in the middle? Have the people from the Western Lion Pagoda gone crazy? However, this is also not bad. The more chaotic the soaring dragon continent is, the more advantageous it is for us. If they want to fight, we can just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Bai Yunfei looked at Prince of Zijin, who was flying around Yu Yang, looking for an opportunity to attack. The ridicule in Bai Yunfei's eyes became stronger. Among the spectators, the state grandmaster, Feng Kuang, and the old cunning fox all stood up. The state grandmaster summoned his platinum grimoire. On the Bloodrose map, a few blinding red dots flashed. The eagle-eyed guy and the Eastern Sky King were slightly further away. When they looked up, they cried out involuntarily, "It's an enemy attack. The Xia Palace is being attacked by enemies. How is this possible?" The old cunning fox frowned. "This is not a simple attack. You guys go back and support them. I want to stay here. Maybe this is a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Everyone here are the elites of the younger generation. If the enemy kills them all in one go, it would be a great loss. Although His Majesty's safety is important, I can't be at ease with the students here. You guys go back first." The state grandmaster deeply agreed. Originally, he also wanted to stay, but the Bloodrose map showed that there were more enemies attacking the Xia Palace. He didn't have time to think too much. He hurriedly opened his teleportation scroll and rushed back with Feng Kuang, Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao, Yan Qianzhong, the eagle-eyed guy and the others. Even the Eastern Sky King ran over to help. The old cunning fox hurriedly beckoned Princess Sisai, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others to come to his side. "The situation is not right. You guys quickly bring everyone away." Before he could finish his sentence, a black pillar of light suddenly shot down from the sky. Two men dressed in blood-red robes, their entire bodies emitting a brilliant light, magically appeared in the sky. Once they appeared, they cooperated and set up a gigantic black rune. Countless amounts of blood spurted out from the black bottles in their hands. It splattered everywhere, as if it was raining blood. Under the swirl of their aura, fresh blood continuously condensed. After that, it formed a whirlpool of blood river that slowly rotated. That black rune was hidden in the whirlpool of blood river, looking extremely strange. It's not the Western Lion Pagoda, it's not the Thousand Goblins sect or the demonic palace. Who are these two fellows? The old cunning fox was sure that these two men dressed in blood-red robes were enemies. Moreover, there was a 90% chance that they were here for Yu Yang. It was just that he didn't know their identities. Could they be evil experts from the Green Summit sect? But he had never heard of such experts from the Green Summit sect. Before the old cunning fox could open his mouth to warn Yu Yang, he saw Yu Bing and Anan running towards the stage worriedly. He hurriedly flew over and stopped them. "You guys leave quickly. These two might be experts from the outer realms in the higher levels of Tongtian Tower. Xianxia, quickly activate the gold-ranked group teleportation scroll and bring everyone away. The space has already been sealed." Princess Sisai activated the scroll and realized that the scroll was useless. Her jade-like face immediately changed. "Go, leave this place immediately. The enemy will not need long to open the space tunnel. At that time, there might be tens of thousands of outer realms beasts teleporting over." The old cunning fox roared towards Feng Qisha and Yan Pejun, who were preparing to fight. "Are you guys crazy? Quickly leave. Before the Heavenly Imperial Guardians and innate rankers arrive to support you, the only thing you need to do is to escape." At this time, the whole audience saw the change in the situation and started to panic. They still didn't understand what was going on. The two gold-ranked referees and the head referee released their auras at the same time, raising their strength to their strongest. They attacked the two strange men who were completing the black rune. They were all level 6, elder, rankers and above. The head referee had even reached the strength of a level 7, overlord. However, their attacks were completely ineffective against the two red-robed men. The two red-robed men did not summon their grimoires, nor did they raise their shields to protect themselves. Instead, they took on the attacks with their bodies. Even when they were hit by the thunderous attacks, their bodies only shook slightly. Even their blood-red robes were not damaged. This. The head referee saw that his hands had split open and his eyes were filled with fear. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. "You human warriors are really weak. If it wasn't for His Majesty saying that your soaring dragon continent has a few annoying human children, I wouldn't be willing to come to a remote and desolate place like yours. The man on the left laughed coldly as he took on the combined attacks of the head referee and the gold-ranked referees with just his physical strength. So these two fellows aren't humans. Yu Yang could see with his level 4, divine vision, that these two red-robed men were similar to the dragon lady that Elder Nangong brought last time. They weren't humans at all. They were Eastern Goblin tribesmen who had transformed into humans. The two gold medal judges who were knocked to the ground pretended to be calm on the surface, but their hands were already trembling uncontrollably. Despair and fear exploded in their hearts. Normal martial artists wouldn't be able to see through it, but experts of Yan Pejun's level weren't afraid of it. These two red-robed men were able to withstand the full power attack of the three judges with just their bodies. They did not even need to use any techniques like Yu Yang. This was too terrifying. Who were they? Why did they appear here? In the private room, the mysterious man held down the shocked Bai Yunfei. Calm down, I will definitely send you safely out. Who would have thought that the Lion Pagoda's blood prison's inner disciples would collude with the Eastern Goblin tribe from the outer realm? It's easy to invite them in, but hard to send them away. The Eastern Goblin tribe was not something they could provoke. They would definitely regret it. Bai Yunfei, calm down, let's listen to what these two Eastern Goblin tribe have to say. The shockwave created by the three judges' full power attack spread throughout the arena. The arena was in chaos. All the spectators stood up in fear. Right now, even a blind man could see that these two red-robed men were enemies, and strong enemies at that. The old cunning fox quickly gathered Princess Sisai, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Yu Bing, Inan, and the Ivy Academy students. He stood in front of them like a hen protecting its chicks, his expression extremely solemn. Yan Pejun and Feng Qisha also quickly led the Shangjing Academy students over. Prince Tian Luo also led the Pink Rose Group and Fragrance Academy students over. On the opposite side, the Grey Wolf Academies and Western Lion Pagoda's students also gathered together. The Floating Mist Sects and White Cloud Academy students also quickly gathered together. The remaining students were gathered by the four judges. Although the situation was extremely chaotic, there were still people who stood up to organize the students. The students who could not find their teachers could only temporarily follow the four judges. Hundreds of silver-armored guards rushed out and blocked the students. Actually, their battle power might not be as strong as the students, but their duty made them stand at the forefront and protect the students. Following the orders of the captains, the silver-armored guards summoned their beasts one after another, preparing to fight at any time. As for the mercenaries on the mountain and the warriors who came to watch the elimination matches, they were all dumbfounded. They stood there blankly, not knowing what to do. If they fought, they wouldn't be strong enough. Escape? There was no way to escape on the mountain. Yu Bing really wanted her brother, who was on the stage, to come back. Because he and Prince of Zijin were on the stage alone, they were too obvious a target. If the enemy attacked, then the first target would be his brother. Just as she was feeling anxious, the mysterious beauty who loved to read books suddenly appeared behind her. She hugged her gently and comforted her. Bing Air, don't be afraid. Your brother will be fine. The most important thing now is to protect yourself. Don't let him be distracted. You and Anan stay here. No matter what happens, don't come out. I, Wu Hen, Xianxia and Sister Fallen Flowers will support your brother at any time. You and Anan must stay calm. Don't let anyone know your identity. When you can use the teleportation scroll, you must return to the little flower garden immediately and wait for us there. The old cunning fox was currently slapping Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Yan Pejun and Feng Qisha one by one. He flew into a rage and stopped them from stepping forward. Are you all too full? Don't you know what a critical moment is? Right now, not only do you have to take care of your own lives, you have to take care of your friends and classmates. Let that brat Yu Yang stay on the stage. He has already been exposed, so there's no other way. But if you guys rush up to stand with him, that would be courting death. That would be harming him instead, understand? All of you, calm down. Right now, what we need the most is not to panic, but to unite. The silver-masked dragon spear lady, the ice cube guy Shui Tanlang and dragon ambassador Ken Lan Yu also rushed over to gather. In the entire arena, groups of different sizes were formed according to the strength of each academy and sect. The leader was either a teacher from each academy or a member of the royal family. If not, it was the referee of the arena. Everyone, don't be afraid. Actually, we don't have any ill intentions. The strange man on the right wearing a blood-red robe suddenly raised his voice and said, "Now, everyone, please calm down. We are actually here to find a few people. I guarantee that as long as you don't resist and watch quietly, none of your lives will be in danger." When that person said that, all the mercenaries' hearts immediately relaxed. They knew that the other party was definitely not here to find them. Some of the more thick-skinned fellows had already sat down. They continued to watch the show. Anyway, even if the sky collapsed, everyone would die together. Those noble princesses and princes were not afraid, so why should they be afraid of their worthless lives? Not every mercenary could calm down, but there were quite a number of them who had the mentality of if the sky collapsed, there would be tall people to hold it up. When they heard that the person who came was not here to kill, but to find a few people, they were relieved. When the old cunning fox heard that, his heart sank. As expected, they were here for Yu Yang and the other outstanding juniors. It seemed that the attack on the Xia palace was a trap. Once the guards left, they would immediately attack the juniors. They are from the Eastern Goblin tribe, not humans. They are similar to the dragon lady from before, but there are some differences. Bing air, hide in the crowd first. No matter what happens, don't come out. Yu Yang used the Gemini inherent skill, spiritual dialogue, to comfort Yu Bing. At the same time, he told her to calm down Anan, Yu, and the others and not to act rashly. Tell him to be careful, don't worry about us, we will take care of ourselves. Princess Sisai hurriedly told Yu Bing to warn Yu Yang. In the sky. In the middle of the black pillar of light and the black pattern, 3 silhouettes appeared. 2 of them were dressed in black robes. Their bodies were especially tall, they looked to be at least 3 meters tall. Their huge bodies were as light as a willow, floating in the air. The person in the middle was dressed in a golden yellow robe, with a purple crown on his head. He held a white jade scroll with ancient runes on it. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a golden yellow robe. He looked elegant and handsome. He floated in the air, cupping his hands with the soaring dragon continent's etiquette. Everyone, please forgive us for not coming quickly. A month ago, your soaring dragon continent warriors recommended outstanding juniors to our emperor. Our emperor likes talented people the most, so he specially ordered us to come to the soaring dragon continent to invite our esteemed guests to gather at our emperor's rainbow palace. Now, all the outstanding juniors that I have called out, please gather in the middle of the arena. We promise that we will not harm anyone. After our emperor has warmly received all of you, I will personally send you back. I will keep my word, please do not worry about our sincerity. Immediately after, he slowly opened the white jade scroll and read out the names one by one. Following our emperor's orders, we invite the following esteemed guests to gather. They are the Yu clan's 3rd young master Yu Yang, Yu clan's 7th Miss Yu Bing, Feng clan's Feng Qi Sha, Shui clan's Shui Tan Lang, Yan clan's Yan Pajun, Floating Mist sect's junior sect leader Bai Yun Fei, Zijing Kingdom's Prince Chu Feng Lei, Tian Luo Kingdom's Hua Ziyu, Crystal Palace's Dragon Ambassador Tsang Lan, and Xia Kingdom's Princess Sisai. A total of 10 outstanding juniors, please come to the arena. Our emperor likes young talents the most, he will definitely treat all of you well. I'm not going. Prince of Zijin shouted in fear when he heard that. Didn't we agree on this? You guys will only bring them away, you won't ask our Western Lion Pagoda for them. No, I'm not going. Your Highness Prince of Zijin, our emperor has specifically asked for you. It is an honor to be summoned by our emperor. Please don't reject our emperor's dragon saint favor. The elegant middle-aged man dressed in gold and yellow robes was refined and courteous. He spoke neither too fast nor too fast. Even though he was under the gaze of 100,000 people, he was still calm and collected. His tone was calm and unruffled. Please invite the other 9 esteemed guests to come up. We don't want to waste too much of everyone's time. As long as everyone is present, we will leave immediately. We won't disturb your competition. Who exactly are you guys? Yu Yang realized that his level 4, divine vision, could see through Shui and Xianxia, but he couldn't see through this golden-robed middle-aged man. He couldn't help but ask curiously. We are not objects, we are from the Eastern Goblin tribe. Please forgive us, we only want to talk to our esteemed guests. May I ask if you are one of the invited esteemed guests? The middle-aged man cupped his hands and greeted Yu Yang elegantly. Although I don't intend to go, it seems that my name is really on the list. Yu Yang observed the middle-aged man with his divine vision and replied slowly. May I ask if you are the Yu clan's third young master that our emperor is most interested in? Your strength is outstanding. At such a young age, you already have such a high level of cultivation. It is really rare. Our emperor has specially instructed us to invite you no matter what. Seeing the Yu clan's third young master taking the initiative to appear, it is really a pleasant surprise. I am the fiery Golden Eyes beast, you can call me Golden Eyes. I am here to greet the Yu clan's third young master. The middle-aged man looked at Yu Yang from head to toe. His expression changed slightly as he cupped his hands and greeted again. Fiery Golden Eyes beast? When Yu Yang heard this, he was slightly startled. Master Golden Eyes, there is no need to be so courteous with this brat. Isn't it easy for you to capture this brat? I, Old Black, can capture him in one move. The black-robed man who was standing on the left of the golden-robed middle-aged man spoke with a buzzing voice. His voice was like thunder exploding in everyone's ears, shaking their hearts. Old Black, don't be rude. The golden-robed middle-aged man scolded lightly. He cupped his hands and greeted Yu Yang, Yu clan's third young master. This hot-tempered fellow is the big brother of the Black Mountain grizzly bears. The other one is his younger brother. Although they are hot-tempered, they are kind-hearted. They are definitely not vulgar and rude people. Normally, they would not take the initiative to attack others. Boom! Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, the Prince of Zijin who was trying to escape was caught by the bear brother on the left with lightning speed. The Prince of Zijin's entire body immediately sunk into the ground. Without waiting for the Prince of Zijin to struggle, the insolent little brother grabbed his right leg with his gigantic hand and smashed the Prince of Zijin heavily onto the stage, just like how a grown man would throw a little frog to the ground. As the Prince of Zijin cried out in pain, the little brother raised his gigantic leg and stomped on the Prince of Zijin's head, smashing it into the rubble of the stage. Hateful little human bug, so noisy. The 100,000 spectators were dumbstruck. They couldn't believe their eyes at all. No matter how weak the Prince of Zijin was, he was still one of the top 5 rankers. He could even squeeze into the top 3 rankers. How could he be defeated in one move? The strangest thing was that they seemed to be related to the Prince of Zijin. Why would they attack the Prince of Zijin? So you won't take the initiative to attack others? Well said. Yu Yang clapped his hands and praised. Prince of Zijin shouldn't have rejected our emperor's sincere invitation. His action of running away really angered us. A real man shouldn't run away when faced with danger. Erhei was a bit rough when he tried to stop us. I apologize to everyone. Actually, as long as everyone cooperates, we promise that we won't harm a single hair on anyone's head. The golden-clothed middle-aged man was still very courteous. The whole audience was speechless. An invitation that couldn't be rejected, how was that different from being a captive? Yu Bing, who was below the stage, was extremely anxious for her brother. If those Eastern Goblin tribe members attacked her brother again, what should she do? She wanted to help her brother, but because she wasn't strong enough, she would only be a burden to her brother if she went out. This made her hate herself. If only she had strong combat power, how good would that be? It was a pity that she couldn't fight alongside her brother. She could only watch her brother fight alone. Different from Yu Bing, the mysterious beauty, sickly beauty, Princess Sisai, and City Mistress Fallen Flowers were anxiously waiting for the best opportunity to help Yu Yang. The old cunning fox's expression was even more solemn. Right now, he wasn't thinking about helping Yu Yang, but how to bring his students away safely. Yu Yang's strength wasn't what he was worried about the most. On the other hand, if Yu Bing and the others were discovered by the enemy, Yu Yang would be in even more trouble. It's not that you can't invite me. Normally, I only accept invitations from strong warriors. On the stage, Yu Yang raised his Hui Jin magic blade and said loudly, if you want to invite me, then prove your strength. Wah! Tens of thousands of spectators were in an uproar. They felt that this brat had gone crazy. The opponent was so strong, even Prince of Zijin was killed in one move, and he still wanted to issue a challenge? Since it's a request from our esteemed guest, we will definitely try our best to fulfill it. The middle-aged man who called himself the fiery golden eyes beast smiled. 2 black-clothed giants, 2 blood-clothed men and 4 Eastern Goblin tribe members gathered together. They stretched out their hands and began to throw punches arrogantly. It seemed that any random one of them could beat Yu Yang like fallen flowers. In the end, the man on the left won the rock-paper-scissors game. He strode forward and became Yu Yang's opponent. The middle-aged man who called himself Fiery Golden Eyes Beast introduced in a cultured and refined voice, "This is the second plum blossom of the Plum Blossom brothers. However, he is not a plum blossom deer, he is a plum blossom leopard. His strength is a level 9 earth goblin. If converted to your Soaring Dragon Continent's ranking, he would have the strength of a level 9 saint. Of course, because of certain reasons, it is very difficult for normal goblins to break through to the innate realm. Even if their strength has reached the innate realm, there is no way for them to increase their realm. Hence, he is only a goblin palace guard who is infinitely close to the innate realm. This way, he is not really bullying you humans. You clan third young master, as long as you can withstand 10 of my attacks, I will go back and report to my emperor. My emperor will definitely send a special envoy to invite you with more sincerity, just like how my emperor sent a special envoy to invite Dixia Emperor Jun Wuyu to the Rainbow Treasure Palace." What? When Yu Yang heard this, he was stunned. These Eastern Goblin tribes' appetite was really big. Not only did they want to capture the Soaring Dragon Continent's younger generation, they even wanted to capture the Dixia Emperor Jun Wuyu. They even dared to touch Jun Wuyu, who was protected by 2 heavenly imperial guardians and 3 innate rankers. This proved that the Eastern Goblin tribe that came from the outer realms of Tong Tian Tower was unbelievably strong. Not only His Majesty Jun Wuyu, the 3 clan masters, Marshal Yu Hai, Great Commander Feng Kuang, Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao and Yan Qianzhong, as well as Tian Luo's Eastern Sky King and Western Sky King. The only regret is that because Dixia Emperor Jun Wuyu needs to stay in Dixia to handle the country's affairs, he rejected our invitation. We deeply admire Huaxia Emperor Jun Wuyu, so we decided to respect his wishes and not forcefully invite him. The fiery golden eyes beast who had transformed into a middle-aged man said slowly. His words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone present. Almost all the rankers from Huaxia and Tian Luo Kingdom were gathered here, yet they were all captured in one fell swoop. What kind of power did they actually possess to be able to do this? The old cunning fox's heart felt like it had fallen into an ice cellar. Through the other party's words, he understood that other than the innate ranker, everyone else had been captured on the spot. When the Eastern Goblin tribe returned to rescue them, it had not even been 10 minutes. Now, only the Eastern Goblin tribe had managed to escape. The entire army had been annihilated. Without Jizun, Night Empress and Elder Nan Gong guarding the Soaring Dragon Continent, the Soaring Dragon Continent was as weak as an undefended village, easily invaded by the Eastern Goblin tribe. However, how did the Eastern Goblin tribe know that Jizun, Night Empress and Elder Nan Gong had gone to the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower, and that there was no one guarding the Soaring Dragon Continent? There must be a traitor. The biggest suspect was the Western Lion Pagoda's people. Furthermore, the Zijin Kingdom was also involved. Especially the Prince of Zijin's words just now, it could reveal a lot of things. The Zijin Kingdom and the Western Lion Pagoda's people might have made some kind of agreement with the Eastern Goblin tribe to lead the Eastern Goblin tribe's rankers here. Who would have known that the Eastern Goblin tribe did not follow the agreement between the Zijin Kingdom and the Western Lion Pagoda? They also wanted to bring the Prince of Zijin, an outstanding disciple, away, not giving the Zijin Kingdom any face. Impossible. They only want to use lies to destroy our fighting spirit. Yan Pejun could not believe that this was the truth no matter what. The 4 great clans masters had all been captured? His Majesty Jun Wuyu and the Tian Luo Eastern and Western Heavenly Kings had also been captured? How could this be possible? Kill. Let's kill them and chase after them to save them. Feng Qisha's mind started to waver, he was on the verge of going crazy. Shui Tanlang did not say anything. He only flew out and jumped to Yu Yang's side. He stood side by side with Yu Yang and snorted at Yu Yang coolly, "Let me fight one too. Don't try to show off." The current Yu is not a match for these goblin clans. Yu Yang attacked him without holding back. I'll fight even if I'm not a match for them. Xue Tanlang's fighting spirit was not affected at all. You must be the Xue clan's Xue Tanlang. Not bad, you are very outstanding. You live up to your name as one of the 3 great killing stars. Especially your fighting spirit, you are second only to this Yu clan's 3rd young master. I admire you very much. If our emperor sees you, he might bestow you a sky demon-ranked ice dragon. The fiery golden eyes beast that had transformed into a middle-aged man slightly bowed towards Xue Tanlang. The 3 great killing stars are not just Xue Tanlang. Yan Pejun and Feng Qisha released their qi and jumped onto the stage, standing beside Xue Tanlang. Welcome, welcome to all of you. The middle-aged man smiled and greeted them one by one. You are all idiots. Yu Yang was speechless. Wasn't it better to hide? Why did you have to come here to die? I've always been very smart. It's rare for me to be an idiot. Yan Pejun laughed out loud. He knew that he would not be able to escape today. The enemy's strength was unbelievably strong. Rather than being instantly killed like Prince of Zijin, he might as well take the initiative to fight. Also, Prince of Tianluo and Princess Sisai, Yu Clan's 7th Miss Yu Bing, Floating Mist Sect's junior sect leader Bai Yunfei and Crystal Palace's dragon ambassador Tsung Lan, please come up to the stage as well. As long as one of you can withstand 10 moves from the Meihua brothers or the Xiong brothers, I will happily report this to my emperor and invite the imperial envoy to welcome you. The fiery golden eyes beast that had transformed into a middle-aged man stated his conditions. As long as they could withstand 10 moves, they could stay. However, were these 10 moves really that easy to withstand? The opponent had the strength of a level 9 saint. Although he was not an innate, he had already reached the peak of his strength. It would be difficult for him to withstand even 1 move, let alone 10 moves. The old cunning fox used his body to cover Yu Bing. If she was discovered by the enemy, it would be the biggest blow to Yu Yang. He did not stop the 3 great killing stars from entering the stage. However, when Princess Sisai and Prince of Tianluo were about to enter the stage, he scolded them angrily. Now that His Majesty and the 2 heavenly kings are in trouble, the country is in danger. You are the foundation of the country. If you go out now, aren't you just seeking your own death? Do you think that even the heavenly imperial guardians couldn't stop the Eastern Goblin tribe? Do you really think that just a few kids like you can fight against them? Princess Sisai covered her face, tears dripping down from the gaps between her fingers. My father is already gone, what's the use of the country? I want to save that old fellow. Sickly beauty flew up, colorful lights shone brightly on her body. She quickly transformed into Prince of Tianluo's appearance in midair and landed behind Yu Yang like a gentle breeze. She shouted, Prince of Tianluo, Hua Ziyu is here. The real Prince of Tianluo wanted to speak, but City Master Fallen Flower slapped him down and hugged Yu Bing, preventing her from rushing up the stage. The mysterious beauty who loves to read books also shone brightly, transforming into a similar appearance to Yu Bing. The only difference was that she was taller than Yu Bing by a head. She floated up and landed behind Yu Yang, Yu Clan's Yu Bing. Yu Bing was crying so hard that she almost fainted in City Master Fallen Flowers' embrace. Anan and City Master Fallen Flowers hugged her tightly, afraid that she would rush out and say that she was Yu Bing. Once she was discovered, they would probably lose another person. Dragon Ambassador Ken Lan Yu from the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace also strode up the stage. His expression was not good, but his eyes were firm. Very good, now only young sect leader Bai Yunfei and Princess Sisai are left. The middle-aged man that the fiery golden eyes beast had transformed into nodded in satisfaction. The soaring dragon continent is indeed full of geniuses. I have been to more than 10 continents, but this is the first time I have seen so many outstanding juniors. Now, I would like to invite Princess Sisai and young sect leader Bai Yunfei onto the stage. Once everyone has gathered, we will leave immediately. We will not disturb everyone for too long. Bai Yunfei is here. The mysterious man had changed into Bai Yunfei's clothes in the private room. After taking off his mask, he looked a little similar to Bai Yunfei, as if he was born to be Bai Yunfei's substitute. The dragon spear lady came over and whispered to Princess Sisai. She did not have the ability to change her appearance like sickly beauty, but she still wanted to impersonate Princess Sisai. Princess Sisai shook her head and waved her hands, firmly rejecting. If Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the others were not kidnapped by the Eastern Goblin tribe, she would definitely not go out. There was no meaning in hiding anymore. The reason why the other party kidnapped their fathers was to force the juniors to show themselves. It could be said that the enemy's plan had already been meticulously planned. They would not allow the juniors whose loved ones were kidnapped to refuse. Now, there were two ways. One was to defeat these people and use them as a bargaining chip to exchange for the hostages. This method could not be realized unless a large number of innate rankers descended. The second method was to not resist and follow the Eastern Goblin tribe. When they found their loved ones who were kidnapped, they would act according to the situation and save them. This method was also very unlikely, because once they reached the Eastern Goblin tribe's territory, it would be like using sand to fill the sea if they wanted to kill their way out. Of course, it was not that there was no hope at all. As long as the innate rankers who were guarding the soaring dragon continent returned from the 10th floor and went to the Eastern Goblin tribe's territory to save everyone, there was still a possibility. Princess Sisai knew that it would be best for her to stay and let the Dragon Spear Lady replace her. However, if Yu Yang and her father were taken away, what was the point of her staying here? She might as well stay with them, hugging and bidding farewell to City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Yu Bing and the Dragon Spear Lady. Princess Sisai wiped away her tears and walked down the stairs resolutely. She stepped onto the stage, the giant sword on her back clanging loudly. In an instant, she regained the prestige of a rouge tiger, standing proudly in front of the strong enemies. What a great Princess Sisai from Xia Kingdom! Women are not inferior to men, you have the style of your father. The fiery golden eyes beast who had transformed into a middle-aged man praised. If you want to invite us to the Rainbow Treasure Palace, then you have to prove your strength to me. Yu Yan decided to fight with the enemy and gave another condition: when strong warriors fight, the shockwaves can easily hurt the innocent. Let the spectators leave. Since you are looking for the 10 of us, we are all here now. No problem. The middle-aged man that the fiery golden eyes beast had transformed into pondered for a while before nodding his head in agreement. We will only invite VIPs. We will not care about unrelated people. They can leave freely, but if some of them are willing to stay and watch the battle, we will not stop them. In short, everything is up to you. If some of them are willing to follow us to the Rainbow Treasure Palace to see our emperor, that would be my greatest pleasure. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, many people felt relieved. It would be best if they could leave. Who would want to stay? Those unrelated people would want to leave as soon as possible. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were not willing to leave, because they wanted to stay. Even if they could be of help to Yu Yang, it would still be good. Letting Yu Yang fight alone and escape in fear was not something they could accept. The old cunning fox obviously knew what they were thinking. He glared angrily at Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others as he used his cloak to cover Yu Bing's figure. At the same time, he ordered in a low voice, "Everyone, leave this place immediately. This is Yu Yang's hard-earned chance to escape. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, you guys lead the way. Maybe there will be traitors from the Soaring Dragon continent trying to kill us. If that's the case, you guys have to fight your way out. Everyone pay attention, once we leave the area of the space seal, everyone have to use teleportation scrolls immediately and use your fastest speed to go to the safest place. Hide first." Yu Bing also did not want to leave, but she knew that she was the key. If she did not leave, then her brother would not be able to fully focus on the battle. Because of her brother's usual pampering, she had gradually recovered her original personality. She loved to cry and laugh, and her heart was no longer as closed as before. However, this did not mean that she had become weak. When faced with a crisis, her stubborn personality and firm fighting spirit would immediately shine from the bottom of her heart. She gave her brother a long look. Then, he wiped away his tears, grabbed Anan and Yu, and left first. Anan and Yu were not strong enough. Now that her brother had no time to take care of them, it was her turn to protect them. Yu Bing didn't look at City Lord Fallen Flowers. She knew that Big Sister Fallen Flowers definitely wouldn't leave. If there was no chance to escape, Big Sister Fallen Flowers would stay to protect everyone. However, if there was a chance to escape, she would stay and fight alongside her brother. Sister Fallen Flowers's dual aurora during body fusion was one of her brother's secret weapons. I hate this the most. I'm clearly the boss, but I have to abandon my underlings and run away alone. Where am I going to put my face as the boss? Fatty Hi's eyes were as red as a wolf's as he rushed in front of Yu Bing, ready to deal with any sudden incidents. Yi Kong and the Li brothers also chased after them, opening a path in front. If Yu Bing, Inan, and Yu didn't need protection, Fatty Hi, Yi Kong and the others wouldn't leave even if they had to die. But now, they had to protect them. Until they were safely out of danger. The whole audience was in an uproar. If they could leave this place, of course no one would be willing to stay. Those who had flying beasts all rode or flew away. Those who couldn't fly also quickly rushed to leave. The mercenaries fought to be the first to leave. On the contrary, the students of the various academies were calmer. Under the guidance of their teachers and judges, they gathered into groups and left in batches. The old cunning fox glanced at Yu Yang. He made a hand gesture to reassure Yu Yang and flew to protect Yu Bing and the others. The person who wanted to stay the most was him, but he couldn't be at ease leaving a large group of people without protection. What if there was an enemy ambush outside? There were actually quite a number of people who stayed. Some of them were mercenaries who were especially brave and loved to watch. Some of them were disciples from various sects, like the Western Lion Pagoda's disciples and Zijin Academy students. They had lost their prince of Zijin, so they didn't dare to leave. Otherwise, even if they returned to Zijin Kingdom, they would only die. Some of them were the staff members of the Great Assembly. Most of them had special-type beasts. They didn't have very strong fighting capabilities, but they were good at healing and repairing. They hoped to stay behind and see if they could help Yu Yang and the others. There were also some secret rankers like the Dragon Spear Lady and City Mistress Fallen Flowers who were waiting outside the arena, waiting for an opportunity to help Yu Yang and the others. Lastly, there was also Bai Yunfei who was sitting quietly in the private room. For some reason, he didn't take the opportunity to leave, but stayed behind. At the center of the black pillar of light and the runic circle, a tall man wearing a striped tiger skin with a pair of huge wings flapped his wings and flew out. He rushed towards the middle-aged man that the fiery Golden Eyes beast had transformed into and shouted, "Golden Eyes, your actions are too slow. Bring the target away immediately. The heavenly blood sacrifice requires the sacrifice of 10,000 beasts in order to maintain the space passage. You can't dawdle anymore. Xiong, Mei, the four of you, capture them immediately. As long as you don't kill them, it won't be considered a violation of the Supreme Agreement. You don't have to worry, attack." When the middle-aged man that the fiery Golden Eyes beast had transformed into saw him, his expression changed slightly. He cupped his hands and said, "So the Flying Tiger envoy has personally come. Since that's the case, Jin Qing will be handed over to the Flying Tiger envoy. Please forgive Jin Qing for leaving first." Just like the Flying Tiger envoy, the middle-aged man flew into the center of the runic circle and disappeared. Before he left, he seemed to glance at Yu Yang. Hearing the Flying Tiger envoy's words, the two black-clothed giants and the two blood-clothed men pounced forward as fast as lightning. Yan Pejun, Feng Qisha and the others were already prepared. They summoned their grimoires almost at the same time and used their protective shields to block the four people's earth-shaking attacks. In the sky, the Flying Tiger envoy condensed a terrifying ball of light in his hands and shouted towards Yu Yang and the others, "You have to give up resisting and surrender. If you don't resist and leave with us obediently, we might still let you maintain your fighting strength. On the other hand, if you resist, I don't mind turning you into captives. You have to understand one thing, I'm not that Golden Eyes who likes to talk. I, the Flying Tiger, am a stronger existence that cannot be defied." Yu Yang realized that this Flying Tiger envoy was indeed stronger than the fiery Golden Eyes beast. However, in terms of intelligence and fighting potential, the refined and courteous Golden Eyes was much scarier. Yu Yang saw that Golden Eyes left unhappily and saw that the Flying Tiger envoy was preparing to attack again. He knew that he had reached the end of his stalling tactic. Now was the time to turn hostile. In the end, the Heavenly Imperial Guardians did not come. Maybe the Heavenly Imperial Guardians were still fighting and had no time to come. Fortunately, Yu Bing and the others had already left. Although they did not go far, if they started fighting now, they should not be affected by the shockwaves. Listen, I'll count to 10. If you guys don't come out of the barrier by then, I'll throw out a radiant tiger explosion wave every 10 seconds. I guarantee that your friends and classmates who haven't gone far will be smashed into pieces. 1, 2, 3. The flying tiger envoy raised the gigantic ball of light into the sky. As long as he threw it out, no matter which direction it was thrown to, the densely packed crowd outside would also suffer heavy casualties. Since things have come to this, let's fight with all our might. Yu Yang knew that he could not delay any longer. He was the first to keep his summoning grimoire. At the same time, he started to transform the Reaper Mantis into a unique Reaper Mantis battle armor. It was a pity that he had only learned half of armor transformation, so he still couldn't grasp the sickly beauty's ability. Furthermore, the Reaper Mantis wasn't the best armor transformation beast yet. The surface area of Yu Yang's armor transformation was only about 30%. Even so, the Flying Tiger ambassador furrowed his brows. The Flying Tiger envoy pointed at Yu Yang and shouted at Xiong, Mei and the 4 attendants, "Leave this human kid to me. You guys take care of the rest. Hurry up, we don't have much time left." Yan Pejun, Feng Qisha, Dragon Ambassador Ken Lan Yu and the substitute who impersonated Bai Yunfei all summoned their strongest beasts and fought against a He of the Xiong clan's guard. With 4 against 1, they seemed to have the highest chance of winning. Xue Tanlang fought against a He of the Xiong clan's guard alone. He fought against a strong enemy alone. Of course, he knew that he could not win, but he did it to share the burden with his comrades. Princess Sisai had the same thought as him. She fought against a He of the blood-clothed plum blossom leopard to create an opportunity for the mysterious beauty and sickly beauty to fight against Meyer. The Dragon Spear Lady and City Mistress Fallen Flowers who were below the stage were also gathering their strongest powers, ready to help at any time. Surprisingly, Bai Yunfei, who was hiding in the private room, hid his aura and did not make a sound, as if he was planning to watch from the sidelines. Bloody Queen Red followed closely behind Yu Yang. Together with Yu Yang, they rose into the sky and charged towards the Flying Tiger envoy. The great battle had completely erupted with her banshee scream. None of the Eastern Goblin tribe members had summoned their beasts. Perhaps they themselves were existences like summoned beasts. When the banshee scream erupted, the Flying Tiger envoy created 2 clones. One of the clones raised the radiant tiger explosion wave and attacked towards Yu Yang fiercely. The other one was his main body, which was 100 times faster than lightning. When Yan Pejun and the other 3 joined hands to attack Big Black, the Xiong Pai's bodyguard, he had silently arrived from behind. His 2 fists were condensed with a tiger's head light wave, and he attacked Feng Qisha and Yan Pejun's back. Just as Dragon Ambassador Ken Lan Yu turned around, the Flying Tiger Ambassador's main body spat out a tiger-shaped shockwave which exploded on Dragon Ambassador Ken Lan Yu's face. On the other side, Big Black Bear's fist had just reached a meter in front of the substitute who was pretending to be Bai Yunfei. The substitute's heavy palm struck Big Black Bear's chest like a thunderbolt, but Big Black Bear was only forced back 2 steps without any reaction. The double was surprised to see that Feng Qisha and the other 2 were not helping him. When he turned around, he saw that the 3 of them had already fallen to the ground. Behind him, a meteor-like fist was flying towards him. He could not help but be frightened to the point that his soul almost left his body. He immediately soared into the sky, intending to escape the battlefield. Human level 8, Emperor, not bad. It's a pity that you met me, Flying Tiger. The Flying Tiger ambassador's body flashed and disappeared. In a flash, he appeared above the head of the double who had soared into the sky. He opened up his 5 fingers and pressed them on the double's face. A terrifying shockwave exploded. A tiger-shaped beam of light, just like an aurora, directly knocked the double off the stage and into the ground. While the double was painfully struggling to crawl out from the deep pit, the Flying Tiger ambassador's main body was raising an even bigger, radiant tiger explosion wave, preparing to blast it towards his head. The eyes of the double who was pretending to be Bai Yunfei were filled with despair and fear. Rumble, just as the Flying Tiger ambassador was about to use radiant tiger explosion wave to kill the substitute, he suddenly heard a rumble. On the spectator stand, a figure smashed into the stone steps like a meteor. The Flying Tiger ambassador was shocked. This was because the figure that was sent flying was not one of the human children, but the Xiongpai guard He who was fighting against the cold-looking man. That cold-looking young man had the ability to send the Xiongpai guard He flying, but that brat was not even a level 7 overlord. The flying tiger ambassador could not believe it at all. He turned his head around and realized that He, who was behind him, had also been sent flying by someone. He had also crashed into the deep pit that He had crashed into. It was only then that the flying tiger ambassador realized that the person who had sent his two subordinates flying wasn't the young man with the cold appearance. Instead, it was another man with a half-crying, half-smiling golden mask. Not only did he send the Xiongpai brothers flying, he also condensed a huge fire whirlpool to block the Meihua brothers' sharp claws. It was really unbelievable that he was able to block the Xiongpai brothers and the Meihua brothers alone. This person was obviously attacked by his clone. How could he still have the time to save others? The flying tiger ambassador turned his head to look again and was stunned. In the sky, his clone's entire body was covered in frost. His hands were still in the posture of raising the radiant tiger explosion wave, as if he was surrendering. The clone that was condensed from frost fell rapidly. It crashed heavily onto the stage with a loud bang. Shattered ice splattered everywhere. What happened? The flying tiger ambassador was baffled. Even if that human kid could see through the fact that his clone only had a tenth of his actual combat power, it shouldn't be possible for him to freeze it. Furthermore, how could the Xiongpai Imperial Guard be defeated by anyone below the level of an innate ranker? Where did the radiant tiger explosion wave that he condensed just now go? Yu Yang would definitely not tell him that the one who sent the Xiongpai brothers flying just now was actually borrowing the power of his radiant tiger explosion wave. Ho! The Xiongpai brothers roared like thunder. Their bodies shook, shaking the stands. They shook their bodies and shot out from the rubble. Although they were sent flying by the radiant tiger explosion wave that Yu Yang had borrowed from the flying tiger ambassador's clone, their strong bodies were only slightly injured. Only his skin and hair were slightly charred. The toughness of the Eastern Goblin tribe's body had reached an unimaginable level. Although they weren't innates, they had physical bodies that were at the pinnacle. Unless it was an innate ranker, they could ignore all attacks. Similarly, if a human level 9 saint was not an innate, he would at least vomit blood after taking a hit from the radiant tiger explosive wave. Of course, the human race did not have any non-innate level 9 saints. Although the physical strength of the human race could not be compared to the demonic beasts and the demon race, their intelligence was much higher. As long as he could become a 9th level saint, he would definitely be an innate. However, the Eastern Goblin tribe was different. The plum blossom leopard's Maier's claws tore through the sky and split the earth. Princess Sisai did not take it head-on. She immediately summoned her grimoire and raised her protective shield, blocking the attack. Her main responsibility was to delay Second Mei so that Yu Yang, Wu Xia, and Wu Hen could kill First Mei. Dahe and Arai, take these human children away first. The Mei brothers and I will be right there. The flying tiger ambassador looked at the unconscious Feng Qisha, Yan Pejun and the others on the ground. He then waved his hand and signaled the Xiong brothers to take the people away. Otherwise, in the next battle, these humans who had lost their defensive power would all die from the shockwave. The Xiong brothers were very annoyed, but they still obeyed the order. One of them grabbed the heavily injured Feng Qisha and Yan Pejun, while the other grabbed the unconscious dragon ambassador Ken Lanyu and Prince of Zijin. Their gigantic bodies whistled as they flew towards the black pillar of light and the runic circle, disappearing without a trace. The flying tiger ambassador smashed the gigantic ice that sealed the clone with a punch, releasing the clone from the ice. The flying tiger ambassador, who had fused with the clone and recovered his full strength, rushed towards Yu Yang. Yu Yang immediately summoned his grimoire and raised his protective shield. When the flying tiger ambassador's flashing tiger head rippled with power and hit the protective shield, Yu Yang used his binding chains inherent skill to lock him in place. In the sky, the bloody Queen Red pounced down and let out a banshee scream beside the flying tiger ambassador's ears. Her gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger and silver-eye destroyer dagger pierced the flying tiger ambassador's eyes. Yu Yang's attack was even more shameless. He gathered all the strength in his body and used his Yang extreme strength, in addition to the earth-splitting slash, heavily slashing the flying tiger ambassador's lower body. He wanted to make this flying tiger ambassador a eunuch. Because the Eastern Goblin tribe had strong bodies, normal attacks were completely ineffective. Yu Yang had no choice but to attack the vital parts. On the other side, Xue Tianlang and Princess Sisai had already summoned their grimoires. Within the protective shield, no matter how hard the Mei brothers tried to attack, they were still safe and sound. As for the eldest Mei leopard, he realized that he couldn't catch up to the two girls in front of him even with his extreme speed. After his continuous attacks failed, he angrily pounced towards the side of the arena. His sharp claws went straight for City Mistress Fallen Flowers' face. City Mistress Fallen Flowers instantly summoned her grimoire and raised her protective shield, easily blocking the sharp claws. At the same time, the three-tailed snow fox under her feet quickly became bigger. Her six tails swayed gracefully and a strange fragrance assaulted the nostrils. The aurora energy that City Mistress Fallen Flowers had been accumulating all along had already reached its limit. The terrifying aurora shot towards the eldest Mei leopard. Moreover, the other point of attack of the aurora was coincidentally the flying tiger ambassador who was sent flying by Yu Yang's blade. This was the tacit understanding between Yu Yang and City Mistress Fallen Flowers. They didn't need to say anything, but they had a tacit understanding. The eldest Mei leopard was unwilling to take on this kind of terrifying aurora head-on, so he jumped and dodged it. As he dodged, the flying tiger ambassador who was still under the binding chains' inherent skill was unlucky. He was hit by the aurora head-on. The flying tiger ambassador was blasted into the other side of the spectator stand 100 meters away. The aurora had blasted a huge hole in the stone spectator stand. The rubble collapsed and buried the flying tiger ambassador in it. On the other side, the eldest Mei leopard who had just dodged the aurora secretly thought that it was a close shave. He didn't expect that a fist that was as strong as him would land heavily on his nose. This was the Dragon Spear Lady's sneak attack. Once she attacked, she immediately displayed her powerful brute force. The eldest Mei leopard was hit and sunk into the ground. When he crawled out of the mud pit, he couldn't help but spit out a small mouthful of blood. This was also the first time the Eastern Goblin tribe was injured and spat out blood since the start of the battle. The eldest Mei leopard looked at his blood-stained hand with an expression of disbelief. A non-innate human warrior actually made him spit out blood? In the sky, the black pillar of light and the runic circle started to tremble and gradually dissipate, as if it would disappear at any time. The Mei brothers sensed something and raised their heads, revealing an anxious expression. They had to leave now. But the flying tiger ambassador hadn't given the order. Among the rubble of the collapsed spectator stand, the flying tiger ambassador used his aura to shake off the rocks that were pressing on his body. Rocks of all sizes flew all over the sky. Both of his eyes were not damaged, but he was in so much pain that he was tearing up. At the same time, his lower body was burnt black. It seemed like even if he didn't become a eunuch, he was still heavily injured. As for the City Mistress Fallen Flowers' aurora, it only burnt the skin on his head and face slightly, but it didn't seem like he was seriously injured. The flying tiger ambassador was extremely furious. He shouted at Yu Yang angrily, "If I have enough time, I will definitely tear you into pieces." He jumped back to the center of the arena like lightning and grabbed the substitute who was impersonating Bai Yunfei. He took the lead and flew towards the dissipating black pillar of light. Before he left, he turned his head and glared at Yu Yang angrily, "If you have the guts, chase after me. I will wait for you at the ancient passage. We will fight one-on-one. If you win, you can take away all the people that we have captured. Do you have the guts to chase after me?" Yu Yang, the mysterious beauty Wu Xia and the sickly beauty Wu Hen looked at each other and flew into the sky at the same time. Princess Sisai purposely slowed down and waited for City Mistress Fallen Flowers. Xue Tianlang didn't chase after them like Yu Yang did. Instead, he released a bone-chilling tornado and attacked the second Mei brother who was flying into the sky. He was prepared to stop this Eastern Goblin tribesman at all costs. On the other side, the Dragon Spear Lady also intercepted the eldest Mei brother of the Meihua brothers. As long as these two Eastern Goblin tribesmen didn't leave before the black pillar of light disappeared, they would definitely die in the soaring dragon continent. The heavenly imperial guardians and the other rankers would definitely not let them go after they recovered. The second Mei brother took on Shui Tanlang's tornado and flew into the sky. Yu Yang used a spherical beheader on the back of the second Mei brother's head. The second Mei brother groaned in pain, but he still took on the attack and flew into the black pillar of light. Princess Xianxia waved her great sword. Mei De, who had just gotten rid of the dragon spear girl's attack, was hit by Princess Xianxia's heavy sword. Mei De also wanted to take the attack head-on, but the mysterious beauty Wu Xia, who had disguised herself as Yu Bing, attacked his ears with lightning and ice. The second Mei brother was in extreme pain. He swung his claws wildly, but they were easily blocked by the crystal shield condensed by sickly beauty. The dragon spear lady and Shui Tanlang were below, while Yu Yang and city mistress Fallen Flowers' double aurora was above them. The dragon spear lady's meteor-like fists landed heavily on the life gate acupuncture point on the back of the second Mei brother when Wu Xia's attack was successful. Shui Tanlang's ice storm covered the sky and the earth, blasting the second Mei brother's body 2 meters away. In the sky, 2 rays of double aurora that were 10 times more terrifying than aurora were released by Yu Yang and city mistress Fallen Flowers. The double aurora gradually merged into a giant pillar of light, blasting the second Mei brother 100 meters away. The double aurora's destructive double aurora blasted the second Mei brother 100 meters away. The collapsed rock stands turned into ashes under the double aurora. After the dazzling light faded, Yu Yang realized that the second Mei brother was still alive inside the giant crater. He had returned to his original form. It was a giant plum leopard that was covered with cuts and bruises. From head to tail, it was 20 meters long. Its body was like a small mountain. The lightning leopards and the soaring dragon continent couldn't even compare to it. Even if it was a giant mammoth or a battle kodo beast, they would still pale in comparison to the plum leopard that the second Mei brother had transformed into. No wonder they couldn't kill it no matter how hard they tried. It turned out that the Eastern Goblin tribe's true form was so huge. The dragon spear lady originally wanted to chase after the strong enemy with Yu Yang. Now that she saw it, she immediately waved her hands towards Yu Yang and said, "You guys chase after it, I'll take care of this big fellow. Shui Tanlang, quickly go and call the old fox back. This big fellow isn't that easy to kill." From the dragon spear lady's body, a cute little panda jumped out and gave Yu Yang an "I'm very powerful" expression. "Nyo will definitely help mommy defeat this big baddie. When brother comes back, you must reward Nyo with a lot of candies." Yu Yang had already prepared for this panda girl. In any case, she was as greedy as Yu Shuang, that little girl. A lollipop that he made himself was basically an invincible weapon to them. Yu Yang coaxed the little loli. As expected of a grandmaster-level character, he actually carried lollipops with him. Once this thing appeared, Panda Girl's favorability towards him immediately increased by 100 points, and her battle power increased by 1,000 points. The girls, on the other hand, were greatly shocked by him. Why did this brat carry lollipops with him? Could it be that he was prepared to abduct the little loli anytime and anywhere? Scram, little kids will have cavities if they eat too much candy. Drunken Cat, who had disguised herself as the dragon spear lady, was extremely dissatisfied with Yu Yang abducting her precious daughter, Nyo. "I'll give you some wine." Yu Yang was prepared to abduct Drunken Cat as well. Who would drink wine in the middle of a battle? Drunken Cat was going crazy. She originally wanted to smash the wine that Yu Yang threw at her, but seeing that it was a good wine, she couldn't bear to smash it. "Let's chase it quickly, the pillar of light is going to disappear soon." The mysterious beauty Wu Xia was the first to rush into the black pillar of light, followed by Sickly Beauty and Princess Sisai. Yu Yang pulled City Mistress Fallen Flowers, and when the gigantic plum leopard was about to jump, he gave it another spherical beheader. Yu Yang and Fallen Flowers were sent flying into the black pillar of light, while the gigantic plum leopard fell to the ground in midair. When it was about to jump again, the black pillar of light and the rune circle had already disappeared. The gigantic plum leopard roared in grief, its voice shaking the heavens and the earth, resounding through the clouds. Shui Tanlang and Drunken Cat looked at each other. This time, the Eastern Goblin tribe had invaded the soaring dragon continent, and they had finally intercepted one. Although it was only a guard-ranked plum leopard, it was still better than nothing. They believed that they could obtain a lot of clues from this plum leopard. After entering the Black Pillar of Light, Yu Yang, Princess Sisai, and the others realized that they had been teleported to a gigantic dark passage. The mysterious beauty Wu Xia frowned. This is not Tong Tian Tower, this is still the Soaring Dragon Continent. If I'm not wrong, this is Death Canyon. We are currently at the ancient passage outside of God's ruins. It would not be easy for the rankers from the other realms of Tong Tian Tower to come to the Soaring Dragon Continent. They would have to enter the ancient passage and teleport out. This ancient passage is the only place where they can travel across realms. Of course, it would not be easy for them to enter this place. They would need a large amount of blood sacrifice to open the teleportation door of the ancient passage. Is it the same as the Demon King from the Demon Abyss coming here through a blood sacrifice? Yu Yang remembered that during the battle at White Stone City, Xianxia had used a blood sacrifice to summon the Demon King Xian. No. Sickly Beauty waved her hands and said, the creatures from the Demon Abyss would not be able to come to the Soaring Dragon Continent easily. They could easily go to every floor of Tong Tian Tower, but they could not come out at will, just like how we cannot go to the Demon Abyss at will. If the Demon King came here, he must have come to the Soaring Dragon Continent too. Train before. He must have left all kinds of marks here, and his devout believers would sacrifice their lives as a guide, only then would he be able to come here. The stronger the creature, the more difficult it would be to cross over. If a creature as strong as the Demon King had never been to the Soaring Dragon Continent before, then if he wanted to come here, he would probably need tens of thousands or even tens of 1mo abyss creatures to open the teleportation space. Moreover, he would need someone to guide him here. If there were no traders in the Soaring Dragon Continent, strong enemies like the Demon King and the Eastern Goblin tribe would not be able to come here. I found blood stains. Princess Sisai's sixth senses were sharp. She immediately discovered the blood stains not far away. Looks like we did not deviate from the ancient passage. We are right behind the enemy. The mysterious beauty Wu Xia looked at Yu Yang. Are you sure you want to unseal your innate strength later? But your recovery period is not over yet. I'm fine. Yu Yang also knew how scary it was to forcefully unseal his innate strength. He could explode and die anytime. However, he believed in his ability to control himself. As long as he did not lose control of his mind, his body should not explode. Furthermore, with the help of the 4 strong women, Yu Yang was more at ease to unseal his innate strength. Even if he fought to his limit, they could still bring him away and heal him at the same time. Since he did not have any worries, why not fight with all his might? Yu Yang did not unseal his innate strength in the champion arena because it would take too long to do so. He reckoned that the Eastern Goblin tribe would have already left by the time he finished unsealing his innate strength. Now that he had already chased them into the ancient passage, as long as he caught up with the Flying Tiger ambassador and unsealed his innate strength, they would definitely not be able to escape. While Yu Yang was discussing with the 4 women, the sound of flying wind came from afar. Was it an enemy, or was it a terrifying monster that lived in the ancient passage and never saw the light of day? The ancient passage. In this huge ancient passage, if humans looked around, they would realize that they were actually very small. The passage was so far away that it could not be seen. It was more than 100 meters wide. Between the walls of the passage, there were many stone rooms that were as big as the champion's arena, but no one knew what they were used for. Faintly glowing crystals were embedded in the walls at regular intervals. They were embedded in the walls or at the corners to provide illumination. The ancient passage was so big, but it was not straight. Occasionally, there would be giant stone steps of different heights, rising and falling. The passage often turned left and right, like a snake winding around. What caught Yu Yang's attention the most were the carvings on the walls of the passage. They were all over the walls, and could be found everywhere. Everyone stop and look at these carvings. Yu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Maybe these carvings were knots. He signaled the 4 girls not to chase after them. These carvings were very similar to the carvings that Yu Yang saw in the 12 zodiac temples in Tong Tian Tower. However, they were much bigger. Almost every god statue or god servant was 10 meters or even 100 meters tall. There were all kinds of mysterious runes or symbols, like the stars in the sky. Faintly, there seemed to be some kind of connection. Yet, it also formed a bewildering mystery. which made it look very familiar. There were also some places that depicted different kinds of beasts. Most of them were strange monsters that did not exist in the soaring dragon continent. Even Wu Xia and Wu Hen, who were the most knowledgeable, did not recognize them. In comparison, those human warriors, who were depicted to be the size of rice grains, seemed so weak and insignificant. Yu Yang noticed that on some of the carvings, there were also scenes of the Eastern Goblin tribe fighting against other races. Not far away, Yu Yang saw a carving of the fire beast, golden-eyed beast, giant bear, leopard and other Eastern Goblin tribe members massacring the demon abyss demon army. The soaring dragon continent's demon army, which was hard to defeat, couldn't even withstand a single blow from the Eastern Goblin tribe. However, what made Yu Yang shiver the most was that at the most eye-catching part of the mural, there was a great golden-winged rock with a wingspan of tens of thousands of miles. The demon army below looked like ants. If the emperor that the fiery golden eyes beast and the others spoke of is this golden-winged rock, then this rescue mission is really going to be tough. Yu Yang was a guy from another world. Although there weren't many legends about the great golden-winged Pung in the soaring dragon continent, he had read many books in the past, so he knew how powerful the great golden-winged Pung was. In the legends, this golden-winged Pung was not an ordinary character. It was a terrifying fiend with a wingspan of 3,360,000 miles. It devoured a dragon king and 500 little dragons every day. In Journey to the West, Golden-Winged Rock was Tathagata's uncle. He was the only super boss who could defeat Monkey Sun with his real martial arts. The Zhuangzi's Free and Unfettered tour also said, "There is a fish in the North Sea, its name is Kuan." The Kuan was so big that it was unknown how many thousands of miles long it was. It transformed into a bird, and its name was Pung. The back of the Pung was thousands of miles long. It flew in anger, its wings like the clouds in the sky. It also said, "The Pung migrates to the southern underworld. The water strikes for 3,000 miles, and the Pung rises for 90,000 miles, Yu Yang casually said, not mentioning Tathagata or Monkey Sunday. He only said that the golden-winged rock devoured 500 dragons every day. This also scared the four girls. Princess Sisai reacted and firmly expressed her disbelief. Impossible, how can there be a bird with a wingspan of 3,360,000 miles? Then no matter where it flies, the sky won't be able to contain it. It's even more impossible for it to eat 500 dragons every day. Even if it could eat 500 dragons, there aren't enough dragons in the world for it to eat. Then it would starve to death. You little liar, trying to scare us again, I don't believe you. Yu Yang waved his hands. Actually, that dragon isn't like the golden dragons or black dragons with big bellies. It's a giant python dragon king that is 1,000 miles long and can lie at the bottom of the sea. It's said that the golden-winged rock's daily appetite is one giant python dragon king and 500 little dragons as snacks. When Princess Sisai heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. That's even more impossible. Incomparably huge, that's for sure. I don't think it's as exaggerated as what he said. The mysterious beauty Wu Xia helped Yu Yang to smooth things over. If the fiery golden eyes beast's emperor is the golden-winged rock, then how are we going to fight it? When City Mistress Fallen Flower saw the huge picture on the wall, she felt a chill in her heart. In this picture, the golden-winged rock had a wingspan of 100 meters when it spread its wings, while the Demon King and Lich King were only a few meters tall. The Demon Marshal was only as tall as a person, the Demon Commander was only as big as a fist, and the Demon General was only as big as a finger. As for normal demons and monsters, they were existences like ants. If this picture really reflected the difference in strength, with Yu Yang and the four girls' current level, if they ran into the Eastern Goblin tribe's territory and saw the golden-winged rock, they would probably not even be able to serve as food for it. We definitely won't be able to defeat it now. Even if we escape, we won't be able to. Yu Yang was very nervous. Even Monkey Sun couldn't defeat it, how could he possibly defeat it? Then what should we do? City Mistress Fallen Flowers was even more nervous. Now that they had chased it all the way to the ancient passage, did they have to retreat halfway? King against king, general against general. We are at the level of soldiers, so of course we will be fighting against the opponent's soldiers. Yu Yang comforted her. Furthermore, there are different types of golden-winged rock. They are also called golden-winged birds. They are divided into egg, viviparous, wet and metamorphosed. Egg golden-winged birds are egg-eating dragons, viviparous golden-winged birds are egg-eating and viviparous dragons, wet golden-winged birds are egg-eating, viviparous and wet golden-winged birds. As for metamorphosed golden-winged birds, they eat whatever they can get their hands on. The strongest golden-winged roc has a wingspan of 3,360,000 miles. The smallest golden-winged bird might only have a wingspan of 336 meters. Even a wingspan of 336 meters can't beat it. Princess Sisai laughed and waved her hands. For example, Bai Yunfei's gold dragon, a gold-ranked level 7, had a wingspan of 20 meters, which was already terrifying enough. If a golden-winged roc with a wingspan of 336 meters appeared, what kind of concept would that be? There was no need to fight at all. As long as it flapped its wings, an army would probably be blown away. City Mistress Fallen Flowers became more and more curious as she listened. She asked, if you know about egg-eating and viviparous, then what are wet birth and metamorphosed? Yu Yang threw his school bag again. Wet birth is also called karma birth. It is born from moisture, just like the various kinds of insects in the world. As for metamorphosed, it means that there was originally nothing, but it was suddenly born because of some kind of power. Or it could be that the soul state suddenly changed into someone or something. Of course, this kind of explanation is not very accurate, but it's more or less like this. As he said this, his heart suddenly trembled. Thinking back to the big loli in his dream world, which was formed by the sword goddess using sword chi, could this be considered as metamorphosed? If the big loli in his dream world was the most powerful metamorphosed, then what about the sword goddess who created her? A small creator? Thinking about it again, she was the flying sword that he had robbed from the old Taoist priest. If that was the case, what kind of existence did the old Taoist priest belong to? Damn it, this old Taoist priest might be a powerful person. At the same time, he might even have a bad taste in role-playing, purposely pretending to be a poor old Taoist priest to deceive him. As Yu Yang thought of this, he suddenly felt like he had been cheated. Did the old Taoist priest make him come to the Soaring Dragon continent so that he could clean up the mess? This damned old fellow, he made a mess here, yet he wanted him to clean up the mess. Yu Yang's anger immediately rose. Luckily the old Taoist priest was not here, otherwise he would definitely beat the old Taoist priest up. He had never seen such an irresponsible deity before. What's wrong with you? City Mistress Fallen Flowers saw that Yu Yang was deep in thought for a long time without any reaction, so she quickly patted his shoulder. Did you think of something? It's nothing. Yu Yang quickly changed the topic. The great golden-winged roc is a super big boss. It's for us to challenge in the future. We probably won't meet it now. However, any monster that comes out from the Eastern Goblin tribe is very scary. For example, the fiery golden eyes beast and the flying tiger are at most other people's mounts. They are very low-level existences. It's fine if we meet them, but if we meet the masters on their backs, it would be a headache. I hope they don't have any masters. I heard the sound of something flying in front of us just now. Let's go and take a look first. I heard that there are many terrifying monsters in the ancient passage. We have to be careful. Sickly Beauty Wu Hen, who had been silent all this while, suddenly reminded them. I don't think so. Although this passage is big, there's no food here. If there were monsters, they would have starved to death long ago. Princess Sisai paid more attention to reality. She felt that it was impossible for there to be any monsters in the ancient passage. Yu Yang and the four girls chased after it. They followed the huge and curved passage and ran on the uneven steps for more than 10 kilometers. Suddenly, Princess Xianxia, whose 6 senses were extremely sharp, gestured for them to stop. She sniffed with her small nose. There's a strong smell of blood in front. Soon, Yu Yang and Wu Xia also smelled it. There was a fresh smell of blood coming from afar. Yu Yang and the four girls tiptoed closer. They were surprised to see the second plum blossom lying in a pool of blood. It had returned to its original form of a giant leopard. When Yu Yang and the four girls saw this, they were incomparably shocked. Although they had stopped to look at the murals for a while, it hadn't even been 10 minutes. Who was it that could kill the second May Master, who had such a strong body, within 10 minutes? Moreover, it was done without a sound. Could it be that there were terrifying monsters in the ancient passage that had never seen the light of day? City Master Fallen Flowers was not afraid of demons and monsters. However, she was a little afraid of spirits and ghosts. She was also a little afraid of the dark. When she thought of the strange death of the giant leopard, she was afraid that it might be the work of a ghost. She hugged Yu Yang's arm tightly, as if seeking his protection. Yu Yang was secretly amused by her behavior. This Fallen Flowers was usually fearless. He did not expect her to be afraid of the dark. He must bring her to a dark place in the future. That way, he would have endless luck with women. Princess Sisai did not care about ghosts at all. She even went forward to look for the cause of the second plum blossom's death. After a while, she shook her head at Yu Yang, indicating that she could not find anything. Yu Yang had level 4, divine vision. He could see the truth. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, it's all right if you can't find the cause of death. As long as you find the culprit, it's fine. Do you want me to report to you?" "Ahem, if your Highness is prepared to give me a small reward, I will tell you everything I know." Princess Sisai was a little angry when she saw his perverted look. She realized that other than laughing at her, he was also asking for a reward and teasing her. She immediately raised her fist and lightly punched his chest. "There was a reward, but now it's cancelled. Don't bother with this bad-tempered princess. She is a tigress, don't provoke her so easily. Moreover, you are my personal guard captain, you can just report to me if there's anything." Luohua city mistress loved to see Princess Xianxia being humiliated the most, and laughed out loud. It should be an internal injury. The second plum blossom returned to his original form. There were no injuries on the surface. The enemy used some unknown method to kill him. It caused serious internal injuries. Wu Xia tried to guess. There were no injuries on the surface. How could there be so much blood? Sickly beauty, Wu Xia asked. The second plum blossom didn't return to his original form. He only returned to his original form before he was killed. Due to his body's strong recovery ability, all the injuries on his body recovered by themselves. However, the real internal injuries couldn't. The cause of his death was that someone dug out an earth goblin's orb from his lower abdomen. It was similar to the demonic beast's magic crystal. However, it was not in the head. It was in the lower abdomen. Without the orb, their bodies couldn't support their bodies and they died. Yu Yang could see the real cause of death with his divine vision. Why would the orb be in the weak lower abdomen? Wouldn't it be better if it was in the sturdy head like the magic crystal? Princess Sisai asked confusedly. I heard that the Eastern Celestial Tribe's cultivation method is to form their orbs in the lower abdomen. Maybe the Eastern Goblin Tribe is the same. Yu Yang knew a little about cultivation, but he felt that he wouldn't be able to explain it to Princess Sisai. The more he talked, the more confused he would be. If she continued to question him, it would be terrible if he revealed the innate invisible sword qi. He quickly changed the topic. There might be 2 murderers who killed the second plum blossom, and both of them are innate rankers. Did our Xia and Tianluo Empire's heavenly imperial guardians catch up? Princess Sisai was delighted when she heard this. No, the situation might be very bad. It might be Zijin Kingdom, Western Lion Pagoda, Green Summit Sect, Thousand Goblins Sect or Demonic Palace's innate rankers. I feel a little unfamiliar with the innate chi that was left on the second plum blossom's body. Furthermore, this innate chi is very strange. Yu Yang's expression turned serious. What he was most worried about was not the Eastern Goblin Tribe's invasion. Instead, he was worried about the mastermind behind the Eastern Goblin Tribe's invasion. He was 90% sure that the Eastern Goblin Tribe's invasion was done by Zijin Kingdom, Western Lion Pagoda and Green Summit Sect. Maybe the Thousand Goblins Sect and Demonic Palace were also involved. They were the clearest about the changes in the Soaring Dragon continent. When the rankers from the Innate Alliance charged towards the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower, they immediately sent people to the Eastern Goblin Tribe to lure the Eastern Goblin Tribe over and captured Jun Wuyu and the rankers from the 4 great clans. They didn't even let the Eastern and Western Heavenly Kings of the Tianluo Kingdom off. On the other hand, they secretly assassinated the second plum blossom of the Eastern Goblin Tribe and framed the Soaring Dragon Continent's innate rankers. When the Soaring Dragon Continent's innate rankers returned from the 10th floor in anger, they would meet the Eastern Goblin Tribe who were also angry and wanted to take revenge. When the war between both sides broke out, Zijin Kingdom, Western Lion Pagoda and Green Summit Sect would be able to reap the benefits. As for the Thousand Goblins Sect and Demonic Palace, it was impossible for them to not benefit from this. The Thousand Goblins Sect and Demonic Palace might even be the Oriole after the mantis stalks the cicada. The most worrisome thing has finally happened. In other words, the Soaring Dragon continent will face a calamity. The enemy is definitely coming for us. Wu Xia analyzed calmly. According to the list of 10 people that the Eastern Goblin tribe asked for, we can deduce many things. Firstly, this plan had been planned for a long time, but the decision to lead the Eastern Goblin tribe to invade was made on the spur of the moment. The reason was that the list of 10 people were all outstanding contestants in the 100 Schools Elite Tournament. Sister Fallen Flowers, me and Wu Hen were not chosen because the enemy couldn't find us at all. Under the emergency situation, they could only choose 10 people from the 100 Schools Elite Tournament. This was also the reason why Bing Er was chosen. She performed outstandingly in the battle against Feng Qisha, hence the mastermind chose her as well. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others also performed well. Why didn't they choose them? The Eastern Goblin tribe chose the Zijin Kingdom's prince instead. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was thinking about this breakthrough point. It might be like this. The traitors who led the Eastern Goblin tribe to invade were not only Zijin Kingdom and the Western Lion Pagoda, but also the Thousand Goblin Sect and the Demonic Palace. Hence, the Eastern Goblin tribe changed the list at the last minute. Also, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai did not have any background, they did not have any big clans or powers supporting them. As long as they were killed, they would have died in vain. No one would avenge them. Wu Xia's jade finger lightly touched the ancient book as she analyzed further. Maybe, when Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were escaping, Zijin Kingdom and the Western Lion Pagoda would send people to intercept them in the chaos. Of course, they wouldn't be too obvious. They might disguise themselves as the Eastern Goblin tribe, or the demons from the Demon Abyss. With the vice principal here, they wouldn't be so brazen. Because the vice principal is proficient in teleportation, even if he can't fight, he can still escape. Even if a few innates join hands, they wouldn't be able to kill him easily. Actually, we are in even more danger. Zijin Kingdom and Western Lion Pagoda's masterminds would definitely chase us into the ancient passage. They would kill Feng Qisha, Yan Pejun and the others to provoke the innate alliance's anger. At the same time, they would also kill Plum Leopard, Xiong Ba, Flying Tiger and Fiery Golden Eyes Beast, shifting the blame to the Soaring Dragon continent. Their goal is to sow discord and make both sides fight crazily. Other than rescuing the people who were captured, we also have to pay attention to our own safety, because we might also be on their kill list. Sickly Beauty Wu Hen also had extremely high intelligence. She could see the situation in front of her and think far ahead. Yu Yang knew that the situation in the Soaring Dragon continent was not something that he could solve alone. Separation and reunion, war and chaos, Yu Yang couldn't care less. However, he hated it when his enemies used him as a chess piece. He might not be able to change anything with his own strength. However, Yu Yang decided in his heart that no matter if he saw Zijin Kingdom, Western Lion Pagoda, Green Summit Sect, Thousand Goblin Sect or Demonic Palace, he would kill all of them. Yu Yang hated it when he became someone else's prey the most. Forget about those fellows who wanted to kill him, even if they dared to lay their hands on his family, he would still kill them all. Yu Yang looked calm and collected on the surface, but he was actually extremely furious in his heart. Mysterious ancient runes continuously appeared on the surface of his skin, forming a runic circle that rotated automatically as if it had a mind of its own. Yu Yang had not unsealed his innate strength yet, but the unparalleled power that could control the heavens and the earth was slowly returning to his body. Because he had overexerted his innate strength to kill Tu Qing, after Yu Yang recovered, he could clearly feel that his own strength was being suppressed. Only now did the anger in his heart completely break through that suppression. The formless imprisonment in his body shattered like a glass wall. Yu Yang's true strength was reignited once again. Furthermore, after this period of suppression, his accumulated strength had become even stronger and more violent. Slow down, don't rush. Try to unseal your innate strength slowly. Wu Xia, who usually did not care about Yu Yang, kept reminding Yu Yang to control his state of mind and not lose control. I'm fine, everyone hide quickly. There are people coming this way, and they are very fast. After Yu Yang's true strength had recovered, his senses far surpassed Princess Sisai's. Yu Yang and the four girls had just walked 100 meters away before they hid in a stone room at the side. Two rays of golden light shot towards them from a faraway passage. The light was dazzling and dazzling. In the end, the two rays of golden light instantly stopped above the gigantic corpse of the second plum leopard. Originally, Yu Yang thought that with the plum leopard's carcass, he would be able to attract the enemy's attention, allowing him and the four girls to evade capture. Who would have thought that these two fellows were the murderers of the plum leopard? One of them, a young man with a jade-like face, sniffled. His purple eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule. I was wondering why there was a strange smell. Turns out there were a few mice chasing us. Heh, it's been a long time since I caught mice to play with. It's still the same rules, the girls are yours, the boys are mine. The other person was a sturdy man with a curly beard. The jade-like young man summoned a platinum grimoire, summoning a snow-white, oddly shaped beast. It looked like a rabbit but also a fox, with an extremely sensitive sense of smell. It easily found the hiding place of Yu Yang and the four girls. City Mistress Fallen Flowers' three-tailed snow fox was extremely angry at the appearance of this oddly shaped beast. It was usually kind and quiet, but it actually had the urge to tear the opponent apart. The oddly shaped beast that looked like a rabbit but also a fox hissed in a low voice, as if it also had the desire to kill the three-tailed snow fox. The young man and the sturdy man with a curly beard, whose entire body was shining with golden light, appeared at the entrance of the stone room with a smile on their faces. Especially when he saw the four girls behind Yu Yang, the jade-like young man's smile became even sweeter, for unopened females, and they're all top-quality virgins. Not bad, I've long been tired of those fake virgins' blood. I didn't think that I would have such a great harvest today, getting 4 top-quality virgins at once. TSK, I can't wait to taste the blood of top-quality virgins. Compared to women who are born to be traitors, I prefer top-quality men. A man's body and soul are not easy to obtain, but once they are obtained, they will be incomparably loyal, unlike those fickle women who would throw themselves into someone else's embrace anytime. The sturdy man with a curly beard looked at Yu Yang and swallowed his saliva. Yu Yang turned out to be someone who was not afraid of anything, but this guy's gaze made him feel a chill in his heart and his anus tighten. Meeting these two perverts, he was really speechless. Originally, Yu Yang had wanted to get a few words out of these two, but now it seemed that there was no need. The sooner he killed these two fellows, the more peaceful the world would be. The four women's faces were as cold as frost. They knew the strength of the people who came. Both of them were inborn experts, but it didn't mean that they would be afraid. Speaking of perverts, no one was more perverted than Yu Yang. Of course, Yu Yang was only abnormally strong. His sexual orientation was still very normal. Almost at the same time, they all took a step forward and stood behind Yu Yang. With him as the center, their fragrant bodies pressed against each other and relaxed their minds, allowing his true energy to flow around their bodies. This brat was an expert in body fusion technique. If they let go of their reservations and cooperated with him, then their battle prowess would at least increase by several times. Facing a strong enemy with a perverted mentality, the four women would usually throw tantrums at Yu Yang, but they would never throw a tantrum with him at this moment. City Mistress Fallen Flowers gently hugged Yu Yang's left hand, her white fingers intertwined with his. Princess Sisai was on Yu Yang's right side, her small hands clenched into fists, but were wrapped by Yu Yang's big hands. Sickly Beauty Wu Hen was behind. She shyly hugged Yu Yang. The mysterious Beauty Wu Xia was in front. She was half nestled in Yu Yang's embrace. One of her slender palms was placed on Yu Yang's heart, while the other palm was slightly facing outwards, faintly carrying a defensive stance. It couldn't be seen on the surface, but Yu Yang's innate qi was divided into thin streams and flowed through their meridians. The young man who liked to feast on the blood of virgins didn't know that Yu Yang could transmit innate qi, so he didn't care about Yu Yang's intimate actions with the four women at all. He chuckled and said, "Mr. Duan Mu, women are naturally promiscuous and fickle, but as long as you can find virgins and destroy their virginity, you can kill them and drink their blood dry. Then, you won't have to worry about them betraying you. Mr. Lu He, everyone has their own preferences. I like the swirling chrysanthemum. How could this treasure be inferior to your favorite spring water jade pot? The curly-bearded man was a little dissatisfied. He stretched out his finger and said, "The 4 women are yours. I like this little boy, don't hurt him. Mr. Duanmu, don't worry. I won't spoil the fun." The handsome young man shook his head and looked at Princess Sisai and the others with his lustful eyes. That's for the best. The curly-bearded man also looked at Yu Yang without restraint. Facing such exquisite beauty, I can't wait to enjoy it. Mr. Duanmu, you take your little boy, I'll take my little virgin. The handsome young man didn't put Yu Yang and the 4 women in his eyes at all. It was as if Yu Yang and the 4 women were fish waiting to be slaughtered. He suddenly summoned his platinum grimoire and quickly summoned a golden figure. In an instant, the golden figure shattered like a mirror, and light shot out in all directions. City Mistress Fallen Flower summoned her grimoire, but she didn't expect to feel dizzy. The spirit of her grimoire was actually disrupted by some kind of power. It seemed like it was the effect of the golden figure's light after it shattered. This golden light was even more terrifying than the pollution monster's spiritual energy isolation. At most, the pollution monster could only isolate the grimoire, but it didn't have a strong effect. Now, this shattered figure not only interfered with her spirit, when City Mistress Fallen Flowers wanted to summon her grimoire, it also stimulated her head like needles, causing her great pain. The young man with a jade-like face laughed out loud. Little beauties, don't struggle anymore. You have to follow me obediently. Don't accidentally scratch your faces and make my heart ache. A peerless face like yours is definitely my most precious collection. Even if it's just a little scratch, my heart will ache to death. As long as I can perfectly peel off your skin and make it into a work of art, that's my supreme pursuit. It's also the whole meaning of your existence in this world. If you serve me wholeheartedly, I promise that I won't kill you before I'm tired of playing with you. I'll let you live for at least another year. How about it? You have to know that I've never been so merciful before. You're all too perfect, I can't bear to kill you. You have to be obedient and come over. There's no meaning in fighting with a level 3 innate ranker like me. Come and serve me, I promise that I'll give you the greatest happiness. Pay. Princess Sisai's reply was very simple. She spat disdainfully. As for the mysterious beauty Wu Xia and the sickly beauty Wu Hen, they completely treated this Lu Ha as a clown and completely ignored him. Luo Hua City Mistress suddenly reached out her hands boldly and held Yu Yang's face. Her fragrant lips moved closer and quickly kissed the corner of his lips. My personal guard captain, this is the kiss that I, the city mistress, bestow upon you as a reward. You, immediately go and beat that damned crow into a mute. I hate crows that croak the most, how unlucky. Princess Sisai encouraged him from the other side, just beating him into a mute is not enough, pluck out all of his feathers. Yu Yang sweated profusely when he heard this. Plucking feathers seemed to be a little difficult. He quickly wiped his sweat and said, Your Highness, plucking feathers is fine, but can I roast a bird? Where would I find the time to pluck feathers one by one? Speaking of roasting a bird, my skills are actually not bad. It can even be considered as one of a kind. Why don't I show it to you? Who asked you to do that? Your thoughts are really too dirty. I told you to cripple him, as crippled as you can. Don't talk nonsense anymore. When Princess Sisai heard the ambiguity in his words just now, her jade-like face immediately turned crimson red. She punched him fiercely with her small fist. If it wasn't for the fact that she was afraid that it would affect his battle later, she would definitely beat him until he suffered internal injuries. Understood. Yu Yang pretended to be serious and said to Lu Ha, You can lie down now. What did you say? Lu He's face was so cold that a layer of ice could be scraped off. I said, you can lie down and wait for your death. Just as Yu Yang finished speaking, that Lu He's fist had already brought along the force of wind and lightning, smashing towards Yu Yang like a thunderbolt. However, a protective shield expanded on Yu Yang's body. It pushed Lu He's fist away. Yu Yang raised his eyebrows. Lu Ha, who claimed to be a level 3 innate, was unable to break the protective shield. Although he did not use all of his strength, it proved that there was still a gap between him and the demon King Ha Xian. Since the protective shield could block his attack, then he didn't need to worry about the 4 girls' safety. He could attack without any worries. When the curly sideburns man saw that Yu Yang could still summon his grimoire, he frowned. It's really strange that a silver grimoire can be summoned under the interference of the golden brain light. Yu Yang smiled slyly. There are still many strange things. When you go down to hell, you can slowly ask the king of hell. On Yu Yang's left side, Fallen Flower City, who was originally unable to summon her grimoire, also raised a protective shield. Moreover, it overlapped with Yu Yang's protective shield. At the same time, Princess Sisai, Wu Xia, and Wu Hen's grimoires were all summoned. Naturally, they overlapped with each other, forming a perfect five-layered protective shield. In the sky, because of the fusion of energy, there was a rainbow light flickering. The ancient runic circle that Yu Yang had hidden, those mysterious runic circles, actually appeared on the surface of the protective shield, revolving around each other as if they were alive. Seeing that there was a protective shield blocking him, Lu He laughed coldly. I will wait here, let's see how long you can last. The curly sideburns man also shook his head slowly. Leave it to me. Under my attacks, I believe that this five-layered protective shield will completely collapse in at most 5 minutes. 5 minutes? You must be dreaming. Yu Yang laughed. The ancient runic circle that was originally hidden quickly appeared, its aura exploding 1,000 times. Yu Yang did not even use the Hui Jin magic blade that he usually used. Instead, he directly rushed out of the protective shield. When Lu He, who had also unsealed his innate level 1 strength, attacked with lightning speed, Yu Yang's right hand suddenly ignited with Nirvana's flame. Ever since he killed Tu Qing and Quang Zhan, he had been suppressing his strength. In 1,000th of a second, he unsealed his innate status. The aura in his body once again exploded 1,000 times. The Nirvana's flame raged and enveloped Yu Yang's entire body as if it had a life of its own. The clothes on his body instantly turned into ashes, but his body that had forcefully unsealed his innate status did not explode under the Nirvana's flame. Instead, it increased his strength rapidly. Before Lu He's fist could reach Yu Yang's face, it had already been grabbed by Yu Yang's right hand. Lu He turned pale with fright. Nirvana's flame was the existence that he feared the most. That curly sideburns man was also stunned. He shouted loudly, "That's Nirvana's flame, run quickly." Yu Yang did not speak, but his eyes that were filled with killing intent told Lu He a fact. That was the arrival of death. Lu He exploded crazily, trying to raise his strength to innate level 3 and shake off Yu Yang's hand. While he was still in extreme pain, he despaired as he saw a world-exterminating wheel formed by ancient runes. It was shining brightly and was getting closer and closer. The shadow of death that had never appeared before instantly appeared in his heart. It's over, Nirvana's flame. In addition to world-exterminating wheel, it was definitely over. If the curly sideburn muscular man did not rush over to save him, Lu He would definitely be dead. The curly sideburn muscular man rushed over like lightning. In a moment of desperation, he did not even have time to react. He could only grab Lu He's hair and pull him back with all his might. His other hand was like a sharp blade, fiercely slashing Lu He's arm that was burning with Nirvana flame. The arm that was grabbed by Yu Yang's right hand was chopped off. It was cut off at the shoulder and blood splattered everywhere. Lu He was in extreme pain, but he was still able to react. He raised his leg and kicked Yu Yang's chest. This kick was not to counterattack Yu Yang, but to use the momentum to escape. Yu Yang's left hand swung the world-exterminating wheel in front of him lightly. Lu He's legs were cut off at the hip. Under Yu Yang's control, the world-exterminating wheel flew towards Lu He and the curly sideburn muscular man again. Although the curly sideburn muscular man risking his life to save them was out of Yu Yang's expectations, under the double attack of the world-exterminating wheel and Nirvana flame, the curly sideburn muscular man's arrival would only bring one more person to his death. There was no chance of survival. Yu Yang reckoned that even if these two fellows dodged the world-exterminating wheel, they would not be able to escape from his Nirvana flame. Almost at the same time, Lu He and the curly sideburn muscular man summoned their platinum grimoire. Their shields rose at the same time. However, it did not stop the world-exterminating wheel from approaching them. The world-exterminating wheel was like a ray of light passing through a glass. There was no obstruction at all. It and the grimoire's light shield did not clash with each other. It was as if they were born with the same type of energy. It passed through the shield silently and shot towards Lu He and the curly-sideburn muscular man at the same speed. Lu He and the curly-sideburn muscular man fell to the ground at the same time. The world exterminating wheel flew past their heads. It flew 100 meters away. The world exterminating wheel disintegrated and turned into countless ancient runes. It floated back into Yu Yang's body. Fire, fire, your arm is already stained with nirvana flame. Lu He realized that the arm that the curly-bearded man used to grab his hair was burning, and he screamed in fear. Hiding within the barrier, he wouldn't have suffered any damage. However, nirvana's flame was not included. Even within the protective shield, the nirvana flame that could purify everything in the world was not affected at all, just like the world exterminating wheel. The curly-sideburns muscular man knew that it was because he was saving Lu He. If he did not cut off his arm as soon as possible, this nirvana flame would become bigger and bigger. It would spread to his arm, shoulder, and then his whole body. In the end, it would completely destroy him. He clenched his teeth and used his other hand to shoot out a sharp blade aura from his closed fingertips, ruthlessly cutting off his burning arm. In just one strike, the innate rancor Lu He and the curly-bearded man had been turned into two severely injured and bloodied cripples. Under the attack of the world exterminating wheel and nirvana's flame, even though they were innate level 3, they had no chance of defending themselves. Lu He was only left with his left arm. Of course, his life was snatched back by the curly-sideburns muscular man. Otherwise, he would have been dead long ago. The curly-sideburns muscular man was also forced to cut off his right arm because of the nirvana's flame. At this moment, the two of them were covered in blood, looking battered and exhausted. It's so painful. Lu He's face contorted in pain. He floated in the air, still in a state of shock. Using his left hand to support his platinum grimoire, he summoned a ball of light to stop the blood that was spurting out. He then summoned an octopus-like monster and forcefully fused it with his body, causing his arms and legs to grow tentacles that looked like an octopus. The two of us did not know that you were the incarnation of a Pinnacle Realm senior, and thought that you were a junior from the Soaring Dragon continent. We offended you with our words, please be magnanimous and spare our lives. If you spare our lives, we are willing to kowtow and worship you to thank you for saving our lives. The curly-sideburns muscular man did not even care about the blood that was flowing out of his body. He first apologized to Yu Yang. Your surname is Duan Mu, what's your name? Yu Yang knew that these two fellows had misunderstood him, so he played along. I am Duan Mu Fei Wei, the younger brother of the Green Summit sect leader Duan Mu Longqing. My ancestor is Duan Mu Ku. This is Lu He's ancestor, Machi Li Mia. He and my ancestor, Duan Mu Ku, were the founders of the Green Summit sect. The curly-sideburns muscular man hurriedly reported his real name and family background. In the world of innate rancors, power was the most important. The strongest could do whatever they wanted, but if they did not have enough power, then family background was also very important. Maybe if there was someone among the ancestors who reported their family background, then the opponent might have some misgivings about their family background and give them some face. I don't know them. Yu Yang spoke the truth. He really did not know any Duan Mu Ku or Machi Li Mia. He had only heard that these two fellows were traitors of the Yu clan. Once he said this, the curly-sideburns muscular man and Lu He were scared half to death. In their eyes, a rancor who did not know their ancestor, Machi Li Mia and Duan Mu Ku, and who could control Nirvana's flame and world-exterminating wheel, was most likely a rancor from 1,000 years ago. Maybe this old fellow who had disguised himself as a junior had been wandering around the outer realm of Tong Tian Tower, and had never returned to the Soaring Dragon continent. He also did not participate in the innate alliance. The curly-sideburns muscular man and Lu He thought for a while. Indeed, they had never heard of any rancor who could control world-exterminating wheel and Nirvana's flame at the same time. There were a few extremely strong rancors who possessed world-exterminating wheel, but Nirvana's flame was only a legend among the innate rancors. No one possessed Nirvana's flame. The few peak rancors among the innate rancors possessed the rebirth sacred flame, heaven-burning flame, hell calamity flame and demonic blood flame that were close to Nirvana's flame. There were even some rancors who possessed the martial god's true flame. However, the Nirvana's flame that could never be extinguished was only a legend. Today, the curly sideburns muscular man and Lu He knew that they had run into an iron plate the moment the Nirvana's flame appeared in the hands of this peak-level senior who could even disguise his life ripples. Offending an unimaginably strong senior, the curly sideburns muscular man and Lu He felt as if their scalps were going to explode in despair. Innate rankers could do whatever they wanted. Forget about being offended, even if they were displeased, it was normal for them to kill their opponents in an instant. Now, it all depended on this senior's mood. If he was unhappy, then the two of them would definitely die. The curly sideburns muscular man knelt down and kowtowed respectfully. "Senior, please spare our lives. This junior is willing to offer all of my treasures to you in order to atone for my sins. This junior is also willing to offer all of his treasures." Lu He was unable to kneel down. He lowered his head and secretly observed Yu Yang and the four girls. He felt that something was wrong. If this extremely young man with life ripples was a senior in disguise, then the four girls would definitely not be able to disguise him. This was because none of them were innate rankers. None of their beasts would be able to disguise themselves in front of an innate ranker. The four girls were so young and virgins. What was their relationship with this senior? Why was it so coincidental that when the Eastern Goblin tribe attacked the Soaring Dragon continent, they appeared at this ancient passage? Lu He suspected that these four girls were the juniors of the Soaring Dragon continent who chased after the Eastern Goblin tribe into the ancient passage. This senior might even be one of them. Of course, there was also the possibility that they had met this perverted senior who loved to pretend to be young in the ancient passage. The possibility of this perverted senior pretending to be young was higher. This was because he had never heard of such a young innate in the Soaring Dragon continent. He had also never heard of an innate in his 20s who could possess World Exterminating Wheel and Nirvana Flame. He could even kill two innates in one move. Lu He regretted his actions when he saw the bewildering scene in front of him. If only he knew more about the situation in the Soaring Dragon continent. Who would have thought that they would meet such a strange situation when they just returned from the Qilin continent, a 20s innate? Was he a super genius, or was this senior pretending to be young? "Thank you, senior, for your mercy." The curly sideburn muscular man did not think too much. He was a qualified innate, he respected the strong. No matter what kind of person his opponent was, as long as he could kill him in one move, he would be a peak innate. He would be a respectable senior. The curly sideburn muscular man would never imagine that a 20-year-old innate could kill two people in one move. He would also never think that a 20-year-old innate could control the World Exterminating Wheel and the legendary Nirvana Flame that only innate level 5 and above could control freely. There were many innate rankers who had flames similar to Nirvana Flame. However, the curly sideburn muscular man had only seen the Nirvana Flame that was eternal and undying in his entire life. Legend had it that as long as one's body or soul had a trace of sin, the Nirvana Flame would completely destroy one's body and soul. Only a ranker who did not have any sin, or a ranker whose soul and body could transcend sin, a godlike ranker, could truly use the Nirvana Flame. Fight with an innate ranker who possessed Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel? That would be the stupidest move. The curly sideburn muscular man was very respectful and obedient as he prepared to offer the best treasures in his heart. However, that Lu He did not. Lu He thought secretly. No matter if this senior was a peak ranker or not, he still needed to protect the four girls. As long as he escaped from this part of the ancient passage, he would be able to leave through the ancient teleportation circle. This old fellow would definitely not abandon the four girls and chase after him. Especially when he could still do that, he pretended that he was going to offer all his treasures as well. However, at the same time that he summoned a black-feathered angel, his tentacle-like right arm and legs were like whips, fiercely whipping the curly sideburn muscular man's defenseless back. The curly sideburn muscular man was sent flying, allowing his companion to fly towards Yu Yang. Lu He took advantage of the momentum and flew into the sky. The black-feathered angel that he had just summoned fused with Lu He's body the moment he flew into the sky. Huge black wings grew out from Lu He's back. The black wings spread out. After fusing with the wings, Lu He's speed that was originally as fast as lightning increased by more than 10 times. At the same time, Yu Yang seemed to have known that Lu He would escape. A pair of phoenix-like fire wings grew out from his back as well, formed by Nirvana Flame. With a flap of the wings, he had already caught up to Lu He. Just when Lu He was about to attack with all his might and fear, he discovered that his entire body was bound by an irresistible force. Although it was only for 3 seconds. However, it was enough for Yu Yang to use his right hand that was burning with nirvana flame to choke him by the neck. He pulled him back like a little chick and threw him at the feet of the curly sideburn muscular man. Why? Your father asked me to take care of you. I am like an elder brother. For the past 200 years, I have been risking my life to protect you. Just now, I even crippled an arm for you. Machi Lu Ha, why are you doing this to me? Blood flowed out of the curly sideburn muscular man's mouth. However, the pain in his heart could not be compared to the pain in his body. The comrade that he risked his life to save had betrayed him. He saw this comrade as his younger brother. Just now, this comrade had risked his life to save him. However, at the critical moment of life and death, this comrade gave him a heavy blow and sent him flying towards the enemy, taking the opportunity to escape. I was wrong, I was wrong. I am in so much pain, save me, save me. Lu He's neck and chest were sizzling from the nirvana flame. His death was imminent. Innate strength was unable to stop the nirvana flame from burning. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? The curly sideburn muscular man raised his remaining arm with a face full of sorrow. He was prepared to end Lu He's life and free him. Who knew that Lu He would suddenly pounce on the curly sideburn muscular man and hug him tightly? In an instant, he burned the nirvana flame on his body onto the other party's body. His face was extremely ferocious. If I die, you, a dog slave, will die with me. Your Duanmu clan is just a dog of our Machi clan. Do you think that just because my father passed the position of clan leader to Duanmu Longqing, your Duanmu clan's lowly status will change? Damned dog slave. If I can't live, don't even think about living. Die with me. The curly sideburn muscular man started to fly into a rage. Following which, his face revealed a tinge of sorrow. My Duanmu clan thought that by dutifully assisting your Machi clan, we would be able to become a person, a brother of your Machi clan. Who would have thought that after doing so much, we are still just dogs? Haha, ancestor above, if you were to see this scene today, what would you say? Ancestor, ancestor, why didn't you be a loyal brother back then? Why did you become a traitor who betrayed your elder brother? Do you know that even after 1,000 years, your descendants are still unable to wash away the shame of being traitors? Even today, we, who are loyal and devoted, are still dogs in the eyes of others. Why did you choose this path? Why? Yu Yang raised both of his hands, and the nirvana flame on the curly sideburn muscular man and Lu He's body were all retracted. Do you want to be burnt to death by the nirvana flame? That would be a comfortable death. These two people were both descendants of traitors. Yu Yang decided to watch them fight each other, because that kind of death was the true tragic ending of traitors. You don't want to be a dog slave? Then I'll give you a chance. The smile on Yu Yang's face was even scarier than a demon's smile. You want to kill me? Dream on, the one who will die is you. Lu He was severely burned, and he looked like a ferocious ghost. He raised his tentacles and tightly wrapped them around the curly sideburn muscular man's neck. He then used his tentacle-like legs to transform into sharp bone swords and pierced through the curly sideburn muscular man's chest. The curly sideburn muscular man seemed like he wanted to laugh out loud, but his neck was so tightly twisted that he couldn't breathe. His mouth couldn't make a single sound, but his red face was filled with a terrifying smile. He opened his mouth wide, revealing his snow-white teeth. He bit down on Lu He's burnt face, nose, ears, and neck crazily. Bite by bite, he bit Lu He to death. He bit off Lu He's head from his neck. In the end, the curly sideburn muscular man powerlessly spat out a mouthful of stinky meat. He was on the verge of death. He knelt down respectfully towards Yu Yang and cowed out once. His left hand became a blade and cut off his own head. The 2 platinum grimoire exploded and fell out of the void. The black-feathered angel, octopus, and the others exploded and died. The little fox rabbit beast that had escaped was caught by the 3-tailed snow fox at the entrance of the stone room. It was bitten by the 3-tailed snow fox. The little fox rabbit beast's body twitched non-stop. Very quickly, it was killed by the 3-tailed snow fox. It died together with its master who had already betrayed it. If the heavens commit a sin, you can go against it. If you commit a sin, you can't live. Yu Yang spat at Lu He's corpse in disdain. When Yu Yang was killing Lu He and the curly-bearded muscular man in the ancient passage, the old cunning fox was leading Yu Bing, Yu Yu, Inan, and other students away from the Champion Arena on Champion Island, hoping to escape from the Space Seal's range and return to Ivy Academy safely. The students from Ivy Academy, Shangjing Academy, Fragrance Academy, and other academies followed closely behind the old cunning fox. A few teachers and more than 100 silver-armored guards were protecting them from the front and back. In another direction, there were also teachers, referees, and silver-armored guards protecting even more academy students and spectators as they left the stadium. In the chaos, countless mercenaries fled to some buildings in a panic, temporarily hiding, thinking that they would be able to escape danger this way. At this moment, as long as one was not blind, he or she could see that something was wrong. The whole sky was blood red, so red that it was strange. Leave quickly, this is the blood light of the demon's sacrifice. The old cunning fox was very familiar with the situation in the demon abyss. With one look, he knew that this was the sign of the demon's invasion. With such a large-scale sacrifice, the old cunning fox estimated that there were at least 10 1mo ghosts being pushed into the blood pool altar. Furthermore, the number of evil worshippers in the Soaring Dragon continent would be more than 1,000. The Eastern Goblin tribe had just invaded and the Demon Abyss demon army had already arrived. This was definitely premeditated. If there were no traitors or evil worshippers in the Soaring Dragon continent, then no matter how strong the Demon Abyss demon army was, they would not easily invade the Soaring Dragon continent. This was not just a problem of a few evil worshippers. There was probably a huge power behind them that had silently agreed to it. It could be the Demonic Palace, Thousand Goblin Sect, Western Lion Pagoda or Green Summit Sect. It could even be the Zijin Kingdom. The old cunning fox's face darkened as he thought of this. If no one stopped them, then this Champion Island would become the demon army's bridgehead to invade the Soaring Dragon continent. A calamity could break out any time. Children, hurry up and leave. Soldiers, follow me. The chief referee knew that it was impossible to stop the demon army's invasion with just himself and 100 elite soldiers. However, he knew that the hope of humanity's future lay in these students. If he used the lives of these students to block the teleportation point of the malevolent army, he would become a sinner for all eternity. Although these students were all elites, they were still very young and had not truly matured. If they were to fight against the Devil's army now, they would undoubtedly be sending themselves to their deaths. The most important thing now was to stop the Devil's army from expanding and allow the students to leave safely. The chief referee and the 2 gold medal judges, along with the silver-armored guards, turned around and rushed towards the place where the red light was the brightest. The Demon Abyss's evil ghost legion had yet to be teleported out. However, they would surge out at any time. Someone had to stand up and stop them. In a small competition hall on the Champion Island, thousands of mercenaries died tragically. Corpses littered the ground and blood flowed everywhere. More than a dozen evil devil worshippers committed suicide in a frenzy, using their lives and souls as teleportation points. Several powerful shadows were watching coldly from the sidelines. All of this was orchestrated by them. When the head referee arrived with his people, they immediately sent a few people to stop them. At this time, inside the competition hall, a 20-meter-tall blood-red teleportation gate rose up. Black lightning crackled as the blood-red light in the sky formed a terrifying whirlpool, expanding the teleportation gate. An uncountable number of demons, like the tide of a tsunami, crazily rushed out from the other side of the teleportation gate. Most of them were green-skinned demons or spiral-horned demons, but there were also yellow-skinned fire demons and fang demons. About 1 demon general appeared in every 1,000 demons. From the teleportation gate, there were also black corrupted wyverns and flaming crows rushing out. On the backs of a few wyverns, there were elite magic knights and demon commanders. The scythe demons that humans were familiar with appeared. The scythe demons were usually the elite guards of a demon king. Their appearance meant that the demon king would descend upon the Soaring Dragon continent. The chief referee looked at the scythe demons flying in the sky from afar and felt incomparable despair. The Soaring Dragon continent was currently plagued by internal and external troubles. The innate rancor guarding it secretly left and was currently breaking through the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower. At the most vulnerable moment, the traitor first invited the Eastern Goblin tribe to invade and capture the rankers from Xianxia and Tianluo. Then, he attracted the demon army. Kill. The chief referee looked at the traitor warriors who came to stop him. 2 of them were even friends that he knew. He couldn't help but roar in anger. The few human traitors who guided the demon army to invade laughed out loud. They had no intention of fighting the chief referee. They had already summoned their flying beasts and only flew in the sky to evade the attacks. They didn't dare to fight the chief referee and the others head-on. Roar, roar, roar. In the sky and on the ground, countless monsters from the demon abyss had already rushed out. In an instant, they drowned the chief referee and the hundreds of silver-armored guards. At this moment, in front of the old cunning fox, the 100 Transformations demon elder who was previously locked in the Xianxia death prison with a black iron chain pierced through her collarbone, had been rescued by someone. Not only that, she had also regained her original strength. Beside her were the 3 newly promoted demon elders from the Thousand Goblins sect. Ever since Yu Yang killed the 2 demon elders, 100 Wings and 100 Claws, the Thousand Goblins sect had promoted a few more demon elders to make up for the losses they had suffered in the battle against Xianxia. Of course, the newly promoted demon elders were not as strong as the original demon elders. If Yu Yang was here, he would be able to kill them in an instant. The problem was that Yu Yang was not here. There was only the old cunning fox who had to protect hundreds of students. The 100 Transformations demon elder twisted her waist seductively and smiled. Vice Principal, it's so good to see you. I thought you had also been captured by the Eastern Goblin tribe, so I couldn't take my revenge. So it's you guys. The old cunning fox summoned his grimoire immediately. No, that's not right. Although we, the Thousand Goblins sect, like to fight amongst ourselves and make life difficult for everyone, we would not go so far as to ask outsiders for help. Furthermore, our relationship with the Eastern Goblin tribe in Tong Tian Tower is not good. We don't have any friendship with them. We despise the demon abyss creatures even more. From the sect leader to the disciples, no one would do that. You asked us why we came here, of course it's to hit you when you're down. Ha ha ha, we are born to be bad guys. We are not good at other things, but we are good at this kind of thing. I hate the Xianxia kingdom, but it's a pity that I can't topple the Xianxia kingdom with my strength alone. Now that I have a chance to poach a little, I definitely won't let it go. Vice Principal, if you are willing to hand over the younger sister of the Hua sisters, the 4th mother who had been hiding in the Yu clan and pretending to be the 4th mistress daughter-in-law, if you are willing to hand her over, then I can let these students live. Honestly speaking, I also can't bear to see these children being eaten alive by demons, but what else can I do? I'm not the one in charge, I'm just trying to fish in troubled waters. If it wasn't for 4th mother's condition, I would definitely not take the risk of becoming enemies with a few big powers to let you guys go. The 100 Transformations demon elder said arrogantly, but she did not dare to be careless. She knew the old cunning fox's strength. Don't even think about it. The old cunning fox's attitude was very clear. Then I can only apologize to you. The 100 Transformations demon elder waved her hand, and the 3 new demon elders summoned all kinds of strong beasts to stop the students from leaving. You guys leave immediately. The old cunning fox did not look at Yu Bing, afraid that Yu Bing would be recognized by the other party. Right now, Yu Bing was dressed like a normal female thief. She was very safe hiding in the crowd with Anan, who was dressed similarly. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers saw the old cunning fox and a few teachers staying behind to fight against the 100 Transformations demon elder, so they hurriedly led the team and left. Now that they had no army and teachers, they could only rely on themselves. In the distant sky, they could already see demons with wings flying towards them. Yi Kong roared, "Go, let's leave this place." He summoned the King Kong demon ape and fused it with him. He then summoned the gigantic Herculean rhinoceros beetle, leading the way. The Li brothers also summoned the Goldan soldiers to strengthen their bodies and followed closely behind. Fatty Hai did not do this. He hid in the crowd, secretly protecting Yu Bing, Anan, Yu Yu, and the other girls. The students from the Ivy Academy, Shangjing Academy, and the Fragrance Academy, as well as the Pink Rose group led by the Prince of Tianluo, although everyone looked panic-stricken, they were still calm and didn't scatter. They only rushed forward together with the companions that they believed in. Yi Kong led everyone to escape to the large-sized teleportation circle. Seeing that the demon army had not caught up to them, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He waved his hand to signal everyone to leave as soon as possible. The hundreds of students were slightly panicked and in a mess. Under the protection of Yi Kong and the others, they were all teleported away safely. "Let's go too, immediately." Yi Kong knew that if they did not leave, the old cunning fox would be in even more danger. Yu Bing looked at the champions arena in the distance and pulled Yu and Anan to quickly teleport away. However, when the teleportation light flashed, she was shocked to find that she had teleported to the wrong destination. What appeared in front of her was a huge valley. In front of them, countless demons were densely packed, waiting for the students to teleport over. The first batch of students who were teleported over had already summoned their beasts and started fighting with the demons at the outermost layer. "Oh no, we've fallen into a trap." Yu reacted. "Sister Yu, Sister Anan, don't be afraid. Although brother is not here, I will protect you. I promised brother that I would face adversity with determination. I will definitely defeat the enemies and save everyone." Yu Bing's eyes shone with determination. She immediately summoned her grimoire and summoned 200 years old Treant defenders almost instantly. Her small body leaped onto the shoulder of one of the 100 years old Treant defenders and jumped into the crowd of demons with it. Under her control, hundreds of tree thorns protruded from the ground and skewered all the demons around the Treant defenders. Different from usual, these tree thorns all carried a deadly poison. Even if the demons only grazed one side of their skin, they would immediately die from the poison and fall to the ground. The 200 years old Treant defenders raised their huge tree arms and, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, madly whipped the surviving demons around them. For a moment, the demons were in chaos. Yu and Anan looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. It seemed that after Yu Bing had gone through the 12 Zodiac Temples training, she had really grown up. Her fighting power and fighting spirit had increased to an unbelievable level. Anan nodded and confirmed Yu Bing's bravery. At the same time, she summoned her grimoire, unwilling to be outdone. She also wanted to participate in the battle. As for the non-combatant Yu, she quickly summoned her beasts to support Yu Bing and Anan. Compared to Anan, Hui Tai Lang was even faster. He had been staring at the battlefield the whole time. When the strong demons in the crowd were preparing to launch a sneak attack on Yu Bing, the loyal Hui Tai Lang finally had the chance to show off. Without any sound, without any roar or threat, Hui Tai Lang hid among the countless beasts and closed in like a shadow. This was one of the tactics that he had learned from his master, Yu Yang. Hui Tai Lang didn't know why, but he knew that this was the best way for his master to attack. After observing for a long time, he finally memorized it. Using the chaotic battle environment, he quietly closed in until he was at the best attacking distance. Only then did Hui Tai Lang jump high up in the air and bite the enemy's throat before they could react. At the same time, the demonic aura and black hellfire on his body exploded crazily. Yu Yang used his lich ring to keep the corpses of Lu He and the muscular man. In the end, he didn't even let the plum leopard's corpse go. Princess Sisai was a little curious about his actions. She knew that Yu Yang used corpses to feed his beasts. She thought that this brat was unscrupulous and would make use of any useful resources. She didn't think that the thorny flower demoness was actually raised from the corpses of living people and warriors. As for the mysterious beauty Wu Xia, with her incomparable intelligence, she might have guessed it, but she didn't say anything and helped him keep this secret. If Yu Yang summoned the thorny flower demoness, then Princess Sisai would be surprised to find that the gold-ranked thorny flower demoness had already leveled up to diamond-ranked. This kind of leveling speed, other than plant-type beasts, could not be compared to any other beasts. Furthermore, even if there were conditions, diamond-ranked was not a level that could be leveled up by normal beasts. Of course, if she asked Yu Yang, then he would definitely lie and say that the thorny flower demoness leveled up in the 12 Zodiac Temples. The current thorny flower demoness was no longer a young loli. Instead, she looked like a 15 or 16-year-old girl. After her third evolution, she would transform into the strongest plant-type beast, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. She would become a beast that was above Holy Beast. The current thorny flower demoness had grown in the 12 zodiac temples and possessed a certain level of intelligence. Not long after, the golden crown thorny flower queen that massacred the entire demon army and the 2 blood prison demon kings would be successfully replicated by Yu Yang and reappear in this world. Furthermore, the golden crown thorny flower queen that Yu Yang cultivated would be even stronger. This was because the corpses that he used to cultivate the thorny flower included many innate rankers' corpses. Most importantly, Yu Yang himself didn't know about the ancient runes and the secret leveling up of his own blood. Which direction should we go? City Mistress Fallen Flowers realized that after reaching a huge flight of stairs in the ancient passage, there was actually a crossroad. The smell of blood on the left is the thickest. The smell of the Eastern Goblin tribe is on the right, and the smell of humans is in front of us. I can't sense anything. You decide, which direction should we go? Although Princess Sisai's sixth sense was very sharp, the passageways ahead were strange, making it hard for her to identify them. Let's use a coin to decide. Yu Yang took out a gold coin. The 4 girls were speechless. Yu Yang smiled. He was just teasing them. After he unsealed his innate realm, his senses were greatly enhanced, and he could easily see through the enemy's tricks. The smell of blood was enough. They could also send people to check the smell of the Eastern Goblin tribe. On the contrary, the smell of humans was something that they could never conceal or eliminate. The Eastern Goblin tribe brought the captives to the ancient passage in front of them. Moreover, they wouldn't be there for too long. After chasing for about 10,000 meters, Yu Yang and the 4 girls realized that there were bloodstains on the ground. After chasing for a few more kilometers, De He, the giant bear who had brought Yen Pejun and Feng Qisha to leave earlier, was lying dead on the ground. He had also returned to his giant bear form, which was as big as a small mountain. However, it was obvious that De He, who had returned to his giant bear form, was also killed by a single palm strike. Seeing such a terrifying palm strike, the 4 girls' expressions turned serious. A ranker who could kill De He with 1 palm strike was not a human, so who could it be? It was very possible that it was a ranker from the Soaring Dragon continent who was an innate like Lu He and the Curly Sideburns man. Their goal was to sow discord and cause the Soaring Dragon continent's innate rankers to fight to the death with the Eastern Goblin tribe. That was why they came up with such a huge plot. Let's go back. The Eastern Goblin tribe would definitely use their fastest speed to escape from the traitor's pursuit. I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up. Secondly, we would only have hope if we return alive, because the traitor really wants to kill us and frame the Eastern Goblin tribe. We are in danger now, we should leave as soon as possible before the enemy discovers us. Wu Xia suddenly suggested. Yu Yang, I also think that we should change our plan. Previously, we were chasing after the Eastern Goblin tribe. Although the Eastern Goblin tribe is strong, they won't kill people easily. They are not a deadly enemy. Now, I suspect that the traitor from the Soaring Dragon continent and the Eastern Goblin tribe are working together to facilitate this plot. Let's return to a safe place first and wait for Ji Zun, Night Empress, and Elder Nan Gong to return from the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower. That would be the best solution. If there was only the Eastern Goblin tribe, I wouldn't mind chasing them until I snatch back the captives. But now, it seems that we should protect ourselves first. Sickly Beauty also advised Yu Yang to reconsider. Because of the new changes, it was time to change their original plan. Sister Fallen Flowers, what do you think? Princess Sisai wanted to get her father back the most, but she did not lose her rationality. Yeah, I'll tell you my opinion. At the moment, we haven't found any human warriors' corpses, so the captives should not be in danger. The Eastern Goblin tribe's warriors who stayed behind were all their warriors. We didn't see any human warriors being harmed. In this situation, the Eastern Goblin tribe is still protecting the hostages, which proves that they don't have the intention to harm the hostages. City Mistress Fallen Flowers also decided to temporarily give up on the chase. Of course, it was important to get her family back, but they must not chase into the enemy's ambush. That would be a tragedy. What do you think? Princess Sisai still wanted to wait for Yu Yang's decision. If this brat decided to chase until the end, then she could only follow him. Because retreating and continuing to chase would put her in a difficult position. Yu Yang made a shushing gesture, indicating that there was something strange in front of him. The four girls immediately tensed up, because they couldn't hear a single sound. Could it be that the enemy had already stealthily approached them? Yu Yang didn't say anything. He only brought the four girls back to the crossroad and entered the passage with the thickest smell of blood. He hid in a stone room at the side and waited quietly. After another 2 minutes, two figures flew out of the ancient passage that Yu Yang and the four girls had just exited from. They split into two different directions on the crossroads and escaped. One of the figures flew straight towards the passage where Yu Yang and the four girls were hiding. The shadow first swept past, then quickly flashed back, plunging into the side passage. When the figure rushed into the stone room, he was shocked to find that Yu Yang and the four girls were also here. Yu Yang and the four girls were also extremely shocked. Because the figure in front of them that was covered in blood was actually the arrogant flying tiger ambassador from before. The current flying tiger ambassador was even more embarrassed than a thief who had been chased for 9 streets. He was panting heavily and was still in a state of shock. What actually happened? Princess Sisai couldn't understand. How could the powerful Eastern Goblin tribe become like stray dogs? Shoo! The flying tiger ambassador signaled her to be quiet. He didn't seem to be used to being embarrassed in front of juniors like Yu Yang and Princess Sisai, but the truth forced him to face it. His face was slightly embarrassed. In the end, the flying tiger ambassador still told them the truth. There were almost 10 innate rankers in your soaring dragon continent. They had secretly colluded with our Eastern Goblin tribe spies and attacked us when our team was returning. In order to protect our team and retreat safely, we stayed behind to stop them. In the end, more and more enemies appeared. Golden Eyes and I were forced to destroy the ancient teleportation circle and just escaped. Why are you guys here? Did you guys really chase us? What's the use of chasing us with just a few human kids? Even if we return the captives to you, you guys won't be able to bring them out of this ancient passage. Yu Yang smiled. Flying Tiger Ambassador, you should worry about yourself first. The Flying Tiger Ambassador was stunned. He then laughed coldly. Don't tell me that you guys still want to do something to me? Even if I'm heavily injured, I can still defeat you guys with one hand. Yu Yang shook his head. No, we don't want to do anything to you. But I believe that our friends from the Eastern Goblin tribe outside the stone room wouldn't have the same thoughts as us. Please come in. I don't know if you guys have the hobby of eavesdropping, but it's not very polite to do so. Interesting human kid. Sky Dragon had told me before that a scary kid appeared in the soaring dragon continent. He hated him a lot. I think he was talking about you. Outside the stone room, a jade-green double-headed snake with a body thicker than a bucket slithered in without a sound. On the left side of the snake's head, there was a contract pattern similar to that of a beast's forehead, but the other side didn't have it. This was the only difference between the double-headed snake's body. Not only could the double-headed snake speak, it could also transform into a human. In the thick jade-green smoke, the double-headed snake transformed into a gloomy-looking young man. The jade-green snake skin on his body transformed into a jade-green snakescale armor. Below his waist, he didn't have a pair of legs like a human. Instead, he had a long snake body and a snake head. Yu Yang had seen all kinds of beasts. He had seen beasts that had transformed into armors and fused into weird shapes. However, he had never seen a beast that had fused with its master's flesh and blood. Yu Yang looked at this fellow and shouted towards the outside of the stone room. Don't think that you can hide from other people's eyes just because you're black. The young man that was formed by the double-headed snake laughed out loud. He also mocked Yu Yang. Old tortoise, I told you that you can't hide from me. Outside, a deep male voice rang out. I'm not trying to hide, I'm just crawling slowly. As he spoke, a giant tortoise that was crawling as fast as lightning rushed into the stone room. It had a tortoise's back that was like a small mountain. The head in front of it was a terrifying snake head with sharp fangs. Its 4 claws were like a lion's and its long tail was like a burning whip. This giant tortoise rolled on the ground. Yu Yang thought that he would see a tortoise that couldn't get up again struggling. He didn't expect that this giant tortoise's body would ignite with raging flames. In the end, it turned into a tall man wearing black heavy armor. He had jet black skin, shoulder-length hair, 10 black fingernails, and a flame-like belt around his waist. This black-armored man was 3 meters tall. His body was huge, but he walked as light as a feather. He walked with a peculiar gait, as if he was floating in the air. It was also like a person walking on the tip of his toes on water. In short, there was an indescribable strangeness. Without waiting for Yu Yang to open his mouth to ask, the black-armored man introduced himself. "I'm not a dragon tortoise yet. I'm a serpent fire-tailed tortoise. If I kill you all and completely absorb your energy, I should be able to evolve into a dragon tortoise. Especially the flying tiger's energy, it's a great supplement for me. So you guys know each other. Since that's the case, you guys can continue your reunion. We still have things to do, so we won't disturb you anymore." Yu Yang prepared to leave. "If you crawl under my crotch, I'll let you live." The serpent fire-tailed tortoise who had transformed into a black-armored man laughed out loud. "The beauties have to stay." The twin-headed serpent who had transformed into a green snake-scale armor added. Yu Yang didn't say anything. However, his action of taking out his Hui Jin magic blade showed that he was going to kill his enemies. If there was no need, Yu Yang didn't want to make too many enemies. It would be best if these 2 Eastern Goblin tribe members were interested in the Flying Tiger Ambassador. If they were to fight to the death, he would be able to reap the benefits. However, his thoughts weren't because he was cowardly. It was a test. The enemy's reaction would decide whether Yu Yang would attack or not. Since the enemy wanted to fight, he wouldn't be afraid of trouble. He would just kill them. "Wait a minute." The mysterious beauty Wu Xia suddenly said. "You don't have to fight all of them. We'll take care of these 2. Can you guys?" Yu Yang was shocked. These 2 Eastern Goblin tribe members definitely had innate strength. Could they fight? Princess Sisai waved the giant sword in her hands. "If we don't fight, why would we follow us? You're in charge of guarding the formation. Watch us kill this twin-headed serpent and this tortoise." When the 2 Eastern Goblin tribe members heard this, they laughed unscrupulously. They didn't even put Princess Sisai and the others in their eyes. In their eyes, Princess Sisai and the others weren't even innates. Furthermore, they were girls. Hence, they didn't care at all. The Flying Tiger Ambassador remained silent and quickly healed his wounds. He seemed to have other plans. Yu Yang secretly paid attention to this guy. He wouldn't believe the Flying Tiger Ambassador. Of course, the Flying Tiger Ambassador wouldn't believe Yu Yang either. However, Yu Yang and the Flying Tiger Ambassador's common enemy were the 2 people in front of them. All 3 of them occupied one side each, forming a triangle. If they wanted to break this triangle, one of them must fall. Princess Sisai raised her giant sword and shouted. His aura erupted. It was as strong as a hurricane. This was the first time she had unleashed her full power in front of Yu Yang, including the strength that she had been concealing. Brilliant rays of light shot out from her body, making her look like a goddess of war. Light wheels revolved around her sword. Under her feet, arms, and back, there were also sword rays shooting toward the ground and the void. Even from a dozen meters away, the ground of the stone chamber was still cut by the sword chi, leaving many sword marks. When the sword light on his body was at its brightest, the roar of a ferocious tiger that shook the mountains and rivers rang out. Roar! The image of a huge white tiger appeared above Princess Sisai's head. In an instant, it disappeared into Princess Sisai's body. Following that, Princess Sisai's aura erupted for the second time. This time, it was 10 times stronger than the hurricane-like aura from before. The entire impenetrable stone chamber shook. When the Flying Tiger Ambassador saw the image of the white tiger that disappeared in a flash, his expression changed, as if he had seen a terrifying nemesis. As for the man in the green snake-scale armor and the man in the black heavy armor transformed from the serpent fire-tailed tortoise, their eyes widened. They never thought that Princess Sisai, who looked like a level 6 elder, would be so strong when she unleashed her full power. They had heard that the human warriors in the soaring dragon continent were good at concealing their strength, but they never thought that they could hide it so well that they couldn't even see it in normal times. If it wasn't for the fact that her strength had not surpassed innate, the 2 of them would have considered to give up on being enemies with her. The strength of the beast in her body made them fearful. This was because that beast looked like a white tiger. It was one of the strongest 4 saint beasts in the legends, the Western White Tiger, of course, that beast only looked like one of the 4 saint beasts. It shouldn't be the real white tiger. If the real white tiger appeared here, even if it faced 100 Eastern Goblin tribesmen, it could still tear them into pieces. I'll fight with her. The man in the black heavy armor transformed from the serpent fire-tailed tortoise stepped forward. Be careful, this girl is a little weird. The beast in her body should be a real white tiger, but it should be a young white tiger. I can feel a faint pressure coming from her body. The man in the green snakescale armor quickly reminded his partner. You should worry about yourself. Sickly Beauty smiled slightly. Her body didn't emit a biting cold aura, on the contrary, it was extremely gentle and beautiful. Countless colorful lights flowed into her body, it was as beautiful as a rainbow. When countless colorful lights were summoned, they entered her body one after another, transforming into a sparkling and translucent crystal battle armor. If Princess Sisai's white tiger was the strongest attacking beast, then Sickly Beauty's flawless crystal battle armor would be the strongest defensive beast. Yu Yang had once fought against the Sickly Beauty who had disguised herself as the Prince of Tianluo. Even after using all of his methods, he was still unable to break through her crystal shield and crystal armor. Only by using his innate invisible sword chi and carving a runic circle on the surface of the shield could he break through her extremely strong defense. Before this, Yu Yang didn't have enough confidence in Princess Sisai. He thought that Sickly Beauty was the strongest among them. He didn't expect that after Princess Sisai's real strength, she was not much weaker than Sickly Beauty. What made Yu Yang feel the most strange was that he felt a very familiar feeling from Princess Sisai's body. It seemed that it could faintly resonate with his own soul. At first, Yu Yang didn't understand, but when City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the mysterious beauty Wuxia began to summon, he immediately understood. Ancient runes, in Wuxia, Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers' body, there was an ancient runic circle that resonated with him. How did they obtain the ancient runes? Could it be that time at the Cloud Peak Lake? At that time, when he activated the ancient runic circle, only City Mistress Fallen Flowers was by his side. Maybe Princess Sisai and Wuxia were also there, so they also obtained the power of the ancient runes. Compared to Wuxia and Princess Sisai, Sickly Beauty's silver runes, who had been studying the ancient runes for a long time and had affected her body, had the weakest resonance with the ancient runes in Yu Yang's body. Originally, Yu Yang thought that Sickly Beauty's resonance with him would be the strongest, but he didn't expect her to be the weakest. The one with the strongest resonance was the mysterious beauty Wuxia, who was continuously increasing her power and summoning. She didn't release her aura like Princess Sisai, nor was she reserved like Sickly Beauty. She even had a hint of mystery. She summoned her grimoire and held the ancient book in one hand. She mumbled as if she was reciting a poem. The colorful light on her body transformed into ancient runes one after another. Although the ancient runes would disappear in a few seconds, they flew across her body like fireflies. However, outside the shield, the temperature dropped rapidly, as if there was a cold current attacking. The entire stone room's floor, walls, and even the ceiling gradually froze. Eh? These little beauties are thorny roses. We've kicked an iron plate. After seeing Sickly Beauty's crystal armor and City Mistress Fallen Flowers' aurora, the twin-headed snake who had transformed into a green-armored man couldn't help but shout, "They're not innates, but I feel a strong sense of danger from them. Huawei, slow down. I need to call for help. Don't fail miserably in an easy task. Otherwise, we'll lose face. You guys actually wet your pants in front of a few human girls. What a joke." The Flying Tiger ambassador sneered. However, he was also secretly vigilant. Fortunately, he didn't need these girls now. Otherwise, he would also have a headache. The serpent fire-tailed turtle who had transformed into a heavy-armored man was indifferent to the Flying Tiger ambassador's mockery. He said sarcastically, "Smart people don't do stupid things. Flying Tiger, don't think that your retarded provocation will work. Bai Lin, release the green snake to lure them. I'll hold them back first. I suddenly have a feeling that these few human girls are more valuable than the idiot Flying Tiger. If we can capture them and bring them back to the Monster King, I believe that the Monster King will be very happy." The twin-headed snake man called Bai Lin summoned a cloud of green fog and transformed it into the shadow of a green snake. He threw it into the air. The shadow of the green snake flashed and disappeared in a flash. At the moment when it disappeared, a white shadow suddenly shot out from City Mistress Fallen Flowers' feet at a speed that was hundreds or thousands of times faster than lightning. It streaked across the void and chased to the entrance of the stone room. It pounced on the green snake that had almost disappeared and bit it on the ground. It was City Mistress Fallen Flowers' three-tailed snow fox. Its close combat ability wasn't strong. It couldn't be compared to Hui Tai Lang, which was an unkillable cockroach. However, in terms of killing snake-type beasts, even 100 Hui Tai Lang wouldn't be a match for it. It could be said that it was the natural nemesis of snake-type beasts. As long as it was bitten by its sharp teeth, no matter what kind of snake-type beast it was, it would definitely die. The green snake twisted its body in pain. It wanted to coil around the three-tailed snow fox's body and strangle this deadly opponent. However, the three-tailed snow fox was extremely agile. Its speed was faster than lightning. The green snake couldn't even touch its body. In the blink of an eye, the green snake died under the three-tailed snow fox's mouth. The twin-headed snake man called Bai Lin was extremely angry. He raised his green hand and a dark green liquid gushed out from his palm. The smell was so bad that it made people dizzy and nauseous. He then shot the liquid towards the three-tailed snow fox. The three-tailed snow fox dodged it nimbly. The liquid splashed on the ground and corroded the stone surface. White smoke rose from it. Aurora! City Mistress Fallen Flowers raised her hand. Although she wasn't as good at close combat as Princess Sisai, the terrifying power of the Aurora condensed in her hand was definitely a nightmare for her enemies. Spirit Tortoise Shield. Bai Lin, get behind me. The black-armored man called Huawei didn't have a grimoire. However, he was also from the Eastern Goblin tribe. He was better at summoning than the Flying Tiger Ambassador and the others. He took out a black summoning crystal and summoned a huge tortoise. The tortoise turned into a thick shield in his hand. He was ready to take the Aurora of City Mistress Fallen Flowers by force. At the same time, he signaled his companions to hide behind him. Although City Mistress Fallen Flowers wasn't an innate rancor, this kind of Aurora was definitely not easy to take. Especially the runic circle that flashed in City Mistress Fallen Flowers' palm before condensing the Aurora. He was very vigilant. It's too late. Princess Sisai was like a ferocious tiger. She raised her giant sword and slashed it down with a thunderous force. Her target was the twin-headed snake man called Bai Lin. Flowing light snake shadow. The twin-headed snake man didn't take the attack head-on. His body turned into a phantom and slid towards his companions. Then, something shocking happened. As soon as he moved, he was surrounded by the girls. The mysterious beauty Wuxia appeared behind his head in a flash. She had lightning in one hand and ice in the other. The energy in either of her hands wasn't any weaker than the Aurora. She had cleverly used City Mistress Fallen Flowers' Aurora and Princess Sisai's aura as a cover. She had condensed her strongest battle power and was waiting for a good opportunity. As soon as the twin-headed snake man moved, she immediately attacked. Her hands hit the twin-headed snake man's left and right ears. Compared to the time when she fought the Marquis of Zijin, her strength today was completely different. Before her hands attacked, the twin-headed snake man had a horrified look on his face. Originally, he could have used his super strong battle power to dodge or take the attack head-on. However, a little Lamia Loli had appeared in front of him, making him completely miserable. Under the effects of the binding inherent skill, he would become a human target that wouldn't move at all within 3 seconds. In front of him, there was the little Lamia Loli waving her dual icicle blades. Behind him, there was a thunder palm on his left and a frost finger on his right. The mysterious beauty Wuxia was like a goddess of death who had descended to the world. In the sky above his head, there was also the Princess Sisai Rouge Tigress's giant sword that slashed down heavily. Under the encirclement, the two-headed snake man named Bai Lin was severely injured. His eardrums burst and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Half of his face was charred black and the other half was covered with frost. Even the blood that the two-headed snake man spat out had turned into a large lump of frozen blood and splattered on the ground. Before the mysterious beauty Wuxia could finish her attack, Princess Sisai's giant sword had already chopped down like a hot knife through butter. Although it did not manage to cut the two-headed snake man in half, it had successfully broken through his head and cut into his head. Princess Sisai's thunderous attack was extremely powerful. Moreover, the two-headed snake man had no defense at all. Blood splattered everywhere, his skull was smashed and his brain was smashed. The joint attack of Wuxia and Princess Sisai was not the biggest injury on the two-headed snake man's body. The one who dealt the fatal blow was the lowly Lamia, Little Wenli. Her dual icicle blades cut open the two-headed snake man's chest and froze his relatively weak internal organs. When she turned into a rainbow light and floated back into Yu Yang's body, a blood-stained orb appeared in Yu Yang's hand. This was the most fatal blow that Little Wenli had dealt to the enemy. She had also forcefully dug out the two-headed snake man's orb. The Eastern Goblin tribe had a strong body. No matter how serious the injuries on their body and limbs were, they could recover quickly. However, the orb must not be lost. Otherwise, the best-case scenario would be a great loss of vitality. The two-headed snake man was not vigilant enough. He was just confused by Wuxia, Princess Sisai, and the other two girls. He had placed all his attention on them. He did not expect that the real fatal blow would be Little Wenli, who was hiding in Yu Yang's body. Under Little Wenli's binding inherent skill, he was a complete tragedy. He became a human target that was waiting to be slaughtered. The black-armored man named Huawei rushed over in a frenzy, wanting to save his comrade. His furious attack was useless against Sickly Beauty's crystal shield. On the other hand, City Master Fallen Flowers, who was far away, shot out an extremely powerful aurora light, not giving him a second chance to attack, and directly sent him flying. If Huawei didn't have the Spirit Tortoise's shield, he would probably follow his comrade's footsteps and become the second Eastern Goblin tribe member to fall in front of the four girls. No. The heavily armored man, Huawei, saw his comrade falling to the ground and shouted in grief and indignation. With one misstep, his companion was fatally injured and turned into a block of ice. The heavily armored man, Huawei, ignited a sky full of flames as he pounced to his companion's side. He reached out his hand and picked up the two-headed snake man, who looked like an ice sculpture, from the ground. Under the roasting of the raging flames, the frost quickly melted. What was shocking was that the two-headed snake man was still alive despite suffering such heavy injuries. He slowly returned to the form of a giant snake, wrapping the snake head on the other side of his body and completing a strange swap in the green smoke. The intact snake head on the other side became him, while the heavily injured snake head on the other side became his summoned beast. However, although the two-headed snake man used this strange method to protect his life, his strength was greatly reduced. After losing his orb, he no longer possessed innate strength. He only had the strong body of the Eastern Goblin tribe to protect his life. Even a level 7 overlord could probably kill him with his sword. Hiss hiss. The two-headed snake spat out its long tongue. Under the protection of the heavily armored man, Huawei, it quickly escaped from the stone room. Where do you think you're going? The Flying Tiger ambassador took advantage of the situation and added insult to injury. Since Yu Yang and the four girls were still here, and the Flying Tiger ambassador was worried that he would be ambushed by Little Wenli just like Bai Lin, he still held back some of his strength. Even so, the Flying Tiger ambassador raised his strength to the innate rank and transformed into a fierce tiger with a pair of huge wings on his back. He pounced towards the two-headed snake Bai Lin and the heavily armored man, Huawei. His goal was to kill the two-headed snake Bai Lin and infuriate Huawei. Then, he would join hands with Yu Yang to kill Huawei. The Flying Tiger ambassador believed that Yu Yang would definitely kill Huawei if there was a good opportunity. Not to mention Huawei, even he would be killed if he was not careful. Yu Yang and the four girls looked on coldly. The more intense the battle between the Flying Tiger ambassador and the enemy, the better it would be for them to reap the benefits. Originally, Huawei's strength was not below the Flying Tiger ambassador's. However, because he needed to protect his injured comrade Bai Lin, Huawei could only revert to the true form of the serpent fire-tailed tortoise to defend himself. For a moment, he was constantly being beaten by the Flying Tiger ambassador. Yu Yang realized that this battle was not going to last long. He stopped paying attention to the battlefield and started to study the orb in his hand. This snake's orb gave him a very strange feeling. It was as if it was hiding some kind of secret. Yu Yang believed that as long as he could unravel this secret, he and his beasts, even Wu Xia, Wu Hen, Princess Sisai, and the city mistress Fallen Flowers, would be able to increase their strength by leaps and bounds. Unraveling the secret of this orb could be said to be a breakthrough point for everyone to increase their strength in the future. When the four girls saw Yu Yang's expression of deep thought, they immediately knew that he had discovered something new. They quickly gathered around him and secretly protected him from the enemy's attacks so that he could concentrate on studying the secret of the orb. There was a record of the orb in the medicine encyclopedia, but it was very simple. It only meant that it was formed by the condensation of energy over a long period of time and was mostly stored in the body of animals. It was formed by the animals absorbing the spiritual chi of the sun, moon, heaven, and earth. It possessed a very strong energy. The advantage was that if beasts with the same attributes consumed it, their level would increase, and they might even evolve. The disadvantage was that the orb's energy was too strong and there were too many impurities. If beasts with different attributes consumed the orb, not only would it not be beneficial, it would harm them instead. They might even explode and die. The orb was extremely rare in the Soaring Dragon continent, but it was more common in the Eastern Goblin tribe. It was similar to the magic crystals of the beasts in the Soaring Dragon continent, but also different. The energy of the orb was very strong, but most of it was not solid. Once the orb was solid, its energy could not be compared to a normal magic crystal. Even the legendary dragon crystal with the strongest energy could not be compared to it. Another point was that even though there were many impurities in the orb, it was many times purer than a magic crystal. Moreover, it was usually combined with the owner's spirit and soul. The owner of the orb could even control the orb to attack the enemy. Of course, if the orb was destroyed, the owner would explode and die. Similarly, if the owner was not dead and wanted to consume the orb, it would be dangerous, because the owner could control the orb at any time. The orb in Yu Yang's hand was trembling. The two-headed snake Bai Lin wanted to suck the orb back into its body more than once, but something that fell into Yu Yang's hand would not slip away so easily. Under the influence of Yu Yang's innate qi, the orb was quickly refined. The impurities, consciousness, evil energy, and other things that Yu Yang did not need were all dispersed by his innate qi. At first, Yu Yang did it subconsciously to prevent the two-headed snake Bai Lin from sucking the orb away. He wanted to disperse the impurities and consciousness on the orb so that he could keep the orb for research. However, as Yu Yang used his innate qi to disperse the consciousness of the orb, he suddenly had an epiphany. It was an indescribably wonderful feeling. The more he used his innate qi to purify the orb, the stronger the feeling in Yu Yang's heart became. The epiphany also appeared in his mind. I need fire. Yes, I need to refine it with fire. Yu Yang activated his Yang ability and ignited the purple flame. He followed the epiphany in his heart to further refine the orb in his hand. The two-headed snake Bai Lin, who was far away, started to show signs of pain when his innate qi started to disperse the consciousness of the orb. When Yu Yang used his purple flame to refine the orb, it suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. Although it did not die, it let out a desperate cry. Its body became bigger and thicker rapidly, but its level of power decreased continuously. When it turned into a giant snake whose body was even thicker than a water tank, its power had decreased to the level of a gold-ranked level 5 in the Soaring Dragon continent. If Bai Lin got his orb back when it was stolen, there was still hope for it to regain its innate power. But now, as Yu Yang refined it, it had lost its orb and turned into a giant snake. Its power might even decrease again. If Bai Lin did not have high intelligence, he might not even be comparable to another gold-ranked level 5 giant snake. Now, even the Flying Tiger Ambassador was not interested in killing it. The Flying Tiger Ambassador could see that even if Bai Lin did not die, it would not be able to regain its ability to transform into a human even after thousands of years of cultivation, let alone return to the innate realm. Yu Yang's refinement had not been completed yet. In fact, it was just the beginning. After refining Bai Lin's Yang ability's purple flame for 9 times, Bai Lin's orb had shrunk a few times. However, it had become crystal clear, just like the yolk of an egg. It was bright red and golden, shining with a soft but not dazzling light. Now, even a blind man could see how precious this inner core was. It was so pure and filled with energy. If one were to consume it, then there would definitely be a significant change in their strength. The 4 girls looked at the orb in Yu Yang's hand happily. They did not know that orbs could be refined in this way. If there were a large number of orbs for beasts to consume, wouldn't their power increase by leaps and bounds? What kind of elemental orb is this? What kind of beast would be the best to consume it? Sickly Beauty was very interested in researching. If they were not in the battlefield, she would have taken out a pen to record it down. It's not completely refined yet. It needs to be refined further. If it's refined again, it should have no elemental attributes. Any beast would be suitable to consume it. Yu Yang was not satisfied with the refinement of this orb. According to the enlightenment in his mind, this orb could be improved further. There was still a possibility for it to undergo a qualitative change. However, the flame that needed to be refined must be a higher level flame, such as the Samadhi true fire. Yu Yang did not have the Samadhi true fire. However, he had the Nirvana flame. Could Nirvana flame be used to refine orbs like the Samadhi true fire? Yu Yang had not tried it before, but he felt that it was possible. Anyway, it was just an experiment. If it succeeded, it would prove that the Nirvana flame was possible. Then, the Eastern Goblin tribe would become slightly harder to defeat. Yu Yang would then have the motivation to explode their orbs. If it didn't work, it wouldn't be a pity if he only destroyed one orb. If there was too much Nirvana flame, Yu Yang was afraid that the orb would be burnt to ashes. He tried his best to control the Nirvana flame to only burn on his palm. He used the smallest flame to refine this extremely pure orb. The mysterious beauty Wu Xia, sickly beauty Wu Hen, Princess Sisai, and city mistress Fallen Flowers were all suppressing the excitement in their hearts. They held their breaths as they watched the process of Yu Yang refining the orb. Under the Nirvana flame, the inner alchemy melted rapidly, just like an ice cube meeting fire. Yu Yang was shocked at first. He thought that the refinement had failed. Unexpectedly, when the orb, which was the size of a ping-pong ball, shrunk to the size of a glass bead, it stopped. The orb had undergone an earth-shattering change. The golden orb had now become crystal clear. There were no impurities at all. What was left was an extremely pure energy. Furthermore, this kind of energy had undergone a qualitative change after refinement. It did not have any attributes, but was extremely condensed, just like a polished diamond. Even if he used his palm to cover it, he would not be able to cover the golden radiance of the energy. As Yu Yang released his palm, the entire dome of the stone room was illuminated by the radiance. In Yu Yang's hand, the orb was like a small sun, emitting a bright radiance. The flying tiger ambassador and the heavily armored man Huawei who were fighting on the other side stopped in shock and stared blankly. This kind of inner core was simply something that they could only dream of but could not obtain. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have thought that the orb could actually emit such a huge amount of energy and even emit such a bright radiance. This human boy, how did he do it? Could it be that his real identity was a great grandmaster alchemist? Without setting up a furnace, without long-term refining, what method did he use to refine this orb into such a state? The flying tiger ambassador, Huawei, and even Bai Lin who had transformed into a snake looked at Yu Yang with a greedy gaze. They were thinking that if they could capture this boy and force him to refine orbs for them, then it would only be a matter of time before he could evolve to the Demon King realm. The armored man Huawei's eyes flashed. He suddenly abandoned his comrade who was protecting him with his life and ran out of the stone room. His action shocked the flying tiger ambassador. But the flying tiger ambassador did not think twice and chased after him with all his might. The flying tiger ambassador clearly understood that it was impossible for him to monopolize the secret of the inner alchemy with his own strength. Since he could not enjoy it alone, he might as well offer the secret to the Spirit Demon Emperor. The Spirit Demon Emperor would reward him greatly and his strength would improve greatly. Before offering the secret to the Spirit Demon Emperor, he must first kill the Southern Demon King's subordinate Huawei. Otherwise, if Huawei reported it to the Spirit Demon King, the Southern Demon King would definitely make a move before the Spirit Demon Emperor knew about it. At that time, he would not be able to keep his life and this human boy would also be captured and brought to the Southern Demon Land. So, no matter what, Huawei must not die. Let's kill Huawei together. He is preparing to look for reinforcements. There is a 9-headed goblin marshal in this ambush. He is very powerful and we cannot defeat him. We must kill Huawei first to prevent future troubles. Before the flying tiger ambassador chased after him, he did not forget to send a message to Yu Yang. In the flying tiger ambassador's heart, Yu Yang had already changed from an enemy to a rare treasure. He temporarily put aside the idea of killing Yu Yang and the 4 girls. He even decided to use various methods such as cooperation or deception to appease this human boy first. After killing Hu Wei, he would work with his comrade to capture this mystical boy and offer him to the spirit demon emperor. With the help of a mystical human who knew how to refine an orb, the spirit demon emperor's strength would definitely improve greatly. At that time, there might even be a possibility of advancing to the heaven realm. As long as he could enter the legendary heaven realm, even if he could only take a look, he would have no regrets even if he died. Chase. Yu Yang looked at Wu Xia, Xianxia, and Fallen Flowers. Only the 4 girls knew why he chose to refine an orb in front of Hu Wei and the Flying Tiger Ambassador. This was a trap to lure and kill the enemy. Before that, Hu Wei and the Flying Tiger Ambassador would not risk their lives as they still had to be wary of Yu Yang and the 4 girls. However, if the alchemy was successful, Hu Wei and Fei Hu would definitely fight to the death for the sake of the secret. Perhaps Hu Wei and Flying Tiger would invite as many helpers as they could, but no matter how many people they had, both sides would fight to their limits until one side was completely wiped out. Most importantly, their side, which was originally the weakest, would turn from an enemy to a target that both sides would try their best to rope in. At the very least, they would be safe for the time being. Even if either side won, they would not attack Yu Yang or the 4 women anymore. Before they caught up, Yu Yang and the City Lord of Fallen Flowers joined hands and used the body fusion technique. The dual aurora exploded and blasted the body of the giant snake, Bai Lin, whose strength had been greatly reduced, into several pieces. Princess Sisai swung her greatsword and chopped off the snake's head. In the end, in order to ensure Bai Lin's death, Wu Xia used her cold air to freeze its head. After Yu Yang and the 4 girls killed the giant snake Bai Lin, they followed the traces of the Flying Tiger and Hu Wei's battle and chased after them. In order to intercept Hu Wei, the Flying Tiger Ambassador had used his strongest power, while Hu Wei used his strong defense to resist and escape. If he did not know that his companions were in front of him, Hu Wei would not have the confidence to escape from Flying Tiger's crazy attack. The Flying Tiger Ambassador roared like thunder. In order to intercept Hu Wei, he did not care about the price. He would rather both sides suffer than to see Hu Wei escape. The sound of the battle would definitely attract the enemy. The Flying Tiger Ambassador knew this, but he could not do it quietly. Whether it was his radiant tiger explosion wave or sky-shaking tiger roar, they both needed the roar from the throat as a guide. If he did not roar and attacked silently, the power would be reduced by 80%. Roar. The Flying Tiger Ambassador's only wish was for Hu Wei's companions to hear the sound of the battle a little later. He wanted to kill Hu Wei first so that he could never reveal the secret of alchemy. That would be the most ideal result. Kill. Yu Yang did not let the Flying Tiger Ambassador wait for long. As soon as he caught up, he took out his Hui Jin magic blade and slashed it towards Hu Wei's head. Hu Wei was battered and exhausted. The Flying Tiger Ambassador and Yu Yang's attacks were very powerful and merciless. Flying Tiger had even abandoned his defense and attacked with all his might, luring Hu Wei to counterattack. However, Hu Wei rejected this temptation time and time again. He did not stop for even a moment, suppressing the anger in his heart, he only focused on running forward. The spirit tortoise shield in his hands was very good at defense, and his body was very strong. Even if he was hit by Flying Tiger's heavy attack, he could still continue to escape. Hu Wei knew that as long as he could hold on until his companions heard the news, the situation would be reversed. In this ancient passage, Flying Tiger had no help. Most of his subordinates had died in battle, and his companions had been lying in ambush for a long time. Their strength was 10 times stronger than the opponents. It was definitely not a problem for them to surround and kill Flying Tiger and capture the 5 humans alive. Other than the strongest 9-headed goblin marshal, there were also 4 of the 8 great goblin generals under the Goblin King: Jean Toad, Zidiao, Pipa, and Dream Eater. With the battle power of the 4 great goblin generals, any one of them could easily capture and kill Flying Tiger, who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Even if the 9-headed goblin marshal and the 4 great goblin generals did not make it in time, there were still the fallen human rankers Lu He and Mr. Duan Mu. They were all human level 3 and 8 rankers. Their bodies might not be as strong as the Eastern Goblin tribe, but human innates were usually stronger than other innates of the same level. As long as Lu He and Mr. Duanmu came, Flying Tiger would definitely not be able to escape. As for the goblin envoys and goblin attendants whose strength was similar to or slightly weaker than him, there were more than 10 of them. If any one of them rushed over upon hearing the news, they would be able to fight evenly with the enemy. As long as any one of them rushed over upon hearing the news, it would be fine. However, what made Huawei despair was that the first one to rush over upon hearing the news was not his companions, but Flying Tiger's companions in the ancient passage, the fiery golden eyes beast. What's going on? The middle-aged man that the fiery golden eyes beast had transformed into saw the scene in front of him and was extremely shocked. Golden eyes, don't talk nonsense. Put away your annoying manners. I order you to kill Huawei immediately with all your strength. When the Flying Tiger ambassador saw that the person who came was actually his own companion, he was ecstatic. He felt that the heavens were really looking after him. If it was an enemy that came, his head would be 3 times bigger. Luckily, the person who came was the fiery golden eyes beast. This fellow was usually the most annoying, but since he was able to rush over in time to provide support, his previous bad impression of him had changed. If he was able to bring the secret back to the Goblin Emperor alive, if he was in a good mood, he might even put in a few good words for him. We better run away quickly. There are 4 perverts behind us. It was not easy for me to slip away. You guys are fighting so fiercely, they will be here in less than a minute. The middle-aged man that the fiery golden eyes beast had transformed into had a bitter smile on his face. If we had 10 minutes, I would kill this tortoise without you telling me. Then quickly bring this little boy away. He is more important than your life. Bring him away. The Flying Tiger ambassador ordered Golden Eyes to bring Yu Yang away. I think he doesn't have this ability. At the entrance of the ancient passage far away, a beautiful lady carrying a jade peepa leisurely walked over. When the Flying Tiger saw this lady, his expression changed. Peepa demon of the 4 goblin generals of the southern border? Huawei, on the other hand, had an expression of ecstasy. In the darkness further away, a chubby man walked out with a face full of smiles. Beside him, there was an extremely ugly 3-legged golden toad. Further behind, there was a skinny man riding on a strange horse that looked like a horse, yet not a horse, yet not a donkey. Once the skinny man appeared, he could not stop coughing, as though he was terminally ill. When the Flying Tiger ambassador saw the appearance of the 3 strange men, his eyes were filled with shock. He turned around and rushed towards the ancient passage behind him like a gust of wind. His speed was so fast that he disappeared in a flash. Because he was escaping in a hurry, he did not even have the time to greet his companion Golden Eyes. Yu Yang was slightly stunned. This Flying Tiger had just righteously asked his companion to leave first. Why did he run away the moment the strong enemy arrived? The middle-aged man that the fiery golden eyes beast had transformed into smiled bitterly. He seemed to have expected this outcome. The heavily armored man, Huawei, rushed over and prepared to stop Flying Tiger. Golden Eyes released his aura and pushed Huawei back with a punch. He opened his arms and replaced Flying Tiger's position, blocking the enemy and letting his companion Flying Tiger escape first. He even turned his head slightly and said to Yu Yang, you should also leave with your companion. Yu Yang was slightly stunned. What? Golden Eyes shook his head expressionlessly. There is a teleportation circle 15 kilometers behind us. It is a teleportation circle that leads to the outer area of the God's ruins. In the God's ruins, there are many broken spaces that people can hide in temporarily. If you are lucky, you can find a broken space to hide in and think of a way to leave. Although our emperor has captured your relatives, he will not harm them. His Majesty only did that to force Jizun and the Innate Alliance to revise their diplomatic relations. The Eastern Goblin tribe is not interested in invading a small place like the Soaring Dragon continent. You guys go, I should be able to stop them for a few minutes. Good luck. Huawei rushed forward for the second time and was caught by Golden Eyes. He lifted it up and threw it far away. What a stupid monster. Do you think that you alone can stop the 4 of us? The beautiful girl carrying the jade peepa laughed. I can't. However, I am doing this to show my loyalty to the emperor. I can die without regrets. Golden Eye's expression did not change. He still opened his arms and blocked the passage. Since it's like this, we will let you show your loyalty first. The fatty who had the three-legged golden toad beside him was full of smiles, as if he was saying congratulations and not to kill. The skinny guy beside him was coughing non-stop, as if his lungs were going to be coughed out. He looked like he would fall to the ground and die at any time. However, in Yu Yang's level 4, divine vision, this skinny guy with tuberculosis was not a simple person. You should go, I can't hold on for long. Golden eyes looked at the enemies that were slowly approaching and hinted to Yu Yang to leave as soon as possible. I also want to leave. But I can only thank you for your kind intentions. I feel that it's better for me to stay. Yu Yang revealed a bright smile. Unknowingly, a woman with a voluptuous figure had hugged Yu Yang from behind like a lover. A snow-white long leg that was exposed from her high-slit silk skirt hooked onto Yu Yang's thigh from the side, lightly rubbing against Yu Yang's inner thigh. At the same time, there was a snow lotus-like jade arm hooked onto Yu Yang's neck. Her cherry lips that were smeared with purple lipstick moved towards his ear and breathed out fragrantly, "Little brother is really smart, unlike that idiot. He's so stupid that he doesn't even know that he's about to die. Little brother is so obedient, big sister will reward you with a kiss, okay?" "It's okay, but I'm afraid that my fiancé will be angry. You know, when women get jealous, it's terrible." Yu Yang expressed that he was a good husband. "Who's your fiancé?" That flirtatious purple-lipped woman blew a light purple fragrance onto Yu Yang's face. "The four who are looking at you with murderous eyes behind my back." Yu Yang replied. "Eh? They are all inexperienced girls. Seems like little brother is really obedient. Actually, why do you need to care about what they think? If a man doesn't know how to play with women, can he still be called a man? Big sister will teach you a few moves, I guarantee that you'll make them wish they were dead, and make them all submit to you." When the flirtatious purple-lipped woman saw that Wu Xia, Wu Hen, Princess Sisai, and City Mistress Fallen Flowers were not innates, she didn't seem to care at all. She casually glanced at them and continued to seduce Yu Yang. When Yu Yang heard this, he immediately revealed a perverted expression. His naughty wolf claws reached out and grabbed the purple-lipped flirtatious woman's round butt, looking like a hungry ghost. The purple-lipped flirtatious woman was very vigilant at first. Until Yu Yang's wolf claws grabbed her butt and started to rub it, she still didn't feel his killing intent. She thought that this brat really wanted to take advantage of her, so she couldn't help but seduce him even more. Her throat started to moan faintly discernible. That kind of moan could seduce people's souls, causing their desires to explode 100 times, 1,000 times more. When Yu Yang heard this woman's moan, it was as if his naughty hands had been encouraged, and directly reached into the slit of the woman's skirt. "You're really bad." The purple-lipped flirtatious woman twisted her body, panting heavily beside Yu Yang's ear. "A lot of people say that, and many of them were killed by me not long after they said that." Yu Yang replied with a naughty smile. The purple-lipped flirtatious woman originally wanted to say "kill me too," but she suddenly became vigilant and immediately tried to escape. However, it was already too late. Under Yu Yang's restraints, her entire body stopped in midair. Yu Yang's yang ability exploded. Purple flames, spherical beheader, and earth-splitting slash were all unleashed, sending the purple-lipped flirtatious woman who had stopped in midair for a second flying. The purple-lipped flirtatious woman fell to the ground in pain. Both her hands covered her bleeding abdomen, groaning in pain as she supported herself with one hand on the ground. The originally beautiful demon body was now twisted like a cooked shrimp. The clothes on her body were completely burnt to ashes by the purple flames. Her abdomen, which had suffered a terrible blow, was charred black. Her snow-white slender legs were riddled with cuts, fresh blood flowing out. The purple-lipped flirtatious woman summoned a ball of green light for herself. When the green light touched her body, her injuries quickly recovered. In less than 10 seconds, her body had already recovered to its original state. Although she was naked, she stood up shamelessly. She revealed a sinister and terrifying killing intent towards Yu Yang. "Damned human, you dare to harm my perfect body? You can't seduce me, but please become a little more beautiful after you reincarnate." Yu Yang's face was full of smiles. "It's not your fault that you don't look sexy, but it's your fault that you still dare to seduce people when you look like this." The beautiful woman carrying the jade pipa covered her small mouth and laughed when she heard this. The fatty with the 3 golden toads also chuckled and said, "It seems like you want to be our enemy?" Little friend, this is not a good idea. While there is still time to correct it, perhaps you should reconsider. If you kneel in front of me and I step on your head with my foot, I might reconsider. Yu Yang's words almost made people think that he had gone crazy. Little boy, you are yawning like a toad. Such big words. Golden Toad, this human boy's words are even bigger than yours. The beautiful woman carrying the jade pipa giggled. The fatty who was originally smiling immediately changed his expression when he heard this. He was so angry that his face turned red and shouted, "Damn jade pipa spirit, I am Golden Toad, I am not a toad." Yu Yang waved his hand indifferently, "Go down to hell and explain to the king of hell. Whether you are a toad or not, I actually don't care. After all, killing a toad is nothing to brag about." The four women did not speak, but they had already summoned their grimoires. Princess Sisai raised her sword and waited. City Mistress Fallen Flowers started to condense her aurora light, and the mysterious beauty Wu Xia hid behind them. As long as she attacked, it would definitely be her strongest attack. If the four of them did not have Yu Yang here, they would definitely not be a match for any of the enemies. However, as long as Yu Yang was here, they would be able to unleash their true power. No matter how much power they could bring to Yu Yang, they would not give up on supporting him. Moreover, this was the time when he needed support the most. At the feet of the purple-lipped flirtatious woman who was completely naked, a small purple lightning sable suddenly appeared. When it saw City Lord Fallen Flowers' three-tailed snow fox, it immediately screamed. The small lightning sable had a kind of frenzied uneasiness, and its deep purple eyes flashed with electricity. It was filled with a dense killing intent, as if it hated the three-tailed snow fox very much. The three-tailed snow fox's intelligence far surpassed that of the small lightning sable. Although the three-tailed snow fox also had a kind of killing intent in its eyes, it seemed to understand that the situation in front of it was strange, and did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, it quietly stayed by its master's side, waiting for a good opportunity. The moment the small lightning sable appeared, it opened its mouth, and its hair stood on end. It screamed non-stop, as if it was challenging the three-tailed snow fox to fight, or threatening it. The three-tailed snow fox, which had successfully killed the fox rabbit and the green snake before, now had a kind of human emotion in its eyes. If one looked closely, they would find that it was silently mocking its opponent. Compared to the opponent, the three-tailed snow fox was closer to a human, whether it was intelligence or emotions. The open and secret fights between animals did not affect its master at all. The purple-lipped flirtatious woman wanted to tear Yu Yang into pieces and swallow him alive. She did not hurry to put on her clothes, but instead continued to release her aura. Her body, which was gradually turning pink, continued to emit a strange fragrance. It was a strange fragrance that made people feel weak all over their bodies when they smelled it. City Lord Fallen Flowers kept staring at this woman. The aurora in her hands had been condensed to the limit, but she was still trying to accumulate and increase the power of the light. Long before Yu Yang started practicing the body fusion technique, Yu Yang had pointed out that the power of the aurora had not been fully unleashed yet. This theory made Luohua City Mistress extremely shocked, especially when Yu Yang said that the spiral-shaped, aurora light, would be more powerful than the aurora light that attacked in a straight line. Luohua City Mistress had always doubted whether the aurora light that could only attack in a straight line could bend, not to mention forming a spiral. However, this impossible gradually became a reality after practicing body fusion with Yu Yang. City Lord Fallen Flowers had seen more than once that Yu Yang twisted the aurora light into a spiral shape and added it to her aurora light. When the two burst out together, the power produced was 10 times more than the original. The aurora that was straight on the inside and rotating on the outside was her and Yu Yang's true body fusion technique, dual aurora. The power of the dual aurora could simply destroy the world. Since then, Castellan Fallen Flowers had been trying to throw away her fixed beliefs and personally distort the aurora that could only form a straight line. Slow down, a little slower. Hold on a little longer. When you get used to it, then accumulate light energy. The mysterious beauty Wu Xia was a martial arts genius other than Yu Yang. When Yu Yang was not free, she was the #1 choice to assist the girls. She could not be like Yu Yang and distort light energy to cooperate with the City Lord of Fallen Flowers, but she could assist the City Lord of Fallen Flowers' control. The spiral, Aurora Light, was still a big challenge for the City Lord of Fallen Flowers' current control. However, she was very smart. If she could not achieve the spiral, Aurora Light, then she would first try the multiple, Aurora Light. She created 6 small, Aurora Light, balls at the side of the big, Aurora Light, ball. When the big, Aurora Light, ball was bombarded towards the enemy, the 6 small, Aurora Light, balls would take turns to bombard the enemy. This kind of attack effect was tested by Sickly Beauty Traceless. The power could be increased by 3 times. When the 6 small, Aurora Light, balls were fired at the same time, the slower they moved forward, or the more distorted they were, the better the support effect would be. The City Lord of Fallen Flowers' target was the light pillars emitted by the 6 small, Aurora Light, balls. In the end, they all turned into a spiral net, surrounding the Aurora Light, ball on the outer layer. It gathered the Aurora Light, balls that were emitted continuously and strengthened the Aurora Light, ball's power. The naked flirtatious woman opposite her had blatantly seduced Yu Yang just now. This had already made the City Lord of Fallen Flowers angry. She decided to let this shameless woman have a taste of her, Aurora Light. Princess Sisai, who was standing beside the City Lord of Fallen Flowers, stared at the beautiful woman who was hugging a jade pipa. Princess Sisai, who had sharp 6 senses, felt that this woman was even scarier than the naked flirtatious woman. Among the 4 goblin generals of the southern border, Princess Sisai felt that this woman was the strongest. She was even scarier than the skinny man who was coughing non-stop with tuberculosis. Sickly Beauty Traceless had already made her preparations. She was ready to assist Yu Yang at any time. When Yu Yang launched his attack, the enemies would definitely surround and attack him. At that time, he needed a crystal shield to block all the attacks. Only then would he be able to kill the enemies without any worries. Fatty, come over and help me hold the line. I want to tear this damned human apart with my own hands. The flirtatious woman hated Yu Yang to the extreme. It's my honor to be of service to a beauty. The fatty with the golden toad laughed as he replied. Cough cough cough, if you don't, cough 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 cough, you don't need me, cough cough, then I'll go to sleep, cough cough. The skinny man with tuberculosis laid down on the back of the mount that looked like a horse but wasn't a horse, like a donkey but wasn't a donkey. He weakly fell asleep. In his sleep, he was still coughing faintly. At the same time that the skinny man with tuberculosis laid down and fell asleep, the fiery golden eyes beast, who was extremely alert, suddenly swayed, as if it was going to fall to the ground. The fiery golden eyes beast roared loudly. His 10 fingers formed sharp claws, and scratched his body, leaving countless bloody wounds. Yu Yang looked at him. Did this guy fall into the enemy's trap, but why didn't his divine vision see it? The fiery golden eyes beast suddenly turned around, and shouted loudly towards Yu Yang, he is the Dream Eater Demon General. He can invade other people's dream world, and cause them to enter their dreams. In the dream world, he is an invincible existence. You guys leave quickly, while my mind is still resisting, hoo-hoo. Before he could finish his sentence, he fell head-first onto the ground. Even though his body was covered in wounds, the pain did not stop him from falling asleep. When he fell asleep, the skinny man with tuberculosis coughed suddenly. Stupid guy, cough cough, you know that I am an invincible existence in your dreams. Cough, you still want to resist me? Cough cough cough, you really are an idiot. Did you think that I would kill you immediately? Cough cough, I want to torture you alive, until you regret being born into this world. The 4 girls jumped in fright. Luckily they had already summoned their protective shield. Otherwise, if this skinny man with tuberculosis entered their dreams, it would really be a tragedy. The protective shield of the grimoire could defend against all kinds of attacks. Whether it was swords, light or spirit, as long as it did not exceed the maximum limit of the protective shield, it could defend against it. The fiery golden eyes beast did not have a grimoire, so he was completely miserable. He did not even have the ability to resist, and was dragged into the dream by the skinny man with tuberculosis. Yu Yang was more daring. He walked out of the protective shield, walked to the side of the fiery golden eyes beast, and lightly kicked it. He frowned, not understanding how the skinny man with tuberculosis could drag people into the dream world. Wasn't the dream world controlled by the owner? This little brother doesn't seem to be afraid, can you tell us why? The beautiful girl carrying the jade pipa asked curiously when she saw that Yu Yang did not care about the terrifying dream invasion. When it comes to daydreaming, no one is better than me. Yu Yang ignored the flirtatious girl who was so angry that she was ready to tear him apart, and turned his head to look in another direction. In that direction, there was the sound of heavy footsteps, one step at a time, walking towards them in an abnormal rhythm. As they got closer, Yu Yang and the four girls saw a 5-meter-tall 8-armed giant striding towards them. Every step it took was about 10 meters, no more and no less. This 8-armed giant was holding the flying tiger ambassador in his hand, as if he was pinching a small bug. The flying tiger ambassador was not dead yet, but he was on the verge of death. On his body, there was only one wound. That was his chest. His entire chest had been smashed by the opponent, and all his ribs were broken. Even with the Eastern Goblin tribe's strong body, it was hard to recover from the huge fist mark. The 8-armed giant threw the flying tiger ambassador on the ground like a piece of trash, and looked at Yu Yang. When his gaze met Yu Yang's, as if his gaze had substance, he actually used his gaze to push Yu Yang backwards, causing Yu Yang's body to sway a little, but he did not seem to fall. There are 3 types of creatures that can use their gaze to attack their enemies. The first is the evil eye, the second is the ghost-faced blood lizard, and the third is the dragon. When a dragon's draconic aura reaches its limit, it can materialize into wind blades or even swords to attack its enemies. Yu Yang, the 8-armed giant in front of you, if I'm not wrong, is a 9-headed dragon, which is the 9-headed goblin marshal that the flying tiger mentioned earlier. The mysterious beauty Xianxia closed her ancient book and analyzed further. Now, we can more or less determine that the 9-headed goblin marshal uses his draconic aura to attack his enemies, and is most proficient in the eyes part of his 5 senses. That lowly woman's body is emitting a fragrance, and is most proficient in the nose part of his 5 senses. Needless to say, the fat toad is definitely the mouth part of his 5 senses. The woman who is carrying a jade pipa is most proficient in the ears part of his 5 senses. The 5 of them form a whole, and when they join hands, they complement each other, making their power even stronger. Besides that, there's also that skinny tuberculosis guy, who is proficient in entering dreams, and he is faintly corresponding to the head part of his 5 senses. If we want to break their combination, we have to destroy the connection between them, and not let them have the chance to complement each other. After hearing the mysterious beauty Xia's words, the enemy's body trembled slightly. He didn't expect that in just one move, his trump card would be seen through by this human girl. Many strong enemies had died because of this secret, yet they didn't know about it. But today, it was actually seen through by a little girl who wasn't even an innate. No wonder human innate rankers were always stronger than foreign innates of the same level. It turned out that the human race's intelligence was really scary. You're right. Then what should I do? Yu Yang felt that what she said made sense, but he didn't know how to do it. I don't know either. Xia spread out her small hands, indicating that she couldn't help even if she wanted to. Dong. Including the beautiful woman carrying the jade pipa, the few enemies who were so scared that their hearts were in chaos all fell to the ground. They were really scared half to death. They didn't expect that she wouldn't be able to see through their flaws. When they came back to their senses, the 4 goblin generals secretly thought that they were lucky. It turned out that this little girl could only see through their trump cards, and not their hidden weaknesses. If she could see through their weaknesses, then it would really be a headache. The skinny tuberculosis guy suddenly coughed a few times, and wriggled a little on the strange horse's back, as if he was sleep-talking. Very quickly, sleep-talking sounds rang out from the flying tiger ambassador's mouth. The flying tiger ambassador's eyes rolled back and he fainted. However, the expression on his face was as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. His terrified expression was like the lava of an extinct volcano condensing on his face. Without a sound, the flying tiger ambassador died. Before he died, his mouth was wide open, and his tongue was sticking out. As if someone was strangling his neck, the flying tiger ambassador finally suffocated to death. Yu Yang watched as the flying tiger ambassador breathed his last. He saw the flying tiger's legs twitching weakly before he breathed his last. He couldn't help but shake his head lightly. Don't worry, you will also die very soon. The fatty with the 3-legged gold toad looked at Yu Yang with a smile. He looked like a butcher looking at the meat on the table, as if he was considering where to cut it. Eh? Yu Yang felt an indescribable feeling of sleepiness emerging from the bottom of his heart. It was as if there was an invisible force pulling him in midair, floating him into his own dream realm. His body outside was a little out of control, and swayed a little. Yu Yang's spirit didn't resist, and his body didn't collapse either. Instead, he stood up straight like usual, closed his eyes, and breathed deeply as he fell asleep. There were all kinds of sleeping postures, but Yu Yang was probably the only one who could sleep easily standing up. This was his specialty, and he had it before he was transported to this world. In his dream realm, Yu Yang saw the skinny tuberculosis guy standing in front of him with a sinister smile on his face. He was like the Grim Reaper, carrying a big sickle that was dripping with blood, and laughing evilly. "Tell me, how should I torture you to death to make it feel good? Should I use the sickle to cut open your stomach and pull out your intestines to fly a kite? Or should I use a hammer to knock out your teeth one by one, and let you count them slowly?" Before the skinny tuberculosis guy could finish speaking, Yu Yang had already jumped on top of his head. Like a mountain pressing down on him, he pressed the skinny tuberculosis guy under him. He then raised his fists and punched the skinny tuberculosis guy until he cried out in pain. "Impossible. This is impossible, the dream realm is controlled by me. I am an invincible existence, it is impossible for you to hit me." The skinny tuberculosis guy cried out in pain and fear. In the ancient passage outside, the skinny tuberculosis guy who was lying on the back of the strange horse cried out in pain. His face was full of fist marks, and even his broken teeth flew out from his crooked mouth. Yu Yang didn't say anything, he just raised his fists and punched him. He was in a hurry. If he didn't fight now, he wouldn't have a chance to fight when the big loli came out. Sure enough, before he could finish 100 punches, the big loli in the dream realm appeared in front of Yu Yang. Facing the skinny tuberculosis guy, her face was filled with disgust. She slowly raised her hand and shouted, "Soul destruction." Thousands of colorful sword chi condensed into a single sword, easily killing the skinny tuberculosis guy who had invaded the dream realm. Furthermore, it was complete destruction. The skinny tuberculosis guy didn't even have the time to scream before he was destroyed forever. The body outside the ancient passage had a frozen expression of fear on its face. It was 100 times more fearful than when the flying tiger died. Other than Yu Yang, no one else knew what he saw before his soul was destroyed. The strange horse that he was riding on, which looked like a horse but wasn't a horse, or a donkey but wasn't a donkey, exploded with a bang. Its entire body was a mess of blood and flesh. Even the master on its back, the skinny tuberculosis guy, was blown into two by the explosion. Towards this unforeseen event, everyone was dumbstruck. The four girls knew that Yu Yang was a little strange. He definitely had the confidence to run out and lure the skinny tuberculosis guy to launch a sneak attack. However, they didn't expect him to be able to instantly kill the Dream Eater general who was known to be invincible in the dream realm. Princess Sisai muttered after a while, "This brat is really abnormal." The beautiful girl hugging the jade Peepa frowned as she looked at the skinny tuberculosis guy who had died with his eyes wide open. She didn't expect that the Dream Eater general, who was the most impossible to die, would actually be instantly killed by the enemy in the dream realm together with his Dream Eater beast. What kind of existence was this human boy in the dream realm? Yu Yang opened his eyes, his lips revealing a smile that was even more sinister than a demon king's. Next, whose turn to die? When the Dream Eater goblin general who looked like a skinny man with tuberculosis died, Golden Eyes who was unconscious immediately woke up. Although he was awake, he was still holding his head with a pained expression. It seemed like he had been tortured by the skinny man with tuberculosis in his dream. The situation was a little strange. Yu Yang's side was originally in a one-sided situation, but with the death of the Dream Eater goblin general and the awakening of Golden Eyes, the situation was slightly reversed. If the nine-headed goblin marshal did not come, the remaining 3 goblin generals and Huawei might not be able to defeat them. In terms of numbers, Yu Yang's side had quite a lot of people. Excluding Golden Eyes, they had the same number of people as the opponents. However, the 4 girls were not innates. Even if they fought with all they had, they would only be able to fight against the naked Zidiao. Goblin General Zidiao seemed to be the weakest among the 4 goblin generals. What was more troublesome was her speed and fragrance. Not only was she as fast as lightning, the fragrance that made people feel weak the moment they smelled it. Without absolute certainty, the four girls would not leave the protection of the grimoire's protective shield. They could not be like Yu Yang, who could use his innate qi to circulate the energy in his body. Even if he did not breathe for a short period of time, he would not be affected. Furthermore, Yu Yang's innate qi had a strong dispelling effect. Even if he had breathed in that special fragrance, he could easily expel it from his body through exhalation. Compared to Yu Yang, Golden Eyes was much weaker. Although his body also had the ability to resist the fragrance, his body's battle power was greatly affected after breathing for a long period of time. When he woke up, he almost immediately stopped breathing and held his breath, slowly recovering his battle power. In front of Golden Eyes, Huawei, who had been beaten black and blue by Flying Tiger previously, had already finished healing and was staring at Golden Eyes like a tiger watching its prey. Huawei did not dare to provoke Yu Yang. He was prepared to use the weaker Golden Eyes as an example to gain some merit in front of the nine-headed goblin marshal. Of course, Huawei was also prepared to reveal the secret that Yu Yang could use fire to refine an orb. He was afraid that the nine-headed goblin marshal would be able to kill the human male in a second. Hence, he decided to report his achievement to the nine-headed goblin marshal so that he could capture Yu Yang alive and present him to the Southern Demon King. Reporting to Grand Marshal, I have an important. Huawei bowed respectfully to the nine-headed goblin marshal. Just as he was about to reveal his secret, a hand suddenly reached out from the back of his neck and pressed against his face. Huawei was shocked, but before he could dodge, he felt a slight pain in his chest, and a bloody hand pierced through his armor. Before Huawei could see what was going on, the bloody hand retracted, as if it had never appeared in the first place. Huawei felt another sharp pain in his throat, and was shocked to find that his throat was caught between the fingers of the big hand in front of him. Who was it? He turned around to see who had ambushed him. However, just as he turned his head around, he saw a bloody heart being pinched by a bloody hand and crushed into pieces. Even though Huawei was from the Eastern Goblin tribe who had an extremely strong body, he still couldn't withstand such an attack. His body swayed and he fell to the ground. In the sky, he saw the nine-headed goblin marshal's huge fist smashing down heavily. However, above the person who had ambushed him, there was a woman who was holding a crystal-clear shield, completely blocking the nine-headed goblin marshal's furious attack. The fatty with the three-legged gold toad also attacked from the left. The mysterious beauty Wuxia teleported over with a light wind and summoned her grimoire in an instant, blocking the fatty's huge palm. When the lowly Lamia Little Winley floated out from Yu Yang's body, the three-legged gold toad seemed to know how powerful she was. It immediately knocked its owner away and spat out a cloud of smoke, covering its body as it turned into black smoke and flew away. The fastest one was Goblin General Zidiao, the bewitching woman who was completely naked. She attacked Yu Yang's back like lightning. The eyes of the Grim Reaper were staring at her. This Goblin General Zidiao, who had fast reflexes, quickly threw out an item and disappeared immediately, avoiding the gaze of the Grim Reaper. A red flame flashed in the Grim Reaper's eyes. The substitute that Goblin General Zidiao threw out let out a blood-curdling scream and was instantly killed on the spot. The completely naked Goblin General Zidiao escaped 30 meters away. She looked at her substitute beast in shock and realized that it had died instantly. At this moment, an extremely tall woman with curved horns, who had no bulging muscles but looked extremely powerful, stood behind Yu Yang. Her eyes emitted a blood-red glow, as if she was the Grim Reaper. On her left arm, there was a golden bracelet decorated with ancient runes. On her hand, there was a golden lion shield that faintly emitted a strange power. On her right arm, this tall, perfectly proportioned woman with curved horns was also wrapped with a special golden ribbon. The curved horned woman's entire body was covered with gold-ranked items. Even on her long neck, there was a golden bell that faintly emitted holy energy. Goat-horned goblin? Goblin General Zidiao initially thought that she was a goat-horned goblin from the Eastern Goblin tribe, but immediately denied it. A goat-horned goblin's real body was not that tall, nor did it have the ability to stare and kill enemies. Barbarian bull, she is a humanoid beast evolved from a barbarian bull. The only beautiful woman who had not made a move and had been quietly watching the battle while hugging her jade pipa, suddenly spoke and judged with certainty, although she is not a holy beast, she is very close. 2 guardian beasts? What an interesting human boy. I was wondering why he was so confident. Turns out that he had hidden his strength so well. Interesting. What happens next will be even more interesting. Yu Yang took advantage of the fact that Huawei was still alive and dug out an orb from his stomach. Huawei screamed in pain as his body immediately changed shape and reverted to his real body. He turned back into a snake-headed tortoise monster. Blood spurted out from his mouth and he died on the spot. Seeing Huawei being forcefully killed in front of everyone, the 3 goblin generals and 9-headed goblin marshals' expressions turned ugly. This was equivalent to giving them a loud slap in the face. Especially the 9-headed goblin marshal who had thrown a heavy punch. He was confident that he could send Yu Yang flying with a single punch. Even if he did not kill him instantly, he would be able to heavily injure him. Who would have thought that his punch that could shatter a small mountain would actually be blocked by a crystal shield? Seeing the silver ancient runes on the crystal shield, the 9-headed goblin marshal's expression turned ugly. This human girl was obviously not an innate, but her defense was not any weaker than an innate. Just based on this crystal shield alone, he believed that no innate level 1 ranker would have this kind of defense. The terrifying fist aura that could send a level 1 innate flying was completely ineffective against this crystal shield. The 9-headed goblin marshal's punch was like a hurricane, spreading in all directions. Although the weakest lightning Martin had dodged far away, it was still sent flying more than 100 meters away by the shockwave from the punch. On the other hand, the ugly, big-bellied 3-legged golden toad, after successfully saving its master, turned into black smoke and was only blown 30 meters away before it stopped. It was obvious that it was powerful. Again. The 9-headed goblin marshal's roar was like thunder as he waved his fist without retreating. Out of his 8 arms, 6 of them turned into dragon-head snake arms. They grew rapidly, and like a group of snakes, they passed by Sickly Beauty who was raising her shield and continued to attack Yu Yang. At the same time, his 2 largest arms clasped into fists. With the power of thunder, he smashed down with an unstoppable force, causing Sickly Beauty who was raising her shield to be unable to protect Yu Yang. Yu Yang's lips curled into a cold smile. He raised his bloody hand and a giant fire shield quickly condensed and spread outwards, blocking the attack of one of the dragon-head snake arms. There were still 5 more dragon-head snake arms that were charging towards him. Little Wenli stared with her big, expressive eyes, and the dragon-head snake arms in front of her instantly stopped. Different from Yu Yang's fire shield, Little Wenli's attacks were ruthless and precise. Her dual icicle blades slashed past, and 2 of the dragon-head snake arms that were about to bite Yu Yang were injured by her. They slowly moved forward in the frost, their movements slower than a snail's crawl. Barbarian Cow Shadow A Man immediately retaliated. She first raised her golden lion shield and smashed it onto one of the dragon-head snake arms. She then abandoned her shield and used her hands to grab onto the dizzy dragon-head snake arms tightly. She even wanted to forcefully break the dragon-head snake arms from the 9-headed goblin marshal's body. The last dragon-head snake arm did not even have time to attack Yu Yang before it was blasted by a lightning ball and turned black. The mysterious beauty Wu Xia was not only proficient in ice, but also lightning. Goblin General Zidiao, who was completely naked, attacked with lightning speed. She waved her purplish-black fingernails and angrily tore at Yu Yang's body. On the other side, the chubby goblin General Golden Toad also attacked. Although he looked clumsy, his speed was not inferior to Goblin General Zidiao. Only the beautiful lady who was hugging the Jade Peepo was still watching the battle. She did not look at Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers who were ready to attack. She only stared at Yu Yang. Yu Yang's afterimage disappeared. Goblin General Zidiao and Goblin General Golden Toad's attacks missed. The 2 goblin generals immediately rushed towards each other when their attacks missed. They covered each other and left the battlefield. Kaboom! The 9-headed goblin marshal in the sky punched heavily on Sickly Beauty's traceless crystal shield. On the surface, it looked like Sickly Beauty would fall to the ground from his terrifying attack. This was because compared to the 9-headed goblin marshal, her body was too slender. Furthermore, she was extremely sick. Even a blind man could see that she was extremely weak. However, the crystal shield did not move at all. Sickly Beauty's weak face turned slightly pale under the 9-headed goblin marshal's thunderous attack. However, her slender hands held up the crystal shield. It was hard to believe that it was even more unbreakable than a steel castle. The nine-headed goblin marshal's face revealed a shocked expression. He had already raised his strength to innate level 2 for this attack. However, the crystal shield was still unharmed under such a heavy attack. His opponent was a human girl who had not even reached the innate realm. Her body was so weak that she could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, her defense was 10 times stronger than the 1,000-year-old tortoise. This was simply impossible. How could a crystal shield created by a beast that was not an innate ranker be able to withstand his innate level 2 attack? There was not even a single crack on the crystal shield. There was no sign of it breaking. Even if he had seen it with his own eyes, he would not be able to accept it. If the nine-headed goblin marshal knew that sickly beauty Wu Hen had used the ancient runes on Yu Yang's body to improve her crystal battle armor and crystal shield after her battle with Yu Yang, increasing her defense by 10 times, he would not be so surprised. The crystal shield that even an innate level 1 innate could not break had its defense greatly increased after Yu Yang and sickly beauty Wu Hen's meticulous improvement. Forget about the nine-headed goblin marshal's innate level 2 strength. Even if he were to level up to innate level 3, he would not be able to break it. If the person holding up the crystal shield was not sickly beauty Wu Hen, but the mysterious beauty Wu Xia, then the nine-headed goblin marshal would be in even more despair. This was because sickly beauty Wu Hen was only good at researching runes. She was far inferior to Wu Xia in terms of combat skills. If the mysterious beauty Wu Xia also had a crystal battle armor and crystal shield, she would probably be able to use the crystal shield to prevent the nine-headed goblin marshal from using his full strength. Having a long head doesn't necessarily mean that it's useful. A retard will always be a retard. Yu Yang's real body appeared above the nine-headed goblin marshal's head. In an instant, he unsealed his innate strength and raised his hands up high. Clasping his fingers together, his innate sword chi condensed rapidly. His target was the back of the nine-headed goblin marshal's head. Although the nine-headed goblin marshal did not see Yu Yang's sure-kill sword finger, as a ranker, he could sense the danger. Because he had attacked with his 6 dragon-headed snake arms, he was unable to retract them and escape from this place. He could only let out a thunderous roar and increase his strength to innate level 3. He was prepared to release his aura and send his enemy flying, but it was useless. Yu Yang's 10 fingers broke through everything. The golden light was comparable to the blazing sun. Thousands of rays of light flashed in Yu Yang's hands. Like a hot knife through butter, Yu Yang's finger pointed towards the nine-headed goblin marshal's head. The innate invisible sword chi's strongest attack exploded. As long as it hit, even the demon king Xianxia's arm would be heavily injured. Today, Yu Yang, whose combat power had increased by 100 times, was no longer the same Yu Yang from back then. If this attack hit, the nine-headed goblin marshal would probably not end up like the demon king Xianxia. Would this attack instantly kill the nine-headed goblin marshal, or would it fail? The expression of the beautiful lady hugging the jade pipa changed. She seemed to be prepared to help. But in the end, she sighed. She stood still, hugging the jade pipa, and continued to watch quietly. Yu Yang's sword struck the back of the nine-headed goblin marshal's head. The nine-headed goblin marshal roared, and his neck strangely elongated, twisting like a snake's neck. Although he could not dodge Yu Yang's strongest sword, he did not let the sword chi hit the back of his head. Yu Yang's strongest sword changed from a stab to a horizontal slash, and cut off half of the nine-headed goblin marshal's snake neck. In the nick of time, the nine-headed goblin marshal returned to his true form. From his 5-meter-tall body, he turned into a giant demon beast with 9 snake heads. His body was a golden turtle shell the size of a small mountain. Among the 9 heads, the largest head in the middle that was already heavily injured and on the verge of breaking instantly shrunk back into the golden patterned tortoise's shell. The other 8 heads twisted their necks and attacked Yu Yang, who had succeeded in one strike. Although Yu Yang did not kill the 9-headed goblin marshal in one hit, he still managed to injure him. Even Demon King Xian could not withstand the innate invisible sword chi, let alone the 9-headed goblin marshal who was weaker than the Demon King. Yu Yang spread his hands, and extended them left and right. Another 2 streaks of innate invisible sword chi burst out, piercing through the foreheads of the 2 snake-necked and dragon-headed beasts. Little Winli flew into Yu Yang's arms, and used her binding inherent skill on the 9-headed goblin marshal. The remaining 8 heads froze in an instant. The mysterious beauty Wuxia made her move, and the ice storm covered the 8 snake necks with a thin layer of snow. Sickly Beauty raised her crystal shield, and blocked Yu Yang's back, helping him block the fat golden-toed goblin general's meatball-like attack. On the other side, Princess Xianxia slashed through the air, streaking across the passageway at an extremely fast speed. Her gigantic sword slashed heavily towards the 2 snake heads that Yu Yang had heavily injured. Before the naked goblin general Zidiao could get close, the barbarian Cow Shadow man had already turned to glare at her. Demon General Zidiao retreated swiftly. She knew there was a chance of triggering the gaze of death, but she wasn't willing to take the risk. Moreover, on her left and right, there were Golden Eyes, who was constantly recovering its strength, and City Master Fallen Flowers, who had been accumulating aurora for a long time, were eyeing her like a tiger watching its prey, ready to attack her at any time. Before Little Wen Li's binding inherent skill ended, Yu Yang skillfully brought Princess Sisai, who had injured the 9-headed goblin marshal, back into the shield of the City Lord of Fallen Flowers. He hugged Sickly Beauty and chased after Goblin General Zidiao, who was retreating. Wuxia was even faster than him. She had already used light wind teleportation and flashed behind Goblin General Zidiao. Die. Yu Yang didn't use his innate invisible sword chi. Instead, he took out the mysterious metal beast from his lich ring and turned it into a dagger, stabbing it between Goblin General Zidiao's eyebrows. Goblin General Zidiao wasn't willing to make an enemy out of Yu Yang. Of course, she was most afraid of Little Wen Li, who had been following closely behind Yu Yang. She could already tell that this little Lamia had an even more terrifying inherent skill than the barbarian cowgirl. Goblin General Zidiao wasn't willing to follow in Huawei's footsteps if she could even bind someone as strong as the 9-headed goblin marshal. She didn't have a strong defense like the 9-headed goblin marshal, nor did she have 9 heads. As long as he was immobilized, this human brat with terrifying lethality would cut off his own head with a single slash. Goblin General Zidiao's body rotated extremely softly. Her waist bent into a bow and she raised her long legs high. Even if her private parts were exposed, she didn't feel ashamed at all. Before Wuxia could attack, she kicked towards Wuxia's chest. In the instant that her kick was about to land, her toes quickly changed shape, forming a purplish-black sable claw. She scratched Wuxia's chest from top to bottom. Stupid. Wuxia sneered. Her leg moved later, but it reached first. Her body was similarly soft, and her movements were even more beautiful. This was the first time she used her combat skills in front of Yu Yang. She was like a phoenix, or a white crane dancing in the snow. Her hands brought her body along as she bent backwards softly. She used one leg as a bridge and the other to kick upwards. Coincidentally, she dodged Goblin General Zidiao's sweeping kick. Her long leg moved upwards and hit Goblin General Zidiao's lower abdomen. At the same time that Goblin General Zidiao was hit, her hands had already landed on the ground. Her other leg also flew up quickly, but it wasn't a kick. Instead, it formed a scissor-like shape. She closed her legs and clamped onto Goblin General Zidiao's lower leg, flinging her onto the ground. Wuxia's movements were as beautiful as a swallow dancing in the air. Of course, this move of hers was also called Swallow Scissors. It was one of her 3 ultimate moves that was specially used against small and agile opponents. Beating up Fallen Flowers was what Yu Yang was best at. He didn't have any tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Aside from his sisters and family, he would definitely be a merciless killer for any other woman. Besides, there was no justice in the world if he didn't kill a slut like Goblin General Zidiao. Waving the dagger that the mysterious golden beast had transformed into, he stabbed it towards Goblin General Zidiao's chest. The fat golden toad behind her tried to save her, but was blocked by the fiery golden eyes beast. Goblin General Zidiao rolled and escaped, her movements as fast as lightning. However, when she escaped 50 meters away, she shockingly discovered that Yu Yang's speed was even faster than hers. He caught up to her in an instant and even surpassed her. As the dagger swung down, Goblin General Zidiao hurriedly twisted her body to dodge. In the end, she watched in horror as the dagger gradually lengthened and split into a few thinner and sharper giant eagle claws, sweeping down towards her chest. She saw blood splatter, as if half of her breasts had been sliced off by the giant eagle claws. Before she could scream, Yu Yang had already kicked her in the chest. Sword chi shot out from the tip of his foot, piercing a bloody hole through Goblin General Zidiao's naked chest. When Goblin General Zidiao fell from the sky, the aurora that City Mistress Fallen Flowers had been accumulating for a long time lit up the entire ancient passage. After a long time, the white light gradually disappeared. On the extremely sturdy stone wall of the ancient passage that had caved in, Goblin General Zidiao fell inside. Both of her legs had been sliced off by the aurora, and her heart had also been pierced through by Yu Yang's sword chi. She was on the verge of death. Her right hand, which was dripping with blood, reached out to save her companion. Save me. The beautiful lady hugging. The jade Pipa was not moved at all. She only replied indifferently, without strength, you can only be eliminated by others. The fat golden toad and the extremely ugly three-legged golden toad beside his feet were fighting intensely with the fiery golden eyes beast. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the fat golden toad was not going all out. His strength should be above that of the fiery golden eyes beast. Compared to Goblin General Zidiao, he was much stronger. The fat golden toad was also wary of the sword chi that Yu Yang could casually release, and Little Wen Li's restraint. As for the barbarian cow shadow a man's gaze of death, he did not care too much about it. He did not seem to be afraid of the special technique that could instantly kill a soul with a stare. The lightning little marten saw that its master had suffered a crushing defeat. It actually betrayed and immediately left. The three-tailed snow fox chased after it like a bolt of lightning. The two little things' speed was as fast as lightning, and they disappeared in an instant. The huge head in the middle of the nine-headed goblin marshal stretched out again. His injuries were completely healed. Yu Yang's sword wound could not be completely healed in less than 10 seconds. He only used a substitute to transfer the injury to the other snake head. This kind of strange ability was probably his instinct. Yu Yang was not surprised. He only turned to look at the fiery golden eyes beast and the golden toad. He used his divine vision to discover that the two of them were hiding their strength. They were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. If they really fought, even if the golden toad's strength was not as strong as the nine-headed goblin marshal, it would not be too far off. As for the fiery golden eyes beast, he was hiding his strength. Yu Yang already knew that at the champion's arena. Now that he was watching the battle with the golden toad, he could see it even more clearly. He and the fat golden toad were about the same level. He was slightly weaker than the nine-headed goblin marshal, but he was much stronger than the 4 great goblin generals and the flying tiger ambassador. If it was not for the Dream Eater goblin general who had a special technique, the fiery golden eyes beast would not have been so defenseless. As for the goblin general Pipa who was hugging the jade Pipa and watching the battle quietly, Yu Yang could not tell. If even his level 4, divine vision, couldn't see through it, then it would mean that this Pipa goblin general was the real rancor who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. Of course, Yu Yang didn't understand why she didn't help her comrades, but just watched him kill her comrades. This woman felt a little similar to Phoenix Fairy Beauty, but she was more patient. She didn't have Phoenix Fairy Beauty's personality that loved to laugh and make a fuss. To kill Hu Wei, Yu Yang only needed to cooperate with Little Wen Li. To kill Zidiao and the nine-headed goblin marshal, Yu Yang used the innate invisible sword chi that had never failed him. If this goblin general Pipa attacked, Yu Yang would definitely not hold back. He would use Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel to kill her. On the surface, this goblin general Pipa who was watching the battle quietly seemed to be the weakest. However, in Yu Yang's heart, she was much scarier than the nine-headed goblin marshal. Roar! The nine-headed goblin marshal activated his strongest aura. His aura exploded and his strength increased from innate level 2 to innate level 3. In a few breaths' time, the 9 dragon heads spat out dark green demonic fire which burned on the snake's neck, forming a dark green demonic fire shield. Among the 9 heads, other than the one in the middle, the other 8 spat out a small pearl which was absorbed by the giant head in the middle, forming a light pearl with extremely cold energy. As he breathed in and out, the 9-headed goblin marshal's aura exploded again. His strength increased by more than 10 times. Although he had not reached innate level 4, he was already very close. The fiery golden eyes beast who was fighting a bitter battle with the golden toad had just defeated his opponent. Suddenly, he realized that the 9 heads were coming towards him. He tried his best to dodge the attacks from the 8 heads, but was hit in the chest by the giant head in the middle. His sternum broke and he fell to the ground heavily. Even with the Eastern Goblin tribe's strong body, the fiery golden eyes beast could not withstand it and fainted on the ground. "Let's go, Golden Toad." The beautiful lady carrying the jade Peepa turned and left quietly. Before she left, she looked deeply at Yang. "Are we not going to wait for Goblin Marshal?" The fatty who was carrying the three-legged golden toad was a little hesitant. "You can stay and wait for him." The beautiful lady carrying the jade Peepa disappeared. Her voice reverberated faintly in the ancient passage. When the fatty heard this, he did not care about his companions anymore. He brought his three-legged golden toad and chased after her. Goblin General Zidiao, who was left behind, stared at the fatty's back with hatred. Both of her legs were broken and she was heavily injured. She could not follow and leave. The current her could only hope for the nine-headed Goblin Marshal to win. Only then would she be able to keep her life. "All of you must die." The nine-headed Goblin Marshal did not use his full strength previously and suffered a great loss. This made him extremely angry. Now that he had used his full strength, he was confident that he could kill these humans who made him lose face. "It's too early to dream." Yu Yang smiled. He raised his left hand and Nirvana's flame appeared in his palm. When the nine-headed Goblin Marshal saw it, he recognized that it was the legendary Nirvana's flame. He was so scared that his entire body trembled. Without hesitation, he immediately turned and ran. Even though he had the strength of a level 4 innate, he was not willing to fight against his opponent. Compared to the Nirvana's flame, the dark green demonic flame that protected his body was like a firefly under the bright moon. There was no way they could be compared. The nine-headed Goblin Marshal used the greatest strength and fastest speed he had in his life. He used all of his strength. However, he could not escape from his fate. A flame spear condensed from the Nirvana's flame pierced out from Yu Yang's hand. It completely ignored the defense of the golden tattooed tortoise and pierced through the nine-headed Goblin Marshal's chest. "No, no." The nine-headed Goblin Marshal let out a sorrowful cry. He knew how terrifying Nirvana flame was, but he never thought that he, who had almost reached innate level 4, could not even take one hit. When he saw the Nirvana flame spear piercing through his chest, he knew that he was about to die. He let out a sorrowful cry in his heart. The largest dragon head in the middle opened its bloody mouth and spat out the dragon orb that had gathered all the energy in its body towards Yu Yang. He intended to fight to the death with Yu Yang. Sickly Beauty Traceless suddenly teleported to Yu Yang's side with the help of her flawless light wind teleportation. Without hesitation, she raised her crystal shield and blocked in front of him. The dragon orb dragged along a strong stream of energy as it collided with the crystal shield. At the moment of impact, cracks started to appear on the sturdy crystal shield, spreading in all directions. The silver rune circle on the shield dimmed under the terrifying impact of the dragon orb. The crystal shield was still there. However, there was a small hole in the shield. The dragon orb that had pierced through the crystal shield slowed down a little, but it still flew towards Yu Yang's face at lightning speed. Seeing this, the sickly beauty Wu Hen immediately leapt up and hugged Yu Yang tightly. She was prepared to use her crystal-armored body to forcefully block the dragon pearl orb that would deal a fatal blow. "Idiot!" Yu Yang was shocked by her actions. He hugged her with both hands and spun backwards, bringing her with him to avoid the dragon orb's attack. Although he could not block it, he could still dodge it. Yu Yang was never a stubborn person who wanted to block it head-on. He was already prepared for the nine-headed Goblin Marshal's dragon orb attack. He had been paying special attention to it when the nine-headed Goblin Marshal heavily injured the fiery golden eyes beast. He did not expect Traceless to suddenly teleport over to help him block it. However, no matter what, he would not let the girl he liked use her life to protect him at the most dangerous moment. That kind of action would definitely be the beginning of tragedy. The dragon orb brushed past Yu Yang's arm and shot past the two of them. Seeing that the attack was different, the nine-headed Goblin Marshal immediately used his thoughts to reverse the dragon orb and attack Yu Yang, who was hugging Sickly Beauty. However, even though he had complete control over the Dragon Ball Naiden, under such a high-speed ejection, he couldn't immediately reverse and counterattack. Instead, after ejecting for 10 meters, there was a buffer before it turned around and shot back. At this time, Yu Yang had enough time to react. He took out the Nirvana Flame Spear from the nine-headed goblin marshal's body and formed a Nirvana Flame Shield, blocking in front of Yu Yang. The moment the dragon orb collided with the Nirvana Flame Shield, the energy was like snow falling into a volcano, immediately melting at an extremely fast speed. The energy impurities, evil aura, and the consciousness left behind by the nine-headed goblin marshal were all refined. Only the purest energy was preserved. Roar, roar, roar. The nine-headed goblin marshal rolled on the ground in pain. His body was pierced by the Nirvana Flame Spear and he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. The goblin marshal, who was controlling the dragon orb, was destroyed by the Nirvana Flame Shield before he could retract his consciousness. He would rather die immediately than endure the burning of Nirvana's flame. Not only his physical body, but even his mind and soul would be destroyed by the Nirvana flame. When Yu Yang activated the Nirvana flame thrice and refined the fist-sized dragon orb into a pure orb that was slightly bigger than a marble, the nine-headed goblin marshal had already fallen to the ground and was on the verge of death. He did not die, but it was more painful than death. This was because the orb was connected to his mind. When Yu Yang refined the orb, it was equivalent to harming his mind and soul. After losing the orb, the nine-headed goblin marshal could no longer maintain his innate level 3 realm. His innate realm dropped rapidly and he finally dropped out of the innate realm before he died. From afar, Goblin General Zidiao, who had lost both her legs and fallen to the ground, stared dumbfoundedly at this scene. She could not believe it at all. A powerful being like the nine-headed goblin marshal actually lost to a human boy who was only innate level 1. What made her hair stand on end was that the man who was even scarier than a demon king had summoned a girl wearing a flower crown. That innocent-looking girl waved her hand and a giant vine drilled out from the ground. The giant flower was actually a mouth that could swallow a mammoth. In one bite, it swallowed the nine-headed goblin marshal that was more than 10 meters long. "You can't eat this, I still have use for it." Yu Yang stopped the thorny flower demoness from eating the fiery golden eyes beast. The thorny flower demoness still could not speak, but she had enough intelligence to express herself. She pointed at Goblin General Zidiao and asked silently, "Can this be eaten?" "No, no, don't." Goblin General Zidiao already knew who this innocent-looking girl who could eat people without spitting out their bones was. She was the legendary Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen who had destroyed the entire demon army in the demon abyss and killed 2 blood prison demon kings. Maybe this girl had not reached the level of a Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen yet, but she was already very close. Seeing how she easily swallowed the nine-headed goblin marshal, it was definitely not a problem for her to swallow her as well. Goblin General Zidiao was not afraid of being captured by the enemy, because the enemy would at most toy with her body. She did not care at all. Not only did she have the Eastern Goblin tribe's strong regenerative body, she also had the ability to regenerate broken limbs. No matter how heavy her injuries were, she would only need a few days to completely recover. As long as she could survive, there would be hope. She could completely rely on her natural advantages of bewitching fragrance and lightning speed to escape. The thorny flower demoness completely ignored Goblin General Zidiao's pleading. In her heart, all of her master's enemies were food. As long as it was delicious and could help her evolve, she would eat it, no matter if it was dead or alive. The 4 girls were a little speechless at the thorny flower demoness action of swallowing people alive. Of course, they were not pedantic people. Being merciful to the enemy was the same as being cruel to oneself. Towards Goblin General Zidiao's terrified pleading, the 4 girls turned their faces away and pretended not to see it. Seeing that the 4 girls had turned their heads away, Goblin General Zidiao's expression immediately changed. She, who was originally pleading for her life, rolled on the ground and turned into a giant purple marten. She first opened her mouth and breathed out thick smoke towards the thorny flower demoness, then desperately ran towards the ancient passage. Countless thorny flowers drilled out from the ground, forming a sea of flowers in the ancient passage. No matter how fast the giant purple marten was, it was useless. The thorny flowers coiled around the giant purple marten's body like a snake, tightly binding the giant purple marten like a big rice dumpling. It couldn't even struggle. In the sky, a man, who was holding the golden lion shield, smashed the golden lion shield heavily on the giant purple marten's head with the force of a thunderbolt. The giant purple marten was already severely injured and weak. Under the attack, its brain almost burst open. It let out a miserable cry and immediately fainted. In the barbarian cowgirl's heart, all of her master's enemies must be dealt a fatal blow. She completely didn't care whether the opponent was a man or a woman, a human or a goblin. She treated them all equally. The 10-meter-tall humanoid secondary plant opened its arms and hugged the giant purple marten. Countless branches spread out and formed one body, wrapping the prey within. Ever since they entered the ancient passage, the thorny flower demoness was even happier than a child celebrating their birthday. This was because after Lu He and Mr. Duan Mu, she had the chance to swallow a few more innate rancors. To her, there was no difference in race. No matter if it was human, demon or Eastern Goblin tribe, as long as they were innate rancors, they were all delicious food. Are you sure you want to let this fiery golden eyes beast go? Princess Sisai felt that Yu Yang had the heart to let this guy go. If we don't let him go, then the misunderstanding between humans and the Eastern Goblin tribe would really be formed. Furthermore, according to what this golden eyes said, the Eastern Goblin tribe's Goblin Emperor had no interest in invading the soaring dragon continent. He only wanted to change the relationship between humans and the innate alliance. Maybe he wanted to work together to explore the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower, or to divide some territory. Let's ask him first and understand the Goblin Emperor's true intentions. Yu Yang also felt that if the Goblin Emperor had the heart to invade the soaring dragon continent, he wouldn't have sent his subordinates to capture people. He would have directly killed off the elites of the human race. Why would he waste so much effort to capture them as hostages? That makes sense. This Golden Eyes is indeed an important person. Wu Xia agreed with Yu Yang's way of thinking. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was about to speak when she suddenly realized that her precious baby had returned. She couldn't care less about the fiery Golden Eyes beast's life and death anymore. She immediately bent down to welcome the three-tailed snow fox back. The three-tailed snow fox looked at the dead lightning marten with a bit of pride. In the battle between its own kind, the smarter one had obtained the final victory. Seeing that its master was full of joy, it immediately threw down its prey and ran over to her master to please her, throwing itself into her master's embrace. That soft long tail wagged nonstop in joy. Seeing how close the three-tailed snow fox and City Mistress Fallen Flowers were, Little Winley also secretly hugged Yu Yang's waist. She rubbed her face against his body lightly, secretly imitating the three-tailed snow fox and City Mistress Fallen Flowers' intimate actions. The thorny flower demoness, who had also swallowed Huawei with a bunch of plants, saw that Little Winley was hugging Yu Yang. She also sprinted over. Yu Yang hurriedly recalled her back into his silver grimoire. The thorny flower demoness and the barbarian cow shadow didn't move. Maybe they didn't have the same intelligence as the Bloody Queen Red, so they still stayed in the silver grimoire. Compared to the past, the slight difference was that after gaining high intelligence, as long as Yu Yang was connected with them, they would come out on their own even without Yu Yang opening his grimoire to summon them. This was similar to the Bloody Queen Red in the past. When the fiery Golden Eyes beast woke up, he found that only Yu Yang and the 4 girls were left in the ancient passage. The 9-headed goblin marshal and the other strong enemies had all disappeared without a trace. He turned his head and looked around. After confirming that he was safe, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as this young and mysterious human boy won, he would be able to return to His Majesty alive and report the conspiracy between the Southern Demon King and the fallen humans. He made up his mind and nodded towards Yu Yang. He slowly sat up. Although he was heavily injured and couldn't get up to greet them, he still imitated a human and cupped his hands. Thank you all. If you don't mind, you can follow me to see His Majesty. My Majesty loves talents, I believe he will definitely praise you all. Yu Yang definitely wouldn't follow him to see the Goblin Emperor. What if the Goblin Emperor turned hostile? If the Goblin Emperor was like the Demon King, it would be a headache. If the Goblin Emperor was really the golden-winged Great Pung from the mural, bringing the 4 girls to see him would be equivalent to sending food to him. What race is your Majesty? If he doesn't intend to invade the soaring dragon continent, why did he capture our people? Yu Yang asked tentatively. Our Majesty is from the Dragon Clan. He is the Dragon Emperor of the 9th floor of Tongtian Tower. He is known as the 5 Emperors of Tongtian Tower together with you humans, Ji Zun, and the other 3 rankers. Our Majesty has the intention to enter the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower and lay the foundation for the 11th floor of Tongtian Tower to find the legendary Eastern Celestial Tribe. Hence, we need a strong ally. However, Jizun is arrogant and has always refused to cooperate with Our Majesty. The Human Innate Alliance had also fought with our Eastern Goblin Tribe's ally in the past and had severed all relations with us for many years. Our Majesty wants to use this opportunity to invite Jun Wuyu and the other human rankers to explain the situation. He hopes to clear up the misunderstanding and restore and strengthen the cooperation between the two tribes. The fiery golden eyes beast passed a black iron waist plate to Yu Yang. Obviously, this was the proof of his identity. Yu Yang did not understand the meaning of this black iron waist plate. However, when he heard that the Demon Emperor was not the great golden-winged rock on the mural, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Yu Yang agreed with what the fiery golden eyes beast said. He felt that it was more or less the case. Of course, he was still a little reserved. He felt that the Demon Emperor was definitely testing the intentions of the Human Innate Alliance and Jizun. If the humans were tough, then they would cooperate. However, if they did not stand up for Jun Wuyu and the others, he would definitely not value Jun Wuyu and the others. When will Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor, release my father and the human rankers? Princess Sisai did not have the mood to beat around the bush and directly asked for the result. I don't know. I can't say for sure. Maybe he will only keep them for a few days. Maybe he will keep them for a month or even longer. However, I can guarantee one thing. Our Majesty definitely does not have the intention to harm the human monarch. We really want to obtain a firm and strong ally. Golden Eyes Beast's words were very sincere. Princess Sisai could tell that he was not lying and nodded her head slightly. Why doesn't Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor, choose to cooperate with other rankers? The mysterious beauty Wu Xia suddenly asked. Because, we, the Eastern Goblin Tribe and the humans, are different. We are different from the creatures of the Demon Abyss or the other races in Tongtian Tower. It is said that our ancestors originated from the Eastern Goblin Tribe. In Tongtian Tower, there is a small branch of the Eastern Goblin Tribe. They have a very close relationship with the human innates. They think that they are the descendants of the Celestial Tribe and have always refused to cooperate with us. When the fiery golden eyes beast said this, Yu Yang and the four girls immediately remembered something. That day when Elder Nangong appeared, the two girls that he brought along were the dragon girls of the Eastern Goblin Tribe. It seemed that they were the branch that the fiery golden eyes beast was talking about. Yu Yang sorted out the information that he had obtained and muttered to himself. In the end, he opened his mouth and said, although I cannot change the minds of the human Jizun, if Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor, wants to cooperate, I can suggest it to her. However, the condition is that you have to release our people as soon as possible. If your Goblin Emperor wants to cooperate, you can send people to negotiate. Using such a barbaric method definitely won't work. That's right, how many people can you send to enter the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower? When he said this, Yu Yang actually did not really want to cooperate with the Eastern Goblin Tribe. Instead, he wanted to test the strength of the Eastern Goblin Tribe. He estimated that the Eastern Goblin Tribe was slightly stronger than the Human Innate Alliance, but not by much. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to form an alliance with the Human Innate Alliance. Of course, there was also the possibility that the Eastern Goblin Tribe would need to be accompanied by a Human Innate or a Human Jizun in order to clear the Tongtian Tower. In any case, he had to find out the strength of the Eastern Goblin Tribe first. Yu Yang felt that if the Eastern Goblin Tribe was not too big of a threat, they could cooperate temporarily. It was better to have more friends than more enemies. Since you guys might be our future allies, I won't hide it from you. Our Eastern Goblin Tribe is strong, but our numbers are too few. If we were to talk about intelligence, forget about normal beasts, even the Goblin Tribe that can transform into humans are still lacking compared to you humans. Let's not talk about the beasts that can transform into humans, just the Goblin Tribe that can transform into humans that are close to innate, like the Xiong brothers and the Meihua brothers, we only have 1,000 of them. As for those that have surpassed innate, we have 100 of them. I estimate that we have twice as many as you human innates. Our Eastern Goblin Tribe has the strongest body, but our intelligence is not as high as you humans. You humans have high intelligence, but you don't have a body like us. Both the Eastern Goblin tribe and you humans have your own strengths and weaknesses. If our two tribes can cooperate sincerely and help each other, I believe that we will be even more powerful. The fiery golden eyes beast's words made Yu Yang think deeply. The Eastern Goblin tribe was really strong. 1,000 of them were close to innate, and 100 had surpassed innate. This number was very impressive. There were only a few innates in the Soaring Dragon continent. The innate alliance had more than 10 innates, but those old fellows didn't care about anything at all. Furthermore, they belonged to the Demonic Palace, the Thousand Goblins sect, the Green Summit sect and the Four Great Sects. In the Xia Empire, excluding himself, there were only 6 innates. There were 2 heavenly imperial guardians and a state grandmaster, one from each of the Feng and Shui clan, and an innate who betrayed the Demonic Palace. There weren't many who were close to innate. For example, the old fox and Grandma Wu-Ting were the closest. They had already surpassed innate level 1 in some aspects, but their realms were not innate yet. According to the old fox, Grandma Wu-Ting was also an innate in the past. However, she was severely injured by an enemy and fell from the innate realm, unable to recover. If she could be cured, then the Xia Empire would have one more innate ranker. As for those who had not even reached level 8, Emperor, or level 7, Overlord, there were quite a number of them. Like Elder Yu Hai, Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao, Yan Qianzhong, Feng Kuang, Eastern Sky King, Western Sky King and even Jun Wu Yu, countless rankers in the Soaring Dragon continent were stuck below level 8, Emperor, unable to reach the innate realm. The Eastern Goblin tribe had only sent a few innate rankers like the fiery golden eyes beast to lead the team and guards like the Xiong Pai and the Meihua brothers who were close to becoming innate rankers to capture Jun Wu Yu and the others. It must be said that compared to the various races from the Outer Realms and the Demon Abyss, the humans of the Soaring Dragon continent were really too weak. If I can convince Jizun, I will suggest that she cooperate with your Eastern Goblin tribe. Yu Yang made his decision. If the human race wanted to rise, it would be very difficult to do so without a strong ally. At the very least, they couldn't have a strong enemy like the Eastern Goblin tribe while they were developing. The fiery golden eyes beast was overjoyed when he heard this. If Yu Yang was just a normal human teenager, he wouldn't care about Yu Yang's attitude. However, Yu Yang was an innate. Furthermore, he had defeated the Southern Demon King's subordinates and the 9-headed Goblin Marshal. To the fiery golden eyes beast, Yu Yang's words were more useful than a king's words. He cupped his hands towards Yu Yang courteously. When the fiery golden eyes returns to the palace, I will definitely report everything to His Majesty. As for the people that I brought away, I believe that they will be back soon. After a series of exchanges, the fiery golden eyes beast told Yu Yang many of the Eastern Goblin tribe's secrets, as well as many strange stories about Tong Tian Tower. In the end, Yu Yang and the 4 girls whispered to each other and decided to let him go. The fiery golden eyes beast wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he was worried that Yu Yang wouldn't be able to find the exit from the ancient passage. He brought Yu Yang and the 4 girls to the secret teleportation circle that could lead them to the Soaring Dragon continent. Seeing that Yu Yang and the 4 girls had been teleported away, he then looked for the teleportation circle and reported to the Goblin Emperor. When Yu Yang and the 4 girls teleported out, they didn't return to the Champion Island, but to a desert. Luckily, Yu Yang had already set up a teleportation scroll at the Champion Island. With a flash of white light, Yu Yang and the 4 girls returned to the Champion Island that they had left less than a day ago. Everywhere was a mess. Corpses of demons from the Demon Abyss could be seen everywhere, piling on top of each other. Among the corpses, there were also many human mercenaries' corpses. Most of them had been devoured by the demons. It was a horrible sight to behold. The mysterious beauty Wu Xia and the sickly beauty formed a group. They split up and headed towards the east to search for the Ivy Academy students led by the old cunning fox. Princess Qian and Luo Hua City Mistress went together, heading west. As for Yu Yang, he rushed back to the championship arena because he remembered that there was still the big plum leopard that had not been killed yet. He was afraid that only the drunken cat Big Sis and the panda girl Nyo Nyo would be in danger. When Yu Yang arrived at the Champions Arena, he discovered that the entire Champions Arena had collapsed. Big Plum Leopard was lying dead in the middle of the rubble. Drunken Cat was sitting on a collapsed boulder, drinking wine. There were dozens of scratches on her body. The clothes on her chest were torn, and half of her breasts that were stained with blood were faintly visible. Miss Panda Nyonya was leaning on Drunken Cat's back in pain. She was sleeping soundly due to exhaustion. Her little face was bitter, as if she was having a nightmare. Her body was almost stained with blood. She was almost turning into a blood-red Miss Panda. Yu Yang's heart ached when he saw this. How could this little fellow be beaten up to this state? This drunken cat big sis didn't even take care of her daughter? Nyonya was so small, how could she fight against the plum leopard, an eastern goblin tribe that was close to the innate realm? He rushed forward and carried the weak Nyonya in his arms. He channeled some innate chi into her body, then called little Wenli out. He used the white light to heal Nyonya. Although the main effect of little Wenli's white light was to purify, it was still quite effective in healing external injuries. How are your injuries? Yu Yang saved the little one, then the older one. He hurriedly went to check on Drunken Cat. Do you have any more wine? Drunken Cat shook the empty wine bottle and threw it away. Then, she stretched out her blood-stained palm towards Yu Yang, asking for more wine. Drink my ass. Don't you know that you can't drink when you're injured? You're courting death. Yu Yang checked her pulse and found out that Drunken Cat was heavily injured and on the verge of death. Several of her ribs were broken, her internal organs were injured, and her body was at its limit. If he had not rushed back in time, she would have lost her life. Yu Yang understood. She had fought against the plum leopard alone. That was why she was in this state. Only the heavens knew how she managed to kill the plum leopard that was many times stronger than her. But she still managed to kill it and held on until Yu Yang came back. Yu Yang shook her lightly. Just the two of you? Where's the others? Shui Tanlang? The old fox? I don't know. Everyone is fighting. I can do it alone. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep for a while. Drunken Cat fell to the ground. Previously, she had held on with her strong willpower. Now that Yu Yang had returned, she relaxed and could no longer hold on. Don't sleep. If you sleep now, you'll die. Yu Yang was shocked. He couldn't care less. He first took out the bottle that he had obtained from the 12 zodiac temples and dripped 2 drops of God's dew into Drunken Cat's mouth. Regardless of the value of the God's dew, this royal sister must not die. As the God's dew entered her body, Drunken Cat's body flashed with a rainbow light. Her injuries quickly recovered. Yu Yang used his innate chi to help her and tore off the Drunken Cat's bloody clothes. He helped her fix her broken ribs and wiped her bloody breasts with a wet towel. When the shocking whiteness appeared, he hurriedly helped her wear Yu Bing's clothes. Although it didn't fit, it was better than nothing. In the process of putting on the clothes, Yu Yang saw that Drunken Cat had not woken up yet. He couldn't help but touch her towering breasts a few times. The feeling was simply indescribable, it felt extremely good. This Drunken Cat's big breasts were firm and beautiful. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid that Wu Xia, Wu Hen, Princess Sisai, and City Mistress Fallen Flowers would rush over and see his perverted appearance, he wouldn't have stopped at all. Alright, big breasts will last forever, the feeling will last forever, this royal sister would belong to him sooner or later. He would reserve her now, then slowly develop and train her in the future. Furthermore, she had benefits. If he obtained a royal sister, he would also get a cute little panda loli for free. The daughter of a royal sister mother and Nyonya. Even the world's most evil mother-daughter complex wouldn't be able to compare to this. Yu Yang almost drooled in his heart. Little Wenli was a little puzzled by his actions and looked at him with her head tilted. Seeing that he had taught his daughter bad things, Yu Yang hurriedly caressed the top of her head and kissed her forehead, pretending to be a good father. Little Wenli really enjoyed it. She closed her big eyes and curled her lips. Her long eyelashes intertwined and her little face smiled sweetly as if she had drunk honey. The mysterious beauty Wu Xia teleported over using a breeze. She nodded towards Yu Yang. I found Bing Er and Anan. They are fine, but someone ambushed them. After a big battle, they were both heavily injured. Your brothers aren't that good, they were beaten to the ground by a strong enemy and are still unconscious. However, your big dog Hui Tai Lang is really powerful. It actually bit 3 demon generals and a demon commander to death. It killed so many demon army corpses were strewn all over the field. It's a good dog. Its potential is not bad. I think we can give Huawei's orb to it. Maybe it can evolve to an innate. Where's the old fox? Yu Yang didn't hear the old man's name. He knew that the old man definitely wouldn't escape. Could he have been killed by a demon? I didn't find him. I think he lured the enemy away. Wu Xia saw that drunken cat was wearing Yu Bing's clothes. She suddenly grabbed Yu Yang's hand and smelled it. I actually didn't touch. Yu Yang felt very guilty. Really? Wu Xia stared at Yu Yang with a murderous gaze. Her gaze was even more terrifying than City Mistress Fallen Flowers' Aurora. Alright, I admit it. I only touched it twice. I can't help it, I can't control my own hands. Yu Yang knew that sometimes it was better to be honest, especially when he couldn't hide his secret any longer. His life's creed was that if he could lie, then he would definitely lie. If he absolutely couldn't lie, then he would try to be honest. It's fine if you only touched it twice. I didn't say I wouldn't allow it. Wu Xiao smiled. When she said this, Yu Yang was dumbfounded. It couldn't be, was she really that generous? Did I hear wrongly? Yu Yang couldn't believe his ears. How does it feel? Wu Xiao suddenly asked. End of chapter 262. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.